On his way back from grocery shopping like a normal person, this young man runs straight into a toad so hideous it is practically an insult to the eyes. Eui-jae immediately gets a headache when his perfectly peaceful walk is interrupted by a monster. He silently curses the government officials for not doing their jobs properly, and without a second thought, he pulls out the leek he just bought to bash the monster. As it gets knocked back like a crushed soda can, Jae leaps up to deliver the final blow, sending the stupid toad crashing down in a bloody heap. Letting out a heavy sigh, Eui-jae looks at his ruined leek with deep regret, since leeks are seriously expensive these days. Jae is actually an S-class awakened hunter who was reported to have lost his life 8 years ago. Pulling out his triple-camera iPhone, Jae immediately calls the police in a hesitant tone, reporting a dead monster in his alley. He tells them that some hunter must have taken care of it and left, describing the location as an alley near the supermarket, describing it as a massive, disgusting toad that smells absolutely awful. He adds that he does not dare get any closer. After receiving confirmation that someone will arrive within 5 minutes, the young man finally hangs up. Rustling as he picks up his bag, Eui-jae decides he needs to slip away before they arrive, just as a spatial rift opens. Among the few nations whose governments and militaries did not end up completely paralyzed, the United States ranks first in adapting and taking swift action. The second fastest nation to respond after the United States is South Korea, and this is undeniably thanks to the incredible S-class awakened who emerged to protect the country. They shine like stars, and aside from Hunter Jae's alias and gender, all his other personal information remains strictly confidential. This is Korea during an era of chaos. The man who fearlessly threw himself into dimensional rifts and dungeons to save countless lives, Jae, was the #1 hunter in South Korea and its very first S-class. 8 years ago, he sacrificed himself along with 44 other hunters to close a Grade 1 rift, becoming a national hero. Seriously, who would ever imagine that this legendary hero is now just an ordinary guy carrying groceries, looking completely unimpressive? Looking back, he wonders if he should have sounded a bit more panicked when making that call. At this point, Jae has absolutely no intention of returning to the hunter life, and exactly 5 minutes later, the support team arrives at the reported alley. The red-haired girl puts her hands on her hips in amazement, calling the clean kill of a swamp toad the unmistakable work of a seasoned senior. And if they had been just a second later, this monster would have sprayed its acid everywhere. In fact, Jae did such a clean job that they think they can just hand it over directly to the research team. The red-haired girl asks the guy next to her if there are any traces left behind. She tells him to check, because at this level, the hunter's power is no joke. But after scanning the area, the young man breaks out in a cold sweat. Just how powerful does someone have to be to completely erase their energy and leave absolutely no trace behind? The guy notes that the mystery hunter is definitely a professional, while the red-haired girl sighs in frustration, grumbling about another anonymous hero. Comics and novels always fill kids' heads with ridiculous ideas. Still, the monster that escaped was supposedly a Grade 4, and luckily, it did not eat anyone or damage any buildings, so they can just pack it up and head back. Suddenly, the young man catches a whiff of leeks in the air, but the red-haired girl immediately shrugs it off. He guesses it probably ate some leftover leeks from the trash, though she admits all this talk about food is making her hungry. Asking him if they should grab food at their usual spot after work, she leaves the guy looking completely exhausted by the repetitive routine. Meanwhile, Jae is working as a server, carrying hangover soup out to customers amid the loud chatter of the crowded restaurant. You cannot make this up. The legendary hero who saved the nation is currently grinding away at a part-time job, serving hot hangover soup to hungry customers. The shop is so packed that he is completely exhausted, and with his blunt personality, he even refuses to serve customers more alcohol. When a customer asks for another bottle, he flatly tells him no, pointing out he has already had his second one. The customer is taken aback, looking totally confused, and claims he has only finished one bottle. Eui-jae bluntly replies that he saw him put the empty bottle into his system inventory earlier. He enforces this because of the restaurant rule clearly posted on the wall, limiting each table to 2 bottles to prevent drunken brawls and fights. The customer can only grumble, muttering that his quick inventory hiding skill was faster than when he hunts monsters. Yet this guy still caught him. Wondering if the server might be a hunter, the pink-shirted man opposite him whispers that he already asked their captain about it. According to their captain, he is just an ordinary citizen. But the older man still stares at Eui-jae with a highly suspicious look. What if he is a hidden hunter or simply unregistered? He wonders, while his pink-shirted companion just waves it off with a silly laugh. He explains that is impossible, since unregistered hunters face massive fines these days. Besides, if he were a powerful hidden hunter, he would be out clearing dungeons, so why on earth would he choose to work part-time at a hangover soup restaurant? Thinking back, the guy in black licks his lips. Honestly, people who hide their real powers always look incredibly sly. The guy in pink continues to praise him. The captain even said that the moment he awakens, they should recruit him to their team immediately. His vision is sharp enough to catch someone hiding a bottle of soju in their system inventory. Plus, his physical strength is insane, carrying multiple boiling hot pots all at once. If he is already this good before even awakening, he will definitely be at least B rank once his powers finally kick in. The two of them keep whispering, completely convinced that Eui-jae cannot hear them. But in reality, he does not miss a single word. While washing the dishes, Eui-jae thinks to himself how bold they are debating whether to recruit a veteran senior like him into their team. He actually awakened way before any of them. After all, Jae did not start out as a simple part-time worker at a hangover soup restaurant. A few months ago, the moment he woke up, he found himself lying in the middle of a pile of putrid, nauseating garbage. Looking around, he was completely lost, with no idea where he was. In his clear memories, he was locked in battle with the monstrous basilisk. Eui-jae remembered even plunging his sword straight into its head. He kept retracing his thoughts. He was definitely inside the rift. Could that dimensional crack have somehow spat him back out into the world? How much time had actually passed? Sniffing the air, Eui-jae tried to stand up, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Following the rhythmic clattering of a kitchen knife, he stumbled into a small restaurant. Looking like a total zombie, he weakly asked if they served food here. Seeing his state, the old woman kindly invited him inside, while Eui-jae staggered with his mind spinning wildly. She asked how he ended up in such a terrible state, wondering if he just crawled out of a dungeon. Eui-jae could only reply in a faint, barely audible whisper. Right after, the old woman quickly whipped up a simple meal. The rising aroma and steam instantly snapped Eui-jae back to reality. He devoured the food like someone who had been starved for years. Emptying the bowl, Jae finally regained his senses and felt a comforting warmth. Looking up at the television, he heard a news broadcast about a level 5 rift on the west coast, mentioning a similar level 1 rift from 8 years ago. Eui-jae froze in absolute shock. 8 years ago? As the news report continued, the anchor explained that the rift had suddenly spiked to level 1. Back then, the government had dispatched S-rank hunters alongside 14 A-rank and an additional 30 B-rank hunters straight into that dangerous rift. The Western Rift had vanished after just 1 week. Jae stared blankly in complete disbelief because that entire team had clearly entered the rift right alongside him. Tragically, none of the hunters sent inside were ever able to return home. 3 months after that Western Rift had completely closed, the Awakened Management Bureau officially confirmed that every single hunter who entered the rift had tragically lost their lives. If it were not for Jae, our entire country would have absolutely no future. The man speaking of this heavy loss on television was Song Jo-hyun, an S-rank hunter and the leader of Samurai Guild. Hearing those words, Jae froze completely. What on earth were they talking about? He was clearly still alive. The spoon in his hand began to tremble violently before dropping to the floor. The shocking announcements continued to play on the television like a series of devastating blows. Jae and 44 other brave hunters went directly into that Western Rift. It is solely because of their sacrifice that humanity has the future we enjoy today. We now have a duty to look forward and keep moving ahead. Dedicated to Jae, this special memorial documentary, marking the 8th anniversary of the Level 1 Rift event on the West Coast, now comes to a close. Trying hard to hold on to his remaining sanity, Eui-jae turned and asked the old woman if he could borrow her phone. The moment she agreed, he desperately rushed over to dial. To his complete shock, an automated operator announced that the phone number he just dialed did not exist. Just like that, Eui-jae collapsed in despair, unable to believe that 8 years had actually passed. Did he really just drop straight into a future 8 years later? More importantly, did the entire world actually think that he was dead? No, he could not be sure of that. Sweat poured down his face as his heart hammered wildly, forcing himself to stay calm. No way. The director must have simply changed his phone number. He had to let the world know how the hunters beside him fought to the bitter end and gave up their lives. He knew he absolutely had to return to that rift. Before passing away, a comrade had warned Eui-jae to remember carefully that the world they knew had completely changed. He had immense power, so everyone relied on him to save them. But his comrade reminded Eui-jae that he was still far too young for such a burden. He did not have to save everyone, and running away was always an option. Immediately, standing up, Eui-jae took off the watch from his wrist and politely handed it to the old woman, telling her it was the only valuable thing he had left. The old woman waved it off, telling him there was absolutely no need to repay her, but Eui-jae kept insisting. He begged her to keep it as collateral so he could reclaim it when he returned, completely aware that he was now stranded 8 years in the future. Looking at this unfamiliar era, Eui-jae realized the world had changed completely, becoming far safer than it used to be. From instant text alerts, warning everyone about newly appearing gates to how fast association hunters were dispatched to neutralize any threat, everything was different. People were now living a life free of fear, no longer desperately waiting for him. Seeing how happy and carefree everyone looked, Jay paused in his tracks. He couldn't help but wonder if all of his past sacrifices actually had any meaning. Now that the famous hunter Jay is officially gone, nobody even knows the person named Cha Eui-jae anymore. From that very moment, he promised himself he would live a quiet life. And just like that, he applied to work as a part-timer at a restaurant. Now, the young man is standing in a bookstore. Right in front of him is a poster of a familiar face advertising the registration hotline 777 for Awakened. Beneath it, a warning tells people to report unregistered hunters or crimes to 555. Eui-jae remembers how 9 years ago, the Awakened held a powerful status that was completely equal to the police force itself. Back then, only he and the guy on that poster were S rank, but now, wherever he looks, even on simple no-smoking signs or public service ads, Jung Bin's face is plastered all over them. They used special recruitment as an excuse to push Jung Bin into the management bureau. Now they're still squeezing him dry. While Jay is spacing out, an elementary school girl runs up. "Uncle, I finished picking out my book," she says, eyes wide as she holds the book out to him. Eui-jae completely freezes right on the spot. The cover of this kid's book features a massive rift, with a shadowed young man in the corner who is definitely Eui-jae himself. Jay remains silent, only thinking to himself that this has to be a major copyright violation. Even if he's supposed to be dead and gone, aren't they still using his face and image a bit too recklessly? While Jay pays 30,000 won for the book, the little girl stands below with sparkling eyes, asking if she can carry it now. It looks like she really wanted this book. The moment they step outside, she eagerly asks where they are going next. With a tired sigh, Jay holds her hand. Where else would they go? He has to take her home first before heading back to prepare the restaurant for dinner. The girl pouts, complaining that it's no fun at all, so Eui-jae just offers a warm, gentle smile. He explains that dinner prep takes a lot of work. He bought her ice cream so she can eat it with her grandmother. Finally, she agrees and behaves. Now, let's look at the daily grind of working at a hangover soup restaurant. First off, the shop opens at 6 a.m. to serve hot soup to hunters who have been drinking all night until their 5th round, or those exhausted from working overnight shifts. Then, the lunch rush is from 11:30 to 2 p.m. Hunters pour in like a raging flood during this busy time. After that, from 2 to 5 p.m., the shop finally closes to wash dishes and prepare ingredients. During the break, Jay has to pick up young Ha-yoon from school. Then, 5 to 10 p.m. is the busy dinner shift. Here, Jay has to deal with hunters who have already polished off 2 bottles of soju but still beg for more. At 10:20 p.m., it's closing time, meaning Jay has to clean up everything all over again until he's completely exhausted. By now, he is getting incredibly annoyed. Besides, unless they drink some rare specialty brew, regular alcohol won't even get these awakened hunters drunk anyway. So why on earth do they keep demanding more? Today was another hard day of work, Jay says to himself as he thumps his aching back. After resting for a bit, he realizes that even though it's tiring, this life isn't so bad. He no longer has to run around because of the Management Bureau's emergency summons, and he definitely doesn't have to fight monsters anymore. Perhaps, deep down, this was the peaceful life he had always wanted. But one thing Eui-jae really worries about is his grandmother's legs, which have recently grown weak and left her limping constantly. She is his only living relative now. Wanting her to get checked at a hospital, he gently asks if her leg is all right. The old woman waves it off, saying it's just old age. But Jay remains deeply worried. If the doctor says she needs surgery, what will he do? Jay sits there, staring blankly in sheer helplessness. If he wanted to live a quiet, hidden life, he should have kept his money. Why on earth did he go and donate all his savings to the victims of the West Sea Rift? If things really get bad, he might just have to sneak into a dungeon and find something valuable to sell. After all, those materials gathered from dungeons sell for a fortune. That would easily cover the high cost of her surgery. But how could he even enter a dungeon now, And where would he even find one? Just then, the phone rings. Eui-jae rushes over to pick it up, introducing the restaurant and stating they are already closed. Before he can even finish his sentence, a trembling voice interrupts him over the line. Ha-yoon has vanished. Eui-jae's hand shakes as he asks if she really isn't there. His grandmother can't calm down. Ha-yoon is nowhere to be found, and she is panicking over what to do. She slipped out quietly, without anyone noticing a thing. With how dangerous the world has become lately, there's no telling what could happen to her. Trying to calm her down, Eui-jae tells her he'll call the police first. He assures her he'll go out to look for her too. He urges her to stay calm and promises that nothing bad will happen. But she remains absolutely terrified, crying out in panic, wondering what if something terrible happens to both of them. Ji-woo confidently reassures his grandmother. He tells her that everything is fine and she really shouldn't worry so much. She reluctantly agrees, warning him to stay safe. Since the girl left like that, she probably did not go very far. She warns him not to stay out searching too late and to just come home. Hanging up, Ji-woo puts on his mask, grabs his tools, and heads out. With no emergency alerts about any sudden rift openings, he figures she should be perfectly safe out there. Ji-woo activates his hunter tracker eyes and moves out. After scanning the area, he confirms the girl is not anywhere close by. He decides to expand his search radius. Suddenly, his scanning eyes lock onto something that makes him freeze dead in his tracks. Could there really be an awakened with a flame burning this incredibly hot? This is definitely not some average hunter level. This energy is pushing straight into monster territory. If he does not check this out, it could become a major danger to Hai-yi. He immediately picks up his pace and dashes forward even faster. Quietly tracking the source of this bizarre flame, Ji-woo realizes it makes total sense. If a monster with this much raw power were loose, the national emergency sirens would have been screaming by now. That massive flame actually belongs to an S-rank hunter, just like him. Is that guy seriously wearing a gas mask? Talk about a unique look. He needs to slip away and find Hai-yi immediately before getting dragged into some major trouble. Before he can even sneak away, the S-rank guy gets right in Ji-woo's face and asks what he is doing here so late. Looking straight into those eyes, Ji-woo nervously looks away. The S-rank hunter just tilts his head, playfully teasing him. The hunter points out his love logo apron and asks if he is just a normal guy, to which Ji-woo quickly says yes. The S-rank hunter continues, asking why a normal guy working late would be walking around at this hour carrying a soup ladle. Ji-woo lays it out straight, explaining that he is out looking for his niece because she is not at home. He asks if the hunter has seen a little elementary school girl about this tall, with her hair tied back. Once the S-rank hunter says he has not seen her, Ji-woo tries to slip away, politely saying he will take his leave. Suddenly, the S-rank hunter turns back to approach a guy lying face down on the ground, telling Ji-woo to wait while he asks him. Instead of questioning, he just kicks the man a few times before turning back to Ji-woo, apologizing that the guy knows nothing. Ji-woo knows damn well the guy just wanted an excuse to kick that man rather than ask him anything. Still, he keeps things polite and plays along anyway. It is fine. Thanks for trying, he says as he turns to leave. But this hunter has no intention of letting him go, tilting his head to talk more. The hunter stops him, saying it is strange because he feels like they have met before. Ji-woo immediately shuts him down. He insists that he has absolutely never met him. In reality, Ji-woo is thinking that with an appearance that's striking, there is absolutely no way they could have met without him remembering it. After scanning Ji-woo's doubtful expression for a moment, the S-rank hunter finally decides to let him go. Fine, go then. But make sure you do not go telling anyone else about what you saw tonight. But the moment he turns his back, Ji-woo senses sharp, deadly spikes flying straight toward him. He reflexively spins around to block them, leaving the S-rank hunter frozen in shock. Ji-woo immediately stiffens, realizing he is in deep trouble after reacting purely on instinct. He is completely busted now. What normal citizen can pull off a flawless spin to swat away lethal spikes flying straight at their face? Sure enough, the S-rank hunter calls out to him once again, ordering him to stop right there. But in high-stakes moments like this, playing dumb is his only option. Ji-woo quickly insists that he absolutely has to leave right now because finding his missing niece is his top priority. The S-rank hunter steps in close and demands his name, but Ji-woo just scowls and claims he does not have one. The hunter decides to push him, teasingly asking if he simply has not chosen a cool hunter nickname for himself yet. Ji-woo glares back, stating he literally just does not have a name, which only makes the other guy more excited. The hunter offers to name him, but Ji-woo keeps scowling, asking if he runs some naming agency to be this enthusiastic. He insists he really must go, asking if the hunter is not even slightly worried about a lost kid wandering the streets alone in the dark. The hunter immediately pulls out his phone and starts typing, saying his guild members can just search for the kid instead. He tells Ji-woo to wait. Realizing how hard it is to escape now, Ji-woo quickly tells him that won't be necessary. He declines the offer, stating he will just call the police, but the S-rank hunter reads his move and threatens him right back. The hunter suggests calling the Awakened Association instead. Startled, Ji-woo's voice trembles as he asks why he would even call them. Smiling with his eyes, the S-rank guy explains that hunters can use their powers to find her much faster than any police officer could. Do you want me to call Jang B? If I make the call, he will show up instantly. So should I do it? Ji-woo is utterly speechless, asking if the man is actually being serious. Getting a massive headache, Ji-woo realizes he messed with the wrong guy, and this endless bickering is going nowhere. He looks him dead in the eye and asks point blank what the hunter actually wants from him. The S-class hunter steps closer, calmly announcing that he only wants to ask two simple questions. First, is that soup ladle a secret S-class weapon he is hiding from the world? And second, is he an unregistered awakened hunter operating outside the system? Eui-jae fumes with anger, but forces himself to stay calm. Have hunters these days completely lost their manners along with their common sense? Speaking so rudely to someone they just met, Eui-jae really tried his best to hold back, but since he already started enduring it, he decides to play along to the very end. The hunter notes the item looks nothing like an S-class weapon, concluding Eui-jae is definitely an unregistered awakened. Hearing this, Eui-jae clenches his fists tightly together. He snaps back that he is not unregistered. The hunter retorts that if he is going to lie, he should make it believable. Eui-jae stands his ground, firmly stating he is telling the truth. He actually is telling the truth. He would still be registered if his name had not been removed after his presumed death. Without another word, the S-class hunter lunges forward to attack. Left with no choice, Eui-jae raises the soup ladle to defend himself. Suddenly, a dark, toxic liquid coats the ladle, turning it pitch black. Eui-jae freezes in pure shock, instantly recognizing the deadly venom of a basilisk. The S-class hunter merely lets out a cold smirk. He points out that a normal soup ladle held by an unregistered awakened somehow blocked his strike. There is simply no way a powerhouse with this much energy could escape his notice. Eui-jae completely loses his cool and snaps back, telling him to shut up and asking how old he even is. The S-class hunter holds up his hand and says 24, which only annoys Eui-jae further. Why is a kid speaking so rudely to a stranger on their first meeting? The hunter freezes in silence, muttering that Eui-jae looks about his own age anyway. Eui-jae decides to lecture him, claiming he has eaten 5,000 more bowls of rice than him. Channeling his ultimate elder energy, Eui-jae aggressively lectures the young man. Even twins born just a single minute apart still respect the older sibling. After all, he demands to know why the kid is so informal, but the hunter shrugs and agrees to play along. Eui-jae freezes on the spot when the kid suddenly calls him brother. What brother? No way in hell. The hunter teases him to share his real name if he hates the brother title, but Eui-jae waves him off completely. The hunter giggles, insisting on the nickname anyway. Irritated, Eui-jae snaps back, but the S-class hunter refuses to drop it, calling him brother once more. The hunter smiles while Eui-jae fumes internally, calmly suggesting they stop this useless arguing. Going back and forth is a waste of time, and he has pried quite enough for today. With that, Eui-jae turns around to walk away as the hunter acts innocent. Eui-jae refuses to bicker, declaring the two questions are answered. The hunter complains that Eui-jae only answered one and left the other blank, but Eui-jae remains completely stubborn. He insists he never lied. The hunter simply refused to believe him. Besides, there was never any written rule saying he absolutely had to answer both of those questions anyway. Left completely speechless by Eui-jae's blunt response, the S-class hunter stands there frozen in shock. Suddenly, his phone rings. After answering the call, a goofy yet mysterious smile spreads across his face. Meanwhile, Eui-jae walks away with a deep scowl, grumbling that he would have dealt with this annoying punk already if not for Ha-yul. The hunter talks loudly on the phone, sounding surprised. Tell them to come over, he says, agreeing to bring the guardian while warning the other person on the line to look after the kid and not let her cry. The S-class hunter turns back to Eui-jae, calling him brother, and announcing that they found his nephew at a playground next to a nearby church. Eui-jae finally lets out a sigh of relief and offers a brief thank you. Suddenly, the hunter introduces himself. Sa-young, that is his name. and he promises to uncover Eui-jae's real identity when they inevitably meet again in the near future. Looking down at a collapsed monster, Sa-young grabs it as it dissolves into a gurgling puddle, noting their spawn rate seems to be rising. Suddenly, a subordinate peeks out from the wall to report that the guardian has successfully arrived at the playground and reunited with the child. The child was absolutely thrilled, calling him uncle and leaping forward to give him a big hug. Sa-young only cares if anything unusual occurred. The subordinate cradles a cat in his arms as he continues his report. Nothing unusual, but he suggests tailing them just to be safe. Sa-young gives the scout a direct order: follow them, find out where they are heading, and report back. The subordinate acknowledges and relays the message. Also, the vice captain left a message asking if he can make it to a meeting at 11 a.m. the day after tomorrow regarding the upcoming dungeon auction. After receiving a quick nod, the scout says he will pass the confirmation along to the vice captain. Sa-young suddenly remembers something and instructs Min-ki to scan the database, filtering for awakened individuals over 25 who are slightly over 1.8 meters tall. They must be at least B class or higher, then bring the report directly to him. He tells him to exclude anyone with an odd appearance, leaving only the ordinary-looking ones. Min-ki frowns in confusion. Min-ki hesitantly points out that data on awakened individuals is highly classified information guarded by the Management Bureau. He adds that with a little time, he could probably dig it up, though life as a Hunter Association employee is already tough enough. Lee Se-young ignores the complaining and tells him to get searching, adding that he also wants the name of the little elementary schooler they just saw. Min-ki pulls up the info almost instantly, noting that the girl is named Ha-eun and is a second grader at Saebyal Elementary. Se-young then orders him to look into the child's family tree, leaving Min-ki completely stunned. Min-ki asks why he needs her family relations, and Se-young is surprisingly open about his motives. Se-young admits he is curious about the man claiming to be her uncle. Meanwhile, after her terrifying stunt, Ha-eun gets a good scolding from Grandma, but keeps screaming in protest, crying hysterically. The little girl feels completely misunderstood. Grandma continuously thumps her chest to calm her racing heart, crying out that she genuinely believed the young girl had run away forever. He scolds her for wandering off to such a dangerous place in the dead of night, ignoring how terrifying the world has become. Eui-jae gently holds Grandma's hand and promises to talk to the little girl in the morning so she can stop worrying. Grandma turns and asks if he will stay the night, but Eui-jae politely declines, explaining he must return to prepare the shop for tomorrow. Deeply worried about how business is going, she insists on visiting, but Eui-jae flashes a bright smile to put her anxious mind at ease. He reassures her that everything is fine and reminds her of his strength, before gently asking how her legs are holding up lately. He looks down at her legs, which can barely support her weight even as she tries to act tough. Grandma claims she is almost healed, but Eui-jae can easily tell she is lying, noticing her shifting all her weight onto her good leg. Before heading back to the restaurant, Eui-jae wishes her good night and asks if he can slip out through her window. Grandma looks utterly confused by his strange request, but Eui-jae only offers an awkward smile instead of an explanation, whispering that he has a quick errand to run. Eui-jae slips out into the night through the window frame. Honestly, did we really expect him to not notice the tail? Eui-jae knows exactly why Se-young let him walk away so easily. Lifting his shoes carefully, he activates his silent step skill to mute his footsteps. Sure enough, 2 men are guarding the front door, while 2 more wait in the back alley, completely unaware that he already slipped past them. Eui-jae watches them, staying as quiet as a ghost. He knows he could easily take them all down, but they are only low-level grunts, following their master's orders. Making a scene would only paint a target on his back, so Eui-jae decides a silent, non-lethal sneak attack from behind is best. Aiming only to knock them out, he creeps up while the 2 guards complain about their target never coming back out of the house. One of them mutters that the guy probably went straight to sleep, questioning why their captain ordered such high alert for a civilian. The blonde guard yawns heavily, suggesting they wait another 30 minutes before packing up and heading home. While they daydream about grabbing some fish-shaped bread on the way back, Eui-jae silently reaches for the blonde's collar. With a few quick thuds, both guards collapse unconscious. Eui-jae quickly checks their vitals to make sure he did not overdo it, confirming their pulses are steady and breathing is normal. He silently apologizes before reaching into their pockets for their wallets. He digs out an ID card, revealing that the blonde is Bang Gwang-hyuk, a combat support member of the Pado Guild. So they really did come from the Pado Guild. While all hunters have a strict duty to protect citizens, Eui-jae highly doubts that these stalkers have any sort of decent morals, leaving him prepared for the absolute worst. Before slipping away, Eui-jae pulls out a marker and writes a bold warning right across their jackets. By the time he makes it back to the restaurant, it is already midnight, leaving him with precious little time to prep his ingredients. Suddenly, Eui-jae freezes in his tracks as he stares at his apron, Lee Se-young's smug, mocking voice echoing in his head. Just remembering Se-young's mocking teasing about his cute apron makes Eui-jae boil with rage, slamming the fabric onto the floor before grabbing a clean one to wear. Feeling utterly defeated, and let's be real, who wouldn't be? Eui-jae quickly searches Se-young's name online. The search results instantly pop up, revealing details on South Korea's highly controversial third S-class awakened. Se-young has taken the absolute #1 spot on the new rankings. One article written by reporter Jang Soo-jin asks whether this young, wild mercenary leader can actually fill the void left behind by the legendary hunter Jae. Despite his overwhelming power, Se-young's arrogant and rebellious attitude at official meetings continues to shock the public. Eui-jae washes the dishes in silent irritation, cursing his absolute worst luck for running straight into the nation's top hunter. After all, he only took this quiet job at the hangover soup joint to stay hidden and keep his S-rank power a secret. But it turns out this place is a favorite spot for hunters. Even worse, the person he exposed his power to is one of the country's top hunters. But why on earth would the single strongest hunter in the entire country be caught brawling in a cramped little back alley like that? And that spike shooter? Just as sketchy. There are way too many suspicious details piling up. Eui-jae grabs his phone and starts tapping away. He types the spike shooter into the search bar. Absolutely nothing pops up, and no cases are reported. Not a single rumor online. No posts. Nothing from people claiming they witnessed the fight. This means the incident is either still being kept under wraps, or the authorities have completely shut down any leak of information. Eui-jae braces for the worst. The immediate threat is that Se-young could track him down. This would directly jeopardize the safety of both his grandmother and Ha. The next morning, as the sun finally rises, Se-young is staring intently at a piece of paper in his hands. If anyone dares to touch his people, they are going to pay dearly. South Korea is packed with formidable hunters, but 3 powerhouse guilds stand far above the rest. The first is led by Captain Song Jo-hyun. His team has spent years proving the unmatched combat capabilities of elite S-class hunters. They successfully built a rock-solid foundation, leaving an unforgettable mark on the nation's hunter community. South Korea's very first official guild goes by the name Samra, formed right after the massive rift occurred. The second guild is a gathering of highly intellectual researchers. They focus entirely on gathering crucial data and conducting deep research, rather than chasing fame or easy money. This guild, widely respected as a grand vessel of knowledge, is called Siwon. Lastly, there is a highly streamlined elite force combining both specialties, known as Pado, led by none other than Se-young. As Se-young stands there completely lost in thought, an ally jogs over to ask what he is staring at so intently. He asks if it is some letter. But Se-young grumbles back that he is being too curious and demands they start the meeting. Every guild member gathers in the briefing room, though 4 seats remain noticeably empty. Right away, a red-haired girl steps forward to report. Addressing the vice captain, she reports that those missing members have been lying in the infirmary for about a day now. The vice captain looks completely blindsided, demanding to know how that is possible when those guys never even entered a dungeon. The red-haired girl just shrugs. She admits she has no idea who beat them, which immediately sends the hot-tempered vice captain into a wild fit of rage. He fumes over who would dare pick a fight with their members and insists they cannot let it slide, while the red-haired girl silently points at Se-young. Naturally, they wanted to get to the bottom of things, but the guild leader ordered them to just let it drop. Hearing this, the vice captain is absolutely stunned and frustrated, questioning how they can just stand by when their junior members were beaten to a pulp. He argues that letting this slide goes against the very spirit of Pado, but Se-young has no interest in bickering any further. Se-young firmly commands them to drop it and start the meeting, leaving the helpless vice captain with no choice but to turn to Jisoo. He asks Jisoo to relay the meeting details to the injured members, making Jisoo scowl since he always ends up ordering her around like this. The vice captain finally kicks off the discussion, directing everyone to focus on selecting their target dungeons for this quarter. He instructs everyone to power up their tablets and review the files sent by the support team, highlighting a new underground dungeon up for auction right at Jongno 3 Ga. This specific dungeon is highly rumored to yield rare materials for crafting stamina, recovery potions, along with an incredibly diverse range of other valuable loot. As Jisoo reads the report, her eyes shine. She notes that the location is incredibly convenient for travel and wonders why on earth the government agreed to put such a prime dungeon up for auction. A male member, wearing a green tie, chimed in, guessing that the government must be desperately running low on funds. He predicts the final bidding price will skyrocket. But even though all the dungeons up for auction this quarter look decent, he strongly votes for this specific one. Jisoo raises her hand enthusiastically, and the rest of the room immediately follows suit in unison. The vice captain turns to ask Sa-young for his input since he is also voting for it. And after receiving a silent nod, the vice captain goes ahead to announce that if there are no objections, they will officially lock in their target for the fourth quarter auction. They will put everything into winning the underground dungeon at Jongno 3-gae, successfully wrapping up their main agenda for the day. Suddenly, Sa-young tells everyone to wait for a moment, instantly filling the room with a wave of tense confusion. They silently wonder if the guild leader is planning to bid on yet another high-risk dungeon, or maybe he wants them to steal another guild's bidding rights. But the question Sa-young actually asks leaves everyone absolutely dumbfounded. He asks if anyone has ever spotted a guy wearing an apron with a brand logo on it around this neighborhood. A person who often carries a massive soup ladle, looks surprisingly pretty, and has black hair. He quickly corrects himself, stating it might actually be gray, leaving the vice captain completely baffled and muttering in confusion. Whispering among themselves, they wonder if anyone has a clue, with Jisoo noting that if the vice captain is clueless, nobody else stands a chance. The members know Sa-young would never randomly bring up such bizarre gossip right at the end of an official meeting without a damn good reason. With a menacing look, the vice captain turns to ask Sa-young where he saw someone hosting a soju promo event. Ju can only force a laugh, jokingly asking if the captain just got back from the grocery store. Honestly, the vice captain is convinced his leader has fallen head over heels at first sight, especially since he actually called someone pretty. Witnessing this absolutely ridiculous misunderstanding, Sa-young just sighs in pure exhaustion, feeling like none of them are of any help. Hearing this, Vice Captain Pato slams his hand on the desk in frustration, asking why they are suddenly talking about some guy in an apron during an auction meeting. Right after that slam, the desk splits in half with scorch marks. Talk about a disaster. The guy in the blue tie glares right at the vice captain. He tells him that he will be submitting a claim for both the broken meeting table and the damaged tablet. Utterly exhausted by the chaos, Sa-young finally calls an end to the meeting and tells everyone they can go grab some food. Despite his annoyance, the vice captain still turns to remind Sa-young not to skip any more meals, drawing everyone's attention to their leader. They tell him that since skipping meals has become a bad habit, he really needs to go get a proper lunch. Massaging his temples, the vice captain suggests they all hit up the hangover soup place. Hearing this, Ju pales instantly, asking why he is so obsessed with that soup. She threatens to never eat with him again if they go there today. But the vice captain just flashes his cash to bribe them. He offers to pay, but Ju covers her ears, declaring she hears absolutely nothing and will just eat at the cafeteria alone. The vice captain waves it off, asking if anyone else wants to join. But in the blink of an eye, the room is completely empty. Pato is left standing there, completely speechless. Even when fleeing from a rank 2 monster, those cowards never ran away nearly this fast. Calling them a bunch of disloyal traitors, he wonders if they even understand why he always visits that soup restaurant. It is because crowded places are the absolute best spots to pick up on the latest rumors. Chatting with other hunters there lets him gather tons of crucial intel, not to mention making valuable new connections. That is his real motive, and absolutely not because he has some weird obsession with the soup itself. Talk about immediately backtracking. The second he actually steps inside the restaurant, he loudly and happily orders a piping hot bowl of hangover soup. Normally, he pays absolutely zero attention to the staff working here. But today is entirely different. Seeing Eui-jae standing there completely freezes him in his tracks. While Pato is spaced out, Eui-jae cheerfully strikes up a conversation. He asks if he wants the extra spicy version, mentioning he got here just in time before the long lines start. Staring at his apron, Pato realizes the guy is incredibly gorgeous. Even his hair color perfectly matches Sa-young's description. Seeing the hunter completely frozen, Eui-jae calls out to him once more. Addressing him as Hunter Bae, he finally snaps out of it, sheepishly confirming his order. He asks for lots of chili, his heart pounding wildly as sweat drips down his face. He cannot believe a rundown place like this hides someone who is both so strikingly beautiful and handsome. He recalls hearing that this boy is a distant relative of the shop owner, who apparently ended up getting separated from his family when a massive rift suddenly opened. While searching for his lost family, he stumbled upon the old lady who owns the shop. With nowhere else to go, he had to rely on her as his only remaining relative in the world. So, he ended up staying here to help run the restaurant. More importantly, having a young guy around means Pado can eat his soup without worrying about the old lady. Still, most young people strive to become high-ranking hunters. It makes no sense for someone to settle for part-time work at a place like this. Besides, his casual clothes do not really match the person Sa Young was talking about earlier. Once the steaming bowl of soup arrives, Bae completely forgets his suspicions. There is no way Sa Young would ever cross paths with a simple part-timer at a soup shop anyway. A chance encounter like that is practically impossible. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, while Sa Young is scrolling on his tablet, S-class hunter Jongbin arrives to confront him, warning that private use of awakened data is strictly illegal. Hearing this, Sa Young immediately figures out that Minky must have screwed up and got caught. It makes perfect sense, considering a rank 33 like Minky could never outsmart a rank 3 like Jongbin. The gap between their standings is simply astronomical. Seeing Sa Young remain completely silent, Jongbin lets out a dry laugh and taps the desk, demanding that Sa Young show some respect and actually pay attention. Sa Young calmly replies, pointing out that there is an unregistered awakened out there who is easily B-class or higher. He asks how they can let such a person roam the streets without checking up on them. Jongbin rubs his temples in disbelief. He reminds him that the laws regarding registration are incredibly strict, with fines running up to a whopping 100 million won. Who in their right mind would hide their abilities? Sa Young just keeps scrolling, his voice filled with absolute certainty. That person did not even exist in the awakened registry, yet the government still proudly bragged about having a complete database. Jong-en looked completely shocked, unable to believe his own ears. Sa Young confirmed it once more, insisting he had personally checked the entire database 3 times, all the way down to F-rank hunters. Not only did that mysterious hunter effortlessly block Sa Young's strike, but they also easily deflected poisonous spikes launched by a mutated victim. How could a powerhouse like that not be registered in South Korea? The guy slicking his hair back wondered who this Jae could possibly be. Looking up from her homework, Ha-yoon asked her uncle if he had finished applying his hair dye evenly, and if everything looked okay. Eui-jae suddenly sat down, staring intently at Ha-yoon's open notebook. Genuinely curious about her first answer, he jokingly asked if she actually wrote earthworm, prompting Ha-yoon to quickly change the subject before she got scolded. She pointed out that the dye on the back of his neck was still uneven, telling him to fix it, while Eui-jae playfully patted her head. Telling her to redo that question, he headed straight to the bathroom to check the mirror, grumbling to himself the entire way. The dye was fading already, despite his recent trip to the store, and buying those products was starting to cost a fortune. Perhaps his passive recovery skill was working against him, making the expensive hair dye completely useless. Luckily, his specialized hand skill saved him from a complete disaster, making him think he should try applying to a hair salon if his current restaurant job did not work out. While fussing over his hair, his phone suddenly buzzed with a relentless stream of messages. It was a text from Ha-yoon, warning him that someone extremely strange was standing right outside. Startled by the unexpected message, Eui-jae immediately activated his silent footsteps skill to peer outside, quickly telling his terrified niece to hide, after spotting the stranger muttering incoherently. After muttering a few more nonsensical words, the intruder suddenly slammed his head hard against the outer wall, showing the exact same disturbing symptoms as the victim Eui-jae had encountered just the other day. He could not let this slide. He firmly instructed Ha-yoon to lock the door behind him the moment he stepped outside. Stepping outside, Eui-jae immediately delivered a heavy punch that sent blood flying from the man's mouth, only for the dazed intruder to look up and start giggling. Worried his niece might hear the commotion, Eui-jae quietly warned the giggling man to shut his mouth. He quickly calculated that if this freak was like the last one, the only clean option was to snap his neck and end this silently. The intruder began to mutate further, launching sharp spikes from his body, but Eui-jae easily dodged the attacks before lunging forward to snap the monster's neck with a clean crack. The attacker finally fell lifeless to the ground, leaving Eui-jae completely baffled by what was happening. These easily identifiable creatures usually only appeared at night, leaving him to wonder why not a single hunter in the country had ever mentioned their existence before. He quickly searched online for reports on those spiked creatures. To his frustration, the internet yielded 0 results and absolutely no recorded cases. He had initially assumed Sa Young just wanted to keep that day's incident quiet, But now, it was clear the guild leader was hiding the very existence of these mutant creatures, deeply sparking Eui-jae's curiosity. If information about this mutated threat was heavily classified even among active hunters, why had Sa-young let him walk away so easily without a second thought? It certainly would have been much easier for a guild leader to silence him permanently to keep the secret safe. He suddenly flinched at the sound of soft sobbing from inside, turning around to find his little niece peeking out and crying. Softening his stance, Eui-jae spoke to her in his gentlest voice. He gently asked Ha-yoon to open the door, and as she shyly cracked it open, he offered a warm, reassuring smile, telling her the strange man was gone. With tears still pooling in her eyes, the poor girl was clearly still shaken. She rushed out to hug him tightly, leaving Eui-jae to wonder if he had ended the intruder's life a bit too quickly. Recalling some grim memories from earlier, Eui-jae shut his eyes tightly before comforting her again, promising to report everything to the local hunters so she would not be scared anymore. He assured her nothing like this would ever happen again, prompting Ha-eun to nod trustingly through her tears while giving him a sniffing reminder about his promise. She insisted he had to tell Dongpin and Honeybee too, breaking into a nervous sweat. Eui-jae knew that was going to be tough, but he still agreed, telling her he needed to go wash out his messy hair dye first before doing anything. She nodded honestly, pointing out that his hair was already starting to smell. Flustered, Eui-jae quickly corrected her to specify it was the dye smell, worried that anyone listening might get the wrong idea. But wait, just as he is about to relax, a chilling sensation hits him from right behind. A few days later, Sa-young arrived at the research lab, where a staff member greeted him immediately, while the guild leader casually cracked his stiff neck. When asked about Nam Woo-jin's whereabouts, the staff member replied that the doctor was currently in the autopsy room and offered to announce Sa-young's arrival. Entering the chilled autopsy suite, the assistant dressed in a white coat poked his head inside to inform the busy professor that Sa-young had finally arrived. Nam Woo-jin turned around. He said he thought he would have to wait 3 hours because Sa-young seemed so busy. But Sa-young arrived incredibly fast. Sa-young got straight to the point, asking Nam Woo-jin to just say it because he was indeed incredibly busy. Fanning the cloth, Nam Woo-jin told Sa-young to take a look at the poisoned victim. Underneath the cloth was the intruder, who had targeted Jae's home. Sa-young removed his mask and grimaced at the terrible state of the body, prompting Nam Woo-jin to speak up. According to Dongbin, the body had been in this decaying state ever since it was first discovered. Its internal organs had suffered a massive impact. Yet, as Sa-young examined it closer, he felt something was off. The man had not actually died from those blunt injuries. Snapping his fingers, Nam Woo-jin agreed that the actual cause of death was a snapped neck, which Sa-young had likely already realized. The bodies of those mutated by this poison are physically reinforced to such an extreme level that even if you break their bones, they still cannot be controlled with ordinary strength. Yet, someone had managed to snap this poisoned victim's neck like a twig. Sa-young wondered if a powerful hunter had taken care of it, but Nam Woo-jin simply gave a helpless sigh. He reiterated that the corpse was already in this exact condition when nearby residents first stumbled upon it and reported it to their team. Sa-young was curious about the exact location where this strange thing had been discovered. Nam Woo-jin glanced down at the younger man and admitted the location was quite intriguing, pointing at the display board to ask Sa-young if the place looked familiar to him. It was the trash sorting area in the same alley where they had previously found a poisoned victim. He pointed out another bizarre detail. It was his first time seeing the victim's sharp spikes completely crushed into such an odd shape. It looked like a sudden impact with something incredibly hard, and Nam Woo-jin wondered if Sa-young had ever seen anything like it. Sa-young immediately recalled his brief encounter with Jae, his mind racing as he connected the dots. He had searched through every single database without finding a trace of him, believing the man had vanished completely, but now he had finally caught a solid lead. We all have those mornings where the very moment you open your eyes, you can already tell your mood is going to be absolutely terrible. Jae was currently experiencing that exact feeling, looking exhausted with his hair in a complete, messy disaster. Deprived of all energy, Jae tried to shake off his sluggishness, but the instant he glanced at the clock, he froze and leaped out of bed. He quickly asked Ness to check his daily fortune forecast. Upon hearing his voice, his phone activated and began analyzing his luck levels for the day. The AI warned that he could get hurt by something as minor as a falling leaf today, urging him to remain extremely cautious and alert. Hazardous threats to his personal safety were apparently lurking around every corner. Regardless of the situation, he was warned to never take things lightly and to thoroughly verify everything multiple times, leaving a stunned Jae practically soulless as he put on his shirt. Jae wondered if this was a simple daily fortune or a straight-up murder warning. While Ness calmly continued her briefing, she advised him to remain deeply cautious throughout the entire day, though she added that he might experience an intriguing encounter later this afternoon. She suggested that he should consider heading outside in the afternoon. After listening to the long-winded prediction, Jae summarized that his luck today was going to be absolutely terrible, meaning he had to be incredibly careful at every single turn. Not long after Jae arrived at the restaurant, Sa-young showed up and greeted him with a completely wrong name. It almost felt like a deliberate provocation to annoy him, as Sa-young cheerfully called out to him as Hee-sung, claiming he had received his letter. Jae was utterly dumbfounded by the bizarre greeting, but seeing his silent reaction, Sa-young only kept talking, commenting that Jae's new apron looked great on him. Sa-young made Jae deeply suspicious about why he had suddenly showed up there. The restaurant instantly filled with quiet whispers and gossip at the unexpected sight of Sa-young. Customers murmured in disbelief that someone like Sa-young, who famously never ate out, was actually visiting a restaurant. They questioned why a person who notoriously avoided crowded places would show up here, noting that even if he wanted to socialize, visiting a run-down spot made no sense. They joked about his life being boring, wondering why he had stepped into such a shabby establishment. Jae's curiosity grew as he listened, wondering what on earth this kid normally did to cause such a massive stir. Captain B merely chuckled and tried to diffuse the awkward tension, suggesting they take a seat at another table. Ignoring everyone, Sa-young confidently walked straight over to the table right in the center. Putting on his professional face, Jae reluctantly informed him that the table was not cleared yet and offered to seat him somewhere else. Facing Jae, Sa-young replied in an incredibly sweet, fake tone, telling him to take his time cleaning up. He claimed he preferred this spot to watch the television, forcing Jae to swallow his rising anger and treat him like royalty. He kept repeating the golden rule of customer service in his head to stop himself from losing control and flattening his guest. Sa-young keeps asking about the menu, but Ji calmly replies they only serve hangover soup. That is when Bae suddenly snaps in frustration. "Hey kid, a hangover soup place only sells hangover soup. What else did you expect? I literally told you that before we came here." Sa-young snaps back, asking how anyone runs a restaurant with only one dish. Ji is just about done with him, dropping a cold warning. "If you are going to keep complaining, customer, I will have to ask you to leave the shop immediately." Bae instantly panics and switches to polite mode, asking for 2 bowls of hangover soup, while Ji goes inside with a dark face to cook. He only let it slide because Bae is irregular. Stepping into the quiet kitchen, Ji lets out a long sigh. Glaring at the guy will not solve anything. No matter how much he dislikes Sa-young, the kid is still a paying customer who bought a meal just like anyone else. After giving himself that quick pep talk, Ji manages to find his inner peace and regains his calm composure. The 2 bowls of hangover soup are finally finished and served to the table. "Here is your hangover soup." Meanwhile, online, a flood of anonymous comments are starting to pop up about the POW team. Rumors spread about Sa-young prepaying 15 million won to eat there daily. Ji even posted an anonymous thread about how this hunter is constantly disrupting his business and asked internet users for their advice on how to handle this kind of crazy situation. He wonders if reporting this harassment to the police or the association would be better, mumbling quietly while scrolling his phone. For high-profile hunters, the moment you provide concrete proof, the association will send someone to handle the issue immediately. Ji stretches with a heavy sigh, realizing that filing a report means there is no way this gets resolved quietly. Besides, some comments are asking for the target's initials. If he drops even a single letter, half of South Korea will immediately guess who it is. That is just how the top spot is. Every move the #1 hunter makes could spark a massive war between his loyal fans and toxic haters. The sheer headache of this dilemma is exhausting. And to make things worse, Sa-young keeps showing up every single day to bug him. Still, Ji has to force a bright smile and treat him like a VIP, despite dying inside from sheer annoyance. This is a total nightmare. The kid is clearly ruining his business on purpose, and now, other customers are too terrified to even sit in the shop. To get out of this mess, Ji either has to go back to being an active hunter, or somehow get filthy rich. If he wants the public to turn on Sa-young, he needs rock-solid proof. Weak evidence will easily backfire on him. The only foolproof plan is to secretly record Sa-young's obnoxious behavior and upload the footage directly to the public. But since Sa-young is an S-class hunter, any normal recording device or camera will be detected instantly. This means he needs a specialized device crafted from dungeon artifacts to avoid being detected or easily broken. He needs a hidden recorder that is virtually impossible to spot. G starts searching online, but the prices are absolutely insane. Back when he was his former self, he would not have cared. Back then, these items were so cheap he did not even track the cost. But now, prices are inflated to hundreds of millions. All he can do is scratch his head. He has been way too busy surviving to ever purchase luxury gear. He briefly considers registering as a hunter again, but quickly dismisses the idea because the risk is simply too high. Unlike the old days, they now have a proper association, and if his old database records were never wiped, his secret identity will be completely blown. Even if he ignores that risk, he still has absolutely no way to suppress his immense power. He is absolutely terrified of shattering their measuring device upon testing, which would immediately destroy any hope of keeping his peaceful, quiet life. Just thinking about this headache makes G furious at Seong all over again. If not for that annoying brat, he would not have to deal with this. G opens his inventory and pulls out a glowing mana stone. Back in the day, these magic stones were useless trash to him, but lately, people seem to use them for almost everything. Maybe he should sell one. Just one of these should easily cover the cost of a high-end recorder. Selling it on a specialized hunter market would be ideal, but that requires a valid hunter license. Instead, he decides to try logging into the old tomato market account he used back in the day, but the system rejects it as unavailable. It seems his old account is gone for good, so he decides to just make a new one. After brainstorming a username, he settles on EZ, instantly receiving a bright welcome notification to Tomato Market. After enabling his location, G takes a few high-quality photos of the stone. He wonders if listing it for 80 million won is too much. Finally, he locks in the price and writes a short description, describing it as a highly pure, rare magic stone. He tells buyers to contact him through the chat, already dreaming about what he will buy. With the money from the sale, Eui-jae plans to buy warm coats for his grandma and Ha-eun, plus cover the cost of his grandma's leg surgery. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing like crazy. The endless notifications make him wonder if the device is about to explode. Startled, Eui-jae opens the app, only to find hundreds of toxic comments tearing him apart, with some users even threatening to report him to the Bureau for Fraud. He stares blankly in shock. It turns out, the market price of magic stones is way higher than he ever imagined. He only priced it based on his own old-school standards. He wonders just how much the world has changed since his day. With his phone still vibrating endlessly and making him dizzy, Eui-jae logs out and deletes his entire account. Meanwhile, a curious user leaves a comment questioning his sudden exit. People are dying to know why EZ deleted his account so quickly, and Jay decides to answer. He explains that too many people tried to exploit his post, exposing him to scammers. Plus, they started throwing insults at him during their very first chat. What a bunch of jerks. Exhausted by the sheer toxicity, Jay feels like completely shutting out this awful world. But the drama is far from over. News of someone listing a rare magic stone for just 80 million won spreads like wildfire across the internet. The fact that he deleted his account within 2 minutes only fuels the fire, leaving hunters wondering what kind of monster could drop an A-grade magic stone. Getting one usually requires defeating a boss monster from a rank 2 dungeon or higher. However, looking at the photo, the stone's insane purity suggests it actually came from a monster inside a rank 1 dungeon. This stunning revelation completely blows everyone's minds online, sparking intense rumors that the mysterious seller must be an incredibly high-ranking hunter. Is it really that easy to recognize an A-grade stone from a photo? Apparently so, since it even catches the eye of Hong Ye-seong. Hong Ye-seong even takes to social media, questioning why such a priceless treasure was listed on Tomato Market instead of the official hunter market. In his post, he directly addresses the seller, begging EZ to name their price, because he is ready to buy it in person immediately. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, deep in a remote mountain range with surprisingly good Wi-Fi, a trembling Hong Ye-seong is screaming like a lunatic for someone to hand over that stone. Ranked 7th in South Korea, Hong Ye-seong is a legendary S-grade artisan, famously known to everyone as the eccentric genius. He starts throwing a massive tantrum over the phone, but his companion strictly reminds him that he is forbidden from browsing the internet right now. As Hong Ye-seong begs them to find the stone, Jongbin sits beside him with a highly amused, knowing smile. Jongbin wonders aloud when this remote village even got Wi-Fi, asking the staff why they forgot to cut off his internet access this time around. A female manager quickly whispers that they definitely cut the connection, but Lee Sa-young went ahead and secretly reconnected all the communication lines and Wi-Fi for him anyway. In exchange for internet access, Hong Ye-seong had apparently promised to craft a special pair of gloves as payment. Watching the legendary artisan roll around on the floor, Jung Bin can only sigh in sheer exhaustion, muttering about how useless they are. He instructs the manager to immediately cut the internet again the moment this crafting session is over. Completely ignoring his manager, Hong Ye-seong thrashes even harder, begging to go to Seoul to get his hands on that magic stone. An annoyed Jung Bin shoves a screen in his face, reminding him that he was the one who insisted on coming to Mount Jiri to work. With the deadline rapidly approaching, he warns the artisan that he is not allowed to leave until every single weapon is fully completed. Hearing this, Hong Ye-seong finally stops throwing his fit. It turns out he possesses a unique trait called Deadline Finisher. This passive skill massively boosts his productivity and crafting speed as the clock ticks down, and even adds a 50% quality buff to any item completed during the activation window. Unfortunately, he also has a terrible habit of intense procrastination, always putting off his work until the absolute last possible second. Losing his temper, Hong Ye-seong angrily snaps at his manager, Jung Bin. He insists that if he can use this specific magic stone, any weapon he crafts is guaranteed to reach at least S rank. He claims he can feel its immense power just from the picture, leaving Jung Bin completely frozen in shock. Up until now, the highest rank of equipment ever crafted in the country has only been S rank. So, hearing that this magic stone could guarantee an S rank weapon is absolutely mind-blowing. Jung Bin quickly begins investigating the mysterious matter. The seller's identity is completely anonymous, and Jung Bin hadn't heard a single whisper about them until arriving at Mount Jiri. Since this particular type of stone has never been traded anywhere in the country, he strongly suspects it was stolen from somewhere and listed on the black market. Yet, a top-tier genius like Hong Ye-seong was able to confirm its legendary quality the very second he laid eyes on the photo. Where on earth did such a priceless item suddenly come from? Could this be connected to what Lee Sa-young mentioned before? Looking down at the still-rolling artisan, Jung Bin tells him to listen and confirm if the stone is actually that good. Of course it is. Hong Ye-seong insists it is flawless, high-grade material, completely free of any impurities or monster toxins. Before once again begging his manager to go and find it, Jung Bin remained curious, asking if Ye-seong could at least narrow down who might actually find that rare stone. Grumbling in response, Ye-seong muttered that the person would have to be in the top 100 at least. Jung Bin pointed out that elite hunters on the leaderboard would never leave behind sloppy traces like some clueless rookie. They wouldn't bother with casual trading, right? Feeling frustrated, Ye-seong wheezed back that the seller wasn't a total idiot either. There is the black market and hunter market, so why on earth did they post it on Tomato Market? With that, Ye-seong rolled over and complained that since he was stuck on Mount Jiri, he couldn't check Tomato Market in Seoul. He snapped that next time they should just lock him up on Mount Bukhansan, while Jung Bin playfully teased him back. Jung Bin agreed to report Mount Bukhansan as his next exile spot to the director, adding that he would personally search for the magic stone. This finally quieted Ye-seong down for a moment, while Jung Bin flashed a bright smile as if to reassure him. After all, hard work always pays off. Meanwhile, Eui-jae was working diligently at the restaurant but suddenly felt a strange, itchy sensation. Looking outside, he noticed that Lee Sa-young hadn't shown up for lunch today. This made him feel incredibly happy and peaceful. But a noisy crowd outside was already buzzing about yesterday's viral post on HunterNet. They heard some crazy bastard posted an A-grade magic stone on Tomato Market for 80 million won. All the guilds were in an uproar. Eui-jae felt completely helpless hearing them call him a lunatic as the gossip continued outside. Was it just a scam? Maybe the guy just downloaded a random photo from the internet and uploaded it. Hey, Ye-seong promised to craft a free weapon for whoever finds that stone, and he even added a cash prize. Eui-jae froze in pure shock. He was completely stunned that they were taking this so far, even offering a massive cash reward. For a magic stone, he had always considered useless junk and left to gather dust in a dark corner. The gossip grew even louder. Buying it for 80 million won and reselling it could easily net hundreds of millions in profit. If only that easy user would post again, but they apparently deleted the listing and the account. Are they playing with us, baiting us, and then disappearing? They need to sign up again. I was planning to go to the seafood market to find mackerel. Will Mackerel actually be able to find it? If not, he might completely lose his title as the best-informed source in Korea. Eui-jae broke into a cold sweat seeing how highly they valued that magic stone. Back in his day, he literally played marbles with magic stones because they seemed useless. Turns out 10 years can completely change the world. In the past, Magic stones were only bought by people who truly needed them, serving either as collectibles for the wealthy. But during the long years, Eui-jae was sealed away. Modern technology had advanced at an incredibly rapid pace. According to research results, magic stones differ completely from standard energy sources like coal or petroleum. They do not degrade in the environment, allowing humans to extract clean energy from them highly efficiently. On top of that, researchers can even extract actual gold from discarded magic stones. Eui-jae had only casually posted one item for sale, but the rumors had spread so fast it made his head spin. Checking Yi-sung's Instagram, the post was already wildly viral, with over 500,000 likes. Eui-jae felt helpless. What was he supposed to do with that lunatic? If he just stayed quiet, the guy might post on Instagram again and add fuel to the fire. But since he hadn't sold the stone, money was tight. Thinking about how he still lacked the funds to treat his grandmother's leg made him even more anxious. Just as he was staring at his phone, Jung-bin suddenly walked right into the restaurant. Greeting him, Eui-jae froze the moment he looked up. While Jung-bin continued to scan the place, Eui-jae panicked, wondering how Jung-bin had tracked him down, while some customers eating hangover soup looked annoyed by the sudden tension. This is crazy. First Sa-young and now Jung-bin. Who on earth are they trying to arrest here? Better turn yourself in quickly. Seeing everyone whispering, Jung-bin waved his hands to explain that he wasn't there for work, just to grab dinner. He was just back from a business trip. With his heart pounding, Eui-jae activated his poker face skill, hoping Jung-bin wouldn't recognize him. After all, Jung-bin only knew the past Eui-jae from when he wore a mask. Keeping himself as calm as possible, Eui-jae politely offered Jung-bin a seat and asked if he was dining alone. Jung-bin confirmed he was alone. Pointing to the wall menu, Eui-jae got another major shock when Sa-young suddenly walked in as well. Spotting Jung-bin, Sa-young looked surprised too, wondering out loud why a government public servant was hanging around this place. This was his turf, after all. Eui-jae felt annoyed because he thought Sa-young wouldn't visit today, yet the guy never missed a single day. Jung-bin flashed an incredibly friendly smile to show off. Jung-bin claims he only came to grab some dinner, never expecting to run into Sa-young here. Sa-young hesitates, replying that he figured the other man wouldn't have expected it either. Just like that, the two of them sit together and chat warmly. Jung-bin speaks up first, mentioning he has something to discuss but notes that private matters shouldn't be shared in a public place. He asks if they can exchange contact information. Besides, the director said he absolutely must pay back the compensation for the previous damages. Jung-bin immediately pulls an item from his inventory. Eui-jae sneaks a glance, wondering if that is a space isolation artifact. Right after, they begin a private conversation to avoid being overheard, with Jung-bin immediately getting straight to the point. He asks if Captain Sa-young has found that unregistered hunter they discussed before. Or rather, he asks if Sa-young has already found them by now, right? These space isolation artifacts are frequently used by hunters when they need to discuss highly confidential matters. But when it comes to their fatal weakness, if a listener holds a higher rank than the artifact itself, that person can still pierce through the barrier to overhear everything inside. For that exact reason, Jae is currently eavesdropping on their conversation as Jung-bin questions Sa-young. He asks if Sa-young knows about someone recently selling an A-grade magic stone on the tomato market. Sa-young sits back casually and replies that if he did not know about that, he might as well retire from being a hunter altogether. Jung-bin lets out a forced laugh, asking if he also knows how Ye-sung threw a tantrum, demanding to get his hands on that magic stone. It was because a certain someone hooked him up to the internet, which is why he is throwing such a massive fit. Sa-young shrugs, playing innocent and saying he only knows a little bit about it, while Jung-bin maintains a tense expression. Jung-bin shares his conclusion, guessing that the unregistered hunter Sa-young is looking for must be the actual owner of that stone. To acquire a magic stone of that caliber, the person would have to be ranked in the top 100 at the very least. Naturally, top-ranking hunters prefer to use the hunter market, since verifying the identities of both buyer and seller is necessary to keep high-value transactions completely secure. If the excuse is that the commission fees and taxes on the hunter market are too high, it might make sense for a public servant. But even then, they could have just sold it on the black market. Why bother going through the trouble of posting a listing on a regular secondhand app that even ordinary people can browse? If they wanted to sell it quietly, there are dozens of other ways to do so. So why on earth did that person list such a valuable magic stone on Tomato Market? On top of that, they sold it for dirt cheap. It is highly possible the seller lacks a hunter license, forcing them to use a platform like Tomato Market instead. There are only two real possibilities. The seller is either an ordinary person or an unregistered, amateur hunter. However, the chances of an ordinary civilian obtaining a high-grade magic stone like that are practically zero. At this point, my only conclusion is that the person holding this top-tier magic stone must be an incredibly skilled, unregistered hunter, the very same individual you are currently searching for, Sa-young. Listening from the outside, Eui-jae starts breaking out in a cold sweat. These guys are incredibly sharp. He realizes that if he had not overheard this conversation, he would be in deep trouble, meaning he must be much more cautious moving forward. Suddenly, Sa-young glances back. Eui-jae's heart pounds wildly, panic surging through him, as if Sa-young already knows he is eavesdropping. Throughout their conversation, Sa-young remains completely quiet, leaving Young-bin feeling like all his words are just falling on deaf ears. After a moment, Sa-young finally replies, asking what if it is just some other unregistered hunter instead. Young-bin goes on to say that an upcoming weapon auction by Ye-sung is scheduled soon, meaning many powerful figures will be returning to South Korea. However, those people would not cause such a massive stir because they always arrive and leave in complete secrecy. Sa-young argues back, pointing out that a new S-grade hunter awakened just a few months ago. What if it is that person? He suggests. But Jung-bin obviously does not buy his excuse. We both know that person, he notes. She is still a minor with crucial schoolwork to focus on, so she wouldn't have time for this. Besides, she is not even a combat-type hunter, which makes Sa-young hesitate. He remembers hearing she is in her final year of high school, and Jung-bin snaps his fingers, confirming she would spend any free time solving practice exams. With nothing else to say, Sa-young continues to play it off, admitting he still hasn't located the target, causing Young-bin to pause. If even you haven't managed to find them yet, Jung-bin says, and Sa-young simply nods in agreement. Then perhaps that hunter is planning a trap to lure out suspicious people. Jung-bin muses, hesitating as he realizes that possibility cannot be ruled out. He tells Sa-young to contact him immediately if he ever finds this person. Just as the restaurant finally reaches closing time, Eui-jae slumps over in exhaustion, complaining about a massive headache and worrying that this complicated situation will only keep escalating. To make things worse, before paying and leaving, Young-bin called out that the food was delicious and he plans to visit often, which only adds to Eui-jae's headache. Eui-jae just wants to curse. Please, stop coming back here. Why do you people always have to visit this hangover soup restaurant of all places? As if having Se-young here wasn't enough. Now, Jung-bin has to show up too. While he sits there zoning out, someone suddenly knocks on the door. It's none other than Sa-young. Eui-jae looks at him with instant annoyance, telling him they are already closed, so he should just leave. Sa-young persists, asking him to open up because he has something to say. Eui-jae complains yet again, stating that the shop is closed for the night. Sa-young remains firm, warning Eui-jae that he should really listen if he wants to avoid meeting Jung-bin again first thing tomorrow. Eui-jae angrily slams his hand against the wall, demanding to know if Sa-young was the one who called Jung-bin over. Sa-young defends himself, claiming Ye-seong called him. Eui-jae snaps back, saying he is not stupid enough to believe that. Sa-young acts completely innocent, shrugging his shoulders as if he has absolutely no idea what Eui-jae is talking about. If Eui-jae hadn't posted that massive bombshell of a magic stone on Tomato Market, why else would he come here? Hearing this, Eui-jae quickly plays dumb. He asks what Sa-young means, claiming he has nothing to do with Tomato Market. Sa-young shrugs, telling him to keep pretending no matter who shows up. Sa-young warns him to hide his identity well, threatening to melt the door down if he doesn't open it. Eui-jae clenches his fists in frustration. Eui-jae threatens to report him to the bureau immediately, but Sa-young remains stubborn, complaining that Eui-jae always hurts his feelings. With no other choice, Eui-jae opens the door with a deep scowl. Once inside, Sa-young takes off his mask, warning him that people will keep looking for him. Eui-jae crosses his arms and sneers, telling Sa-young to stop making such creepy remarks. Sa-young rolls his eyes, asking why Eui-jae didn't just sell his item on a normal second-hand market in the first place. He really has a talent for blowing things out of proportion, especially by listing it on the special district's tomato market, creating this entire mess. Eui-jae still tries to deny everything, but Sa-young points his finger, finally agreeing to stop accusing him of being the seller. Instead, he will just talk about the complete lunatic who listed that high-grade magic stone on the Tomato Market app. Eui-jae avoids looking him in the eye but still warns Sa-young to watch his mouth. He argues the seller probably didn't know better and is already deeply regretting it. Sa-young just rolls his eyes and mutters in response, Sa-young scoffs, noting that Eui-jae doesn't look regretful at all, and wonders why someone who has eaten 5,000 more bowls of rice is using honorifics. Eui-jae shuts the door and tells him to shut up, but then mentions he needs some advice regarding a certain friend. This friend made a massive mistake but had no idea how serious it was, failing to imagine just how severe the consequences would be. The situation is turning out to be far worse than they thought. Now, people are swarming around them like flies. Sa-young listens to this with intense focus, nodding along with dramatic, fake gasps. That sounds bad. Eui-jae continues, explaining that his friend simply wants to resolve this entire mess as quietly and secretly as possible. They want it done without anyone finding out, simply because they just want to live a quiet and peaceful life. Sa-young chuckles dryly. So, they just want a peaceful life? He actually likes that idea, and suggests they make a deal instead. Sa-young promises to cleanly handle the mistake, prompting Eui-jae to cut to the chase and ask exactly what he wants in return. Instantly, Sa-young gets right in Eui-jae's face, declaring that he wants him. Pale with shock, Eui-jae listens as Sa-young explains he needs someone highly skilled who doesn't belong to any organization. He is searching for someone who keeps a very low profile, someone with very few connections, where being completely unknown is even better. He had almost given up hope of ever finding the right candidate. But then Eui-jae appeared, almost like it was destiny. He tried looking into Eui-jae's background, but couldn't find a single shred of information about his former high school, or even the neighborhood he used to live in. It's as if everything was swallowed by a rift. He knows Eui-jae's parents both passed away the exact day the first rift opened. Since Eui-jae has no living relatives, his entire family tree is a complete blank. He checked to see if Eui-jae ever signed an employment contract, but there was nothing. There are no bank transactions under his name, and his phone number was registered only a few months ago. Any trace of his life before that is completely non-existent. Even the elderly shop owner and her granddaughter aren't actually his relatives, right? They are just total strangers to him. The truth hits so hard that Eui-jae can only grit his teeth and clench his fists in silent anger. Sa-young notes how there is absolutely no record of him. He was originally willing to grant any request Eui-jae made just to recruit him into his own guild. But now, it seems this soup shop is the only thing Eui-jae cares about. Sa-young asks if there is actually anything else he wants. Eui-jae flatly replies that he wants nothing, but Sa-young leans in even closer. He offers an interesting suggestion instead, pulling an iPad out of his spatial inventory and tapping on the screen. He asks if Eui-jae knows Nam Woo-jin, the only A-grade healer in Korea, making Eui-jae instantly freeze in shock. Currently ranked number 6 in all of South Korea, the leader of Siwon Guild, nicknamed the Librarian, Nam Woo-jin, seemed to have figured out exactly what Jae wanted. Sa-young offered to let Nam Woo-jin treat Jae's grandmother's leg, asking how Jae felt about it. Since he couldn't help directly, Jae was caught off guard when Sa-young continued, mentioning he heard Jae's grandmother was dealing with severe leg pain. Jae remained utterly stunned. Why would an A-grade healer, someone ordinary citizens could never dream of meeting, go out of his way to treat a normal person? Jae told him to be realistic, but Sa-young looked completely confident in his proposal. Siwon and Pado are close partners, so Sa-young could easily ask him to help. He explained that before his awakening, the healer was an orthopedic surgeon, meaning he'd understand the condition perfectly. Asking what Jae thought, Jae seemed slightly swayed but questioned Sa-young on what his actual motive was for doing all this. Jae accused him of digging up everything just to find a weakness to exploit, even throwing out tempting bait to reel him in. Jae demanded to know his ultimate goal in trying to drag him in. He figured, if he refused, Sa-young would just tell everyone he was an awakened hunter anyway. Jae wanted him to spell out exactly what he wanted. Sa-young narrowed his eyes and admitted he had considered that option, though a simple threat was not quite his style. Doing so would only make Jae decide they could never walk the same path. Sa-young then asked if Jae remembered the strange man they saw on the first day they met. A highly unusual drug had started circulating in the streets a few years back. Normally, regular human medicine and narcotics have absolutely zero effect on those who have already awakened. Yet strangely, this specific substance triggered a violent reaction, boosting aggression, causing severe toxicity, and literally mutating the user's body. Jae was genuinely taken aback by this. He wondered how a simple drug could cause such an extreme transformation. Shrugging, Sa-young admitted that was the tricky part, explaining he was currently hunting down the ringleaders distributing this substance. The issue was that both Sa-young and his high-ranking guild members were far too famous. Every time they tried to infiltrate deeper, the trails went cold, meaning they could not just send any ordinary member. Anyone sent in would either be silenced by the dealers or end up addicted just like them. Jae fell into deep thought. When it came to having enough power to take down those crazed, mutated addicts, Jae realized he easily fit all of Sa-young's criteria. Yet, Sa-young had not explained exactly how they were supposed to track those people down. Based on everything Jae had observed so far, Sa-young was definitely not acting out of pure justice. Why did he need to find them so badly? Seeing Jae standing there frozen in thought, Sa-young grinned. He teased that the juicy details would only be shared if Jae agreed to a deal. He explained that since drug-related matters required strict security, he had to keep it classified. Otherwise, even Jung-bin might end up tracking them down here. Jae stood there silently, realizing the kid was trying to bait him with classified secrets just to bind him to the deal. Patting Jae on the shoulder, Sa-young told him to think it over carefully, causing Jae to snap back and immediately try to shoo him out. Jae told him to get moving so he could close up the shop, but Sa-young stood his ground, holding his hand out expectantly. It turned out he wanted Jae's phone to save his contact info. Jae grimaced in absolute annoyance and refused immediately. Sa-young kept teasing that his number was incredibly valuable, prompting Jae to threaten to list it for sale on Tomato Market. Sa-young simply laughed, saying that would only force them to meet up more often. And just like that, Sa-young stopped showing up. However, Sa-young's annoying warning quickly turned into a reality. From the very next day, a relentless wave of people started calling. The restaurant phone rang off the hook as Jae answered, welcoming them to the Hangover soup shop. A reporter named Kim So-young from MBB Television introduced herself and asked if he had a moment, while Jae struggled to stay polite. Apologizing, Jae claimed they did not do food delivery, but the reporter kept talking over him. She clarified she was not calling for food, but rather to ask if he would be interested in appearing on television for their daily show, Live 1 on 2, which aired weekdays at 7 in the evening. Jae rejected them, but they simply refused to stop. The reporter pushed on, claiming that promoting his place as a popular hunter hangout would bring massive business. But Jae was losing his patience. He snapped that he was not interested and hung up due to a busy shop. Still, annoying calls like that kept ringing in every single day. Some people even snuck in to film secret footage, but Jae caught them red-handed, telling a customer to turn off the hidden camera in his pocket. He warned that unauthorized filming was illegal, though the caught culprit immediately tried to lie his way out of it. The man scoffed, asking where Jae even saw a camera and acting completely clueless. The awakened hunters dining in the shop grew absolutely furious, yelling at the punk that they could clearly hear the camera humming. How dare he underestimate a hunter's enhanced hearing? They quickly stood up to completely expose him. It turned out the kid was a trashy YouTuber, famous for defaming people, and once exposed, he bolted out of there as fast as his legs could carry him. The hunters who stayed behind are still pretty ticked off. If they don't catch that guy, at least 2 of them are going to end up as gossip fodder in the tabloids. Why are they just sitting there? They need to go drag that little punk back. This kind of nonsense just keeps happening over and over. Just when everyone is about to forget, the old rumors keep resurfacing, dragged right back up by Ye Sung's latest Instagram posts. He even receives a surprise package. As if this place wasn't buzzing enough, now it's boiling over. It's a letter from Jung-bin, and the handwriting is absolutely gorgeous. Getting a rare signature from Jung-bin out of nowhere completely melts away Eui-jae's sense of caution. He's supposed to be careful about everything, but money talks. Staring at that beautiful signature, all Eui-jae can see are dollar signs. A genuine Jung-bin signature must be worth a fortune. He wonders if he should just flip the thing on Tomato Market for some quick cash, but then again, he doesn't want his inbox getting spammed to death. After a brief internal struggle, Eui-jae just tapes the paper up on the wall. Before things can even settle down, another major figure makes an entrance. It's Korea's 5th-ranked A-class hunter, widely known by her alias, Honeybee. The second she stops outside the restaurant, someone yells out her nickname, Wasp, ticking her off so badly she almost slaps the guy into next week. While Eui-jae is still dazed, wondering what a top 5 ranker is doing at his shop, she suddenly screeches at the top of her lungs, "Get out here, Sa-young." Hearing that, Eui-jae immediately pieces it together. Oh, fantastic. That punk Sa-young really is a magnet for trouble. Noticing Eui-jae staring at her, Honeybee turns around with a surprised look and asks if there's a problem. Eui-jae remains frozen. Does she honestly not realize what the problem is? Or is she just messing with him? Luckily, She actually talks like a normal, polite person to regular citizens. Seizing the moment, Eui-jae quickly acts like a sweet, gentle guy, asking if she's the famous honeybee. Wow, he adds, I'm actually a huge fan of yours. He plays the role perfectly, even though it's actually his niece who's the real fan. Instantly, Honeybee strikes a cool, radiant pose, pulling her hair tie off. Eui-jae stands there, totally baffled as to why she's giving him a mini performance. Still, he plays along, nodding like a devoted fanboy. Honestly, wasting time on this kind of silly show makes Eui-jae feel secondhand embarrassment. Just thinking about Sa-young gets her blood boiling, making her want to slap him into oblivion. Still, Honeybee feels incredibly flattered, asking if he's really a fan of hers. She apologizes, wondering if her sudden arrival startled him. Eui-jae quickly waves his hands, claiming that everything is completely fine. Honeybee sheepishly scratches her head. She says she's deeply sorry, admitting she just couldn't control her temper earlier. Before she can even finish her sentence, a loud grumbling echoes from outside, asking who parked their motorcycle like an absolute idiot. Honeybee's sweet facade crumbles instantly as she fires back, screaming for that lunatic outside to get his hands off her bike. Won-woo, who's currently moving the bike, flinches. Is this beloved ride yours? He asks. Who parks like this? Spotting her associate, Honeybee quickly stomps out the door. She asks if Soo-hwan came alone and where Sa-young is. Flustered, Won-woo mutters that he told her to stop calling him by his hunter name. He begs her to just use his real name. Ignoring him, Honeybee keeps looking around, asking again where Sa-young is. Did Sa-young not come with him? Striking a serious tone, Won-woo admits he's curious about what she wanted to discuss. He suggests ordering some food first before they jump into serious business. Honeybee reluctantly heads back inside, looking pretty out of sorts. Fine, she agrees, since she needs to cool off anyway. She looks at the menu, while Won-woo orders immediately out of habit. He orders hangover soup with extra green peppers, and Honeybee copies him exactly. Eui-jae is still standing outside. Won-woo gets straight to the point, asking why she needs to see Sa-young and what kind of mess the kid has gotten into this time. She mentions the magic stone listed on Tomato Market, asking if he knows about it. Outside, Eui-jae immediately perks his ears up to eavesdrop. Honeybee confesses that she absolutely needs that magic stone. Smirking, Won-woo chuckles and asks if it's really that serious. Annoyed by his sarcastic tone, Honeybee snaps back, pointing out that whoever brings that specific stone to Ye-sung gets a custom weapon crafted by him. She desperately needs an S-class weapon. Won-woo sighs, recalling that her primary weapon got heavily damaged recently. Hearing that familiar name sends a jolt through Eui-jae. He recalls the times he absolutely thrashed Ye-sung back in the day. Honeybee continues bragging with absolute confidence, mentioning rumors about an upcoming update to the hunter ranking system. Once she brings the magic stone to Ye-sung, she intends to have him craft her a personalized S-class weapon. When the new rankings drop, she's confident she will climb straight to the top. She claims to have mapped out the perfect plan. She even zoomed in on the listing photo of the magic stone to see if any reflection was caught in the background. On top of that, she sent the image to an analyst to figure out the exact model of the phone used to take it. She even had the background paper examined under a microscope to identify its texture and brand. She is literally analyzing the photo down to the nanometer. Hearing her dedication, Eui-jae is left completely and utterly speechless. Even Won-woo is stunned. He asks if she really went that far. Honeybee continues her explanation, pointing out that while the investigation was making steady progress just a few days ago, all of their leads have somehow gone completely cold now. She is absolutely certain that crazy Lee Se-yeon blocked their path right when they were on the verge of finding out everything. Fuming with anger, Honeybee slams her fist onto the table before instantly panicking, wondering if she just broke the wood. Luckily, Won-woo caught her fist in time to save her from a hefty repair bill, allowing Honeybee to breathe a sigh of relief, explaining that this was why she had to come all the way here. She looks up to find Won-woo staring back with a clueless expression. He asks what Easy has to do with their team, prompting an annoyed Honeybee to snap back that if he doesn't know, then nobody does. Listening silently from inside the kitchen, Eui-jae thinks to himself that there is indeed a connection, but it's actually with their leader Sa-young, not the entire team. Once they finish their meal, Honeybee happily approaches Eui-jae with a massive piece of paper in hand, loudly announcing she has a gift for him, which turns out to be a giant poster of her face with her autograph. Eui-jae freezes on the spot for 5 seconds, while Honeybee beams with pride and mentions she noticed something earlier. She points out his wall of hunter autographs and proudly insists that she gave him this special print so he can hang hers up too. Wonwoo genuinely believes Eui-jae is her hardcore fan, smiling as he tells Honeybee she should visit more often since she has such passionate supporters here. In this moment of absolute despair, Eui-jae desperately wishes they would both just shut up. Honeybee proudly declares that even though her schedule is incredibly packed, she will definitely make some time to visit the restaurant again. Eui-jae screams internally for them to never return, but remembering his niece's obsession with the idol hunter, he forces himself to dial back the silent curses. Back at headquarters, Wonwoo flings the door open and immediately scolds Sa-young for skipping another meal. He insists that to live properly, one must have a true love for eating. He wonders why Sa-young suddenly stopped eating after doing so well, then hands over an urgent notice from the Awakened Management Bureau. He explains they will be summoning everyone on the list for an emergency meeting when rankings are announced, asking him to please cooperate. Sa-young wiggles his feet as if nodding, and since Wonwoo is completely used to this, he agrees that their team will handle the Station 3 dungeon. The Vanguard will head in first to clear the area, followed by the research team to investigate all the resources inside. He adds that the SW Guild wants them to schedule a date for a meeting. Sa-young remains motionless, only responding with another wiggle of his foot, prompting Wonwoo to clear his throat and finish up the urgent matters. He mentions he should probably go film a commercial too, which actually makes Sa-young flinch in surprise. Wonwoo continues, sharing that the young part-timer at the Hangover Soup restaurant is actually a huge fan of Honeybee. He notes he thought the kid had zero interest in hunters, but admits they really cannot underestimate the power of public recognition. This piece of information is finally enough to make Sa-young bolt upright, demanding to know what he just said. Wonwoo explains he was talking about not underestimating public recognition, but Sa-young snaps that he meant the comment from before that. Wonwoo still doesn't understand, repeating that he wanted to shoot a commercial, prompting an annoyed Sa-young to ask if he is actually stupid. Slightly hurt by the sudden scolding, Wonwoo whines that nobody has even done anything wrong. Patiently holding back his temper, Sa-young asks again about the part-timer, prompting Wonwoo to finally realize what he wants. He confirms the kid is Honeybee's fan and even got an autographed poster, making him want to do some fan service of his own. No longer wishing to lie around, Sa-young immediately orders him to call up the marketing team manager. Wonwoo's eyes instantly light up, asking if he gets to shoot his ad. But Sa-young just rips off his face mask and tells him to hurry. Back at work, Eui-jae receives a sudden text from Sa-young telling him to turn on CBS, making him glance up at the television. He realizes Sa-young hasn't visited the shop in a while, wondering why he would suddenly ask him to tune into CBS. The moment he switches it on, Honeybee appears in a commercial, leaving Eui-jae scratching his head and hoping Sa-young didn't send him this just to watch her ad. He wonders what program will follow, but is met with yet another commercial featuring a little girl and a puppy. Suddenly, Sa-young steps into the scene wearing his signature mask, leaving Eui-jae completely frozen in shock as the ad continues. The commercial instructs anyone seeking hunter registration counseling to call hotline 777. It adds that for reporting unregistered hunters or criminal behavior, they should dial 555, promising the Bureau is always there to help. Rapid gunfire echoes from the television, followed by a stern warning regarding the rules after awakening one's abilities. Failing to register with the Bureau within 1 month for any reason will result in a hefty fine of up to 100 million won. The broadcast strongly urges all newly awakened individuals to visit their local registration center to complete their official duties immediately. As the public service announcement ends, Eui-jae is left standing frozen amidst his crowded, bustling restaurant. Dee froze in place, clenching her fists. This was basically telling her that if she did not register, she might as well go end her life. The phone rang again, buzzing with a new text from Sa-young, asking if his older brother had seen it yet. It said they heard he liked people who starred in commercials. Reading this, Jae froze once more, wondering what on earth they were talking about. Meanwhile, in another place, Jongbin sat silently in his room, listening to the ticking of the clock. A staff member broke the quiet, asking if the captain wanted some snacks. Knowing he was tired from the night shift, the staff member offered, while Jongbin smiled and made a simple request. He asked for an energy bar to help him recharge. After all, the moment everyone had been waiting for, the announcement of the new hunter rankings was finally here. In 12 minutes, they would finally see the new rankings. On the television, the special ranking segment was currently being broadcast. Only once a year, the system compiles data on each hunter's raw power and overall activity levels to generate a completely updated ranking list. He wondered how the system would arrange the names this time, expressing how incredibly curious he was about the results. The male host on the television screen looked absolutely thrilled. Though the exact ranking formula remains a secret, everyone knows it is not just about a hunter's rank. It also heavily factors in how active they have been over the year. Because of this, a dedicated A-rank hunter can easily outrank an inactive S-rank. Over the past year, several fresh faces have burst onto the scene like rising stars, working tirelessly. There is a very good chance we might see some massive shakeups in the standings this time. Even so, experts predicted that the very top hunters, specifically those in the top 20 positions, would likely remain unchanged. Let us take a quick look at those predictions now. The expert predictions remained exactly the same as before, with Lisa Yeon holding the #1 spot and Jong Bin sitting in third, as the host continued. Surprisingly, the predictions lined up perfectly with the current standings. It seemed the same hierarchy from the last 2 years was set to continue once again. Listening to the broadcast, Jong Bin looked weary, noting that the prediction list was filled with the same old names. Just then, his snacks and tea arrived. The assistant nearby asked if the captain also believed the current rankings would stay exactly as the experts predicted. Unwrapping his snack, Jong Bin replied with a completely nonchalant shrug, suggesting that if Honeybee actually secured an S-rank weapon, they might see some real movement. But for the time being, the standings would probably just stay as they were. The assistant nodded in agreement, noting that since none of the top-tier hunters ever sat idle, everyone was constantly pushing themselves to stay active. Exactly as the clock struck the hour, a system notification regarding the new rankings popped up right in front of every single hunter. The prompt asked if they wanted to view the update immediately. The very second they opened it, everyone froze in absolute disbelief. Taking the #1 spot on the updated list was the S-rank hunter, Eui-jae. Consequently, every top hunter from last year was pushed down 1 spot. Jong Bin was so utterly shocked that he bolted upright, knowing that Eui-jae had been reported dead inside a rift 8 years ago. A sudden return? The staff member standing beside Jong Bin broke out in a cold sweat, frantically asking his captain what on earth was happening. Wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him, Jong Bin lost all composure, urgently asking how many team members they could mobilize to move immediately. The young staff member stuttered out that aside from those currently active on missions, they had a total of 10 people ready. He ordered to keep a bare minimum crew here and immediately move everyone else toward Incheon. He also instructed all on-duty personnel to deploy, prompting the panicked assistant to dash out of the room while confirming the orders. Right at that moment, Jong Bin's phone began to vibrate, displaying a call from the director, who was reaching out at this late hour. The director asked if he had seen the rankings, and Jong Bin confirmed he had, adding that they were already preparing to leave for Incheon. The director lowered his voice, stating he trusted Jong Bin knew exactly what needed to be done, to which the captain simply agreed. After checking if the rift on the Western Sea had reopened, he planned to investigate if there was any chance Eui-jae and the others survived. He would also sweep the surrounding area, as the director firmly ordered him to locate them no matter what method he had to use. Suddenly, Jong Bin froze as a dark thought crossed his mind. The absolute worst-case scenario would be the Incheon rift reopening once again. Jong Bin immediately boarded a helicopter to head to the memorial monument in Incheon, only to find Seong already standing there upon his arrival. Jong Bin rushed over to him, quickly asking Captain Seong if he was there to check if the rift had opened up. Seong calmly replied that the rift had not opened, leaving Jong Bin completely stunned. He had rushed over immediately after the rankings dropped, yet Seong had somehow beaten him here. The massive rift in Incheon had completely vanished after Eui-jae stepped inside it. Originally, both the Rift Management Office and the Awakened Bureau were in charge of overseeing it. However, the sheer scale of the rift was far too massive to leave to just one team, and the resulting losses were devastating. Not a single squad ever returned after entering that abyss. But then, out of nowhere, Lisa Yeon suddenly made a miraculous return. Instead of publishing the findings from the Pado Guild's research center, he demanded that the government grant him complete ownership of the rift. The government doesn't even pretend to be worried, handing a ticking time bomb straight over to the Pado Guild. Ever since that day, endless rumors have been swirling. Lee Min understands why Lee Sa-young wants ownership of the Incheon rift, and exactly why he is standing here right now. Is Lee Sa-young on some mission linked to claiming the rift? Or is he just furious that Eui-jae stole his #1 spot? On the outside, he looks completely normal, but his raw aura is absolutely raging beneath the surface. After standing lost in thought for a brief moment, Lee Sa-young turns to speak to Jong Bin. Since we've confirmed everything, you should head back and make sure to manage your own hunters properly. Just as he finishes speaking, another notification screen pops up before the hunters. Jae has appeared. Jung Bin doesn't hesitate, immediately calling his team. His entire team assembles in an instant. It seems Jae is active somewhere very close by. Before they can react, Lee Sa-young approaches and warns Jung Bin to tell Ham Sok-jung that ownership of the Incheon Rift belongs to the Pado Guild. Every single thing that comes out of that rift belongs to me. Elsewhere, Jae stands right in front of some recycling bins, his face twisting in disgust at the ranking notification floating right before his eyes. The system congratulates Jae for becoming South Korea's #1 ranker. Cha Eui-jae awkwardly curses under his breath, wondering if the system has completely lost its mind. Why the hell did it push him to first place while he was sorting trash? What did he even do to deserve the top spot? His phone keeps buzzing with endless alerts. Cha Eui-jae opens them up to find nothing but news articles about himself. The latest update on South Korea's rankings reveals that the previously undefeated Lee Sa-young has finally been dethroned from his top spot by Jae. According to the Awakened Management Bureau, duplicate hunter nicknames cannot exist, so this isn't just some shared name. While the Bureau suspects a potential system error and begins verifying, Jung Bin is spotted rushing to Incheon by helicopter. Cha Eui-jae reads this with a deeply troubled face. After all, a dead man isn't supposed to just rise back to life. But ever since escaping the rift, all he's really done is clean up, sort garbage, and wash dishes. He has spent his time cooking hangover soup, collecting discount coupons, visiting flea markets, and donating to the Incheon Rift victims. Sure, he occasionally took down some rogue monsters on the streets, but he always pretended to be an ordinary citizen when reporting it to the Bureau. So how does that make sense? If basic chores like that are enough to secure the top rank, then even a stray dog or cow could become #1. But as he continues to grumble in frustration, another notification suddenly pops up. The special reward for the #1 ranker has arrived, asking him to accept. Strangely, the screen only has an accept button, with no way to decline. Cha Eui-jae sighs, wondering if the system thinks he's stupid. Accepting this would just drag him right back to his old life. He absolutely refuses to press it, choosing to keep ignoring the screen. But just as one crisis passes, another immediately takes its place. A portion of his previously deleted system authority has been restored. As the system restores his access, he is automatically connected to South Korea's Channel 1. Hearing this, the young man can only freeze in absolute shock. Cha Eui-jae desperately taps the screen to change the setting, but it is completely useless. What kind of trick is this broken system playing now? Meanwhile, the other hunters are descending into chaos, with some arguing that the name Jae must just be a coincidence. Others insist that duplicate hunter names are impossible. Jung Bin sends a quick message back to calm the anxious hunters. He lets them know he understands their panic, but since they are still verifying the situation, they need to wait. Another message arrives, posing a direct question to Jung Bin. Could it be that the rift is actually opening once again? Cha Eui-jae suddenly feels a wave of intense dizziness. Could the Incheon Rift really be reopening? The rift had completely vanished when he finally escaped. If it reopens now, he will have to step back into that literal hell all over again. He needs to find everyone who was left behind. He must pay the price for being the only survivor. A sudden clattering noise behind him makes him jump, but he sighs in relief, realizing a cat just knocked over a bottle. Cha Eui-jae checks his phone again, asking Ham Sok-jung for a way to leave the Hunter Channel's group chat. But the search turns up absolutely nothing. Cha Eui-jae can only clutch his head in complete despair as the Awakened Management Bureau prepares to go live. This unexpected ranking update has brought about several issues that the Bureau has yet to fully control. They hold a press conference to explain the current situation, confirming that this update was not caused by a system glitch. It's not a case of duplicate names either, and nobody is using Jae's account. Though they acknowledge this is incredibly hard to believe, their official internal investigation has confirmed that Jae is indeed still alive and well. The reporters in the room are left completely speechless, demanding to know how the Bureau can make such a bold claim. Could there actually be other survivors who made it out alongside Cha Eui-jae? 8 years ago, the Awakened Management Bureau declared that all hunters who entered the Western Sea Rift had perished. So why are they suddenly changing their story now? If Jae is actually still alive, where is he right now? Facing hundreds of flashing cameras, the female representative announces that they will expand the investigation to find the truth, urging the public to wait just a little longer. She thanks the crowd as Jae watches the broadcast live on his television. The director of the Awakened Management Bureau looks quite different compared to her appearance 8 years ago. In his memory, Ham Sok-dong was always someone who only acted on completely justified matters with absolute, undeniable proof. She is usually incredibly cautious and steady as a mountain. So why is she suddenly making such a bold claim? Just because Jay logged into the #1 Hunter channel does not seem like enough to trigger a massive press conference. As soon as he turns off the screen, Seo-young suddenly materializes at the door, startling Jay. What is he doing here anyway? Jay anxiously asks what he is up to, his mind racing with sudden panic. Could this kid actually know his secret? Seo-young marches in, with an incredibly tense look on his face, snapping back that he should be the one asking that question. Why did Jay not contact him first? He has been waiting for 2 weeks, and while Seo-young keeps nagging, Jay breaks into a cold sweat. Seriously? Is this kid really throwing a massive tantrum just because Jay did not contact him first? He certainly did not mean to ghost someone who was actively waiting for him to reach out. But to be completely honest, it is not that Jay did not want to call, he simply forgot. Jay looks away and tries to brush it off, apologizing for not responding to the deal sooner since he was too busy and had a lot on his mind. Seo-young scoffs at the weak excuse, wearing a sarcastic smirk as he mutters how impressive it is that Jay actually had to think. Hearing that tone makes Jay even more uneasy. Why is this kid talking to him with so much attitude today? Could it be because Jay snatched away his #1 spot? Well, he held that top rank for 6 whole years, so losing it out of nowhere would naturally ruin his temper. Jay turns to look at Seo-young with a gaze full of pure pity. Seo-young demands to know what that look is about, but Jay just brushes it off, telling him to hang in there, which only makes Seo-young glare harder. Jay waves his hand, claiming he is being completely sincere, but Seo-young just scowls and continues to complain. He complains that he shot that commercial solely for Jay. Yet he was completely ignored for 2 straight weeks. Seo-young asks if Jay knows how terrible he is, which immediately prompts Jay to speak up and question what that commercial was about. Why did Seo-young suddenly shoot a weird ad like that anyway? Seo-young acts completely innocent, claiming he heard Jay only likes people who star in commercials. Jay is completely speechless, demanding to know where he heard such ridiculous gossip. Seo-young just spreads his fingers and starts counting. Mentioning Jong Bin and Honey Bai, Seo-young points directly to the poster of Honey Bai pasted on the wall. He asks why Jay does not just sell that item on Tomato Market already, and though Jay stays silent, he secretly wishes he could. Talk about stubborn. But after bickering for a while, Seo-young finally gets to the main point. He asks if Jay finally has an answer after 2 weeks. Jay agrees to the deal, but adds that he has a few conditions. Seo-young pulls a blue stone from his pocket dimension, stating that both of them are the type who prefer solid evidence. Jay looks puzzled, realizing it is a magic stone recorder. Is Seo-young planning to record them? What if the recording gets leaked? Seo-young promises he will only use it to draft the contract, then destroy it immediately. Jay cringes slightly, amazed that this kid is using such a wildly expensive item like a disposable voice recorder. Seo-young presses the button to begin recording. Jay gets straight to his first condition: he will not work during the soup shop's hours. No matter what favors Seo-young asks of him, everything must wait until the Hangover soup shop is officially closed. He will only work from 11 at night until 5 in the morning. Second, Seo-young must help him register as a hunter. Seo-young is completely stunned, asking if he did not already mention that he needs a hunter who is as low profile as possible. Jay tells him to listen to the end. In truth, Jay has absolutely no desire to ever return to being a hunter. But things have changed. They already caught onto his existence. To make things easier in the future, he needs a completely new identity with 0 ties to Jay. So, he presents this proposal. He knows that hunters operate in very different scopes, depending on their rank, right? His condition is just to secure the absolute lowest rank. E rank or D rank hunters are so common that nobody will pay him any attention. His absolute final condition is to cure that grandmother. That is it. Seo-young immediately agrees to the terms. With the terms set, Seo-young hands Jay a sharp thorn, introducing it as the laurel thorn. It is used for S-rank contracts. Once blood touches this dagger, the covenant becomes completely unbreakable. It also carries a curse for anyone who dares to break it, as Seo-young leans in with a highly suggestive look. Do you want to do the honors? Or should I? Seo-young asks. As Jay looks up with cold indifference, Jay insists on doing it himself, refusing to let Seo-young touch his hand. Though Seo-young mockingly points out, some people prefer weird spots. Some guys even stab their own thighs. Seo-young laughs, even though he only suggested the hand. Jay scowls, lecturing him that there is no way he would break a hard-won contract he worked so tirelessly to negotiate, asking if he looks like an idiot, while Seo-young cheekily lifts the spike. boasting about his stabbing skills. It only feels like a tiny ant bite, Sa-young promises, claiming he will be extra gentle and precise, ensuring zero pain. Jae gets a headache, telling him to shut up already. After pricking his palm, Sa-young hands Jae a bubbling purple vial, telling him to drink this specialized antidote immediately. Jae takes it, highly suspicious, questioning if this sketchy liquid is actually a real antidote. Pulling off his gloves, Sa-young insists Jae drink it now, pointing out that dying right after signing would ruin everything. Jae drinks it normally, but secretly, only he knows that even if Sa-young had not provided the cure, his body already possessed natural poison resistance. But there is absolutely no reason to tell Sa-young that, so he keeps it to himself. Tension rise. With everything set, Sa-young slices his own palm and tightly clasps Jae's hand, staring directly into his eyes to make him promise never to betray him. Right after those sweet words, a blinding light erupts, completely binding Jae's entire body with tight, constricting magical ropes. The system warns that the special ability, S-rank basilisk toxin, is activating, leaving Jae completely stunned through the sudden agonizing pain. This is the exact detox skill he unlocked after conquering the basilisk beast inside the Western Desert Sea Rift. It never reacts to ordinary, weak poisons, meaning this passive skill has literally never been triggered before. So why now Jae suddenly coughs up blood, his vision spinning violently as he stumbles on the verge of collapsing. That absolute brat just shoved a lethal dose of poison into his body, and now he has the nerve to scream, terrified. Sa-young rushes to catch him, frantically shouting for his senior to wake up while Jae feels his own head burning up. Where does this crazy kid even get the audacity to inject raw poison directly into another person's body? And that supposed antidote did absolutely nothing, making Jae wonder why his S-rank detox skill is lagging so damn hard. Drifting in and out, Jae opens his eyes, but his vision is a complete, blurry mess. The system blares that the S-rank basilisk detox process is underway, while Jae internally curses up a storm. If he did not have this special skill, he would be dead, and Jae continues vomiting violently, leaving Sa-young utterly horrified. Sa-young reaches into his spatial inventory, scrambling for real antidotes, pleading for Jae to open his mouth and drink. Barely escaping death, Jae coughs violently as Sa-young sighs in relief, desperately asking if his senior is okay. The system chimes that the process is complete, upgraded to S+ rank thanks to the basilisk skill. He has officially gained permanent immunity to this deadly toxin after one incredibly close call. Jae lies there dazed, wondering if his rapid recovery was due to his passive skill or that random potion the brat shoved down his throat. Clueless, Sa-young violently shakes him, frantically asking if Jae can see him or if he has lost his voice, telling him to blink if he can't speak, while Jae scowls not from exhaustion, but from pure, unadulterated irritation. If he could speak, his first words would be a string of curses at this brat, but he just lies there, enduring. At this point, Jae is honestly completely speechless, piecing his words together. It is obvious this lethal toxin is strong enough to destroy a person's sight, hearing, vocal cords, and internal organs. Even an S-rank hunter would suffer horribly from this, yet he casually gave it to someone whose hunter status is completely unknown. Sa-young drops the respect, calling Jae's name, while Jae internally debates his next move. Wondering if he should just speak up, Jae opens his eyes, finding Sa-young looking utterly shell-shocked. Confused by the kid's absolute panic, Jae silently sighs, realizing his plan to scream at him is out the window. Normally, the brat looks incredibly arrogant, but seeing him this genuinely worried is actually somewhat charming. Sitting up, Jae wipes his face and casually shrugs, saying he is fine and his vocal cords are perfectly intact. Still, that was the most brutal poison he had ever felt, making him ask if Sa-young actually possesses a conscience. Sa-young puts on a completely innocent face, asking why he's not talking and if he's kidding. Eui-jae just smirks. He's quiet because opening his mouth would mean cursing him out, asking if he has a problem with that. Sa-young scratches his head in pure frustration. Still, since Sa-young gave him such rare medicine, Eui-jae reluctantly mumbles a thank you. Eui-jae admits he doesn't know what it was, but assumes it must have been incredibly expensive, while Sa-young maintains his playful smirk. Sa-young sarcastically teases him for thanking the person who poisoned him, calling him a true gentleman, which only irritates Eui-jae even more. Looking down at his glowing hand, it's clear the contract has officially bound them, and Eui-jae confirms that the deal is sealed. He asks if Sa-young is finally ready to explain what he refused to talk about during their last meeting. Letting out a deep sigh, Sa-young gets straight to the point, asking if Eui-jae remembers that he's currently hunting down drug distributors. In general, Hunters are incredibly sensitive compared to ordinary people, with their bodies tuned to a completely different frequency. But more than anything, their physical senses are hyper-developed compared to ordinary humans, which often leads to a life filled with constant irritation and very little peace. This particular drug is sold dirt cheap, making it incredibly easy for struggling hunters to get their hands on it anywhere. The easier the access, the faster they fall. And once hooked, these addicted hunters constantly crave a much stronger high. It's exactly like how they keep chugging regular alcohol, fully aware that no amount of ordinary liquor will ever make them drunk. A hunter can only truly feel buzzed if they drink special, high-potency alcohol crafted specifically for awakened individuals. Over time, their drug tolerance inevitably skyrockets until normal doses fail, forcing them to take matters into their own hands and hunt down the primary suppliers directly. By the time their addiction reaches that critical point, most of them have already mutated, or are right on the verge of it. The suppliers easily sweep up these desperate souls who walk straight into the trap, meaning the illicit drug is nothing more than cheap bait to round up these helpless test subjects. Sa-young gently pulls Eui-jae up with surprising warmth, prompting Eui-jae to look him dead in the eye with a serious question. He wonders if they are trying to force awakenings, especially since awakening is supposed to be entirely controlled by the system. Sa-young agrees, but challenges him to guess what criteria the system actually uses to choose who gets to awaken. Since the system reacts to desperate desires, it means this shadow organization is actively running horrific human experiments to force artificial awakenings. He reminds Eui-jae that under normal circumstances, the system is always drawn to individuals harboring an absolute, desperate yearning. Desires like the desperate will to live or the absolute refusal to die. While praying to survive is a common desire, there are actually many people who harbor deep, toxic resentment over the system's unfair choices. He explains that while the system is an all-powerful, absolute force, not everyone is willing to just accept its rules. While most people simply submit to its divine will, those who view its selections as purely unfair are determined to find another way. This particular organization believes that humanity's true power should be awakened by humans themselves, completely independent of any system. Eui-jae presses further, asking what their ultimate goal is after creating these artificial awakeners. But Sa-young admits he cannot remember. He vaguely recalls them mentioning something about preventing a looming apocalypse, leaving Eui-jae utterly confused, though Sa-young seems just as clueless about the details. Hearing about that apocalypse nonsense, Sa-young found it so ridiculous that he just stopped listening entirely. There were countless people who believed that the appearance of the rifts meant the end of the world, but that was ancient history from 11 years ago. In this modern age, humanity can easily predict exactly when and where these gates will tear open. Wait. People are actually still worrying about the end of the world? Eui-jae keeps pondering this, his mind spinning with 1,000 unanswered questions. After laying everything out, Sa-young wraps up the conversation, telling Eui-jae that he doesn't actually need his help with anything just yet. He suggests they start by getting Eui-jae registered as an official hunter first, promising to send someone over tomorrow, though Eui-jae still has one more objection. Before Sa-young can slip away, Eui-jae demands he clean up all the spilled poison and blood left on the floor. The next morning finds Eui-jae tending to his usual routine of brewing hangover soup when a sudden voice calls out from his doorway. Stepping outside, Eui-jae is greeted by a polite young man who bows respectfully. The visitor politely asks if he is indeed Cha Eui-jae, and after Eui-jae confirms, explains that Captain Sa-young sent him over. Introducing himself as the team's lazy little miracle, he is politely invited inside by Eui-jae, where he immediately sits down and starts rustling through his things. He explains that his job today is to guide Eui-jae through the entire hunter registration process and the official power evaluation. He pulls out a detailed chart, eager to teach Eui-jae a custom strategy focused entirely on scoring the lowest possible rank. As Eui-jae stares blankly at the confusing chart, the young man emphasizes that the key is to avoid drawing any attention whatsoever. Knowing Eui-jae's goal is to obtain a low rank, the helper hands over a written survey to help design a more precise strategy. The questionnaire is packed with highly specific questions designed to map out his exact abilities. The first question asks what rank they want when registering as a hunter, with a box below to write their preference from rank S to rank F. The second question asks what their actual system rank is, noting that if they do not want to reveal their rank, they should follow the example shown below. The third question asks if they would use magical potions or charms to fake their rank. Unsure of what to call the boy, Eui-jae reluctantly speaks up and asks for his name. Addressing the boy as the little miracle freeloader, Eui-jae notes that the third question is highly suspicious. The young man tilts his head upon hearing this. If Eui-jae wants to hide his abilities, he has to accept that, since it is totally obvious. Eui-jae feels highly skeptical, wondering what could possibly be obvious, and if this kid is just a con artist. The boy hesitantly continues explaining to Jae, saying that upon arriving for the strength evaluation, the first thing is to fill out the form by hand. After that, they will measure his strength using a device manufactured by the Management Bureau. During the strength evaluation, they will also ask him to demonstrate his strongest skill for them to see. As for the handwriting, he can just write a bit messily. For the showcase skill, he can just pick any random one to show them. The most critical issue here is the measuring device itself. That machine is incredibly accurate, making it easy to fool the human staff, but extremely difficult to trick the device itself. However, because the device runs on magic stones for energy, it only reacts to awakened individuals and completely ignores ordinary people. This means they will follow the system rules, but they can also utilize a bit of specialized scientific knowledge on top of that. That way, they will be able to exploit the system rules to successfully fool the measuring machine. And that is exactly why he needs to use potions or charms to temporarily lower his rank. Hearing this, Jae is finally convinced, and once he fully understands, he does not hesitate to fill out the survey. His desired rank is set to rank E or rank D. His actual system rank is listed as strong, and he agrees to use charms or potions to fake his rank. Once everything is done, the little miracle freeloader cheers and says, "Let us go," as his car is parked right outside. Eui-jae wonders how long the registration process will take, causing the little miracle freeloader to respond with a bit of hesitation. Even if it drags on, it should only take about 1 hour, and definitely no longer than that. After checking the time, Eui-jae decides to leave the stove on low heat so he can turn it off later. Bone broth needs to simmer a long time for a rich flavor anyway. As long as he returns on time, the restaurant should be perfectly fine. As soon as they get into the car, the little miracle freeloader starts chattering away. He explains that they will not be going to the official registration center run by the Awakened Management Bureau. Instead, they are heading to a temporary registration center in Gwangjin District, which is much faster, less crowded, and has very few strong hunters. Jae feels slightly skeptical, asking if a newly established place wouldn't actually draw even more unwanted attention. The boy reassures him that the branch has been open for about 3 months, so the staff there have become quite lax. Some of their buildings are still just blueprints, and not even finished yet. He then asks Eui-jae if he sees the black box up front, which contains a pair of bracelets. He suggests trying them on, explaining they are A-rank Ouroboros shackles that carry a curse designed to suppress the wearer's strength. To successfully lower a hunter rank, the fastest and most convenient method is to use a cursed item. Eui-jae is surprised, wondering if using this to fake his rank might get him caught, since wearing such items should instantly raise red flags. The little miracle freeloader confidently assures him that it will be perfectly fine. He explains that equipment inspections are strictly reserved for existing hunters who are currently re-registering, whereas newly awakened rookies coming in for a strength evaluation are never checked at all. After all, how could someone who is not even registered as a hunter yet possess any gear? Unregistered people cannot even access the hunter market. Besides, everyone naturally wants a high rank, so who in their right mind would try to get a low one? Convinced by this highly logical explanation, Eui-jae does not hesitate any longer and puts it on. The little miracle freeloader quickly adds that he is obviously not referring to Eui-jae's unique situation. In short, this should be enough to lower his rank. If it is still not enough, he will have to drink a strength-reducing poison as well. Jae tries flexing his power and feels his body grow heavier, but it is still not quite enough. Anticipating this exact scenario, the little miracle freeloader had already prepared a strength-reducing drink in advance. Presenting an A-rank strength-reducing poison, he proudly boasts that this masterpiece took the Pado Guild's development team an entire day and night of non-stop work to craft. Since the guild leader promised a 300% overtime bonus, everyone was incredibly motivated to work extra hours. Upon hearing this, Jae cannot help but feel a bit pained by the sheer waste of money, though he stops worrying since it is not his own cash. Once he finishes drinking, the little miracle freeloader turns to him with an excited grin, asking how he feels. He is confident it worked, but adds that if Eui-jae feels any physical discomfort, he must tell him immediately. Mingi hands over the strength-suppressing potion right away. But even after chugging several bottles, Jae feels absolutely no different. His face remains completely blank. Does this potion take time to kick in? Min-gi is utterly shocked, watching Jae stand there, without showing even a single hint of being affected. Oh my god, what on earth is actually going on here? According to the research data, the effects should kick in the absolute instant the potion is consumed. During the actual trials, researchers collapsed after drinking just a single bottle, their ranks plummeting so hard that the system itself flagged a critical warning. They were terrified they might never regain their lost power. As Min-gi continues to ramble on in sheer panic, the whole situation starts sounding stranger and stranger to Jae. Could this be a defective test batch? Eui-jae drains the third bottle down to the last drop, starting to feel a bit concerned. Hey, kid, is this strength-reducing poison actually approved for trading on the system yet? Huh? What did you just ask? Yes, our captain drank it too, though to be fair, no poison seems to have any effect on him anyway. Don't tell me you already have poison coursing through your veins too. I definitely never heard about that. The captain only repeatedly warned me that you are highly vulnerable to toxins, so I should watch you closely. Hearing this, Jae realizes the potion is a total bust. Well, is there any other way to lower my rank besides this? Min-gi quickly pipes up with another suggestion. I could jump onto the hunter market right now and buy up every single strength-suppressing talisman. A guy deserves to splurge like crazy at least once in his life, especially when using someone else's credit card. Hearing this, Eui-jae shuts down the idea immediately. Min-gi slumps in disappointment. He figured Eui-jae would object, knowing a massive purchase like that would spark wild rumors instantly. Maybe we should just head back. We can always try again once we come up with a different strategy. Except Min-gi has an overseas business trip scheduled, meaning a 3-week delay. Eui-jae scowls. Is this kid seriously telling him to just wait? Fearing Jae's annoyance, Min-gi cowers slightly. He apologizes, insisting he racked his brain to come up with these options today. This center will officially open once those shipping container buildings over there are fully constructed. By the time he returns, it might be too late. Eui-jae sighs heavily. In short, if they want to seize the opportunity before anyone pays attention to this branch, they have to register today. He arrives at the building with a sour look. Eui-jae begrudgingly steps inside. A staff member greets him immediately, asking how they can help. He flatly replies that he is here to register as a hunter. The receptionist eagerly gets to work, asking him to present his identification card and write down his phone number. While waiting after handing over his forms, Eui-jae still cannot quite fathom why he actually decided to walk through those doors. He has no idea what secret trick Min-gi is planning, but there are no other options left anyway. Fortunately, just as Min-gi promised, the staff members working at this office are all ordinary humans. After receiving the papers, the clerk asks with a warm smile how long it has been since his awakening. Guiding him to the testing area, Eui-jae readily plays along with a lie, claiming he awakened just 3 days ago. Little do they know, he actually awakened 11 long years ago. The clerk now asks him to fill out the remaining details, listing the specific skill he will use to measure his power. There is no need to write down every single skill. Just one will be more than enough, preferably the one that is easiest to measure physically. Jae opens his status window to browse through his details. He toggles the display to a simplified summary of his active hunter profile, noting his rank is currently capped. Underneath the debuffs, his active skills list S+ rank physical reinforcement, a B rank poker face, and the specialized trait hand of the craftsman. The list continues with high-tier S rank skills, including his all-seeing vision, a heart-piercing strike, and completely silent footsteps. He carefully ponders which skill would be the safest to display. He absolutely must choose something low-key that is incredibly easy to hide from the authorities. Most of these are signature abilities Jae has used in the past, meaning he cannot risk showing them here. Revealing any of those signature moves would instantly blow his cover. Talk about a massive gamble, but he has to take it. He plans to simply absorb the test damage first, then write down that his primary skill is just a hardened body. Jae fills out the report with a straight face, claiming his body is merely somewhat durable, likely a basic D-rank physical reinforcement skill. The receptionist stares blankly at the paper, asking him to clarify if his skill is indeed just having a sturdy body. She explains it sounds like a basic defensive skill, and Jae instantly plays dumb, mumbling that he is not really sure himself. At last, he is escorted into the testing chamber. The proctor instructs him to simply brace himself and absorb a blow while his skill is active. She warns him that even with D-rank defense, he might still feel quite a bit of impact from the strike. Eui-jae strides forward with massive steps, eager to get this entire ordeal over with, assuring her that he will be completely fine. Once inside, Eui-jae dramatically cracks his knuckles. He looks totally basic, yet somehow, the receptionist watching from the outside is completely in awe of him. This calm attitude is truly admirable. Enhancers are pretty rare these days, so he will likely get into a small or medium-sized team. The clerk calls out to him, saying if he feels too much pain when she strikes, he must let her know. She will offer him recovery medicine. Eui-jae seems completely ready. He thinks using his skill means no physical damage, but he still has to act like it hurts like hell. The robot raises its bat and strikes. The moment the bat hits Jae's shoulder, it shatters into pieces. Jae stands there blankly, while the clerk freezes in shock. Wait, he expected something much more intense. How is that so light? Well, since things have come to this, it is time to put on a Hollywood-level performance. Eui-jae starts groaning in pain, clutching his shoulder. Oh my goodness, why does it hurt so much? This is incredibly painful. He thinks, whatever, he will just wing it. Do they not even check their equipment? These government workers are really slacking off. The clerk starts staring at him with a look of pure confusion. She wonders if the skill he is using is actually D rank. At this point, Eui-jae cannot even look her in the eye. Terrified his cover is blown, but he tries to answer anyway. Yes, it is indeed just a D rank skill. The clerk is baffled, wondering how a wooden sword that solid could just break like that. Eui-jae continues holding his shoulder, whispering that he registered it as body strengthening, but he is not really sure how much it strengthens him, and asks if he will have to pay for the damage. The clerk is startled. No way. Eui-jae immediately activates his B-rank poker face skill to manipulate her mind, asking if the sword was expensive. Instantly, the clerk breaks out in a sweat, blaming herself. Why did she have to say that to a newly awakened hunter? Since he has only recently awakened, he must be extremely sensitive and highly fragile right now. Newly awakened people have to adapt to their sudden physical changes, making them incredibly touchy. Some cannot even sleep for 72 hours straight, meaning she has to handle him gently and delicately, like dealing with a ticking time bomb. Even the slightest trigger could cause a massive issue, so she absolutely must be gentle. With that thought, the clerk immediately softens her tone, saying it is fine since these training puppets are getting old anyway. They were planning to replace them anyway, once they moved to the main office. Eui-jae's eyes light up as she tells him not to worry. The skill demonstration part is done, so now they will move on to the strength measurement test. Though Jae keeps a calm face, his mind is in a total panic. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, another crisis has arrived. He is led straight to a measuring machine and told to take off his shoes and step up. The screen will display his strength value and rank, based on the system assessment. He just needs to stand on it, which is easy enough. Jae is feeling incredibly anxious. The problem is indeed how simple it is. Even with his bracelet reducing his tier, he only drops to A rank. That is still way too high compared to the D rank he wants the machine to show. Well, he will just have to measure first. If the final result is higher than D rank, he can just smash the measuring device. He just needs to distract the clerk or somehow lure her out of the room. Eui-jae decides to ask a question, kicking off an acting performance that couldn't be any more realistic. He stumbles a bit, muttering that his shoulder is hurting badly from where he got hit. He asks if he can get some recovery medicine, causing the clerk to panic and say she has to retrieve it from the storage room. She tells him to wait, and Eui-jae immediately seizes the chance, offering to step on the device while waiting. After all, the machine will handle the result. Without a second thought, the clerk dashes off, telling him to go ahead. She promises to return quickly, telling him to step down and check the screen once the alarm rings. As expected, once the scan finishes, the machine displays his result as A rank. Eui-jae feels his blood boil, knowing this would happen. Now that this stupid machine has printed the truth, his only choice is to destroy the evidence. He just needs to use a tiny bit of force to break it. But before he can even act, Jae freezes as the clerk bursts back into the room in a panic. She asks if he is okay, and Eui-jae immediately rushes over to stop her, looking completely flustered. Right behind the clerk, a rift is tearing open. Meanwhile, the lucky little miracle, Seo Min-gi, is chilling in a car, sipping a delicious boba tea, with only one report left to finish. He wonders if Eui-jae has successfully received his D-rank certificate yet. But even if he doesn't get it, it won't really matter. He mutters to himself that he can just forge the papers perfectly. But while he is relaxing, the ground suddenly shakes violently. Min-gi frowns, turning pale as he wonders what is happening. while outside, support staff run for their lives, screaming at everyone to move. A level 5 rift has just appeared at Gwangjin District, and the bureau is already being contacted. Mingi grabs his head in utter shock, since he had only just messaged Captain Lee Sa-young a moment ago. In an instant, Jae finds himself in an entirely different dimension. Having rushed into the rift too quickly, he had to deal with severe dizziness and nausea before finally recovering. Looking around at the surroundings, he makes a quick assessment. This rift does not actually seem that dangerous. Whether it is a stroke of luck or a complete disaster, everyone sucked into the rift has been scattered far and wide, leaving nobody in sight. Since he must hide his identity, Jae cannot directly step in to rescue anyone. However, he can still help them indirectly by clearing out the sheer number of monsters lurking inside. The only way to close this rift is to eliminate its boss. While the rescue team is likely on their way, he is more worried about tonight's business at the soup shop. Since electronic devices are completely useless inside rifts, Jae has absolutely no way of checking what time it is. Wondering if his shop has caught fire is enough to make him feel dizzy all over again. The real issue is not knowing how long the rescue team will take to arrive. Normally, they consist of hunters from the Rift Management Department, as well as the Awakened Management Bureau. There will also be hunters from various guilds who receive the emergency request, making it a massive, mixed response force. To make matters worse, his hangover soup shop is a highly popular spot where local hunters frequently hang out. What if someone in the incoming rescue squad has actually eaten at his restaurant before? That would be incredibly awkward because they would definitely recognize him right on the spot. No matter how hard he tries to hide it, they will eventually find out that he went to the center to register and got accidentally sucked in. Talk about terrible luck. Is he somehow cursed this entire year? Since things have come to this, Jae decides to take advantage of the rescue team being busy saving survivors. He immediately activates the Seeker Eye. His only goal is to defeat the Rift boss and escape back to his soup shop as quickly as possible. Just as a female, Awakened is gearing up to head into the Rift. A young hunter runs over out of breath to announce that Captain Lee Sa-young of the Pato Guild has arrived to handle the situation. The woman is completely shocked, refusing to believe there is any way that is true. Right on cue, Lee Sa-young makes a grand entrance, dryly asking if they are all gathered here for a prayer service, because they look so incredibly friendly. The female Awakened still cannot believe her eyes. It is indeed Lee Sa-young, a legendary figure who notoriously never responds to standard support requests. She quickly runs over to confirm if he is truly here to help, and Lee Sa-young simply gives a calm, quiet nod. He asks what they are waiting for, and she explains that the Awakened Management Support Team is still on their way. She was planning to wait for them, but Lee Sa-young shows zero interest and simply strides right on past them into the rift. Telling them not to worry and to focus on finding survivors, he leaves them behind while the young hunter next to her starts freaking out over what to do. She snaps back, asking what else they could possibly do when Lee Sa-young is more than capable of taking down the Rift boss on his own. Their priority is solely to rescue the survivors, so she orders them to prepare gas masks for everyone in the team, and then some. They must bring all available antidotes and items with detoxifying properties. Unless they want to drop dead from Lee Sa-young's lethal poison, they need to hurry. Meanwhile, Jae is casually walking under a sky full of falling petals. He locates the boss of the rift hiding inside. Fire would have been ideal, but since he lacks a lighter, some good old-fashioned punches will have to do. With that, Jae channels his strength and unleashes a massive punch, blasting a hole straight through the tree trunk. A system notification alerts him that he has entered the Garden of Life, the nest of the Rift boss. The moment Jae steps inside, a curled-up deer instantly opens its eyes as the surrounding leaves rustle violently. A cluster of purple flowers suddenly transforms into monsters crawling straight toward Jae. But as he activates his skills, he is shocked to find his overall power heavily suppressed. Then it hits him. He is currently in a weakened state, and he cannot risk taking off his suppressor bracelet. What should he do? If raw physical power is out of the question, he will have to rely on gear. He pulls an S-class Basilisk Fang from his inventory, a legendary sword, crafted by a master blacksmith. With just one wrong move, the blade will begin spreading lethal poison directly into the user's body. Out of nowhere, the pitch-black sword starts acting up. With the monster lunging crazily, Jae barely dodges the attack while shouting at his own weapon, "Hey, are you out of your mind? Don't you recognize me?" The Basilisk Fang actually seems to ponder this before finally delivering a response. Those deemed unworthy are forbidden from wielding it, unable to even lift the blade. After checking their compatibility, a system alert displays the weapon's stubborn warning, stating that it will never take orders from anyone weaker than itself. Jae is completely speechless. He snaps back, asking if it is joking because, even if he is currently restricted to A rank, he is still its rightful master. A notification announces that the S-class basilisk's poison effect has been activated. The sword floods his body with toxins, only for his natural resistance to neutralize them instantly. The basilisk fang goes quiet, falling back into deep thought. Wait, Poison Boss, why on earth are you here? It asks such a ridiculous question because, being crafted from a basilisk's fang, it naturally views its own venom as the ultimate boss. Jae is truly annoyed by this point. Seriously. The sword ignores its own master but is quick to recognize its weapon sibling. There is no time to dwell as the Rift Master suddenly lets out a loud roar. Sharp roots shoot straight toward Jae, but he evades every single attack with flawless agility. He quickly counters using his basilisk sword, though he remains unsure if his currently weakened state can withstand that massive, razor-sharp whirlwind of flying leaves. Eui-jae doesn't mind getting hurt, but shedding blood here would cause a massive disaster and ruin the Hangover soup restaurant. The basilisk sword fiercely threatens that it will never forgive him if he dares throw its physical blade aside. Our hero feels deeply frustrated and disappointed by this point. A weapon that fails to recognize its own master is completely useless, leaving him with absolutely no other choice. He shouts loudly to provoke the Rift Master, calling it a complete idiot before charging forward with the disobedient weapon in hand. No other choice. He must finish the battle quickly to avoid sustaining any physical injuries. Just as he prepares to unleash a heavy strike, someone suddenly grabs him from behind and covers his mouth. Sa-young has arrived out of nowhere, holding him tightly while whispering directly into his ear. Amused by his companion's skills, Sa-young counters with just one hand and effortlessly obliterates the Rift Master on the spot, turning it to dust. Sa-young reluctantly asks Eui-jae where he even got the sheer confidence to face a dangerous Rift Master all by himself. He is heavily debuffed. The weakening curse is still very much active. Right on cue, a young man approaches them in absolute awe, proudly saying that he knew Eui-jae was someone who never experienced fear. After praising his captain for finishing the fight in one shot, Sa-young immediately demands the spare gas mask and gloves from his subordinate. Demanding them quickly, Sa-young takes the gas mask and stares deeply into Eui-jae's eyes, as if conveying a wealth of unspoken affection. Sa-young instructs him to put on the gas mask the second he lets go, then proceeds to gently pat and comfort him repeatedly. Assuming he must have been terrified and telling him to breathe slowly, Sa-young only receives a dazed question about why he is even here. The captain gently asks if Eui-jae thought he wouldn't show up, only to get a cold reply that he had no reason to come. Sighing at Eui-jae's lack of trust, Sa-young listens as the older hunter grumbles, telling him to drop the teasing. Eui-jae demands his real reason for coming, and Sa-young replies he came to rescue him, questioning if he lost his mind. He never expected to walk in and find him fighting a Rift Master. Eui-jae scowls in regret, cursing that he should have just fought all out, even if it tore his clothes to shreds. Truly, he should have dealt with it and escaped first. Just then, Min-ki comes running over to urgently remind them. Min-ki points out that while caring for their guest is great, the captain seriously needs to consider a major complication. Because Sa-young used his powerful poison to dissolve the Rift Master, there is a very high chance that the Rift's magic stone held by the Master was completely dissolved as well. Right at that moment, loud rumbling noises echo around them. Noticing Eui-jae's completely bewildered face, Min-ki points up to clarify. Seeing that Eui-jae is totally lost, Min-ki patiently takes a moment to explain what a Rift's magic stone actually is. The Master of the Rift keeps the magic stone at the very center, and if that stone gets destroyed, the entire Rift vanishes. It's harmless. Under normal conditions, it poses absolutely no threat. In addition to that, when a Rift disappears, absolutely everyone who was dragged inside, ranging from the survivors to the dead in their most horrifying states, is instantly returned to the very spot that served as the entrance. To minimize the intense public shock caused by seeing such gruesome and horrific corpses, they usually collapse the rift only after rescuing every single survivor. Eui-jae silently decides that his best move right now is to slip away and avoid crossing paths with the rescue team entirely. While Eui-jae keeps his eyes closed to analyze their options, Sa-young begins acting incredibly worried about the situation. Sa-young laments that this is completely beyond his calculations, prompting Eui-jae to look back over his shoulder with an annoyed glare. He warns Sa-young that if anyone finds out he destroyed the rift before the rescue team finished searching for survivors, his career is completely over. So, Eui-jae tells him to quickly memorize a cover story so they can align their official testimonies together. Meanwhile, the collapsing rift continues to expel everyone trapped inside. The female hunter who met Sa-young earlier is absolutely fuming and silently curses his name. She fumes at Lee Sa-young for closing the rift before the rescue operation could even finish. Just then, someone reaches out a hand to help, asking Yin if she is doing all right, and she admits she is dizzy but fine. She asks where Sa-young is, and though she is told he is nearby, she's warned that trying to confront him is a bad idea. When she questions why, her colleague explains that he already asked the captain, and Sa-young actually had an incredibly valid reason for closing the rift early. He asks if Young Hae-jin frequents the local hangover soup restaurant, making her wonder what that has to do with Sa-young. Jong-in simply shrugs and explains that the part-time worker from that restaurant had recently awakened his abilities and went to the registration center. He was likely caught up in the rift during that trip, shocking Yang Hae-jin with the news. She is absolutely stunned, knowing how incredibly busy his daily preparations at the hangover soup restaurant are even without him getting swept into a dangerous rift. Yes, indeed. According to Captain Se-young, the rift boss they encountered this time possesses a bizarre ability to pull in and lure awakened hunters. Originally, Captain Se-young only planned to stall for time near the rift boss, waiting until the evacuation and rescue operations were completely finished. However, the moment the captain arrived at the scene, he witnessed the hypnotized hangover soup shop employee walking directly toward the rift boss. Hae-jin is furious, but since the excuse is incredibly reasonable, she can only grumble and let it go. Honestly, she did not plan on letting that kid off so easily, but if he actually did all of that just to save a human life, then she really cannot say another word. Jung-bin laughs weakly. That might be true, but rules are rules, so the kid will still have to pay a fine. Hae-jin breaks into a sweat. Collecting a fine from that guy sounds simple, but is it even possible? She actually tried to bring it up, but Captain Se-young stared her down like he was about to end her life, forcing her to make a quick escape. Meanwhile, after safely escaping the rift, Eui-jae is sitting in the backseat with his head resting against Se-young, doing his absolute best to play the role of a frail and exhausted victim. Eui-jae whispers into Se-young's ear to ask if they really let it go, and Se-young takes this perfect chance to show off. Se-young boasts that when he takes action, things get done. He simply claimed it happened during a rescue mission, leaving the authorities with absolutely nothing to say. But since he is registered as a hunter, a small fine is still mandatory. Eui-jae steals a quick glance and continues to whisper. He managed to hide his true powers during registration, but Eui-jae still wonders if that kid Gyu-min can actually falsify and alter his official rank. Feeling a bit annoyed, Se-young casually replies that if Gyu-min cannot even handle a simple task like that, then the kid does not deserve to get paid anymore. Gyu-min will personally handle modifying the power measurement data before it gets transferred directly to the data center of the Awakened Management Bureau. While still fully immersed in his weak victim act, Eui-jae avoids direct eye contact but still asks, noting that Jung-bin does not seem to have any plans of leaving yet. Se-young shrugs helplessly, guessing that the man might actually end up staying there until the early hours of tomorrow morning. Se-young notes that this incident is serious, but then suddenly asks if Eui-jae is sick, causing the young man to shudder at the sheer cheesiness of it. Se-young continues showing concern, pointing out the cold sweat, but Eui-jae merely scowls and demands to be let go so he can recover on his own. Se-young keeps holding on tightly, prompting Eui-jae to call him a total madman, but Se-young only asks why the older man is scrutinizing him. Se-young points out how good he is at lying, but Eui-jae snaps back that anyone working in the service industry must lie to survive. Eui-jae warns him not to dig any deeper, because knowing too much is dangerous, causing Se-young to freeze mid-breath. As they trade sharp words, Se-young points out how suspicious he is, but Eui-jae retorts that it does not matter since they already signed a contract. Se-young grows gentler and pulls him even closer, teasingly wondering out loud why he even decided to sign a contract with someone so suspicious. While leaning against this suspicious man, Eui-jae suddenly catches a faint, sweet scent, snapping him out of his drowsy state and wide awake. Muttering about his soup shop, he is relieved that everything after the rift went incredibly smoothly. That is partly because of another fortunate detail. Se-young had once been gifted a handy, single-use teleportation item by Ye Seong. Thanks to that item, Eui-jae was teleported straight back to the restaurant, finding his soup pots intact and his shop completely safe from catching fire. He immediately shifts into absolute overdrive, rushing frantically because he has less than 20 minutes left before the restaurant's opening hour. Eui-jae chops green onions at lightning speed, triggering a sudden system alert congratulating him on discovering an entirely new latent power. It is an S-rank survival combat adaptability skill. He genuinely believed that his only remaining task now was waiting for Guman to successfully finish falsifying his official hunter rank. After being absolutely buried in endless work for days, Eui-jae finally finds a spare moment to throw the doors open for some fresh air. Right then, a male courier pulls up on a bike and asks if he is indeed Cha Eui-jae. Before a dazed Eui-jae can even formulate a response, the deliverymen start unloading massive congratulatory wreaths sent by people desperately trying to gain his favor. Before he can even process this, a massive crowd of eager people holding gorgeous flowers and gift boxes approaches with glittering eyes. They crowd around him, loudly demanding to know why their favorite part-timer kept his awakening a complete secret, swarming him so closely that Eui-jae can barely even breathe. Someone spots a massive floral arrangement sent by Han, noting that the team leader has clearly been eyeing the talented part-timer for a very long time. They congratulate the part-timer, eagerly asking what official hunter rank he managed to obtain. Everyone agrees he was already incredibly capable even before awakening, guessing that his rank must be at least a B grade. As they ask if he plans to quit his restaurant job, a completely overwhelmed Eui-jae decides to hang a massive, explicit sign right outside the front door. The hangover soup shop is not closing. Congratulatory flowers, gifts, and banners are strictly forbidden. Asking about the part-timer's rank is banned. Coaxing him to join any hunter team is outlawed, and recruitment scouts are absolutely forbidden. Violating even a single one of these rules will result in an immediate, lifetime ban from ever entering the hangover soup restaurant again. Eui-jae collapses to the floor, completely exhausted and aching everywhere. Eui-jae had worried that the registration center's rift explosion would leak all his private hunter info, but thankfully, his true rank remained a total secret. First Han Min-jun, and now Bae Wan-woo. They were sticking to him like absolute leeches, barely giving him any room to breathe. He explicitly told them not to send any gifts, but they still secretly left them behind. Talk about annoying now, he had to clean up all this leftover trash. Stepping outside, Eui-jae spotted a sluggish figure who seemed to be talking to herself. He looked around in utter confusion. He wondered if it was a reporter, or maybe some random hunter trying to sneakily drop off another gift. But this felt different. Who could it be? Just as he wondered, the girl suddenly spun around, locked eyes with him, and gasped in pure terror while clutching her head. Eui-jae was completely lost. She looked like a high school student, so why was she here? Approaching her gently, he asked if she was okay. He asked what a young student was doing at a hangover soup shop at this hour. The girl broke into a cold sweat, trembling on the ground. In the end, Jae invited her inside, offered her a seat, and served some warm tea. She thanked him softly, apologizing for showing up out of nowhere. He assured her it was fine, but gently questioned why she came to a hangover soup shop when she should be safe at home. When asked if she needed help, the girl shut her eyes tight in fear. She confessed she knew Eui-jae was actually the hunter Jae. Hearing this, Jae felt his heart plummet. Even though he was sweating bullets on the inside, he maintained his poker face and pretended to be clueless. He asked what she was talking about, but the girl stood her ground with confidence. She told him there was no need to hide the truth. She apologized for the late introduction and introduced herself as Yoon, a 12th grader at Saum Girls High School. Just a short while ago, she had officially awakened as an S-rank mental-type hunter. Jae suddenly remembered that this girl was likely the new S-rank awakened that Jungbin and Sa-young had mentioned. Yoon continued to explain her situation. Her ability allowed her to see fragments of other worlds. She asked if he would believe her if she said another reality existed out there. Every single time she fell asleep, she would catch glimpses of these falling fragments from a completely different world. It happened entirely against her will, revealing a place that was both strikingly similar and wildly different from their current world. That alternate world had people with the exact same names and faces as those here, yet they felt like completely different people. Looking closer, that world was incredibly chaotic and ruined, much like the images trapped inside this tiny fragment. She admitted she was terrified that their world would eventually meet the same doom. Jae took a breath, trying to settle his racing thoughts. He told her it was hard to believe such a story. Yoon lowered her head, admitting he probably thought she was just going crazy. The small pieces she saw in her dreams were fragments breaking off from worlds that had already met their absolute destruction. Once the end of days could no longer be contained, that entire world shattered, and the floating fragments drifted all the way here. She understood Jae hid his true identity for his own reasons, and she hesitated to seek him out, but decided to get straight to the point. She wanted him to help her stop the impending apocalypse, refusing to sit idly by when she already knew the end was coming. Doing nothing meant losing everything she cherished. So she begged him to take a look at the fragments she had witnessed. She begged him. After hearing her sincere plea, Eui-jae closed his eyes to feel, and what he saw next was pure nightmare fuel. What he saw was a completely ruined, desolate, dark, and freezing wasteland. Looking up at the sky, he froze in his tracks. This place looked exactly like the West Sea Rift that he had spent 8 long years searching every single corner of. Suddenly, a wave of nausea and dizziness hit him. Was this the grim fate of a world sucked into the West Sea Rift? Suddenly, Jae heard a rustling sound from the distance. A young girl stood holding a book, her face covered in dirt. It was Yoon, but this version of her looked like she was already in her 20s. Yoon suddenly jumped up when she saw someone standing in front of her with a monster-slaying sword, asking what she was still doing over there. The rest stop was on the other side. Jae was completely stunned to realize that person was himself, and his duplicate was running towards Yoon. He was a bit worried about Han Minjun. The Yoon of this world hesitated, apologizing that she only wanted to look around and got lost. He asked if this place was close to her school, and Yoon responded with a hesitant nod. She confirmed it was, prompting the Eui-jae of this world to look around and suggest they take a quick look. He urged her to go, promising to handle any monsters that appeared, while hoping they might find some survivors along the way. Hearing this, the real Eui-jae could only nod in agreement with his alternate self, thinking that was a highly reasonable move. The Eui-jae of the ruined world made a quick shushing gesture, warning her to keep this a secret from Sa-young, or he would definitely nag. Just then, loud booming sounds echoed all around as the scenery shifted. Someone yelled to clear the area and asked for spare blankets. It looked like they were at a rest stop or some kind of rescue shelter. Jae's clone was talking to someone else, and it was indeed a very familiar face. It seems they need to make a trip to the hospital in Ki Province. Ji is asked if he is fine with that, and honestly, what choice does he have? Right then, Sa-young appears out of nowhere and tightly hugs the other version of Ji, making the doctor break into a cold sweat. Ji even returns a very loving look. He asks Sa-young why she is so early and how the Dongdaemun gate is going, all while giving the doctor a sharp, warning glare. The doctor quickly slips away to give them some privacy. Sa-young insists on sending someone else instead, but Ji remains completely firm on going himself. He tells her not to be like that, since having him go is the most efficient choice. While Sa-young lovingly rubs her cheek against his, she mutters that he shouldn't say such nonsense, and Ji simply pats her head gently to comfort her. Witnessing this incredibly cringeworthy version of himself, it almost makes the real-world Ji want to throw up. What a ridiculous dream this is. What even is a world fragment? Ga-yoon did say that fragments from a ruined world would be completely chaotic, but even so, the way that other Ji and Sa-young behave in this particular fragment is just way too clingy. He is still debating whether he should keep watching their public display of affection when the scene suddenly flashes past. Every space he witnesses inside these tiny world fragments feels deeply familiar. Too familiar. White dust falls like snow over collapsed buildings shrouded in heavy smoke. This entire place is nothing but ruin, with open rifts scattered everywhere, and pouring out from those rifts are countless monsters he has never even laid eyes on before. The view looks far too similar to the West Sea Rift, where he spent 8 painful years wandering completely lost. Suddenly, a sharp crackling noise pierces his ears, forcing him to cover them in pain as another vision flashes before him. He says he will hold them off here and tells everyone to run, while Ga-yoon stumbles to the ground, looking absolutely terrified. She wonders how he can possibly face so many beasts alone, but the other Ji just pats her head to reassure her. He explains that if he flees, the monsters will swarm the outpost. He tells her to stay calm, promising he will be fine. He promises to end this quickly and return, urging her to run as fast as she can without looking back when he signals. He adds that she must keep this a secret from Sa-young. And with that, the fragment Ji is viewing abruptly cuts off. Ji stands frozen. From the looks of it, his other self never made it back to the base. Behind him, more strange noises echo as the remaining fragments of the memory continue to crumble and fall around him. Ji opens his hand to inspect a crumbling piece, hearing a voice demand if he thinks he is the only one who feels pain. The voice tells him not to act like he is the only one hurting, begging Honeybee to calm down. She refuses to stay quiet, shouting that losing him alone severely cripples their combat forces. and demanding to know if those who sacrificed their lives were just complete fools. The living must go on living. And she asks if he knows that Pin has already lost his life. She yells that Morteo died today as well, asking if he realizes that the lovable idiot is completely gone now. Watching his past self abandon Sa Young to leave with Honeybee, and seeing Sa Young's utter look of despair strikes absolute terror into the real-world Ji, making his heart race. By the time he finally snaps out of the vision and escapes, Ga-yoon rushes over to support him, asking if he is okay. He looks at her and asks what just happened, but she admits she has never seen that final fragment before either. What does it mean? She guesses their current world might actually be a direct continuation of that doomed one. Ji suddenly raises his voice, startling the girl as he tells her to calm down first. Ga-yoon shrinks back and frantically apologizes, admitting this is her very first time sharing such a fragment. She had no idea it would cause this, and she genuinely feared he had been pulled into some other place entirely. Ji asks in confusion what she means by being dragged away, prompting Ga-yoon to explain further. She explains that she was the one who manually pieced all those fragments together in the first place. Her plan was for them to return to this exact spot the moment they finished viewing the entire memory. But the connection suddenly snapped, throwing him into an unknown space, which leaves Ji to wonder if someone else had actually interfered with her ability. Ga-yoon lowers her head, holding her badly charred left hand, admitting she has no idea since this has never happened to her before. Ji looks at her severely injured hand with deep concern, but she quickly reassures him that she will be fine. The association will heal her wound, and she figures that final fragment caused the backlash. Either way, she promises to keep his trauma a complete secret. She promises to stay quiet in the future, though she admits she already let it slip that Ji was the one entering the Incheon rift. She adds that speaking to the director is terrifying, but since things have already played out this way, Ji decides not to press her on it. He tells her it is fine, and asks her not to mention anything else, thanking her for her help. Ga-yoon hesitates for a moment, adding that there is one more crucial detail she thinks he needs to know. This world will eventually face total destruction too. The association will search for Ji to stop it, leaving him utterly stunned. The Awakened Management Bureau is currently weighing various options to prevent the apocalypse, but right at this crucial moment, Jae suddenly reappears on the active hunter rankings. To fight off the impending doom, they must have already dispatched search parties to hunt down Cha Eui-jae. His decision to register as a hunter once again has honestly turned out to be a brilliant move. The search team is considering the possibility that Jae lost his memories due to the Rift shockwave, prompting them to focus their hunt on unregistered awakeners and ordinary citizens instead. At this exact moment, Eui-jae can only wish that he had actually lost his memory. If he had been just a split second slower, he would have definitely ended up on their massive watch list. The contract he made with Lee Sa-young is actually proving useful now. And with that, Yoon Ga-yeol says goodbye since it is getting late. Eui-jae stands up and urges her to head to the emergency room because her arm looks pretty bad, but Yoon Ga-yeol only manages a weak smile. She assures him she will be fine and the bureau will treat it, so he should not worry. Additionally, she mentions that unless there is another world fragment to deliver in the future, she will stay away to prevent causing him any unnecessary anxiety. Startled, Eui-jae replies that it is not that serious, but Yoon Ga-yeol simply shakes her head with a bright smile. She insists that since bureau hunters occasionally follow her around, it is highly best to avoid visiting. But Eui-jae, still deeply curious, asks if he can question her about one more thing. He asks if she has any information about the group responsible for creating artificial awakeners. After thinking for a moment, the girl nods and says she overheard Jung Bin talking about them before. Apparently, those shady characters are also acting with the exact same goal of stopping the apocalypse. But since they kidnap people for human experiments, she wants nothing to do with them, regardless of their goal. So Eui-jae asks if she managed to hear anything else. Yoon Ga-yeol pauses to think and adds that she heard him mention something hidden near Incheon port. Because she only eavesdropped on his phone call, she does not know the actual details of the situation. Seeing her looking so fragile and blaming herself already, Eui-jae gently reassures her that it is fine and thanks her for the help, before Yoon Ga-yeol bows politely and makes her exit. Once she steps out, Eui-jae finds his mind entirely consumed by thoughts of that parallel world. Did another world similar to this one really exist? A dark reality where he died and both Jung Bin and Matthew perished as well. Perhaps what he and Yoon Ga-yeol witnessed were merely incredibly brief, fleeting fragments of the past, with no way to know when or how the apocalypse will strike. Waiting around for an uncertain future is just like walking blindly into the dark. Pretty terrifying, right? The Bureau is going all out to locate Jae, because they desperately need a pioneer to lead them down the safest path. He wonders what his best next move should be, wishing there were some warning signs before the end of the world. Just as Eui-jae is recalling and questioning the black fragment he saw today, his cell phone suddenly begins to ring. It is a text message from Lee Sa-young asking for some help, but Eui-jae fires back a ridiculously short and blunt response. After Lee Sa-young complains and tells him to write longer replies, Eui-jae just sends back a single dragged-out sound that leaves him totally defeated. After standing frozen in place for a bit, Eui-jae chuckles to himself, realizing that overthinking everything won't actually help him solve any of his immediate problems. Rather than giving himself a massive headache over useless worries, he decides to get moving and take action first. His swift decision is prompted by Lee Sa-young's sudden text message, requesting that he head down to Incheon immediately. Meanwhile, a shady group is loading cargo crates onto a large truck, asking about today's count, and getting a response of 3, complaining about the dwindling shipments. One asks if they are trying to cut them out, to which another snaps back in annoyance. They explain they are risking their actual lives to deliver this cargo, while the Bureau and Pato team hunt them relentlessly. Since almost everyone in Busan got busted, Incheon remains their only decent place left to lay low. They grumble about how the captured members could have been so careless to get caught, adding that headquarters already warned them this current hideout won't last much longer. Because of that, everyone needs to pack up and evacuate tomorrow, before they all get caught red-handed. The gang continues to grumble among themselves, demanding that they start packing up the largest equipment first, so they can quickly vanish, before the Bureau manages to sniff them out. They plan to split the chemicals into smaller portions, while receiving a report that someone in the Songpa district is about to mutate. That specific branch is urgently requesting an extra shipment of the drug. They reveal all their classified plans, completely unaware that Eui-jae is watching them through binoculars, carefully taking notes on everything while analyzing the situation. He realizes these criminals are actually responsible for supplying hard-to-find items to all their different hidden facilities. Even though he only stalks them during the early mornings and has barely been tracking them for a week, they are already clearing out. He needs to inform Lee Sa-young immediately, knowing that once contacted, the guild leader will dispatch reinforcements right away. Still, he worries if backup will arrive in time, wishing he could just tail these shady guys himself. If they escape by car or boat, it will be pretty tough for him to give chase. After all, he has got absolutely nothing on him, and flying is definitely out of the question. With no other options, he has to rush straight into the central area, just to hold them back. After a quick thought, Jae charges right into the blazing fire and lets them tie him up, prompting them to ask where this little brat even came from. They yell if he is completely insane for running in here, while another thug asks if he is with the Bureau. The guy standing right next to Jae mutters that he looks totally unrelated, and his partner easily agrees. They start bickering over who was supposed to check his background, all because this stubborn brat refuses to open his mouth and talk. He has absolutely no official government documents on him, just a cheap D-rank hunter license stuffed in his pocket. For a low-tier D-rank, this kid is acting pretty cocky, especially since he does not show any signs of transformation. He does not even look like a junkie who wandered in looking for a fix because he is far too alert. That is when the thug gets aggressive, deciding a few punches will make him talk. The thug strikes Jae only to immediately recoil in absolute agony. His hand feels completely shattered, as if he just punched solid bedrock, leaving him screaming while the boss behind him starts complaining. The boss tells him to stop faking it over one simple hit. The thug whines that his hand is broken, handing the boss a heavy club. The blonde boss walks straight up to Jae, wondering if the kid has some kind of head-hardening skill to be staring him down so confidently. Even staring like that won't save his handsome face. With a crazy grin, the blonde boss swings the heavy club directly at Jae's head to teach him a lesson in real pain. But Jae is completely fine, while the heavy club totally shatters upon impact, leaving them completely dumbfounded, screaming that the kid's head is literally made of solid rock. The furious boss orders everyone to attack him at once. The blonde boss starts laughing triumphantly, thinking he finally won. But when the dust clears, Jae is perfectly fine, even though his chair got tipped over. Meanwhile, the other thugs are rolling on the floor in absolute agony. The shaking boss begins to sweat in fear, wondering what is happening. Finally, Jae speaks up, standing straight and easily tearing his tight ropes apart. Jae sighs that he really wanted to play along, but their performance is just way too pathetic to watch. He tells the useless bunch to just attack him all at once. Meanwhile, The frantic young guy running is a hunter from Combat Support Team 1, nicknamed Romantic Opener, currently ranked 50th overall. He is covering the mission for their little prodigy Mickey, who is currently away on an overseas business trip. His job is to keep a close eye on the Hangover soup shop part-timer and report every single detail back to the captain. But right when Choi is working his absolute hardest, his target completely vanishes out of thin sight, leaving him totally stunned. He cannot believe he lost his target after looking away for just a split second. So he immediately dashes off to search for Jae, stopping only when a strange and suspicious sound catches his attention. He panics, wondering if his target got captured while wandering around and is currently being dragged away by thugs. The mere thought of Jae being tied up and beaten drives Choi absolutely crazy with worry. Clenching his fists as he arrives, he silently fumes that these bastards have no right to pick on the weak. And no, he is definitely not doing this because he is terrified of the captain's ultimate wrath. Choi expected to play the hero saving a damsel in distress, but instead, he finds Jae absolutely demolishing the entire gang. Choi stands there frozen, remembering how Miki told him that his top priority was to closely watch over Jae. Since he is just a D-rank hunter, Choi was strictly instructed to protect him immediately in case anything went wrong, especially since D-ranks are basically ordinary citizens to him. But looking at this scene, he cannot believe his eyes. How on earth is this beast a weak D-rank hunter? The moment Jae spots Choi, he calls out to him, making the poor guy immediately freeze up and answer politely. Jae bluntly asks if he is with the bad guys, prompting Choi to shake his head in pure panic, swearing he is absolutely not with them. But Jae is clearly not buying it, glaring at him with pure, cold intensity. Jae notes that obviously anyone would say no in this situation, causing Choi to step back in absolute terror. Choi desperately wonders if this monster is actually just a normal soup shop worker, while begging and insisting he really has nothing to do with them. Jae clenches his fist as a warning, telling him not to even think about running or wasting his energy. Jae promises he will catch him in a heartbeat, forcing Choi to drop to his knees before Jae asks what he was going to say. Speak up now, because if you do not, just look behind you to see what happens. Terrified, Choi quickly pulls out his business card, stuttering that he is Choi from the Pato team, sent by his captain to protect him. After confirming the situation, Jae lets out a pretty brainless laugh, calling him quite a quick-witted guy. He tells him there was no need to arrive so quickly, but looking around, his mood is clearly bad, and he really wants to emphasize that fact. He had just closed up his shop for a little rest when these bastards suddenly kidnapped him. And kidnapping him was not enough. They even beat him up just for answering them too slowly. They literally used hammers and spiked baseball bats on him. Choi Go-yo knows Jae is playing victim, but still plays along anyway. He wonders how that is even possible, calling them total trash. Jae continues his top-tier acting, whining that his clothes are completely ripped up from the beating. Choi Go-yo fake panics along with him, yelling that those bastards deserve to be thrown straight to the sharks. Jae groans and sighs deeply, concluding that he only punished them a little bit in return. This confession makes Choi Go-yo shiver even more. He thinks to himself that if a light punishment is this brutal, then going all out would be terrifying. Jae continues to play the victim, flashing a bright and beautiful smile. He casually asks Choi Go-yo to keep his mouth shut, warning the kid that since he has no memory erasing powers, his only other option is to use physical force. Hearing this, Choi Go-yo instantly plays dumb, acting like he has completely lost his memory. He asks who the part-timer is, claiming he has absolutely no idea where they are or what just happened. But he asks if opening a door counts as helping. While Jae stares in confusion, Choi Go-yo continues. He explains his ability allows him to teleport space through doors, which gets Jae pretty excited. Jae thinks that is perfect for delivery work, but asks if there is any sort of penalty for using his power, similar to side effects from medicine. Choi Go-yo hesitates, admitting there is, so Jae presses him to speak up. Jae needs to know the penalty before deciding whether to have him open a door. As long as he knows a street address or map coordinates, he can open a door to travel anywhere, helping many people move to their desired locations. However, his current location acts as the center point of the skill, meaning multiple people can easily pass through as long as the connection remains active. But the further the destination is from the center, the longer he will remain unconscious. And the moment he faints, the door immediately closes. Jae starts analyzing the risks. Using this spot as the starting point, Jae asks if opening a portal from Incheon to Seoul would knock Choi Go-yo out for several days, leaving the kid calculating. Choi Go-yo guesses a day and a half, maybe 2, as Jae keeps digging for info. When asked about opening a door to Washington in America, Choi Go-yo admits he has never tried that, though he once connected to Toronto, Canada. Back then, he slept through entire seasons after sending his leader on an emergency trip. Jae finds it pretty absurd, noting that while the skill is amazing, the penalty is brutal. He apologizes but asks for the door anyway, promising that if Choi Go-yo passes out, he will make sure to take him to the hospital. Choi Go-yo claps his hands excitedly, telling him there is absolutely no need to worry about that. He yells "Open Sesame." It is a magical door to anywhere, though this bizarre power sounds like a double copyright lawsuit. But as the door manifests, Choi Go-yo starts trembling violently, leaving Jae utterly confused. He wonders why the kid is suddenly shaking, realizing he has not even given him a destination yet. Suddenly, the door swings open, revealing Sa-young's office right on the other side. Talk about a massive backfire. Jae grits his teeth in pure frustration, realizing the kid opened a door straight to his leader's office. For Choi Go-yo, his leader is still far scarier, so this is definitely the right choice. The moment Sa-young sees Jae, he takes off his glasses and lets out a heavy sigh, asking what kind of crazy stunt Jae ended up pulling after promising to hold those guys back. Showing his annoyance, Sa-young slams his hand on the desk and gets in Jae's face, demanding why he looks so incredibly ragged. Once Jae settles quietly into his chair, Sa-young immediately begins his lecture, demanding to hear his explanation. Se-young asks why he rushed in on his own, while Jae argues he did it to gather extra intel. Besides, it would be a waste to lose them, Jae says, but Sa-young crossed his arms. He explains his only task was surveillance, and that actual experts should have been sent to handle the physical takedown. Jae argues he handles things much faster than those experts, a fact that Sa-young cannot help but admit. Indeed, Jae really helped out, allowing them to confiscate the entire stash of drugs for the first time. Jae smugly asks if he looks cool now, but Sa-young just sighs in disgust before Jae stands up, declaring he did a good job and is clocking out. Jae leaves, while a sulky Sa-young can only stare intensely after him. Sa-young casually asks if Eui-jae really intends to head home looking like such a total mess. Looking down at his bloody shirt and filthy clothes, Eui-jae feels a bit embarrassed as Sa-young suddenly steps close and tells him to just stand still. Eui-jae looks at the rare item with regret and asks Sa-young if it is really okay to use it so carelessly. But Sa-young smugly replies that it is fine since a pack comes with 10 sheets, leaving Eui-jae thinking that arguing with this kid is a complete waste of breath. Sa-young follows Eui-jae into the building, tagging along right up to the door of his room. Stepping inside, Eui-jae tells Sa-young to wait a moment while he changes. While Sa-young glances around the messy room full of boxes, scanning the exact corner where Eui-jae sleeps, Sa-young quietly looks around, taking in every detail of the tiny room. Sa-young walks over to ask if he really sleeps here, prompting a blunt reply about whether Sa-young had already investigated everything about him beforehand. After all, he saw Eui-jae walk out of this place last time, but Sa-young honestly never expected the room's interior to look so incredibly run down. This makes Eui-jae frown deeply as he thinks to himself. He used to sleep with monster corpses as pillows and fresh blood as blankets inside rifts, so having a real roof over his head feels like absolute luxury. His blunt reply only annoys Sa-young, but Eui-jae maintains that having a pillow, blanket, and ceiling is more than enough, helplessly asking Sa-young what his issue is now. Sa-young frowns and asks sharply if Eui-jae seriously enjoys abusing himself by living in such terrible, neglected conditions. That remark drives Eui-jae crazy with frustration, but Sa-young keeps complaining, claiming this room is basically no different from the dirty shipping container they just left. Feeling insulted, Eui-jae warns the kid to back off and stop comparing his actual home to a trashy container. Eui-jae insists it is much cleaner since he has a blanket and pillow, but Sa-young just sneers. Sa-young retorts that throwing a pillow inside a cleaned container would look identical, driving Eui-jae absolutely mad with rage. Eui-jae snaps, asking if Sa-young is wishing for him to move into a metal box, while Sa-young remains speechless since he only brought him back out of concern. Se-young cannot believe Eui-jae is choosing to sleep in this cramped, tiny room as if it is completely normal. Eui-jae even held back his hot temper and took hits just to help out. And though Sa-young originally planned to leave immediately, he now finds himself hesitating. Looking at Sa-young's strange silence, Eui-jae notes with concern that his expression is looking a bit weird. At that moment, Sa-young decides he absolutely cannot let Eui-jae sleep in such a dump, grabbing his hand to drag him out over his objections. Sa-young insists they are going somewhere else, leaving Eui-jae completely bewildered as he is dragged along, asking what is going on. Asking if Sa-young has yet another favor to request, Eui-jae is stunned when he is dragged into a sleek, minimalist, and luxury-filled apartment instead. When Eui-jae asks where they are, Sa-young casually sips some water and says it is his home. Sa-young points toward the bathroom, telling him to wash up while promising to leave a fresh change of clothes right outside the door. Eui-jae stares at him in disbelief, wondering how his simple decision to follow this pushy kid ended up leading to such a ridiculous situation. Knowing Se-young will never let him leave even if he demands to go, Eui-jae decides it is better to just ignore the wealthy brat's attitude. Under Sa-young's lingering gaze, Eui-jae helplessly goes to shower, stepping out a bit later wearing a borrowed pair of the younger hunter's silk pajamas. Sa-young points directly toward the massive bed, ordering Eui-jae to go ahead and sleep over there. Eui-jae runs a hand through his damp hair and frowns, remaining silent since he has no desire to share a bed with Sa-young or selfishly occupy it all alone. Eui-jae calmly tells him that he is not actually heartless enough to steal his host's bed. He requests a simple pillow to sleep on the floor, but Sa-young's expression darkens as he tells Eui-jae to just take the bed. Eui-jae flatly refuses, asking if Sa-young has a sleeping bag he can just borrow instead. This brings a mocking scoff from Sa-young, making Eui-jae narrow his eyes and wonder if this arrogant kid is seriously laughing at him right now. Sa-young scoffs that nobody uses sleeping bags anymore, prompting an annoyed Eui-jae to retort that in his day, sleeping bags were essential gear for dungeon raids. Calling him unbelievable, Sa-young immediately grabs Eui-jae's shoulders, shoving him down while trying to explain. He points out they are only 4 years apart, yet Eui-jae behaves exactly like a stubborn, outdated old man, demanding to know if he has any self-awareness. Sa-young mocks that outsiders would assume Eui-jae has been a hunter for 10 years, a painfully accurate statement that Eui-jae silently admits he cannot even deny. Eui-jae retorts that sleeping in a sleeping bag feels just like camping, which is actually great, gaining momentum as he continues arguing. He complains that Sa-young has simply had it too easy as a modern hunter, but Sa-young easily pins Eui-jae down on the bed while sighing. Sa-young sarcastically agrees, saying that since he is so used to luxury, he will start living miserably just to satisfy Eui-jae. Eui-jae tries to sit up in sheer frustration, but is pinned down, mentally noting that Sa-young is using his commanding tone again as neither of them backs down. Eui-jae snaps at him, not to turn him into some heartless jerk who steals his host's bed the second he visits. Sa-young fires right back, arguing that letting a guest sleep on the cold floor makes him look like an even bigger scoundrel. So just lie down, Sa-on grumbles. Dai silently wonders why Sa-on is suddenly caring about this when he has never been the nice type. The atmosphere between them grows incredibly tense as Se-on barks out in frustration. If you had just listened to me from the very beginning, even once, we wouldn't be fighting like this. We have an equal contract. Dai snaps. He is no subordinate to be ordered around. They are on equal footing, not some boss and servant relationship. Suddenly, the sharp crack of the bed, breaking under Sa-on's fist, silences the room. Feeling guilty, Dai promises to replace it. But Sa-on just scoffs angrily, asking how he expects to pay for it without any money. Dai blurts out the first thing on his mind. They can just sell the magic stones for cash. That only makes Sa-on rage harder, cursing. Damn it. Don't mention those magic stones again. Sa-on snarls before softening his tone to tell Dai to wait. Meanwhile, an exhausted employee stretches nearby. Man, working overtime on reports until this hour is absolutely exhausting. Yawning, the employee decides going home is way too much work, opting to crash in the break room instead. The second he hits the mattress, he is in pure heaven. Now, this is what a real job benefit feels like. He is thrilled to get a private room all to himself, complete with high-end sheets, silently wishing his own home could be even half as nice as this. Suddenly, a loud crash ruins his peace, leaving him tired, annoyed, and wondering what the hell is going on. It is barely 4 in the morning, and someone is already making a racket. He flings the door open, snapping at them to keep it down. But the moment he sees who it is, he freezes. Sa-on is casually dragging a mountain of bedding right past him. Sa-on's heavy steps make the poor guy tremble with fear. Even after Sa-on walks away and slams the door, the employee is still shaking in shock. Left standing there, the employee is utterly baffled by Sa-on's bizarre behavior. He quickly pulls out his phone and shoots a text, warning that Mr. E40 just turned into a blanket thief, set to delete in 10 minutes. Watching Sa-on build a makeshift bed from scratch makes Dai groan internally. wondering what kind of new crazy stunt his partner is pulling now. He flatly asks if Saeon robbed a betting store, but Saeon snaps back, offended that Dae would even think he was a thief. Saeon tells him to take the sofa, but Dewey innocently asks why the actual homeowner can't just sleep on the couch instead. With his genuine kindness thrown back in his face, Saeon responds with a chillingly sweet smile that is honestly pretty terrifying. He warns that one more word means he will smash the sofa so they can both sleep on the hard floor. Utterly helpless, Dae quiet downs and yields after all. As the older one, he should probably just let the kid have his way. Suddenly, a heavy blanket is tossed right over him. Dae blinks in surprise, muttering that he doesn't need this many blankets. Saeon is secretly worried but keeps up a cold front, telling him to just take what is given as they lay close together. Dae lies awake, staring blankly at the ceiling without a shred of sleep. Suddenly, Saeon breaks the silence, asking if he remembers that one incident. Saeon grins to himself in the dark, asking if Dewey knows he still keeps that old letter. Confused, Dae asks what letter he is talking about. Saeon just chuckles, pointing out that Dae was the one who handed it over. Dae's eyes widen as he racks his brain, wondering if he ever actually gave Saeon a letter, since he has absolutely no memory of it. Saeon stares back with an intense, unreadable smile, before quickly reaching into his pocket to retrieve something. He holds up a familiar business card. Dae recognizes his own handwriting on it, and memories of his warnings to not touch it suddenly flood back. Remembering the time he dealt with those thugs, Dae realizes those were indeed the exact threatening words he scribbled down. Frowning at Saeon's smug face, Dae can only conclude that the warning card did indeed find its intended target after all. Quickly changing the subject, Dae turns away and asks for the time, prompting Saeon to sit up right along with him. Checking his phone, Saeon guesses it is around 4:30, asking if Dae needs to open his shop. Dae nods, saying business waits for no one, though Dae adds that thanks to a certain someone, he barely got a wink of proper sleep. Saeon frowns at the passive-aggressive remark. Saeon suggests just making their lazy roommate cook since he eats so much anyway, but Dae simply gives him a flat, skeptical look. Dae asks if Saeon honestly thinks the guy is even capable before they both change and head down to the elevator. Noticing Dae keeping a careful distance from him, Saeon lets out a sarcastic smirk and tells him to step a little closer. But Dae just listlessly replies that he is perfectly comfortable standing right where he is, giving Saeon another reason to tease him. Saeon points out that Dae broke his bed and even borrowed his clothes, yet is still acting distant. Dae shrinks into the corner, trying to avoid the topic. He mutters to stop saying things that make people easily misunderstand them, but Saeon just smirks, asking why he is acting so shy when they have already done everything together. The more Saeon talks, the more Dae wants to hit him, desperately warning him to just shut his mouth already. Meanwhile, Eui-jae keeps analyzing the situation, thinking that if the elevator did not require a guild membership card to work, he would have just left on his own. Suddenly, someone lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh, complaining about how morning has already broken by the time they finished clearing the dungeon. Standing right in front of them are several Pado Guild employees, staring blankly, whispering about taking a quick break in the lounge first. Vice Guild leader Won-woo wide-eyes them, asking Sa-young why he is up so early, his jaw dropping as his gaze shifts between the two. Is not that the part-timer from the nearby Hangover soup restaurant? What is he doing here? Eui-jae instantly feels a massive headache, wondering why he had to run into this guy of all people. Won-woo wide-eyes them even more as he suddenly realizes that Eui-jae is wearing Sa-young's clothes, something that should be completely impossible. Confused, Won-woo wonders why on earth this guy is wearing the clothes of someone who hates having anyone near him. Won-woo shrieks, demanding to know what is going on, but Sa-young only responds with a look of absolute disgust. Sa-young coldly suggests that Won-woo should go run 2 more laps around the Han River and get lost. While they bicker, Eui-jae is lost in thought, realizing that at this rate, he won't make it to the shop until after 5 a.m. Sa-young snaps at Won-woo to get lost, but Eui-jae suddenly grabs Sa-young's shoulder and says he had some trouble yesterday. Trying to ease the tension, Eui-jae quickly explains that their guild leader, Sa-young, was kind enough to help him out. Hearing this cozy explanation, Won-woo looks like he got struck by lightning, and nearby staff members practically drop their jaws in shock. Sa-young's expression turns dead serious as he asks what kind of trouble, wondering if another jerk broke a table there. Eui-jae smiles warmly and says he cannot go into details right now, but he received a massive amount of help from Sa-young. Won-woo knits his brows in deep disbelief, annoying Sa-young, as nobody can picture him doing something so nice. Eui-jae adds that since he works at the hangover soup place Won-woo loves, Maybe Se-young was just looking out for him. Hearing Eui-jae suggest Se-young did it out of respect, Won-woo starts seeing Se-young in a whole new light, wondering if that is true. Won-woo silently praises Se-young, but Eui-jae quickly slips past them, saying he needs to leave since it is almost opening time. Eui-jae runs off in a hurry, while Won-woo calls out after him. Won-woo tells him to get home safely, while Se-young watches him flee with a thoughtful gaze before Won-woo turns to ask more questions. Won-woo asks what brought the part-timer here and if Se-young actually helped him, but Se-young just clicks his tongue in annoyance. Se-young calls him completely useless, leaving Won-woo feeling wronged since he did absolutely nothing. A rush of wild memories flashes through Eui-jae's mind, thinking how he successfully registered as an awakened despite all the chaos. He secured his alibi and completed Se-young's demands in one go. But just when he thought he could finally enjoy some peace, as if things are ever that simple, the restaurant customers start whispering about him. They wonder why the part-timer has such a murderous look, making them too terrified to order another bowl of hangover soup. Someone whispers back that Eui-jae has to attend basic hunter training and study for his certification exam. Hearing every single whisper loud and clear, Eui-jae sighs, cursing that the stupid basic training program still has not been shut down. Cursing under his breath, he remembers there was no such requirement 8 years ago, but the special law changed everything. Now, every single awakened in South Korea must register at the association to obtain their official hunter license card. They must also pass a written evaluation with a passing score of 70 points. Anyone who fails has to keep retaking the test until they pass, as they won't receive official hunter status otherwise. Eui-jae stares at his card in silence, recalling how happy he was when he first got this brand new E-rank license. Yet, after putting up with so much drama, all he got was this completely useless card, making him frown in frustration. He mutters to himself that when the system started 5 years ago, it was never this strict. He figures that as the years went by, the number of awakened skyrocketed. They started showing off their status everywhere, and with so many incidents of power abuse constantly happening, he cannot help but pull his hair out in absolute frustration just thinking about it. If they are awakened, they should focus on hunting monsters, instead of terrorizing ordinary civilians, like a bunch of idiots. The mere thought of it drains his energy completely. He heard that hunters directly recruited by a guild do not even have to take the test, as a simple signed waiver from the guild leader is enough to exempt them. Eui-jae turns pale at the thought of asking Se-young, knowing that in his tiny social circle, Se-young is the only guild leader he knows. He reassures himself, remembering he was once South Korea's #1. How could a silly little test possibly hold him back? Suddenly, a brand new laptop and phone are placed right in front of him by a very shy-looking Won-woo. Eui-jae calmly points out that he already wrote down strict rules prohibiting any gifts. Seeing the strict no-gift notice hanging on the wall, Won-woo gets flustered and quickly explains that this is not his present. Won-woo awkwardly explains that the gifts are actually from his guild leader, who is supposed to be in a very close relationship with Eui-jae. Eui-jae silently analyzes the situation, wondering if Won-woo has completely misunderstood his dynamic with Lee Se-young. Frowning in annoyance, Eui-jae realizes it is far too late to even try explaining the truth. He understands getting a phone, but why on earth did they send a laptop? Meanwhile, Won-woo proudly brags about getting them super cheap with a staff discount. He urges him to just accept it, adding one more thing. Won-woo excitedly points out that he is merely a delivery messenger acting like an express shuttle service. So if Eui-jae wants to ban anyone from the shop, it should be Se-young instead of him. Hearing this, the other hunters instantly mock Won-woo for acting so incredibly pathetic. They ask if the shield guy thinks they did not want to give the part-timer gifts without resorting to cheap tricks. Eui-jae sighs and rejects the gift, reminding them not to call him by his hunter name while thanking them for their kind thoughts. He honestly tells them that the items are far too expensive for a simple part-timer to comfortably accept. Won-woo quickly suggests that Eui-jae should just use them while preparing for the exam, and then list them on Tomato Market as nearly new second-hand items. Won-woo proudly relays the clever suggestion, making sure to highlight that it was Se-young's brilliant idea. Looking at him in silence, Eui-jae figures that the mischievous guild leader must have deliberately added that sarcastic comment just to tease him. Ultimately, Eui-jae sighs and accepts the offer just to appease Won-woo, but promises to return at least the expensive laptop once his exams are fully finished. Meanwhile, inside a school-like building filled with completely silent classrooms, inside one of the tense testing rooms, the proctor raises his voice and announces that everyone may now officially begin their exam. Eui-jae looks down at the paper and glances around, noticing that the other test takers seem just as bewildered as him. The actual exam turns out to be entirely different from any of the standard practice tests. The previous mock questions felt like pure brainwashing to force everyone into absolute obedience to the laws. Those study guides were filled with rote memorization questions about special rules for the awakened. But this current test is completely different. The legal sections have completely vanished, leaving Eui-jae to heavily regret wasting hours memorizing every single legal precedent for awakened individuals. Scanning the questions only surprises him more, wondering why on earth the test is so incredibly easy, while the diner remains lively. Goyo mentions a rumor that this particular hunter exam is supposedly the most difficult one in history. Goyo wonders if their part-timer will survive it, but Honeybee shares that their own rookie burst into tears the moment he came back. She explains that absolutely none of the mock exam questions appeared on the test, which instead focused entirely on bizarre monsters no one had ever heard of. Jisoo gasps in pure shock at the news. She wonders how candidates who have never even entered a dungeon are supposed to identify those monsters as Honeybee size. That rookie was considered a true prodigy who knew the special laws well enough to argue cases inside an actual courtroom. Feeling sorry for the kid, they ask who designed the test, and she angrily reveals it was none other than the rank 5 hunter, Ji-woo. Go-yo is surprised, wondering how someone who barely stays in Korea even had the spare time to design the entire test. Either way, they agree that they should prepare themselves to comfort their poor part-timer once he fails. Back at the restaurant, Eui-jae stares intently at his screen, while the others anxiously await the final pass or fail message. Seeing him smile with satisfaction, Honeybee timidly asks if Eui-jae actually passed the exam, thinking it should be impossible. He proudly holds out his screen to show them that he indeed passed the brutal exam on his very first try. She and Jisoo shower him with congratulations, praising his talent and stating he is far too skilled to remain a mere soup shop worker. They hail him as the pride of the restaurant, while Eui-jae mentally notes that passing was inevitable anyway. After all, he has slain countless monsters inside the dimensional rifts, when suddenly a congratulatory text from Sa-young pops up. Wondering if the guy is secretly stalking him from somewhere, Eui-jae scowls at his screen as another message immediately arrives. The text asks when he will be free, but seeing a specific name makes Eui-jae suddenly leap up and rush outside. Eui-jae eagerly makes a call, asking if the mention of healer Woo-jin means his grandmother can finally be cured. From the other side, Sa-young calmly confirms it, mentioning he wants to repay Eui-jae for his previous help in the rift. Sa-young proposes meeting in 2 days during Eui-jae's usual prep hours, and Eui-jae agrees that it should be fine after confirming with his grandmother. Sa-young tells him to head straight to the Waves Guild office, but lingers on the line without hanging up, leaving Eui-jae quite puzzled. Did he have other business to attend to? The conversation suddenly drifted into a tense silence. Eui-jae finally asked if Sa-young had anything else to say. Sa-young coldly muttered no, then said goodbye. Looking at his phone, Eui-jae felt completely drained. Talk about a dry response. He then asked Grandma if she was free in 2 days at 2 in the afternoon. At the Suwon Guild headquarters, a polite receptionist welcomed the group. He greeted Dawn Guild leader Sa-young warmly, mentioning that Guild leader Woo-jin was already waiting for him inside. Sa-young asked where he was, and was told he was in the central library. Meanwhile, little Ha-yoon eagerly looked around. Sa-young calmly scanned his card. An automated voice rang out, verifying the identity of Lee Sa-young and his 3 companions to grant access. A mechanical voice welcomed them to the Suwon Guild, as the heavy doors slowly parted, revealing a massive library packed with countless books. The receptionist led the way with Sa-young following close behind. Ha-yoon kept glancing around in wonder, while Eui-jae carefully supported Grandma. Spotting Sa-young, Woo-jin noted that he arrived earlier than expected. He then offered a polite greeting, expressing his pleasure in meeting everyone. He confirmed if they were today's patient, Grandma Choi, and her guardian, Cha Eui-jae. Eui-jae politely nodded, saying that was indeed them. Woo-jin suggested starting the examination first, and offered to guide the group directly to the clinic. Woo-jin made another suggestion, after noticing how fascinated little Ha-yoon was with her surroundings. It was fine for Ha-yoon to tag along, but Woo-jin figured she would much prefer exploring the massive library over sitting in a boring clinic. He cheerfully decided she should stay. He told the little girl to enjoy looking around their library, explaining that he would only be taking the patient and her guardian. He added that a guild member would assist the patient, though Grandma Choi insisted she could walk fine. Eui-jae then turned to Sa-young and asked about his plans. Sa-young figured he did not need to tag along, which Eui-jae agreed with. But then Eui-jae leaned in and whispered a small favor. He asked if Sa-young could watch Ha-eun for just a moment, prompting the guild leader to snap back, asking if he was being demoted to a babysitter. Eui-jae pleaded, explaining he had no other choice, and feared the little girl would get lost in the massive building while Grandma was being examined. All Sa-young needed to do was keep an eye on her and make sure she did not wander off. That was the only thing Eui-jae was asking. Sa-young stayed silent for a moment before reluctantly nodding, prompting Eui-jae to thank him happily before quickly rushing off with Grandma. Left alone with the little girl, Sa-young tried calling out to her. However, Ha-eun completely ignored him, focus entirely locked on picking out books. Sa-young called out her full name, Park Ha-eun. She finally paused and asked what he wanted. Looking at her, he bluntly suggested she should read educational comic books instead. Ha-eun nodded, but then her eyes suddenly widened in realization. She asked if he was the same person who did that cool trick on television, pleading for him to show her just one more time. Her request made Sa-young's face darken as he cursed Eui-jae in his mind. He was supposed to just keep her from getting lost, not entertain her. Meanwhile, in the clinic, Woo-jin gently thanked the two of them for patiently sitting through the entire series of medical examinations. Eui-jae immediately asked with deep concern, thanking the doctor and pleading to know how his grandmother was doing. Examining the X-ray closely, Woo-jin slowly broke the news, explaining that her test results confirmed a definitive diagnosis of rheumatoid arthritis. Though the symptoms originally appeared in her hands, the lack of timely treatment meant the condition had already spread down to her knees. Since this was a natural disease brought on by the passage of time rather than a system-inflicted injury, his healing abilities could not cure it. Noticing the heavy atmosphere settling in, Woo-jin offered a gentle word of reassurance. He told them not to worry too much, as a proper combination of medication and routine health management would greatly ease her symptoms. Woo-jin's calm voice continued, suggesting that instead of aiming for a complete cure right away, they should focus on a different goal. They should work on managing the pain and keeping the illness controlled, so it would not interfere with Grandma's daily life. Hearing that, Eui-jae let out a long sigh of relief, thanking the doctor profusely while feeling incredibly grateful. Woo-jin offered some final advice, explaining that while it was not a terminal illness, it still required constant care and long-term monitoring, much like diabetes. Pointing toward the exit, Woo-jin suggested having Grandma head over to the physical therapy room for her first treatment session. He promised to catch up with them later. Right on cue, a staff member stepped forward to guide Grandma down the hall. Eui-jae warmly told Grandma he would see her in a bit. Once she left, Woo-jin bowed slightly, his voice filled with sincere regret. He confessed that his powers were strictly limited to healing physical wounds governed by the rules of the system. Woo-jin apologized for not being able to cure her completely. Eui-jae quickly waved his hands, insisting he was already incredibly grateful just to have her examined. After a brief hesitation, Eui-jae softly asked his next burning question. He wondered which hospital they should visit for future checkups, since he could not keep bringing Grandma to the guild. In response, Woo-jin began writing on a notepad. Woo-jin admitted his erratic schedule made regular visits impossible, meaning they would need a more reliable option. Handing Eui-jae the note, Woo-jin explained he would personally coordinate with a major university hospital in downtown Seoul. From now on, Eui-jae could simply take Grandma there for her regular checkups. Eui-jae happily takes the paper with both hands, expressing his deep gratitude to the doctor. Nam Woo-jin adds that he does not need to worry about the medical fees or any of his prescription costs. The C1 Guild will handle the entire bill, he explains, leaving Eui-jae wide-eyed in utter surprise. Eui-jae asks why, as the healer calmly slides his pen into his front shirt pocket. Now that his official medical duty is completely finished, the man wishes to formally greet him as one hunter to another. He clearly introduces himself as Nam Woo-jin, an A-rank hunter in South Korea. He serves as the guild leader of C1 and the master of this massive library. Yet his very next words are what truly leave Eui-jae frozen. He asks if Eui-jae is indeed Lee Sa-young's supporter, before abruptly rising from his chair. He tells him that no answer is necessary, since his very presence here is already confirmation enough, which only leaves Eui-jae utterly confused about how that could be. The doctor calmly offers his reasoning, pointing out that Lee Sa-young has never once brought another living soul to this secret place. In fact, he is the very first person to ever enter through Lee Sa-young's direct personal recommendation. With a light snap of Nam Woo-jin's fingers, the surrounding space begins to warp strangely, and he offers a walk. Eui-jae is completely stunned, realizing that this surreal pocket dimension must be Nam Woo-jin's special skill. He shares that ever since the fateful day of the rift, he has held a deep obsession with this chaotic, upside-down world, his calm voice echoing through the quiet space. Questions about what the system truly is, what the rifts are, and where these monsters originate have plagued everyone. He pauses momentarily, his eyes turning deep and solemn as he notes these are things the whole world wonders about. Yet, despite their burning curiosity, absolutely no one on Earth, from Cha Eui-jae himself to the rest of South Korea, has ever been able to provide a truly clear answer. Suddenly, blue energy begins to glow intensely in Nam Woo-jin's hands, the pale light casting soft shadows across his composed face. He explains that to solve these mysteries, he has been desperately gathering every scrap of knowledge from across the world. And because of that shared pursuit, he maintains a very close partnership with Lee Sa-young. Standing in quiet silence, a faint trace of sadness crosses his eyes as he mentions that not long ago, Lee Sa-young brought him a massive stash of highly potent drugs. He notes that Lee Sa-young claimed his supporter found them, before asking if Eui-jae knows what those drugs are called. Hesitating slightly, Cha Eui-jae admits he only heard they were illegal drugs. The doctor nods quietly, confirming the substance is officially designated as Pro-009. He explains that it is the 9th variation, created by an organization called Prometheus, to collect human test subjects. In Greek mythology, the Titan Prometheus was brutally tortured as punishment for bringing fire and knowledge to humanity. In a low voice, the healer adds that this group claims to possess prophetic abilities. They insist they can see the future through their dreams, claiming they must forcefully awaken and cultivate human strength to prevent the coming apocalypse. As he listens, a chilling realization sparks inside Cha Eui-jae's mind. It sounds remarkably like the fragmented memories Eun-gail had shared with him before. Right at that moment, Nam Woo-jin suddenly turns his gaze back. Observing the young man's intense interest, Nam Woo-jin fixes his sharp gaze on him, offering to share yet another shocking secret from the past. Nam Woo-jin firmly declares that Lee Sa-young was once a Prometheus test subject, sending a shockwave of disbelief through Eui-jae. What did he just say about Sa-young? The doctor continues in a quiet, solemn tone, warning that this is a dark history never revealed to the public. Nam Woo-jin explains that this nightmare began shortly after the death of the legendary hunter Jae was officially announced, at a time when the entire nation was plunged into absolute chaos, and the government had completely lost its ability to function. In the midst of that lawless era when the nation had just lost its greatest core fighter, the young Lee Sa-young was eventually discovered inside an abandoned research facility. Suddenly, Nam Woo-jin quickly corrects his phrasing, explaining that it was more of a charred wasteland, a silent, black ruin where absolutely everything had been completely melted by an incredibly deadly poison. In the middle of those black ruins, the boy sat completely alone, wearing nothing but loose hospital patient clothes. He recalls that no one could get close to him, because even a single moment of carelessness meant certain death from the intense toxicity. The doctor continues, explaining that even the elite hunter, Jung Bin, wearing heavy protective hazard gear, had a terribly hard time getting close. Even with the safety suits, Jung Bin ended up poisoned and had to take an immediate antidote just to survive. Cha Eui-jae silently ponders the revelation, watching the seemingly unrelated pieces of the puzzle slowly lock into place. A rogue organization like Prometheus artificially creating awakened individuals. A young boy rescued from that very facility, who now dedicates his life to hunting them down in the present. After a long, heavy silence, Eui-jae cannot help but ask, does this mean Lee Sa-young was their very first, successful experiment? The doctor shakes his head, stating that no one can say for sure. Nam Woo-jin theorizes that either the boy awakened due to their horrific, forced experiments, or perhaps the system itself heard Lee Sa-young's desperate prayers and granted him power. How to say? Woo-jae admits that he personally leans toward the second theory, his eyes drifting off into the distant void. Besides, at that time, their research had barely made any progress, so they often grabbed people with slight anomalies to use as test subjects. Woo-jae explains further, pointing out examples like people who were previously sucked into rifts, or those carrying deep wounds from monster attacks. A memory from that fateful year flashes in Eui-jae's mind, a blood-drenched youth, his pale lips trembling as he desperately tries to speak. Save me, he begs. Woo-jae confirms that they ultimately target anyone with anomalous traits tied directly to the rifts. To put it in perspective, South Korea was essentially living in a state of complete anarchy back then, so abducting people for experiments was a breeze. Soon, Another painful memory flashes vivid and clear in Eui-jae's mind. Deep down in a dark abyss, a man lies motionless, his hoarse voice crying out in sheer desperation. "Please save me," the voice echoed. Eui-jae purses his lips, suddenly wondering if that kid might be just like Lee Sa-young. Eui-jae asks him directly, why is he suddenly revealing all of this? Simply being a low-level supporter shouldn't grant him access to such classified secrets. Eui-jae maintains a calm exterior, but his inner alarm is blaring. The man avoided speaking when the person in question was around, choosing to share this only while Lee Sa-young was absent. What on earth is his real goal? Hearing the question, Woo Jae-in softly clears his throat. The man freezes, caught off guard by the sharp response. After a tense silence, Woo Jae-in suddenly chuckles, calling the reaction completely natural. In fact, he adds, it would actually be far more awkward if Eui-jae didn't react this way. Eui-jae has absolutely no idea what he means, staring at Woo Jae-in with sheer confusion. Shrugging, the man tells him to view it as a binding shackle, leaving Eui-jae even more baffled. Before Eui-jae can press further, a staff member approaches and delivers a hesitant announcement. The patient's treatment is finally complete. Hearing this, Woo Jae-in immediately dispels the lingering illusion around them. Wrapping up their stroll, Woo Jae-in offers to guide him back to his guardian. Suddenly, he pauses, asking Eui-jae if he happens to know someone named Hong Ye-sung. Eui-jae freezes, nodding calmly, while internally groaning in pure irritation. He definitely knows him as the one guy he desperately wants to punch, but looking at the elegantly embossed card Woo Jae-in hands him, Eui-jae completely freezes. It's for the artisan exhibition. Woo Jae-in asks if he recognizes it, explaining it's the exclusive equipment auction hosted by Hong Ye-sung. The event takes place in Songdo in just a few days, and entry is strictly restricted to those holding these rare invitations. The mere thought makes Eui-jae's head throb, realizing just how mind-blowingly expensive this little piece of paper actually is. Staring in utter confusion, Eui-jae demands to know why he's being handed this. Woo Jae-in offers a warm smile that is impossible to decline. This is a reward for risking his life to secure prototype 009, leaving Eui-jae to flash a bitter, helpless smile. Handing him a priceless ticket makes it impossible to explain where on earth he got it. Meanwhile, far away in the rugged mountains, deep within a majestic mountain range where only the whispering wind and wild birds usually echo, the sound of heavy, desperate panting suddenly shatters the tranquil silence. A pair of middle-aged hikers nearby can't help but stare. One of them blinks, lowering her voice to ask her friend if they should call the police on the strange kid. Her companion quickly brushes it off, telling her to ignore him since he's probably just filming a movie or something. Down at the base of the mountain, Hong Ye-sung cheers in absolute ecstasy about finally escaping. Behind him, a stoic bodyguard taps the comm unit in his ear, reporting that Hong Ye-sung has successfully descended the mountain. The guard watches the young prodigy bounce around like a toddler, shouting for fried chicken. Meanwhile, Jung Bin stands lost in thought on a balcony, understanding the bleak reality of the modern hunter industry better than anyone else. The hunter population grows every year, and with skyrocketing demand, top-tier equipment is becoming incredibly scarce. No matter how much they risk their lives clearing low-level rifts and F-rank dungeons, high-end S-rank gear remains frustratingly rare on the market. So if a single craftsman can consistently mass-produce S-rank gear, even if his crafting pace is incredibly slow, his mere existence is more than enough to elevate the entire nation's standing on the global stage. On top of that, every 2 years, Hong Ye-sung personally hosts his legendary gear auction, famously known as the Artisan Exhibition. And whenever the exhibition season kicks off, high-ranking hunters from across South Korea and all over the globe immediately flock to the venue. Biting the rim of his paper cup, Jung Bin looks heavily conflicted, knowing how much the higher-ups pamper Hong Ye-sung due to the massive boost in tourism and foreign revenue. But he lets out a sigh. This time of year always leaves every single department in the association completely overwhelmed, likely because an absurd number of powerful hunters are about to gather in one place. Right then, Jung Bin's phone screen lights up, and he quickly answers the incoming call. Jung Bin's subordinate politely reports right away that the personnel deployment map around the convention center has been sent over to his email address. He thanks them for the hard work and promises to reply soon. But after opening the file and scanning it, Jung Bin suddenly remembers something. Where is Hong Ye-seong right now? The agent reports that after polishing off 11 whole fried chickens, Hong Ye-seong is currently heading over to a beef specialty restaurant. Jung Bin stands frozen in disbelief. He wonders if the guy is possessed by a starving ghost to eat that much meat, despite receiving perfectly balanced meals daily. He clicks his tongue, warning that sightings of the artisan have already appeared on HunterNet, so the entire security team must be extra vigilant. The man answers instantly. No hesitation. Understood. Yoongbin sighs in frustration, realizing that the remaining days before the artisan exhibition officially opens are going to feel agonizingly slow. Meanwhile, in another place, Won-woo is holding the TV remote, flipping through channels one after another without stopping. Watching him, Yoongbin asks if there is anything good playing on TV today, but Won-woo keeps clicking away, his eyes glued to the screen. He mentions that the channel is re-airing the specific variety show episode featuring Hong-jae song from his last appearance. Won-woo missed the live broadcast and wants to catch the rerun, while Jung-bin casually asks if the artisan has finally come down the mountain. In the kitchen, Eui-jae overhears their conversation while cooking, his brow furrowing instantly at the sound of that highly familiar name. He only knew that Hong-jae song was hiding out on Mount Jiri, and wonders if that annoying bastard has actually come down already. Right then, everyone turns their attention to the television screen as the reporter asks if he really stayed up on Mount Jiri this time. The reporter excitedly notes that the S-grade artisan came here immediately after descending, calling him the absolute pride of the entire nation. The legendary hunter artisan Hong-jae song then greets the viewers with a bright, friendly smile. Noticing the artisan's slightly plumper face, Won-woo remarks that the guy must have been eating like a king since coming down the mountain. Eui-jae silently agrees, while the reporter on screen continues to shower the guest with endless praise. The reporter mentions how famous he is for creating top-tier gear and eagerly asks what kind of item he crafted this time. But Ye-song firmly keeps the secret, claiming it would spoil the suspense if revealed now, promising to unveil it on auction day instead. The reporter refuses to back down, eagerly pleading for just a tiny, harmless hint about the mysterious gear. The crew crowds around the television screen with faces full of absolute excitement, wishing they could somehow attend the auction, though the artisan on screen flatly refuses. Jisoo lets out a soft sigh, pointing out that even if they wanted to go, a black ticket is required just to enter. Jumin blankly wonders about the current market price for those tickets, causing Jisoo's face to slump in disappointment immediately. Jisoo complains that they supposedly trade for billions of won but are completely sold out anyway, wondering aloud if they will ever get to attend such an event. While the others are deeply engrossed in gossip, Eui-jae quietly slips away back to his room. Nervously, he pulls out the 2 black tickets he received as a gift, staring down at them in his hand while groaning inwardly at his luck. Those are the exact black tickets every hunter is currently dying to get, meaning Nam Woo-jin basically handed him a massive disaster. He recalls firmly turning them down back then, pointing out that a mere D-rank hunter with no money has absolutely no business at an auction. But Nam Woo-jin refused to listen, casually shoving the tickets into his hands and telling him to just resell them to the desperate hunters searching for them. Remembering that moment, he clicks his tongue in annoyance, realizing he got completely played by that bastard's smooth talking and accepted the tickets in a total daze. Thoughts swirl in his head as he remembers the painful lessons of the tomato market incident, reminding himself to stay in his own lane and not overreach. He seriously begins to weigh his options on what to do with the tickets. He lists his choices, option 1 being to actually travel to Songdo for the auction, while option 2 is simply selling them off, and option 3 is pretending they do not exist, quickly hiding them away underneath his mattress. Going to the auction is immediately ruled out, and selling them is far too risky, meaning the first 2 options are officially off the table. That leaves option 3, stuffing them somewhere out of sight and forgetting they ever existed, which brings a highly satisfied smirk to his face. They can just rot under there until the artisan exhibition is completely over. But the next day, Sa-young's sudden question freezes him right in his tracks. Sa-young asks if he has ever been to Songdo, making his gaze unconsciously drift down to the black tickets now sitting prominently on the table. These are supposed to be impossibly rare, multi-billion won tickets that hunters would kill for, so why do they keep showing up right in front of him? Averting his gaze, Eui-jae quickly shifts focus by asking why he arrived so late today. He has only one single thought in his mind, and that is to avoid eye contact at all costs. Sa-young stares intensely, retorting that arriving during business hours would only get him glared at for disrupting the restaurant, making Eui-jae's eye twitch in annoyance. That might be true, but did he really have to be so sarcastic about it? People only keep their distance from Lee Sa-young because they are flat out terrified of him. How is he supposed to help that? Jae's face instantly darkens, Damn it. Maybe because Nam Woojin's earlier words keep echoing in his head, Eui-jae cannot help but feel that the face hidden behind that gas mask looks strangely gloomy right now. Memories slowly drift through his mind. From the very first moment they met until now, this punk has been nothing but sassy, incredibly annoying, and downright bizarre. He is a total lunatic, whose mere existence is enough to completely blow away Eui-jae's peaceful life. But Eui-jae already knows way too much about Lee Sa-young. Suddenly, he bolts upright from his seat, as if a major realization just hit him. So, this is what Nam Woojin meant by being shackled in chains. Those rich and powerful elites really have a terrifyingly brilliant way of thinking. They actually used Eui-jae's conscience as a shackle to bind him to Lee Sa-young. Breaking the silence, Sa-young asks if he even realizes how much he worries about him. Eui-jae replies instantly, his voice completely indifferent, as if it is obvious. Yes, he knows. With that, Eui-jae stands up to slip away, prompting Sa-young to narrow his eyes and ask where he is going. He answers casually without pausing his steps. To the kitchen, Eui-jae says. Sa-young gets annoyed, complaining that he has not even answered his question yet. Eui-jae mutters back in frustration, honestly, what a pain. There is still plenty of time, so Sa-young suggests they drink some coffee and talk. He asks Eui-jae if he even drinks coffee. Sa-young shrugs indifferently, prompting Eui-jae to frown at the vague answer. With a helpless sigh, Eui-jae tells him to just sit there and wait. Before long, Eui-jae places a steaming hot mug on the table in front of him. This is his ultimate secret recipe, mixed grain powder with acacia honey, guaranteed to win over even the pickiest 9-year-old kid in school. Sa-young stares intently at the cup, asking suspiciously what it is. Eui-jae replies casually it is just grain powder. Sa-young blinks, asking about the coffee. Eui-jae scoffs, saying a guy who can barely sleep has no business drinking caffeine. He tells him to just drink the grain powder, recalling how Sa-young barely slept when he visited his place. Sa-young protests, claiming Eui-jae's insomnia is just as bad as his. Eui-jae reaches for his own glass, pointing out that is exactly why he is drinking plain water instead. Sa-young reaches for his mask strap, gently pulling it off in the very next second. Taking a warm sip of the drink, he asks, putting that aside, has he ever been to Songdo? Eui-jae pauses, his eyes wavering for a split second before he looks away and flatly says no. He silently notes that even back when he was Jae, he never actually visited that city. Hearing this, Sa-young's eyes instantly light up. Great, so he should take this opportunity to go. Eui-jae looks back blankly, wondering why on earth he should go to Songdo. Sa-young explains that the city is incredibly bustling lately. Eui-jae pretends not to care, asking if it is because of that artisan exhibition or whatever. Sa-young nods, confirming that is the one. Eui-jae frowns, wondering why he has to go. Sa-young answers without a single shred of hesitation to go on a date. Eui-jae instantly crushes the cup in his hand, his forehead twitching in sheer irritation. Eui-jae mutters, asking if the grain powder is spoiled. Sa-young casually retorts, pointing out that he is offering a date worth tens of billions of won. He dismisses it completely, saying he has no time for Songdo when he has a business to run. Sa-young leans forward, continuing to coax him by saying he can just pretend to take his grandmother to the hospital and close the shop on the day of the exhibition. Eui-jae stares back at him with a look of pure disgust. He answers so smoothly that it seems like he had already anticipated this entire conversation beforehand. Sa-young is not even embarrassed, casually shrugging and asking what else they can do if grandmother is sick. Eui-jae frowns, saying that using her as an excuse is crossing a line. Before he can even finish, the image of a smiling Choi Go-yo pops up. Sa-young quickly proposes a simple solution. If it makes Eui-jae feel better, he can just have Choi Go-yo take grandmother to the hospital. Eui-jae is speechless, asking if that guy is even awake. Desperately trying to find an excuse, Eui-jae points out that a D-rank hunter like him cannot possibly attend an exclusive exhibition. If people question where he got his ticket, what then? Hearing this, Sa-young simply reaches into his spatial rift. That is not an issue either. After rummaging around, he pulls out an item and slams it down onto the table with theatrical flair. Sa-young smiles softly, sliding the item forward as he tells Eui-jae to just wear it and say he is with the Pado Guild secretary team. He grins, amused that they will be wearing a matching couple item. Staring at the object, Jae is totally bewildered. You want me to wear this? Sa-young simply nods with absolute certainty. He explains that his secretary team is always required to wear it on offline business trips, so absolutely everyone who sees him will find it completely normal. Eui-jae silently protests, thinking that two guys walking side by side in gas masks will stand out like a sore thumb. Even he would find it bizarre. Glaring at Sa-young with icy eyes, Eui-jae seriously wonders if he should just curse this brat out and kick him out. Unfortunately, Sa-young remains completely oblivious to the dangerous atmosphere steadily building up. Sa-young asks if he can raise a question, but Eui-jae snaps back with a flat no. Ignoring the rejection, Sa-young mentions their upcoming visit to the Sewon Guild. Sa-young demands to know what that bastard Nam Woo-jin said to make Eui-jae suddenly act so nice to him today. Sa-young points out that Eui-jae is never the type to give people gifts, leaving a single thought running wild in Eui-jae's mind. He notes how sharp this crazy guy is, right when the familiar chime of the system rings out. The system activates his poker face trait, instantly hardening Jae's expression to conceal any trace of his inner panic. Beneath that calm mask, his thoughts spin wildly as he wonders if Sa-young already knows everything and is just asking to mess with him. Since Nam Woo-jin and Sa-young are technically business partners, he wonders if the doctor might have tipped the kid off. Eui-jae instantly dismisses that ridiculous thought, knowing that Nam Woo-jin is basically a pure scholar at heart. Since the doctor has not even verified Jae's identity yet, he definitely would not leak their private conversation. Ruling that out, Eui-jae arrives at a completely different conclusion. Does this mean Sa-young is being this suspicious simply because Eui-jae decided to be a little soft on him? What kind of animalistic instincts does this guy have? He quickly takes a sip of his water to hide his inner panic, when a sudden realization flashes through his mind. Eui-jae once told the hunter he has zero faith in humanity. Because of that, Sa-young's suspicion makes perfect sense. Eui-jae insists it was just a simple cup of grain shake. But Sa-young only narrows his eyes with deeper suspicion. Sa-young argues that the only thing capable of changing Eui-jae's attitude like this is his recent meeting with Nam Woo-jin. Sa-young calls the doctor an incredibly smooth talker, sending a cold shiver down Eui-jae's spine even as he struggles to maintain his mask. In all fairness, Sa-young is right, but the hunter just continues laying out his confident theories. Since Eui-jae never listens to anyone, Sa-young finds it all highly suspect, pushing Eui-jae closer and closer to his absolute limit. Annoyed by the sudden verbal assault, Eui-jae can only watch as Sa-young questions who that damn doctor thinks he is to meddle in their relationship. Extremely annoyed, Eui-jae wonders what relationship they even have beyond a basic contract. Finally snapping, he demands to know why Sa-young always acts so erratic the moment he receives a tiny bit of kindness. He argues that calling a single cup of shake kindness is absolutely ridiculous, explaining he only wanted to thank Sa-young for taking his grandmother to the hospital and helping Ha-yoon. Yet, Sa-young continues to stare at him with deep suspicion. Sa-young points out that the hospital trip was already a clear condition in their contract, leaving Eui-jae feeling pretty guilty as he awkwardly scratches his cheek. Desperately searching for a more logical excuse, Eui-jae mentions he is also grateful for the time he was sucked into the rift. Sa-young saved his life, and while that was technically part of their deal, his beloved restaurant surely would have burned to ashes without that quick rescue. Jae adds that if Sa-young had not showed up, he might even be a wanted criminal right now for stealing an ambulance. A bittersweet realization suddenly hits Eui-jae. Back when he was active as Jae, absolutely nobody had ever run to his rescue like that. Sa-young freezes in absolute shock, asking if Eui-jae was genuinely going to hijack an ambulance just to save a cheap soup restaurant. Eui-jae's silence only makes Sa-young more certain of his theory. Sa-young bursts into mocking laughter, finally understanding why Eui-jae had randomly asked him if he had a driver's license that day. Eui-jae glares at him with icy eyes, screaming internally for the punk to shut up because his shop was literally on the verge of burning. It is incredibly annoying to be called crazy by an actual lunatic, who is now resting his chin on his hand with pure amusement. When Eui-jae coldly asks what else he wants, Sa-young only grins and asks if there is anything else. He asks if Eui-jae is grateful for anything else, making Eui-jae's eye twitch as he snaps that he is completely out of things to say. Sa-young clicks his tongue, teasing that for someone who hates humans, Eui-jae has some incredibly low standards. He continues to push, suggesting that if Eui-jae is truly that grateful, he should finally accept his invitation for a real date. A familiar wave of utter helplessness washes over Eui-jae as he realizes they are right back to square one. He vigorously shakes his head without a second thought, bluntly stating that he simply does not want to go. Eui-jae points out that Sa-young was the one who told him to live quietly, so he is going to stay put and sell soup. Sa-young stands up abruptly, insisting they can easily sneak out and back in total secrecy. Eui-jae glares at him with cold eyes, thinking how absolutely delusional it is to believe they could sneak around while traveling with a famous rank 2 hunter. When Eui-jae asks why he is so obsessed with dragging him along, Sa-young replies with the most casual tone imaginable. He claims it is for a date, making Eui-jae's face darken as he tells Sa-young to stop the nonsense and speak plainly. Sa-young stubbornly plays coy, whining about how lonely it is to travel alone, which only earns a dry sneer from Eui-jae. He tells Sa-young to just take his vice leader, Bae Won-woo, drawing a highly dissatisfied glare from the legendary hunter. Sa-young complains that Eui-jae rarely calls him by name, yet speaks Bae Won-woo's full name so smoothly, leaving Eui-jae completely speechless. Do you know how incredibly hard you are to please? Sa-young shrugs with a deeply suggestive tone. Since Won-woo is going with the other guild members, Sa-young suggests Eui-jae should just tag along. Eui-jae immediately shoots down the idea. Traveling with a boss will only make everyone feel totally awkward. Eui-jae retorts, while a stream of highly sarcastic thoughts runs through his head. Since when did you care so much about your subordinates? Sa-young sits back down, resting his chin on his hand and staring intently. Actually, there is still one more thing that you should really be grateful to me for, Sa-young slowly hints. Do you remember those guys you tied up like a bundle of dried fish? Sa-young asks, leaving Eui-jae to wonder if he means the thugs caught at Incheon port. What about those guys? Eui-jae asks. Sa-young points out how recklessly Eui-jae had charged at them, while completely ignoring his messages. So before throwing them into the transport, Sa-young decided to rough them up a bit, making sure they would never forget Eui-jae. At that moment, Eui-jae feels like a bolt of lightning has struck him straight on the head. He is completely doomed. It is only now that Eui-jae finally realizes a massively serious problem. Cheesy romantic lines are not the issue. Those thugs are the real disaster. Eui-jae only gave them a beating but never actually got around to silencing them. Right then, Sa-young's next words send a cold sweat dripping endlessly down Eui-jae's back. Sa-young reveals he almost called the transport to haul them off. If they had been sent away like that, it would have turned into a massive disaster. Eui-jae's heart skips a beat. Jungbin still believes he is just a weak D rank, but no D rank should be able to take down an entire gang. Especially not one S-class undercover defeating a B rank and beating 20 thugs to an absolute pulp. If that secret leaks, Eui-jae will undoubtedly end up dragged straight into an interrogation room with Jungbin. Sa-young's voice continues, explaining that the thugs are still locked up in the guild basement, with no telling when they will finally be transferred to the bureau. Eui-jae tries to stay calm, noting that if they talk, Sa-young will also face trouble, but Sa-young merely spins his cup, acting completely unbothered. Either way, any fallout Sa-young suffers will be minor compared to yours. He still has plenty of escape routes left. If Eui-jae had kept refusing, Sa-young would not have forced him. He suddenly grins, though his expression hides a deeply dangerous threat. But seeing you feel so grateful over small things makes me want to do even more for you, Sa-young says playfully. He mentions all sorts of favors. Eui-jae's hands clench into tight fists, mentally telling this bastard that he wants absolutely none of it. The very next day, a neatly posted sign suddenly appears on the glass door of the restaurant. The shop will close for the artisan exhibition, stating that he is taking grandmother to the hospital, wishing her good health. Eui-jae reluctantly gets dressed, but the suit fits so perfectly, he wonders how that guy could have possibly guessed his size. Suddenly, Eui-jae catches Sa-young staring at him with a deeply analytical look. He frowns when Sa-young unexpectedly praises his incredibly neat tie-tying skills. Sa-young admits he thought Eui-jae did not know how. Eui-jae's eye twitches as he asks if Sa-young is looking for a fight. Not at all, Sa-young claims, saying he was simply planning to tie it for Eui-jae himself. Eui-jae quickly puts on his mask, wondering why this guy is talking nonsense so early in the morning. But in a flash, Sa-young grabs his tie, pulling the distance between them dangerously close. Sa-young gently reminds Eui-jae to take precautions once they arrive. When speaking, Eui-jae must lower his voice as much as possible so that only Sa-young can hear. The guild leader teases playfully. From now on, Eui-jae is officially part of Pado's secretarial team, meaning he must use polite formal honorifics. Eui-jae silently curses the brat, realizing this dynamic was the exact reason Sa-young dragged him along. Gritting his teeth, Eui-jae asks how he should address him. Sa-young suggests guild leader Lee Sa-young, which Eui-jae finds way too long. Sa-young patiently explains that many other guild leaders will also be attending the exhibition. If others overhear, They might mistakenly think Eui-jae is calling out to them. After a brief pause, Eui-jae reluctantly yields to the point. Eui-jae decides to just use guild leader. Sa-young shrugs, telling him to just hold onto his arm anyway. With that, Sa-young quickly rips the paper in his hands to shreds. Before long, the two stand right outside the exhibition venue. In front of the building, a massive banner stretches across the main hall, displaying a giant message impossible to miss, celebrating the return of the master craftsman after a 2-year absence. The artisan exhibition of Hong-ye-seong. The two security guards standing outside look completely exhausted, but they suddenly watch in surprise as two fully masked figures walk straight toward them. This early in the morning, Sa-young and Eui-jae hand over their passes. The guards respectfully verify the invitation tickets. The invitations are confirmed for Pado's guild leader, Lee Sa-young, along with his companion, whose intense expression sends a shiver down the guards' spines. "Hey, secretary, move aside. Why are you still standing there?" Afterwards, the security guard respectfully bows and invites them both inside. Eui-jae watches. Is this what real power feels like? This kind of VIP treatment is honestly wild. He pokes Sa-young in the back, leaning in to make a request. He asks the guild leader for permission to use the restroom, making Sa-young complain, "Are you really leaving me alone already?" Eui-jae quickly makes an excuse, saying he needs to mentally prepare himself for a long day of using formal honorifics. Sa-young glares as he puts on a show, mocking that their new secretary does not seem like the type to prepare thoroughly. "If I do not prepare, I might start swearing out loud." "Would you prefer that, boss?" Left with no other choice, Sa-young silently lets him go. Inside the restroom, Eui-jae pulls off his gas mask and sighs. Staring at the mask, Eui-jae hates how much it limits his vision. He wonders how Sa-young survives wearing this thing every single day. His mind drifts back to how much focus it took to memorize the detailed profiles of all those famous S-class hunters, leaving him totally exhausted. To make things worse, this suffocating gas mask is making him incredibly irritable. What a massive pain. Wondering if he can actually pull this off, Eui-jae opens his inventory to search for a specific item. Leaving the item hidden under his blanket felt too risky, so he ended up bringing it along anyway. He calmly browses his inventory while catching his breath. Ever since facing several recent situations where his raw physical strength simply was not enough, keeping this specific weapon close is the only way to put his mind at ease. Finally, Eui-jae sighs. He makes his decision. He is finally away from Sa-young. Good. Time to gather some quick information. A notification pops up showing a flood of group messages, with someone asking about Sa-young, who apparently chose to go separately, so no one knows his exact whereabouts. That makes zero sense. Your guild barely has any members anyway, so why is he going alone? Who knows? As long as he handed over the guild card to pay for everything, it is fine. In the first channel, someone mentions that the artisan exhibition has returned after 2 years, warning everyone to keep some mandatory rules in mind. As someone complains that the nagging is starting up again, a massive flood of strict warnings from Jung Bin begins to fill up the group chat. He begs everyone to avoid causing trouble and not to fall for any cheap provocations from other guilds. He strongly suggests that the best option is to not even speak to strangers, reminding everyone to maintain a safe distance from other volatile hunters, especially since a minor accidental collision between high-ranking hunters could easily end up leveling the entire exhibition building. If a fight is absolutely unavoidable, they must settle it in private, completely out of sight. After the fight, they must immediately contact the first response team of the Awakened Management Bureau, making sure they do not threaten the journalists. Speaking on behalf of the entire organizing committee, he asks for everyone's cooperation to make this exhibition a success. They better behave themselves if they do not want a private one-on-one meeting with him later. Following his massive wall of text, other hunters immediately chime in to mock him, asking how that counted as a single sentence. Yet, looking closely, it really was one single sentence, making Eui-jae sigh in deep sympathy for how hard Jung Bin has to work. It is completely understandable, given that a bunch of highly sensitive, toxic, and arrogant hunters are all gathering in the same building. Suddenly, Eui-jae tenses up as he hears approaching footsteps, wondering if a massive crowd is rushing toward his location. He quickly activates a function on his system's screen, warily keeping his eyes glued to the door ahead. As the steps draw closer, he realizes it is not a crowd, but just a single person who suddenly starts screaming in frustration. Hearing the person complain about something not working, Eui-jae instantly recognizes the voice of Hong-ye-seong right outside. Yes, Song can already picture Sa-young glaring at him in fury. knowing that if he does not hurry up, the guild leader will throw a fit. He needs to wrap things up fast. What is that guy doing out there anyway? Ye Seong curses in absolute frustration, which prompts the concerned security guard standing right outside to shout, asking if he is all right. Receiving no response, the guard reassures himself, figuring that things must not be going very smoothly for the S-class hunter. Deciding to just stand there and wait, they leave Eui-jae listening to the entire exchange, deeply wondering what the man is up to. Suddenly, a loud beep echoes from the device in Ye Seong's hand as he tests it in annoyance, complaining about the noise. He mutters to himself about a potential malfunction, but the continuous beeping only makes Eui-jae grow increasingly alert and tense, worried that something might be about to explode. The guard outside shouts in again, asking if Ye Seong is still doing fine. Ye Seong opens the door to reassure the guard standing watch, claiming he simply pressed the wrong button while trying to get some work done. Lately, some crazy thieves have been stealing other hunters' entry tickets, then selling them off. Hearing him explain the purpose of the device instantly makes Eui-jae break into a cold sweat. It is an illegal ticket detector. Yi-sung explained he built it specifically to filter out those freeloaders, but now it's acting up. He wondered aloud if anyone out there hadn't registered their ticket yet. If the ticket displays a green light, then everyone is fully registered. Meanwhile, Ji panicked as a terrifying realization began to dawn on him. An unregistered ticket was sitting right inside his inventory. He couldn't believe this high-tech scanner could actually detect items hidden deep within a player's private inventory space. What kind of insane tech is packed into that tracking device anyway? Just then, the security guard cautiously approached Ji's restroom stall and called out, "Hold on." It looked like someone was occupying the stall right next to Hong Yi-sung. Yi-sung replied completely unfiltered, sending a massive wave of panic through Ji inside. He claimed he didn't sense any human presence inside. He figured it was just a locked cleaning closet, which explained why the door was closed. The guard quickly explained the situation, while Ji frantically scrambled to find a hiding spot. Cleaning closets usually aren't locked from the inside, the guard noted. Hearing them approach, Ji felt absolutely terrified. Left with no other choice, he decided to make a desperate gamble. At this point, whether they forced the door open or he walked out on his own, he would look incredibly suspicious either way. It was time to gamble. Shaking with exhaustion, his clothes completely disheveled, Ji stepped out, wearing a gas mask to prove there was indeed someone inside. He apologized, claiming he got way too nervous and got a bit carried away. He explained he was just a rookie who fought incredibly hard to join the PADO Secretariat, but because he had to accompany President Lee Seo-jun, the immense pressure made him throw up his guts in the restroom. The two men stared wide-eyed in complete disbelief, while the device kept screeching. After all, that gas mask clearly belonged to the PADO Guild. The security guard quickly followed up, asking which unit the rookie belonged to. Feigning absolute exhaustion to win the guard's sympathy, Ji replied that he was from the PADO Secretariat, attending the artisan exhibition to accompany President Lee Seo-jun. Seeing him in that state, the guard figured he must be a complete rookie. Having to accompany such a notorious boss would make anyone nervous. Suddenly, Seo-jun walked in and mockingly remarked that the security team seemed close enough to use the restroom together. He strolled inside, casually, and turned his attention straight to Ji, demanding to know if his supposed secretary had finally finished mentally preparing himself for the job. Ji knew it. He was absolutely certain that the guy would eventually find him here. Ji stepped forward and apologized to his president, claiming he just took a sedative and felt much better now. He explained it was only his first-day jitters. Ji gently nudged Seo-jun, desperately hoping the man would catch on to the situation. He pleaded with him to play along, and Seo-jun helplessly complied. Seo-jun agreed, warning that he hoped he wouldn't regret bringing him along. Ji was absolutely thrilled that the president coordinated so flawlessly with him. Ji promised to do his best, but Seo-jun immediately launched into a harsh lecture, telling him that trying wasn't enough, and he had to deliver results. He had been on the job for an entire month without showing any real progress, so he had better perform perfectly today. As a member of the Secretariat, his priority should be looking after his boss, rather than using poor health as a convenient excuse to slack off. Ji was furious, but could only curse the arrogant brat silently. Masking his irritation, he offered a quiet, mechanical response just to get through it. He promised to do better and apologized sincerely, while Seo-jun coldly advised him to get his head in the game beforehand next time. If this kept up, the boss complained he would be waiting on his secretary forever. Deep down, Ji grumbled that this petty bastard truly held a lifetime grudge. At that moment, Yi-sung stepped forward to interrupt them, asking if he could finally greet them now. Seo-jun expressed his irritation at the noisy device in Yi-sung's hand, asking if he could shut it off. Yi-sung helplessly listened to the constant beeping. He explained that he struggled to activate it to scan for illegal tickets, but it must be experiencing a glitch since it wouldn't stop screaming. He figured he accidentally programmed it to react to verified tickets as well, blaming himself since he rushed to build the device in just 3 hours. Hearing this, Seo-jun clearly started plotting something and questioned him. If this technology is scaled up, wouldn't it be possible to scan an opponent's entire inventory? Yi-sung laughed, stating that the proposal sounded like something a straight-up villain would conceive, though he could currently only track custom chips embedded in gear he personally crafted. He then flashed a devious grin. If they wanted to scan everyone entering the hall, he would definitely need to make some quick modifications. He would also need to run thorough tests to ensure total accuracy, leaving everyone completely stunned by the implication. He quickly bid them farewell and rushed off to fix it. He told them he would see them inside, adding a playful warning for Seo-jun to stop bullying his poor secretary. Seo-jun instantly snapped back, demanding to know what bullying he meant. Contrary to what Yi-sung believed, Seo-jun was actually the one suffering, grumbling under his breath that he was serving his supposed assistant to death. He then annoyedly asked why so many people kept crowding around him. Urging them to leave, Ji offered a deeply apologetic response, expressing his sincere regrets to President Lee Seo-jun. Ji quickly pulled Seo-jun aside and quietly asked if they could speak privately for a moment. He finally took off the suffocating gas mask and exhaled deeply. Ji gently gripped Seo-jun's face, looking completely serious as he questioned him. He noted that there shouldn't be any lies or secrets between the two of them. After all, they were bound by a strict contractual agreement. On the other hand, Seo-jun remained incredibly calm as he formulated his response. He calmly asked, when they had become so close and familiar that they could speak to each other with such brutal honesty. Eui-jae tries to play dumb and dodge the topic, but Sa-young quickly cuts in to mockingly question him. Deciding to confess before things get completely out of hand, Eui-jae admits that he is holding 2 unregistered black tickets. Sa-young gets visibly annoyed at this confession and coldly says he is finally starting to understand him. Sa-young points out that Eui-jae calling his name first without being prompted is a sure sign that something has gone wrong. Sa-young grabs Eui-jae's tie, pulling him close as the atmosphere between them instantly becomes incredibly tense. Sa-young angrily demands to know which bastard gave him those tickets, leaving Eui-jae staring in utter disbelief. He never expected Sa-young to react so aggressively to the news, and it catches him completely off guard. A sudden thought flashes through Eui-jae's mind. Eui-jae figured the worst Sa-young would do was mockingly tease him about being pretty capable, just like the smug image of Sa-young currently playing in his head. Eui-jae breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing he was completely wrong to think Sa-young would just sarcastically ask if he really wanted to live a quiet life. Why is he suddenly being so hostile? Eui-jae wonders as Sa-young continues to glare at him with pure annoyance. Sa-young demands an answer, asking again who gave him the tickets, but Eui-jae waves his hand to deflect. Eui-jae argues that the upcoming auction is far more critical, especially if Hong Ye-sung's detector machine exposes his presence and ruins his quiet life. Right then, a system notification rings out as Eui-jae's poker face trait finally activates. Sa-young coldly points out that Eui-jae is the only one in trouble, leaving him completely stunned since he assumed they were in this together. Sa-young smirks, with ice-cold eyes, mocking the idea of being in the same boat when Eui-jae won't even share who gave him the tickets. Sa-young calls him out for keeping secrets, making Eui-jae more determined than ever to keep Nam Woo-jin's name hidden. He knows that mentioning Nam Woo-jin now would spell disaster, especially with Sa-young's personality being as twisted as a pretzel. Suddenly, Sa-young reaches out to tilt Eui-jae's chin up, closing the distance between them, as he whispers that his secretary needs to keep something very important in mind. While speaking, Sa-young gently buttoned up Eui-jae's slightly crooked collar, starting off with a simple explanation. He explains that tickets for the artisan exhibition are only sold in strictly limited numbers, through exclusive ranker channels. Sa-young details how international slots are set aside, while any unsold tickets on Channel 1 are moved to Channel 2. And under this strict system, once those limited slots are gone, they stop selling them entirely. This means it is impossible to hide which ranker bought tickets and exactly how many they purchased, making it a completely airtight system where no one can cheat. Sa-young purchased 4 tickets himself for guild member Bae Won-woo, his team, and himself. As he explains this, Sa-young reaches down to straighten Eui-jae's tie along with the rest of his messy suit. Eui-jae is suddenly hit with a chilling realization. His grand plan to quietly flip these tickets on Tomato Market is completely down the drain, and honestly, his peaceful retirement has never felt further away. Nam Woojin's smug face flashes in Eui-jae's mind, practically daring him to try reselling them, sending a sudden cold shiver down his spine. If Eui-jae had let slip that he wanted to sell them, he would have been in massive trouble, as Sa-young keeps talking. Sa-young notes that other high-ranking guild leaders bought their share too, including Doc purchasing 2 tickets, and there's a huge catch. He noticed Nam Woojin bought 2 extra tickets, causing Eui-jae's heart to skip a beat at his own carelessness. Sa-young is incredibly perceptive and relentlessly persistent, leaving Eui-jae with nothing but a bitter, silent sigh as his partner reaches a conclusion. Sa-young questions why a total shut-in who never leaves his beloved library would buy extra tickets, finally understanding why Nam Woojin suddenly decided to show up at the exhibition. Sa-young mockingly offers a bet on whether Nam Woojin will appear today, prompting an awkward head scratch from Eui-jae. Eui-jae complains about being asked when Sa-young clearly already knows the answer, while Sa-young sharply presses him on exactly what Nam Woojin told him. Eui-jae warns himself that admitting he knows about Sa-young's dark past will only backfire horribly on him. Eui-jae quickly flashes a thumbs up to play innocent, arguing that accepting the tickets and actually chatting are 2 completely separate things. He rapidly explains that this only happened because Sa-young blabbed to Nam Woojin about Eui-jae being the one who retrieved the magic stones. Eui-jae rambles on without taking a breath, claiming the tickets were just a reward since the magic stones apparently helped Nam Woojin with his research. He insists they were useless, and he even tried to burn them, but the damn tickets simply would not catch fire. Having no idea what to do, Eui-jae just carried them along, wishing he had dumped them at the Hangover soup restaurant instead of letting Hong Ye-sung's cursed detector machine drag him into this mess. He shoots a quick glare at Sa-young while secretly gauging his reaction. The heavy tension seems to ease up slightly, but Eui-jae still frowns, wondering why Sa-young is still leaning over him like the Tower of Pisa. Even with a thorough explanation, Sa-young continues to stare with that annoying glare until Eui-jae finally snaps. Eui-jae suddenly reaches out to yank Sa-young's gas mask away, but Sa-young immediately uses all his strength to slap his hand away. Sa-young accuses him of acting out because he is losing the argument, while Eui-jae grinds his teeth, declaring he has said enough. Aren't you the one who is actually speechless? Take this mask off right now. Sa-young struggles, demanding to be let go as he needs to leave, but Eui-jae refuses to back down, ordering him to remove it. Sa-young snaps back that he already said no. He grumbles in a sulky tone, asking why Eui-jae did not just spend the whole day with that Woojin guy instead. Eui-jae frowns, calling it complete nonsense since he never planned on coming in the first place and only showed up because of Sa-young's threats. Sa-young scoffs at the word threat, muttering that Eui-jae must be the only person alive who would view a multi-billion-won date invitation as a threat. Veins bulge on Jae's furious face, recalling how Sa-young had warned him that if they did not go to Songdo, they would both die together. If that is not a threat, then what is? He actually planned to sell the ticket Woojin gave him on Tomato Market. Sa-young curses under his breath, demanding to know why Eui-jae still has not deleted that second-hand trading app. Eui-jae snaps back, explaining that he deleted the account and the app immediately after getting blasted with hundreds of spam messages. Jae suddenly pauses as a thought strikes him. If Sa-young's ticket distribution method is real, then far more top-tier Channel 1 hunters will show up at this art exhibition than he initially expected. His expression gradually turns incredibly serious. In a high-stakes situation where potential threats are looming everywhere, securing Sa-young's cooperation is absolutely vital. Sa-young had played along beautifully earlier to diffuse the tension, but Eui-jae knows that if the man remains in such a foul mood, any sudden crisis could turn disastrous. Sa-young might just pretend they are complete strangers. A vivid and highly stressful scenario that instantly plays out in Eui-jae's mind. He imagines Sa-young turning away coldly, leaving him to desperately chase after the man. To prevent that from happening, Eui-jae decides he has to placate the guy first, calling out in a soft, gentle voice. Glaring at him with sharp, icy eyes, Sa-young asks if there is still something else Eui-jae is hiding from him. Eui-jae softly suggests taking off the gas mask, but Sa-young immediately shuts down the idea, saying he does not want to. Jae coaxes him, explaining that he just wants to look at his partner while they talk. But Sa-young dryly questions why that is even necessary. Flashing a bright smile, Eui-jae points out that while he is also slightly annoyed, looking at each other is the first step to talking things out. Seeing Sa-young's absolute refusal, Eui-jae cannot help but feel a massive headache coming on. The guy is clearly throwing a massive tantrum under that mask, making Eui-jae realize that being completely honest is not always the best policy. He sighs, knowing it is going to take a lot more than words to calm this dramatic hunter down. Realizing he has no other choice, Eui-jae pulls Sa-young into a sudden, tight hug, a desperate trick he really hated using on the man, but it was his absolute last resort. Since Sa-young does not push him away, Eui-jae feels a glimmer of hope. He thinks his partner is surprisingly docile, showing no signs of struggle. But that brief wave of relief quickly vanishes when Eui-jae senses something very unusual about him. He wonders why Sa-young's body is completely freezing, feeling almost like a corpse. Nestling closer against Sa-young's chest, Eui-jae dismisses the dark thought, reminding himself that the man is indeed very much alive. He can feel Sa-young's rapid, pounding heartbeat and the sudden tensing of his muscles whenever Eui-jae gently pats and rubs his back. His soft, shallow breathing and that familiar, sweet scent are undeniable signs of life. All of this is clear proof that the man is alive, but suddenly, Sa-young shoves Eui-jae away with incredible force. The sudden movement happens way too fast for him to react, sending Eui-jae stumbling backward as he loses his balance entirely. Eui-jae is stunned, realizing a normal person would have been sent flying into the wall, wondering if his hug lasted a bit too long. But when Eui-jae takes a closer look at the other hunter's expression, he senses that something is not right. Instead of looking annoyed, Sa-young seems strangely anxious and flustered, prompting Eui-jae to quickly dust off his own shoulders, where the man had just grabbed him. Instead of picking a fight, smoothing things over remains his priority. So Eui-jae softly asks if Sa-young is feeling any better now. Sa-young hangs his head low, muttering that Eui-jae seems to have an absolute inability to learn from past mistakes. Eui-jae scowls, wondering why on earth Sa-young is suddenly questioning his intelligence and learning skills out of nowhere. Sa-young rubs his temples, reminding him that coughing up blood from his poison was not some ancient history, causing Eui-jae to blink in confusion. A quick memory flashes through Jae's mind, realizing Sa-young is referring to the time they signed their contract. Thanks to a basilisk trait, Jae has developed a powerful poison resistance, meaning Sa-young's lethal aura is no longer a threat to him, though the other hunter is still raising his voice. Sa-young growls, asking what Eui-jae would have done if he started spitting blood here, and if he expected him to clean up the mess. He points out that even standard antidotes have absolutely zero effect on Eui-jae's body. Hearing that, Eui-jae quickly cuts in to stop him, while quietly realizing that he can never actually reveal his secret poison resistance to the man. Forcing himself to stay calm, Eui-jae assures him that he is perfectly fine, and that the poison is no longer a threat. He sarcastically retorts, asking how someone could claim to be fine after throwing up that much blood. Eui-jae tries to convince him, insisting that he is completely okay now and it won't happen again. Sa-young tears the ticket he just pulled out in half, speaking completely nonchalantly. He admits he only did it because he has absolutely no interest in cleaning up corpses. In an instant, the surrounding space warps, and a series of system alerts chime, entering the isolation waiting room for participants of the artisan exhibition. This waiting area was personally constructed by Hong Ye-sung, and can only be accessed with a verified ticket. Please wait in this private room until the exhibition begins. Any attempt to escape the waiting room or cause a disturbance may result in punishment under the special laws for awakened individuals. If a riot feels imminent, please take shelter in your private waiting room and contact the Awakened Management Bureau immediately. The garbage collector looks around, wondering where on earth they are. His companion explains that the system already clarified it is a private waiting room. He mentions hearing earlier that the guests would be completely isolated, but he did not expect them to build an entirely separate dimension for each person. It honestly feels like they are being kept in hamster cages. Eui-jae curiously asks why such measures are necessary. Sa-young simply points to a chair behind him and tells him to sit down first. Eui-jae immediately turns around to look in disbelief, questioning if they are really staying here. Sa-young slowly explains that during the previous artisan exhibition, some total jerk caused a scene that nearly collapsed the entire building. Eui-jae falls into deep thought. Locking up a bunch of super hunter hamsters in the same cage makes perfect sense. Standing with his arms crossed, Sa-young urgently tells him to remove his shirt, leaving Eui-jae wide-eyed in shock. Eui-jae blurts out a confused gasp, but Sa-young repeats his command. Realizing what he means, Eui-jae reaches up to touch his shoulder, insisting his shoulder is fine and that the push was barely anything. Eui-jae objects, Annoyed, Sa-young warns him to take it off before he has to strip it off him by force. Eui-jae immediately points a finger at his face and protests, noting that Sa-young did not exactly agree to remove his own gas mask earlier either. Sa-young fires back, asking how those two situations are similar. Eui-jae refuses to yield, immediately arguing right back. Eui-jae demands to know the difference, repeating that he is fine, and asking why Sa-young will not trust him. Sa-young barks back, stating that trusting him would be insane. Eui-jae's next question catches him off guard, asking if Sa-young is actually worried. Talk about an unexpected twist in their dynamic. Right on cue, a ringing phone breaks the heavy silence, instantly shattering the awkward tension between them. Sa-young stops, pulls out his phone, and tells Eui-jae to just lie down and get some sleep. Before stepping out, he looks back one last time to warn Eui-jae not to wander around and draw any attention to himself. Eui-jae watches him leave, assuming it must be a business call. As soon as the door fully closes, he finally sinks into the chair with a heavy, exhausted sigh. His stomach had been twisting with nausea earlier, but now that the feeling has faded, he assumes his racing mind has finally settled down. Eui-jae ponders why Sa-young seems completely incurious about him, when a sudden realization begins to take shape in his mind. The people he used to encounter would always seek to exploit him, wanting to know exactly how much they could gain from his unique skills. They would relentlessly pry to find out where his limits lay. Eui-jae quietly reflects on how different things are now, but Sa-young is a total exception, never asking a single question before or after their deal was signed. He has shown absolutely no desire to use him, perhaps because he already recognized that Eui-jae possesses a level of power equal to his own. Thoughts continue to swirl through Eui-jae's head. After all, grasping a partner's true strength is usually the most basic requirement before finalizing any contract. Yet Sa-young never even bothered to inquire about his exact set of skills or the nature of his traits. Eui-jae wonders with sudden anxiety if the man already knows his true identity. But it seems completely impossible. If that were true, Sa-young would not have settled for a simple loyalty clause, but would have demanded something substantial in exchange for keeping his secret safe. He stretches out on the chair, throwing an arm over his eyes while wondering about his motives. Ever since escaping the rift, Eui-jae had only wanted to live a perfectly normal life. He silently reflects on his original aspirations for the future. A simple, quiet, and peaceful existence, enjoying each day to the fullest without ever getting mixed up with monsters or dungeons again. Yet his current daily survival is proving far more difficult than imagined, leaving him with absolutely no energy to focus on anything else. Eui-jae is momentarily dazed, suddenly realizing that Sa-young has managed to occupy a massive corner of his everyday routine. It is almost as if the man has naturally become a part of his quiet life. He quietly watches the mana flowing along his arm, whispering Sa-young's name. Before long, Sa-young finds himself standing in an entirely different room. Memories of their intense interaction suddenly replay in his head, recalling how Eui-jae had clung to him tightly, while whispering hoarsely that it was his own fault. Just then, a figure steps through a dimensional rift in the illusionary space, catching him completely off guard with a sudden shout. Seo Minji immediately bows his head in apology, explaining that he got held up handling some business and arrived late. Sa-young coldly tells him to report, prompting Minji to quickly hold out the tablet in his hands to his leader. "Please take this first," Minji says without hesitation, as he hands over the documents, ready to begin his official report. Standing tall, he clearly presents the bold text at the center of the report, titled Trace Investigation. To begin, the research team deployed specialized rift meters in the exact area where the West Sea Rift once appeared, while also thoroughly reviewing all coastal measurement data. Most of the readings were completely stable with no major fluctuations, and there were no sudden spikes when the rift opened. Minji continues his explanation, noting that about 6 months ago, there was a single day when the readings dropped unusually low. Sa-young asks if they were low, and Minji nods. Yes, as Sa-young knows, high levels mean a higher probability of a rift opening. But seeing the numbers drop this low is a complete first for them. Mingi even tried to contact the inventor of the rift meter, but he still could not get a satisfying answer. Sa-young ponders for a moment before slowly speaking, asking if this means there is absolutely zero precedent, which Mingi immediately confirms. Confirming it is true, Sa-young instantly grabs his tablet and starts sliding his fingers rapidly across the screen. Soon, a summary report appears before him, stating that the West Sea Rift shows no signs of reopening. The research team's efforts to study the closed rift have yielded absolutely no progress, and no suspicious awakened individuals have been detected yet. After confirming that the Awakened Management Bureau has formed a tracking team, Sa-young looks up at Minji to ask about that specific squad. He mentions hearing rumors that Gi-woo took on that mission, and Mingi quickly confirms that it is true. Mingi adds that rumors pointed to director Ham Sok-jong commissioning Ji-woo for something, which prompted him to look into it. Sure enough, just a week after the rankings were updated, they discovered that Gi-woo had secretly entered South Korea. Minji continues, explaining that Gi-woo is ranked 5th in Korea, and his real name is Woo-min. Even though he is an S-class awakened hunter, he does not belong to any organization, preferring to travel the world as a freelancer. Since Gi-woo is a powerful S-class, the government has tried every trick in the book to keep him within the country, but he is as slippery as an eel, always vanishing without a trace, meaning a guy like him returning only has 2 possible reasons. Either his client or target is currently in Korea, or he has simply returned home for the Lunar New Year holiday. Min-gi sounds a bit annoyed, explaining that Gi-woo returns every holiday just to eat traditional rice cake soup, like he has to prove how Korean he is. Sharing even more information, Min-gi notes that after setting the questions for the hunter licensing exam, Gi-woo still has not left and remains in Korea. Sa-young asks, in a low voice, wondering about the candidate who scored a perfect mark on that hunter exam. Pointing to the tablet screen, Minji explains that the exam this time was an incredibly tough test. Unless someone is an active hunter who practically lives inside dungeons and rifts, answering these questions correctly is nearly impossible. But as Sa-young already knows, only 2 people scored perfectly on the test, including Eui-jae. Sa-young then asks how the process of clearing Eui-jae's records is going. Minji immediately answers that, following his precise instructions, he fabricated a clean record to cover Eui-jae's 8-year gap, ensuring that even a deep background check would reveal absolutely nothing suspicious. They also established a believable excuse, claiming they simply overheard bits of information from hunters who frequent the local hangover soup restaurant. Extremely satisfied, Sa-young hands the tablet back to Minji, instructing him to keep spreading fake news to prevent the Bureau from catching on. Mingi hesitates for a moment before asking his guildmaster if he could ask a quick question. Griping his tablet tightly, Minji knows that all of his guildmaster's prior assignments always had a clear, defined purpose. His eyes betray a long-repressed confusion, admitting that ever since the mysterious Jae suddenly appeared on the rankings, Mingi explains it has been incredibly hard to figure out what Sa-young is actually planning with his latest instructions, especially since tracking Jae initially felt natural because Jae is a national hero. Minji continues, quietly wondering if his own assumptions are actually correct. But Sa-young does not answer directly, turning away to say it is still not enough, leaving Minji confused about what he means. Sa-young emphasizes each word, stating they still lack decisive evidence. Suddenly remembering something, Sa-young mentions having 2 extra black tickets left over, which he will send shortly, telling Mingi to handle them however he wants. Mingi points to himself, breaking into a cold sweat since his current cover story places him far away in Malaysia. Showing up now would cause a massive scene, but Se-young calmly suggests just telling everyone that he returned home earlier than scheduled. Terrified, Mingi begs his leader to hand them to the romantic opener, instead, claiming he is far too weak to handle it. He claims he cannot manage those tickets, but Sa-young remains completely indifferent, his voice cold, revealing that the guy is hospitalized. Sa-young prepares to leave, while Mingi clutches the tickets in despair and calls after him. He desperately asks if Sa-young is opening a portal again, calling out to his guildmaster, who instantly teleports back to his private room. As his footsteps freeze, a strange sight catches Seo-jun's attention. Standing frozen for a few seconds, he quietly makes his way toward the sofa in the corner, though seeing how cramped it is makes Seo-jun a little annoyed. Is he already asleep? Seriously, after going through all the trouble to build this room, they really should have put in a bigger couch. The sleeping man remains completely oblivious, breathing softly with a rare, peaceful look on his face. All of his usual guardedness is entirely gone. Seo-jun quietly slides in next to Ji, slowly raising a hand before letting it hover hesitantly in the air. Looking down, Seo-jun cannot help but wonder if this man was always this small. Around normal people, he would definitely look tall and built, but compared to other heavy-duty hunters, he is just way too small. He suddenly leans in close, erasing all distance between them. Well, Seo-jun silently closes his eyes and joins Ji in dreamland. Meanwhile, Honeybee orders with a bright smile, asking for 1 hot Americano and 1 iced coffee. She wants them both large, but her smile fades slightly when the cashier rings up a total of 20,000 won, causing Honeybee to grumble. Damn, hangover soup is actually cheaper than this. Here you go. From a distance, Gumin calls out with a sarcastic smirk, teasing that her taste has gotten incredibly cheap since they last met. Watching him act so high and mighty, Honeybee frowns and whips around, sharply asking what he is doing there. Why is he even here anyway? Gumin just shrugs casually, asking what she means by that. He claims he is only there to buy some weapons, but she scoffs as if it is a total joke, reminding him that everyone knows he was banned from the Artisan Expo. Ignoring Honeybee's sharp remarks, he boasts that when you have close friends in high places, any pesky ban can be lifted in a heartbeat. Suddenly suspicious, she demands to know if Dongbin is aware of his presence, and trust me, she is not playing around. With a smug grin, Gumin raises his hands to show they are free, claiming that is exactly why he is walking around uncuffed and shopping for weapons. She can only stare in disbelief, wondering what the directors were thinking when they let in the very psycho who nearly demolished the last expo. His shameless response only makes Honeybee even more irritated. He complains that he does not even like fighting, blaming some jerk who picked a fight with him first and forced him to defend himself. He adds that as a fellow Korean, she should really be cheering for her countryman when he goes up against foreign trash. He claims real patriotism is just that simple, but she grits her teeth in sheer anger, asking where this absolute jerk came from to brand her a traitor. Grabbing Gumin by the collar, she snaps, asking if being away from Korea for so long made him think he is completely above the law. Still acting incredibly smug, he simply asks if his cockiness is really that obvious. Furious, she prepares to unleash her powers to teach him a lesson, muttering that she cannot stand letting him mess around right in front of her. Suddenly, footsteps echo from behind as a voice greets them both with a cheerful good morning. Standing there with a faint, knowing smile, Dongbin asks what lucky breeze brought the two of them together, instantly making the tense air around them incredibly awkward. Remaining perfectly composed, he questions them before quickly delivering a subtle yet firm warning. He wonders why they are both loitering out here instead of relaxing inside the custom lounge that director Hong Young poured his heart and soul into building. He notes that even Seo Jun is resting inside. Clearing her throat, Honeybee quickly makes an excuse, claiming she was in there but just stepped out for some coffee. She insists she was planning to head right back inside, throwing all the blame on Gumin for starting trouble first. She confidently points to the staff for proof, telling him to ask the cashier, but Dongbin merely offers a soft smile. He assures her there is no need to ask since he trusts her. Honeybee happily takes her leave, pausing only to throw one last threat Gumin's way. She bids them goodbye, mentioning Matthew is waiting for her, and tells Gumin he is lucky that Dongbin's presence saved his life today. Gumin mockingly trembles in fake fear. Once they are finally left alone, Dongbin steps closer, with a polite but chilling smile. Addressing Gumin as a friend, he makes the cocky hunter sweat as Gumin mutters that the truly terrifying one is still standing right here. Dongbin reminds him that, while his ban was lifted on the chief's orders, Gumin quickly cuts him off with an easy smile. He knows Dongbin is just warning him to keep his hands clean, which actually pleases the supervisor quite a bit. He's glad to see that Gumin actually has some decent self-awareness. Shrugging nonchalantly, Gumin mentions that since most foreign hunters are only joining this year's expo virtually, there will not even be anyone around for him to start a fight with. But suddenly, Gumin gets his head slammed onto the table, his smug expression still practically begging for a beating. As Dongbin glares down with cold, murderous intent, Gumin casually warns him that he will use absolutely any means necessary to capture Ji. He asks for some understanding if things get a bit messy, since those are direct orders from Han So-dong himself. Remaining perfectly calm, Dongbin tells him not to jump the gun, since Ji has absolutely no reason to attend this expo. Oh, he will show up, Gumin says, with a dark look, leaving the supervisor wondering why he is so incredibly sure. He points his finger toward Dongbin, as Jimin smirks and fires back, explaining that he only survived because he prayed himself half to death. He brags that his prayers are highly effective since his father is a pastor, while the entire auditorium fills with loud, bustling chatter. Wearing his mask, Dai silently analyzes the setup, noting how the organizers even installed partitions so the audience members cannot see each other. Honestly, seeing these elite hunters being treated like caged hamsters is pretty hilarious. If the arena were open, Beck would definitely try to mingle with Bakwang. A total headache. But wait, who is that over there? Seo-jun speaks up, jokingly thanking whichever crazy hunter went wild last time and forced the staff to put up these ridiculous barriers. Seo-jun worriedly tells Dai to sit down next to him, but Dai politely declines, stating that he actually finds standing much more comfortable. Seo-jun warns that the auction will last a few hours, but Dai calmly replies that he will be fine. Seo-jun chuckles and remarks that since Dai was sleeping so soundly earlier, he assumed his stamina was terrible. But it seems he was wrong. He offers to move over if Dai gets tired of standing. Pure mockery. Still, the teasing only makes Dai roll his eyes. Dai secretly complains about this annoying guy nagging him over a quick nap, especially since Seo-jun was the one who originally told him to rest up anyway. Suddenly, the static of a microphone draws their attention to the stage, where the host is preparing to speak. She thanks all the hunters for attending and officially announces the start of the highly anticipated artisan exhibition auction. The host starts showcasing the items while Hong Young dozes off in the background, beginning with a set of powerful S-class earrings. This accessory provides its wearer with impressive fire resistance, ice resistance, and a major boost to mental power. While Hong Young is still half asleep, a security guard whispers something in his ear, prompting him to snap awake and open his inventory. A glowing red earring. Out of nowhere, it appears. The host details the item, praising the creator as the world's only S-class artisan, a true prodigy favored by the system itself. With the authentication of Master Hong Young's official artisan seal completed, the bidding for this first incredible piece is officially underway. The starting price is set at 1 billion, but bid paddles fly up instantly, driving the price up to 3 billion in seconds. As the numbers continue to skyrocket, the host announces that all further bids must increase by increments of 500 million. Someone quickly calls out 3,500 million, prompting Dai to look over at Seo-jun, who is sitting completely unfazed. It seems Seo-jun has no intention of raising his paddle, likely because this particular accessory failed to catch his eye. The hammer slams down to seal the deal as the host congratulates the winner before they immediately transition to the next exciting item on the list. Bringing up the next item on the list, the host's eyes light up with pure, uncontained excitement. She mentions that everyone present must be familiar with Master Hong Young's unique trait, which immediately causes a sudden, excited buzz to ripple through the entire crowd. While the host continues her passionate speech, Hong Young steps onto the stage carrying a mysterious weapon wrapped in clean white cloth. She explains that as a notorious deadline slayer, the closer Hong Young gets to his final limit, the more his crafting efficiency dramatically spikes. A terrifying boost. It pushes his crafting speed to absolute extremes. As Hong Young slowly unwraps the weapon, the host fires up the crowd, making the atmosphere in the room intensely hot. Previously, Master Hong Young's creations maxed out at S-class, but the host proudly announces that today, they are witnessing history. For the first time since the Cataclysm, a weapon forged entirely by human hands has achieved S+ rank, revealed as a magnificent spear in his grip. Watching from his seat, Dai gasps in shock, muttering that the weapon is identical to the one he once used. Seo-jun quickly catches Dai's subtle change in expression. While up on the stage, Hong Young proudly displays his masterwork. His eyes flash gold. Spotting Dai standing in the crowd, Hong Young suddenly screams to cancel the entire auction. Suddenly, complete darkness swallows Dai whole, leaving him utterly confused as he wonders where he is and why everything is pitch black. He desperately searches around for Seo-jun, knowing he must find him because his companion is the one holding their waiting room tickets. A random chicken pops up right in front of him. Complete nonsense. Its loud crowing startles Dai so badly he curses. Annoyed, he wonders if this is actually a real chicken. But as the darkness fades, a traditional house appears and leaves him completely bewildered. Confused by the sudden appearance of a tiled roof house, Dai decides to walk up and question the strange bird. He asks what it is and where they are, but the bird only squawks, guiding him toward a door that suddenly swings open. Inside, Hong Young is lounging comfortably, but he quickly jumps to his feet in excitement when he sees Dai arrive. Hong Young gently calls the bird over, praising it for its hard work, which instantly leaves Dai completely bewildered and full of endless questions. He wonders if this is an admission of kidnapping, amazed that anyone would dare snatch someone right from the middle of a major auction. Staring back at the blacksmith's intense gaze, Dai feels increasingly uneasy, realizing the man might just be completely out of his mind. Ye-sung waves him over to sit close, telling him to come sit next to him, but Eui-jae flatly refuses. No need, Eui-jae says. Standing is fine. But Ye-sung keeps begging him to just sit down already. Ye-sung looks apologetic, saying he is sorry for bringing him here like this, because he was in a rush. Seeing his behavior, Eui-jae blurts out, asking if this is not basically kidnapping. Hearing Eui-jae say that, Ye-sung quickly denies it, promising to return him to his original spot right away. Calling it kidnapping sounds way too harsh. He eagerly studies Eui-jae and asks what he should call him. Should he call him the secretary? After all, they have met before. Eui-jae does not try to dodge it, admitting that they indeed crossed paths. It was just a brief moment in the restroom. Ye-sung waves back in a friendly way, telling him to just call him by his title. Secretary Kim is fine. All right, Secretary Kim. The guy happily chats with Eui-jae, offering to introduce himself properly first. Nobody can enter this place without his direct permission. He reassures Eui-jae that he can speak freely about absolutely anything. He proudly explains that this is his precious little workshop, built entirely by hand, trying to make Eui-jae feel less awkward. So he tells him to make himself at home. Yet, Ye-sung's overly casual attitude only makes Eui-jae put his guard up. Last time, Nam Woo-jin invited him for a walk only to drop massive bombshells. Now this guy is doing the exact same thing, beating around the bush so carefully. Suddenly, the crazy creator leans in close, staring straight at Eui-jae. Secretary Kim, it is in your inventory right now, is it not? His eyes shine brightly as he asks about the item he created. Eui-jae forces himself to stay calm. For a split second, he almost lunges forward to squeeze Ye-sung's neck. He claims he has no idea what the creator is talking about, feeling an intense pressure when looking into Ye-sung's eyes. What is this bizarre feeling? It feels as if his physical shell is being ripped apart. His very existence laid bare under that gaze. A sickening wave of nausea washes over him. It feels like everything is about to spill out. His mind quickly races through his inventory. He calculates that out of everything he currently owns, only those 2 black tickets were made by Ye-sung. But he already handed those over to Lee Sa-young before the auction even began. He has nothing left now. What else could it possibly be? Ye-sung frowns playfully and mentions that he forgot to state something beforehand. He did not drag Secretary Kim here to bicker. He brought him because he is absolutely 100% certain. Ye-sung widens his eyes, confidently declaring that his own eyes saw it very clearly. The exact item he crafted is sitting right inside Eui-jae's inventory. In his mind, Eui-jae goes over all the weapons the creator could have made, trying to guess. Right now, his inventory only holds potions, a magic stone, and the basilisk fang. Suddenly, he remembers how the fang seemed to cling to his leg. If the guy was after the magic stone, he would have made a huge scene demanding it a long time ago. As he struggles to figure it out, he wonders if it could be the basilisk fang. But he retrieved that from the West Sea Rift. Besides, up until the moment he entered that West Sea Rift, Ye-sung was still just an ordinary, unawakened human. Suddenly, Ye-sung breaks the silence, apologizing but stating that he is short on time. He warns Secretary Kim that stalling will not do any good. After all, he knows that Lee Sa-young is already searching for him. His tone turns cold, his sharp gaze becoming highly threatening to Eui-jae as he suggests they just take what they want and go their separate ways. He promises to grant Secretary Kim whatever he wants if he just hands it over. Eui-jae analyzes the situation, realizing the guy is in a massive hurry. No wonder he kept his eyes shut tight during the entire auction. There must be some penalty preventing him from using his appraisal skill for too long. Suddenly, a ringing phone breaks the heavy, oppressive tension in the room. Caught deep in thought, Eui-jae ignores his surroundings, figuring that Lee Sa-young must indeed be looking for him outside. He had a hard enough time calming the guildmaster down earlier. Now, the guy is probably on the verge of losing his mind again. Pulling out his phone, he nervously wonders if his usual shameless apology tactic will even work on him this time. Ye-sung points a finger, directing his pet ceramic chicken. The thing swiftly snatches the phone right out of Eui-jae's hands, leaving him stunned as he curses in disbelief. Damn it, what kind of crazy chicken moves as fast as a squirrel anyway? Ye-sung apologizes sincerely, while actual blood streams from his eyes, admitting that since this is his first real kidnapping, he totally forgot to confiscate the phone first. Shocked, Eui-jae quickly asks, what is wrong with his eyes? The creator casually wraps them in bandages as he responds, it is just a side effect of overusing his appraisal eyes. But he can just use the item Nam Woo-jin gave him to pull through. It is no big deal. He will be fine. Eui-jae tries to negotiate, asking if he can please have his phone back for just a second. He needs to check in with the guild master. After all, the creator knows exactly how explosive that guy's temper can be. Ye-sung flatly refuses, declaring that the phone is now his hostage. But if Eui-jae just cooperates, he promises to help him clean up the whole messy situation. Ye-sung offers to help him make up an excuse, but Eui-jae plays dumb and responds, I am sorry, but I really have no idea what you are talking about. I do not have any black ticket. But Ye-sung keeps insisting, asking Secretary Kim if there is a weapon in his inventory specifically, something resembling a long sword. He gesticulates its size, adding that if it were just for those tickets, he would not have kidnapped him. Hearing Ye-sung describe it leaves Eui-jae's mind in a mess. Could he really be looking for the basilisk's fang? Was that made by Ye-sung? Eui-jae helplessly admits he has it, but says the weapon probably was not made by Ye-sung, wondering why he wants to see it. Ye-sung tells him to leave the judging to him and just pull it out quickly. Eui-jae frowns, deep in thought. Though the timeline does not match, Eui-jae wonders if showing Ye-sung the basilisk's fang might help him find some clues about the rift. The tragic memories of his past flood back, leaving his heart heavy with uneasy thoughts. He has a strong gut feeling that he must do this, especially since he still bears the heavy responsibility of saving the people buried in that place. He quickly summons the sword and hands it over to Ye-sung, whose touch instantly leaves him astonished. Ye-sung mutters that this was not made by him, while Eui-jae simply remains silent. Was it all just an illusion? After examining it closely, Ye-sung reaches a conclusion that shocks Eui-jae. It is indeed something he created. A system notification pops up to assess compatibility, updating the thoughts embedded within the basilisk's fang. Seeing the thoughts of Father Fang shocks Eui-jae completely. Father? What on earth is going on here? As bursts of light erupt while Ye-sung senses the blade. Ye-sung explains his name. The Yi stands for art, and the Sung stands for star. He explains that he has a habit of engraving his name on everything he makes, so that whenever his hand touches an item, he can immediately verify its existence, almost like a certificate of authenticity. Ye-sung goes on to brag about his incredible ability to gather information. Whether there is high-grade material or a powerful monster appearing in Korea or abroad, he always hears about it. People from all over contact him, asking if he can use those rare materials to craft something epic. Why is that? Because he is the only person in the entire world capable of turning those rare materials into legendary gear. Yet, even a master like him has never heard a single word about a basilisk appearing anywhere. The words Ye-sung utters next make it incredibly difficult for Eui-jae to remain calm. He has never heard of the basilisk, never laid eyes on one, and certainly never touched its dropped materials. So, how could he have crafted this sword? Before Eui-jae can even process the shock, Ye-sung drops another bombshell. Yet the weapon itself stubbornly insists that Ye-sung made it. Meanwhile, Jumin gets pinned to the ground by a heavy boot, responding with a smug look. He complains that anyone watching would think he asked a forbidden question, prompting Sa-young to ground him down with a sarcastic retort. Sa-young explains that his mood is already completely ruined because his secretary, who was supposed to be focusing on him, suddenly vanished into thin air. And since Jumin decided to show up and cause trouble, he has to accept getting beaten up for it. But Jumin immediately fires back, questioning why a selfish person like Sa-young would care so much. He mocks that throwing such a massive tantrum over a missing secretary makes it look like the two of them are actually dating. Sa-young's gaze softens for a brief moment at the mention of Eui-jae, but he quickly shrugs it off. Suddenly, Sa-young's expression turns incredibly dark and cold as he warns Jumin that if his secretary does not show up immediately, he will definitely die today. Ye-sung holds the sword and asks where Secretary Kim managed to find a weapon that claims to be his creation. Eui-jae offers no reply, only staring at him. Seeing his silence, Ye-sung scratches his head in confusion and lets out a sigh. He admits that he is also incredibly baffled by this sudden turn of events, prompting Secretary Kim to finally speak up. Eui-jae explains that he originally thought his weapon had simply ended up on the black market. Understanding his caution, Ye-sung offers a firm promise to put him at ease. He promises not to ever investigate Secretary Kim's true identity or dig up any of his personal information. He swears to keep their private meeting a secret and even offers to craft Eui-jae any custom weapon he might need in the future. Ye-sung even goes as far as desperately begging in front of him, pleading for Eui-jae to finally speak up and satisfy his burning curiosity. Ye-sung is going crazy with curiosity. Eui-jae remains silent, but internally, he cannot help but feel annoyed. This stubborn, self-centered attitude proves that a weapon really is just like the person who created it. Eui-jae suddenly recalls Ga-yul's warning about how people can share the exact same name and face, yet turn out to be completely different individuals. He silently admits that truth to himself. Based on what Ye-sung and Ga-yul said, he realizes the basilisk's fang might have been crafted by a completely different version of Ye-sung from another memory fragment. But looking back at the memory fragments Ga-yul showed him, Hong Ye-sung was nowhere to be found. On top of that, Ye Sung suddenly started acting cute, staring up with big sparkling eyes and asking if the secretary was even listening to him, adding that he was willing to wait. But Eui-jae ignored him completely, focusing solely on the fact that he needed to meet Yoon Ga-yeol again to confirm everything. Right at that moment, a white ceramic rooster suddenly crowed, making Eui-jae startle and turn his head to look. The rooster's call only made him annoyed, thinking to himself that even if he escaped this place, Lee Sa-young would surely throw a massive tantrum that would drag on forever. He could already picture Sa-young's incredibly furious expression along with all the harsh scolding he would receive. "Didn't I tell you to avoid contact with others as much as possible?" He imagined Sa-young lecturing, adding that if he loved socializing so much, he should just join a hiking club. After a moment, seeing Ye Sung's overly excited face, Eui-jae felt forced to reluctantly speak up, asking where he got this weapon. He watched Ye Sung react with pure excitement, thrilled that the secretary was finally paying attention to him. Glaring back with a fierce look, Eui-jae questioned why he was so desperate to know, leaving Ye Sung completely frozen in shock, only able to gasp out a confused, "Huh?" To make things even harder for him, Eui-jae pressed on with another difficult question, asking why he should trust Hong Ye Sung enough to tell him anything. The blacksmith pointed a finger at himself in utter confusion, asking if Eui-jae meant him. Acting totally indifferent, Eui-jae bluntly stated his mind, noting that verbal promises meant absolutely nothing, and nobody would talk under those weak conditions. He suggested they needed a proper written agreement first, pointing out that Ye Sung should have prepared that before starting his interrogation. Ye Sung frantically tried to defend himself, arguing that he had already promised to keep the secret and prioritize crafting custom weapons for him. Eui-jae immediately envisioned a grand future, where he wielded a massive spear, receiving endless admiration from everyone. People would marvel at his incredibly flashy weapon, and he would casually boast that it was just a custom piece made by the great artisan Hong Ye Sung. They would be absolutely shocked. But then Eui-jae snapped back to reality and started complaining directly to him. How could a simple secretary hunter like him suddenly show up with a legendary weapon crafted by the famous Hong Ye Sung without raising massive suspicion from everyone? Did Ye Sung really think he would just spill everything, calling him out for trying to abuse his high status to bully a regular worker? Baffled, Ye Sung beat his chest and raised his voice, claiming that ever since his awakening, he had never heard such wild accusations in his life. It was certainly a fresh perspective, but he was the great Hong Ye Sung, and there was nothing wrong with a parent asking where his lost child had been found. After hearing those defensive words, Eui-jae could only complain quietly to himself. If he admitted to finding it in the West Sea Rift, he might as well confess his hidden identity, even imagining himself proudly telling the truth. He visualized telling Ye Sung that he got it in the rift, with the blacksmith grabbing his head and screaming in shock over his true identity. But suddenly, a wave of worry washed over Eui-jae, knowing he had only shown the weapon because it felt necessary back then. But actually, confessing his identity was a whole different story. So glaring at Ye Sung, he pointed out that the blacksmith had literally just claimed he did not make it. He had never even seen the basilisk in person, so how could he claim to be its real father? While Eui-jae boasted inside, Ye Sung felt incredibly frustrated, silently cursing the guy for acting exactly like his arrogant boss, Lee Sa-young. Spending too much time around that crazy boss had clearly made him pick up nothing but his obnoxious and highly sarcastic attitude. After a moment, Ye Sung tapped the sword and argued awkwardly, pointing out that his own name was literally carved onto the weapon. Besides, this sharp little guy was not even pointing its blade at him, meaning it definitely recognized its actual creator. Wanting to test the sword himself, Eui-jae demanded to hold it, and though a bit confused, Ye Sung politely handed the weapon over with both hands. The moment Eui-jae got his hands on the sword, he slammed his fist straight against the sharp blade. Seeing Eui-jae's hand completely unharmed, Ye Sung gasped in sheer shock, only for the secretary to shamelessly claim that the blade was probably just totally blunt. He argued that this could not possibly be used as proof, leaving the young blacksmith staring with his jaw completely dropped. Actually, Eui-jae was perfectly fine because right before the impact, his system had updated the basilisk fang's current thoughts. The fang initially warned that it would slice off his hand, which immediately triggered the S+ grade basilisk poison attribute window, but the weapon quickly cancelled that thought, while Eui-jae silently warned it to behave if it knew what was good for it. Desperate to prove himself, Ye Sung frantically began sharpening the blade with a whetstone, muttering that they had to try again once it was razor sharp. Seeing him work like this, Eui-jae secretly rejoiced, glad that Ye-sung was such a remarkably simple-minded guy. The guy was far too obsessed with proving his craftsmanship, but right in the middle of sharpening, his phone suddenly buzzed with a message. Checking his phone, Ye-sung hesitated, muttering that something big seemed to have happened outside, which immediately left Eui-jae feeling quite confused. The message was actually an urgent request from the staff, asking if Hong Ye-sung could possibly move up the starting time of the upcoming auction. They mentioned some unexpected issues had come up, and when Ye-sung did not reply immediately, they quickly sent another text. Ye-seong is told to pretend he never saw the previous text and absolutely avoid going outside. Ye-seong shares the text honestly with Eui-jae. Jung-bin told him not to go out, prompting him to worry if Sa-young has already used poison. Hearing this, Eui-jae feels incredibly annoyed and silently curses Sa-young, wondering what kind of crazy stunt that guy is pulling now. If Eui-jae remembers correctly, Jung-bin's special ability is binding. Any awakened bound by Jung-bin's chains are completely unable to use their abilities for a set period of time. Even if it is Sa-young, if Jung-bin resolves to chain him up and drag him to the Awakened Management Bureau interrogation room, he would have no choice but to yield. But if that happens, things will get incredibly complicated before Eui-jae can even make it back to the Hangover soup restaurant. Taking back his sword, Eui-jae bids Ye-sung farewell, prompting a surprised Ye-sung to ask where on earth he thinks he is going. Pointing out that Eui-jae hasn't shared any information yet, Ye-sang tells him he cannot leave, but Eui-jae just stands up and bows to show his gratitude. Eui-jae points out that after kidnapping someone, the only thing Ye-sung is capable of doing is abusing his authority. He adds that if Ye-seong had asked politely, he would have gladly answered all his burning questions. But since Ye-seong lacks even basic manners, Eui-jae refuses to tell him the long, complicated story behind the legendary basilisk's fang. Seeing his precious sword being carried away, Ye-song falls to his knees and wails for Bunnyboo, the ridiculous name he gave the blade. Completely ignoring these childish antics, Eui-jae walks away while silently cursing the dramatic guy. Deciding to ignore the madness and even sacrifice his phone, Eui-jae takes a few steps before suddenly remembering a crucial detail. But wait, at this rate, he might end up being hunted down just like during the Magic Stone incident. Recalling a viral online post with 80 million likes, the user had posted to name a price for the Magic Stones so they could do a direct, in-person trade. Moments later, Eui-jae looks back at the sobbing Ye-seong, who is still calling out to his sword, and mutters to himself. Although he desperately wants to use physical force to wipe the guy's memory, Ye-seong is an essential key to relaunching the upcoming auction. Wondering how to shut him up, Eui-jae quickly opens his dimensional inventory to search for a solution and calls out to Ye-seong. Ye-seong snaps back, asking what the cruel jerk wants now. Ye-seong is about to curse when he freezes at the sight of a glittering magic stone in Eui-jae's hand, leaving him completely speechless and stuttering. Stuttering about the magic stone, Ye-seong is quickly shushed by Eui-jae, who asks if he really wants this item he has been desperately seeking. Ye-seong obediently nods and covers his mouth before smiling brightly and trying to strike a tempting deal. He frantically asks how much it will cost, suggesting a direct cash payment to avoid any tax deductions. Sensing the perfect opportunity, Eui-jae gets straight to the point, asking for a system-guaranteed contract rather than cash. He specifies a contract with severe penalties for any breach, prompting Ye-seong to eagerly jump up and search for it. Ye-seong frantically commands his summon to help search, and once the contract paper is ready, Eui-jae instructs him to write down exactly what he dictates. Ye-seong obediently agrees, and Eui-jae begins dictating the very first clause of their agreement. First, the awakened Ye-seong shall not pry into or investigate Secretary Kim, and even harboring any thoughts of doing so is strictly forbidden. Getting anyone else to investigate on his behalf is also entirely banned. Second, the awakened Ye-seong must dedicate his absolute full effort to cooperate and fully support Secretary Kim's upcoming plans. Stopping his pen, Ye-seong scratches his head to ask what kind of help is needed, and Eui-jae cuts straight to the chase. Eui-jae requests a solid alibi to fool Jung-bin, though Ye-seong seems slightly displeased by the tricky request. He grumbles that Secretary Kim is asking for something incredibly difficult, but Eui-jae simply moves on to dictate the final condition. Third, Ye-seong must not investigate the origins of the basilisk, causing him to immediately object in pure frustration. He whines about how unfair that is, but knowing his weakness, Eui-jae simply dangles the glittering magic stone to quickly shut him up. Eyes locked on the stone, Ye-seong gasps, but Eui-jae strictly notes that he won't get it just yet. He promises to hand it over only after all terms are met before the scene shifts to Sa-young, being dragged right before him. Eui-jae begins sweating from the sheer tension, cursing silently that the guy got captured so quickly. Sa-young calmly stares at them both, warning Eui-jae that he might actually have to bind him, since he always disappears the moment eyes are off him. The rooster watches the tense standoff for a moment and squawks loudly. Eui-jae can only stare back in disbelief, wondering what the point of that warning is, when Sa-young is the one currently bound. Sa-young angrily demands to know why he vanished, only to suddenly reappear, acting incredibly close with the annoying guy standing next to him. Sa-young demands to get hands off Eui-jae's shoulder, making Eui-jae sigh while Ye-sung points at himself, utterly offended to be called a dog. Hearing this, Eui-jae quickly reassures Sa-young, promising to explain the whole story once they get some privacy. Seconds later, Jong-bin's group rushes up in a panic, asking if Ye-sung left the waiting room, while Honeybee struggles to suppress her boiling anger. She points a finger right at them, snapping that if they wanted to delay the auction, they should have just said so instead of playing these ridiculous games. Fuming with rage, she loudly scolds Ye-sung for his irresponsible stunt. Thanks to his little stunt, a total mess has broken out, but Ye-sung only blinks in confusion, asking what she is even talking about. Honeybee aggressively tells Jong-bin to explain it, who lets out a forced laugh, explaining that Sa-young got into a massive fight and had his shoulder completely shattered. Fortunately, thanks to Honeybee's quick report, the building survived the structural damage, and the situation remains under tight control. Eui-jae immediately bows his head repeatedly, apologizing on Sa-young's behalf for all the trouble his guild leader has caused. He promises that Pado Guild will cover all medical expenses, but Sa-young, firmly believing he did nothing wrong, angrily shouts back. Sa-young yells that the other bastard threw the first punch, leaving Jiho to hold his head and groan in total despair. Sensing the rising tension, Jong-bin smiles and points out that they took that into account, which is why they only tied his wrists up. He asks if that is fair, then turns to ask about the person standing next to Ye-sung, who quickly steps in to keep his promise. Ye-sung smoothly claims that Eui-jae is actually Pado Guild's personal secretary. On top of that, Ye-sung casually goes on to brag about how he actually kidnapped Eui-jae earlier, because of course he did, leaving Jong-bin absolutely speechless, while Eui-jae can only let out a highly confused gasp at the absurde confession. While Eui-jae stands there awkwardly holding the giant rooster, Ye-sung starts spinning a completely fabricated story of what actually happened. He claims he originally wanted to talk to Sa-young, so he ordered his pet chicken to kidnap the guy wearing the gas mask, but the poor bird made a mistake and snatched the secretary instead, proving just how young and naive his precious pet still is. The annoyed rooster lets out a loud squawk from being held too tightly, but Ye-sung keeps rambling, arguing that he could not just throw the poor secretary out after bringing him all that way. He mutters that it would be far too heartless, and he could not exactly go out and kidnap Sa-young a second time. Besides, knowing the secretary has to serve such a tyrannical boss, Ye-sung keeps complaining that the poor guy would definitely get yelled at if he returned empty-handed. So, out of pure sympathy for his exhausting life, he decided to host him for a warm cup of tea instead. Getting curious about Eui-jae, Jong-bin steps forward to ask for his name, prompting Eui-jae to flash a fake smile and introduce himself as Kim Chung-bin. Jong-bin takes the opportunity to ask Eui-jae directly if Ye-sung's wild tale is actually the truth, and if he is being threatened in any way. Gently scratching the rooster's neck to keep it calm, Eui-jae nods and confirms that the master craftsman is telling the absolute truth. He explains that Ye-sung felt terrible about the mix-up, treated him to tea, and even introduced his beloved pet chicken. Still highly skeptical, Jong-bin presses on, asking where exactly he was taken. But Eui-jae is clever enough to come up with a quick answer. He describes it as a traditional tiled roof house with a courtyard and a kiln, leaving a half-convinced Jong-bin to turn toward a slightly nervous Ye-sung with a quiet murmur of understanding. Jiho tries to downplay the entire incident, bowing on his boss's behalf to smooth things over. He admits he should have stayed by their side, but let his guard down because Sa-young insisted on acting alone with his secretary. Offering a deep apology, he gets a shrugged response from Jong-bin, who decides to let the matter go since it already happened anyway. He adds that they should just be grateful the entire building was not completely coated in toxic poison. Still bound and highly annoyed, Sa-young wriggles his tied hands and demands to know when they plan to finally untie him, while Ye-sung looks back with absolute sincerity. Ye-sung calmly suggests that Sa-young can still participate in the auction even while tied up, so he plans to release him only after it ends. With a dark expression, Sa-young threatens that he is fully capable of leveling the entire place without even using his powers. Ye-sung forces a smile, asking if that is a threat. But Sa-young only fires back with a cold, serious glare. Sa-young asks if it looks like he is playing around, causing Ji-ho to break out in a cold sweat and quickly intervene, saying they can just keep him bound. Thanking Jongbin for his hard work, Ji-ho winks at Eui-jae and hands the giant rooster back over to a very surprised Ye-sung. That wink is a clear signal about the black market tickets, leaving Eui-jae feeling utterly flustered as he tries to signal back. Since Sa-young is already holding those tickets, Eui-jae walks over and whispers directly into his ear. He tells him to head to the waiting room, promising to explain everything once they are safely inside. Watching the usually rebellious Sa-young obediently stand up and follow talk about a miracle, the others are completely frozen in shock, wondering how he could be so compliant. Back at home, Eui-jae explains the whole ordeal to Sa-young, who nods and says he finally understands how Eui-jae ended up in Ye-sung's barrier space. Sa-young finally takes off his gas mask to speak comfortably, but his handsome face quickly darkens with deep irritation as he demands to know why Ye-sung dragged him in there and what they actually spoke about. He insists on hearing every single detail straight from Wei-jae's mouth, making Wei-jae grimace as he realizes a brutal interrogation is about to begin. He muttered to himself, realizing there was simply no way he could share his entire conversation with Hong Ye-seong with the younger man. Seeing Jae remain silent, Sa-young spoke first and told him to sit down. He turned his face away and refused, saying he was fine standing. Sa-young repeated in an annoyed tone, telling him to sit down and come over. Jae recalled the past and thought to himself, even though Lee Sa-young had already seen the basilisk's fang at the Wangjin Rift, but the weight and impact of simply owning a regular weapon versus owning one personally crafted by Hong Ye-seong were on entirely different levels. Furthermore, explaining its functions would be no different from exposing his true identity. For some reason, the secrets he couldn't tell Lee Sa-young just kept piling up. A few minutes later, he finally sat down beside him and sighed inwardly. Fine, if he had to tell him anyway, he would just have to avoid meeting up with him after this. Sitting down, Cha Eui-jae hesitantly explained that the pet chicken had first brought him to Hong Ye-seong's space. Sa-young reluctantly told him to keep going. Eui-jae continued, saying Hong Ye-seong was eating red ginseng, saw him, and told him to take a seat. Mid-story, Jae suddenly fell completely silent to think to himself, which made Sa-young scowl and glare at him with clear irritation. He was doomed, because leaving out the basilisk's fang left him with absolutely nothing to say. Realizing he couldn't stay silent forever, Eui-jae hesitantly spoke up, knowing he had to find a clever way to alter the story. Then, Hong Ye-seong suddenly activated his appraisal eye and claimed he already knew everything, immediately sparking Sa-young's curiosity. Sa-young asked what he knew, and Eui-jae, avoiding his gaze, replied that it was about the magic stone Hong Ye-seong was searching for. Sa-young asked unhappily how on earth that bastard could have found out about it. Not wanting to reveal too much to Sa-young, Jae could only apologize in his head. Upon hearing this, Sa-young fell silent and stopped questioning him. Sa-young leaned on Eui-jae's shoulder and muttered that his brain simply couldn't process anything anymore. This sudden physical contact left Eui-jae completely flustered and questioning what was wrong with him. Was this some new type of attack? Meanwhile, Sa-young was acting completely spoiled in front of him. Sa-young whined that he was exhausted and annoyed that Eui-jae kept making him worry so much. Eui-jae, totally lost on how to react, could only complain to himself about this unexpected, clingy behavior. He was acting completely out of character. It seemed the strain of Yungbin's chains was taking a massive toll on him. Patting Sa-young's back, Jae thought that he would honestly prefer him acting wild like usual. But in the middle of this soft moment, Sa-young suddenly grumbled and cursed, forcing Eui-jae to quickly soothe him, telling him to just rest and try to sleep. Obediently, Sa-young buried his face into Jae's chest and fell fast asleep. At that, a sudden warmth filled Eui-jae's chest as he realized. It felt exactly like comforting a little kid. Moments later, an announcement about the auction echoed. The artisan exhibition auction would resume in 30 minutes, requesting all hunters resting in the waiting rooms to return to the main hall once the waiting period ended. Eui-jae gently stroked Sa-young's hair as he pondered over everything. 30 minutes later, Jae brushed against the skin on Sa-young's neck and realized his body temperature felt highly unusual. Wondering why he was so cold. He was genuinely bewildered by this sudden discovery, wondering if Sa-young's body temperature was always this freezing. Having worked with Yungbin in the past, he had seen many people bound by those chains, but this was the first time he had witnessed that power take such a severe physical toll on someone. As soon as Eui-jae stopped stroking his hair, Sa-young woke up and grumbled in irritation. "What is it? Are you planning to run off somewhere again?" Startled, Eui-jae let out a confused sound, gently rubbing Sa-young's face as he explained that he wasn't going anywhere and had absolutely nowhere to run. He told him to stay still so he could check his pale face, asking him directly if he was hurting anywhere. Sa-young frowned at the question, grumbling to himself that everyone around him was exactly the same. At the same time, Eui-jae was weighed down by his own heavy thoughts. Back when he was active as Jae, countless comrades would hide their severe injuries and pretend to be perfectly fine. He had seen far too many hunters suddenly collapse, whether inside deep dungeons or at random rifts, all because they didn't want to worry others, completely ignoring the burden placed on whoever had to carry their bodies back. He wondered why he always ran into people who suffered in silence. Fearing Sa-young was hiding his pain, he asked him to speak up about where it hurt. Keeping it in wouldn't make the pain go away, but the constant questioning only made Sa-young more irritated. Cursing under his breath, Eui-jae abruptly stood up and told him to lie down completely, as it would make him feel better. At that moment, Sa-young noticed Eui-jae's hand trembling and realized with growing concern that his hands were shaking. Sa-an hurriedly grabs Jae's hand in a panic, snapping that Jae just promised he wouldn't go anywhere. Feeling completely overwhelmed, Jae snaps back that he is only making room for Sa-an to lie down, while desperately wishing for just a few minutes of absolute peace to calm his own racing thoughts. Ultimately, Jae firmly states he is going to sit over there, but Sa-an immediately refuses to let it go and starts questioning him. Accusing Jae of lying again, Sa-an's tense gaze makes Jae realize that things are about to take a turn for the worse. Jae wonders if this brat has zero trust in humanity, questioning who could have completely destroyed Lee Sa-an's ability to believe in anyone. Before Jae can even process what is happening, Sa-an suddenly pulls him into a tight embrace, clinging to his shoulders and leaving Jae completely at a loss. Jae demands to know what he is doing, but Sa-an only groans that he hurts, leaving Jae utterly startled. Clutching Jae tightly, Sa-an repeats that he is in pain, causing Jae to freeze up in frustration as he silently wonders, "So what? What a massive pain," Jae thinks. Yet hearing Sa-an gasp for air, he finds himself unable to actually push the guy away. He wonders if Lee Sa-an's earlier frustration was anything like this current irritation of his, letting out a heavy sigh to release some of the tension. To make Sa-an more comfortable, Jae stretches out on the sofa, letting the younger man lie directly on top of him. Holding Sa-an close, Jae asks if he is finally satisfied, warning him that he is exhausted too and to stop causing a scene. He only lets it slide because he knows Sa-an is in real pain. Sa-an looks up with silent, exhausted eyes before slowly drifting off to sleep, leaving Jae with nothing to do but let his gaze wander until he spots the countdown timer ticking down at 19 minutes and 28 seconds. This instantly makes him tense, leaving him feeling anxious. After finally dealing with this clingy guy, there is barely any time left before the auction resumes, so Jae decides to just lie flat a little longer. Still, Jae wonders how on earth Sa-an plans to deal with the aftermath of having his handcuffs removed if he is just going to act like this. Time flies until only 2 minutes and 40 seconds remain, and the moment the clock hits 0, it begins to ring frantically. Sitting up, Jae immediately starts nudging the sleeping Sa-an, telling him that it is time to wake up. Jae demands to know if Sa-an plans on missing the auction entirely, but the younger man just silently nuzzles against his chest, making him highly uncomfortable. Swearing under his breath, Jae finally forces himself to pull away, but seeing Sa-an sitting there looking completely drained makes him feel a pang of guilt. Sa-an looks completely washed out like a pile of limp laundry, but Jae has no choice but to keep pushing him. Hurrying him out, the two put on their masks and calmly make their way back into the buzzing auction room. Jae scans the crowded room, quietly analyzing the tense atmosphere in his mind. With an S+ tier weapon practically within reach, it is completely understandable why everyone is so incredibly anxious after the sudden interruption. The tension in the air is palpable, but Jae's train of thought is interrupted when Easel's voice suddenly echoes through the hall. Ezel thanks the audience for their patience and formally announces that the highly anticipated auction is finally resuming. Ezel presents the legendary Titan Spear, the premier S+ tier weapon crafted by Master Hong Young, prompting a desperate Sa-an to immediately tell Jae to raise their bidding paddle. Jae turns back to stare at him in complete shock. He protests that the bidding hasn't even started, but Sa-an urgently pushes him to just raise it quickly. Doing as he is told, Jae quickly raises paddle number 2, though the dead silence in the room makes him feel incredibly awkward. While Jae is left flustered, San remains completely determined to win the spear at any cost, silently telling everyone else to back off. Jae's excitement instantly evaporates into pure embarrassment, but before he can dwell on it, the wall beside them suddenly crumbles into sand. Glancing to the left, Jae spots a man and a woman glaring at them with obvious hostility, while another couple on his right gapes in sheer shock at their early bid. Instantly realizing they have made a massive scene, Jae cursed silently to himself. Knowing they are completely screwed, Jae can only cringe as Isel finally announces the official start of the bidding. While the high-stakes auction gets underway, Dongbin is leisurely enjoying a quiet meeting, pulling out a chair to sit as he suggests they continue their unfinished conversation. The person sitting right across from him is Gyumin, who is currently bound tight in heavy chains. Despite being bound, Gyumin looks surprisingly relaxed as he asks if the auction hasn't already resumed. He wonders if Dongbin should be supervising it, but Dongbin casually replies that nothing unusual is likely to happen. Dongbin insists this meeting is far more important, prompting Gyumin to hold out his hands and ask if he is finally going to untie him. With no intention of freeing him, Dongbin simply smiles and says they still have plenty of things left to discuss. Realizing he has no way out, Gyumin shifts the topic, asking if Dongbin has at least released Lee San yet. Dongbin frankly admits he hasn't, planning to release him only after the auction wraps up and right before he heads home. Hearing this, Gyumin makes a malicious suggestion, telling him to just hand that guy over to the Awakened Association instead. He asks if his captor is not being a bit too lenient with that other guy, especially since he threw him into a cell like this. Dongbin casually responds that it was his own fault for starting the fight in the first place. Besides, even with full authority to track Jae, he hasn't sent a single report back to headquarters. Hearing this, Gyumin groans in frustration, muttering that the whole conversation is incredibly boring. Dongbin remains dead serious, telling him that the director ordered some real results today and that he has already given him plenty of time to comply. He demands to know who Jae really is. Gyumin just taps his fingers on the table, smirk laughing like it is a tough question. He asks what happens if he refuses. Dongbin pulls the heavy chains tight, saying he will not have a choice. With a dark expression on his face, he gives the chain another violent tug. The cold metal bites in, making Gyumin grit his teeth against the pain. But the second Dongbin lets go, he goes right back to teasing him. He offers a deal: just answer one simple question, and he will spill everything. Dongbin responds coldly, telling him he will listen first before making any promises. Rubbing his raw neck, Gyumin asks a half-serious question about why they are even searching for Jae in the first place. Dongbin shrugs it off as a direct order, but Gyumin just laughs at how blindly he follows them. He tells him to forget about those orders for a second and think if finding Jae is even actually necessary. Dongbin just frowns, staring him down. Dongbin demands to know the point of the question, while Gyumin sighs deeply as if dealing with a tired, annoying child. He calls the whole situation hilarious, his eyes turning cold as he gets to the point. He wonders why they are hunting Jae like a rat, pointing out how ridiculous Director Ham's actions are. The same guy who got chewed out for failing to stop him from going abroad is now handing him this mission instead of anyone else. It makes absolutely no sense, just like trying to find Jae to prevent some vague apocalypse. How can they base everything on a doomsday they know nothing about? Can they really not save the world without his help? He asks why they want to drag a survivor who barely escaped the rift right back into the nightmare. After all, they are from the same era, the very first and second S-class awakeners in the country. Pucker-lipped, he asks if Dongbin knows Jae better than anyone else, prompting his captor to recall a memory from 9 years ago. Back then, a young Dongbin was adjusting his tie when Jo-hyun suddenly called out to ask if he was ready. Standing straight, he gave a loud and proud affirmation. Jo-hyun patted his arm with a warm laugh, praising his incredibly sharp, military-like discipline. Impressive, he said, before leading the way out, looking around anxiously and urging him to hurry. They needed to hurry since the VIP was extremely busy, warning him to remember all of his instructions. Along the way, he made sure to warn him not to stare too long or pry into personal matters. Knocking gently on Jae's door, Jo-hyun introduced Dongbin as the newly awakened S-class recruit of the association. He prompted him to say hello. Jae, looking quite intrigued by the new face, stood up with a curious, analytical glance. When Jae asked for his age, Dongbin proudly declared he was 21 years old, earning a warm compliment from the hero. Jae remarked he was much younger than expected, which instantly made him feel incredibly proud. It was hard to believe this was the legendary hero Jae seen all over the media. Jae called him young, but the hero standing right in front of him looked barely out of his teens as he formally introduced himself as Jae. Shaking his hand, he thought Jae looked like a high schooler, wondering if he was actually a minor. Bowing, he introduced himself as Jongbin, politely asking for guidance in the future. Jae casually asked about his newly awakened ability, to which he sheepishly replied that he was a binder. When Jae asked if he could control giant dungeon monsters, he clarified that his ability only worked on other human awakeners. Jae smiled happily, noting how useful that would be given the sudden, massive rise in rogue awakeners lately. Jo-hyun quickly chimed in with a laugh, saying the young man had awakened at the perfect moment of need. He then asked if Jae had heard about the dangerous rift that just opened up in Danyang. Mentioning that a military helicopter was already waiting, he suggested Jae head out, and the hero readily agreed. Waving goodbye, Jae said he was glad to meet him. Left with a huge impression of Jae, Jongbin nervously stood as stiff as a board and shouted a farewell. He stammered that the pleasure was entirely his. As he watched Jae's signature scarf flutter in the wind, Jo-hyun quietly advised him not to pay it too much mind. Hearing that, Dongbin flinches as he recalls his boss raising his voice in irritation, repeating that he shouldn't concern himself too much with Jae. Right now, the entire world just needs a hero, and digging any deeper into Jae will only bring him further discomfort. That is why he was told to keep a reasonable distance from Jae, while making absolutely sure not to make an enemy out of him. It is a harsh reality they must accept, because until things stabilize, those with power are the ones who must be sacrificed. After all, the entire nation is in absolute chaos right now. Then, Dongbin looks down at the stack of documents on Jae's desk, falling into a tense silence as he quickly skims through them. Jongbin's hand tightens as he reads the documents about the swamp toad, noting that they must target its head and mouth first to stop its deadly acid spit. The red-tailed azure dragon will also cause massive trouble if it managed to regroup with its pack. To prevent it from calling for help, its throat has to be pierced first. Back in the present, Dongbin looks at Gumin and declares that even without orders from above, he will find Jae no matter what. Gumin fails to understand his true goal and asks why, but Jongbin merely stares back with absolute resolve in his eyes. Dongbin demands to know Jae's true identity to protect him, but Gumin just shrugs innocently, claiming he has absolutely no clue. This playful response triggers a wave of heavy bloodlust from Jongbin, making Gumin quickly realize he messed up as he tries to explain himself. He tells Jongbin to cool down, since he did find a few leads, even though they all ended up going cold halfway through. He suggests that they should try digging deeper into Lee-san instead. Dongbin takes a seat, calmly questioning why Gumin is suddenly sharing all this valuable information with him so easily. Gumin explains that his own thorough investigation narrowed down several candidates for Jae, but all the trails hit a dead end with Lee-san and the Po Guild. That annoying bastard keeps feeding everyone fake intel, Gumin complains, prompting Dongbin to recall his own past encounters with Lee-san. Specifically, he recalls the arrogant claim Lee-san made that everything emerging from the West Sea Rift belongs entirely to him. The memory of Lee-san, confidently stating that whatever walks out of that rift is his property, echoes in Jongbin's mind. Though he somewhat believes Gumin, Dongbin still probes further, asking why he is suddenly being so incredibly cooperative with him. Gumin flashes a bright smile, explaining it is because Dongbin promised to protect Jae. This immediately sparks Dongbin's curiosity, prompting him to ask if Gumin has some special history with Jae. He plays it completely cool, claiming their bond is actually nothing too special. Jae simply saved Gumin's church in the past by slaying a destructive beast, and Gumin is merely someone who believes in paying back his debts. Then, Gumin randomly starts humming a line of Grey. The lyrics speak of grace, rather than fate, just as the atmosphere inside the auction hall suddenly descends into utter chaos. Several wealthy bidders begin shouting and aggressively fighting over the items, with one yelling that he already claimed the weapon first, and ordering the others to lower their signs. Yell tries to keep up, quickly calling out numbers 7, 10, 2, and 11. The crowd grows wild, with some screaming to cut the phone lines to block foreign bidders, while hurling brutal insults and starting random physical brawls. As loud crashes echo from the violent brawls nearby, Lee-san remains completely unbothered, calmly leaning against Jae's shoulder and whispering how incredibly amusing the chaos is. Jae, however, is deeply annoyed by the madness, silently cursing the absent Dongbin for never being around when things go completely south. Determined to keep flying debris from hitting Jae, Wu quickly activates his awakened skill to manifest a barrier and shouts out. Wu frantically asks Lee-san if simply holding up the defensive barrier is enough, while Jisoo stands nearby cheering him on to endure until they win the bid. Woo looks back at Lee Sound, asking once again if this barrier is truly enough. Lee Sound reluctantly confirms, telling Woo not to fight back yet, because they need a solid excuse to justify their next move. Wanting to help, Jisoo turns to Lee Sound and asks if she should start shouting out their bids now. Lee Sound immediately gives her the green light, and Jisoo takes a deep breath, intentionally parting a corner of Woo's barrier. With a massive burst of energy, Jisoo screams their bid for number 7, nearly deafening Yell, who quickly nods and shakily records the new offer. Even Jae is left completely stunned by her performance, internally wondering how on earth her vocal cords can be that incredibly powerful. Just then, a voice calls out to Lee Sound, prompting Jae to look over and recognize the newcomer as Matthew. Matthew steps forward, clearly curious, and asks if Lee Sound has any intention of stopping this ridiculous, out-of-control riot. Lee Sound casually shrugs it off, stating he did absolutely nothing to cause this mess, so it is not his problem to solve. Matthew points out that his arrogant declaration earlier completely bruised the pride of the other hunters, but Lee Sound firmly maintains that their lack of patience is hardly his fault, and focus on properly managing Honeybee instead. Lee Sound warns Matthew to prepare a solid excuse for when Dongbin finally arrives, while Jae quietly resolves to stay far away from this entire chaotic headache. He just wants out of their petty argument. Knowing that arguing is completely useless, he simply nods and says he gets it. Thanking him for the advice, G stares at Matthew in pure disbelief, wondering how anyone could possibly take those words as helpful. Is this guy some kind of saint? But his confusion only grows when the man suddenly sparks a bright flame out of nowhere. G watches nervously, completely baffled. Why on earth is he suddenly roasting marshmallows? What is actually wrong with this guy? Right then, Honeybee suddenly comes to sit with Matthew. She throws down what she is holding and starts shouting, "Those weak bastards had no business rushing into a fight." She asks Matthew if he has a spare bidding paddle, because hers is totally ruined. Hers broke, and Matthew simply holds out what is left in his hand, asking where he would get a spare. Honeybee yells in absolute disbelief. "What do you mean? You cannot even bid without a paddle." Left with no choice, he finally tells her the cold truth. She was the one who broke his paddle anyway. He hands Honeybee a marshmallow, making her clutch her head in pure, screaming frustration. Why is he only mentioning this now? Suddenly, Soan calls out for Jisoo, and she quickly responds, waiting for the leader's command. He immediately issues a direct order she needs to go break every single bidding paddle left in the room. Jisoo happily agrees and gets to work. While the snapping sounds of broken wood echo around the room, Seoan stares intensely at his own paddle, leaving Ji completely baffled. A moment later, he raises his paddle with absolute confidence, letting out a smirk. It seems he is the only one left who can actually make a bid. Not wanting to waste another second, Honeybee snatches the gavel from Yell. She declares Lee Seo on the winner, urging everyone to wrap up this auction immediately. Hearing the steady pound of the gavel, he lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Seoan leans over and whispers to Ji, sending a sudden wave of anxiety through him. He asks Ji to pass a message to Jongbin. He promises to collect this debt twofold, but right after saying it, he suddenly collapses, barely caught by Ji's quick reflexes. Shouting Lee Seoan's name in sheer panic, Ji quickly carries him over and lays him down on the sofa. He touches the young man's skin and freezes, whispering in shock. His body is ice cold. What is happening to him? He had assumed it was just a minor health issue, nothing to worry about. But sealing the source of his power put such an insane burden on his body that he collapsed, unable to even stand. Panicking, Ji calls out his name over and over again. He repeatedly calls for Lee Seoan, his mind in complete chaos. This is bad. Who should he call right now? Where should they even go? Seeing the guild leader collapse, Wu rushes over, demanding to know what happened to him. What is going on? Ji grits his teeth, trying to stay calm. A few seconds later, he turns and admits he has no idea what is happening. Ever since those chains bound him, his condition kept worsening until he suddenly collapsed. Wu is completely stunned after hearing those words. What? This has never happened to him before. He was bound before, but never experienced anything this severe. In a flash, he turns to issue an order. Jisoo, go get Jongbin right now. She quickly runs off, shouting back that she has no idea where he is hiding. She promises to find him. Meanwhile, Wu pulls several potions from his dimensional inventory, scattering them across the floor while trying to figure out what to do next in this crisis. At that exact moment, Ji is sick with worry for Seoan. desperately racking his brain for any way to save him. A moment later, Jisoo finally returns, dragging the target along with her. Jongbin is shoved into the room, totally clueless about the situation as he turns to question her. He asks Kang Jisoo to explain why the Grand Hall is completely ruined. But the moment Woo sees him, he loudly shouts his name. He turns and spots Seon's state, instantly stammering in shock to ask what happened to Lee Seon. Checking the chains, Jongbin immediately blames his own short-sightedness, apologizing and admitting he had no idea so much time had already passed. Woo cuts him off, stating that Seon's condition has never been this bad before. What on earth is going on here? He grabs a potion and explains that everyone knows his chains have the unique ability to bind the raw power of awakened hunters. Administering the medicine to Seon, he notes that while the public files say exactly that, there is more to it. But to be more precise, his ability actually forces an awakened body back to the exact state it was in right before awakening, which is the absolute threshold of their entire power. It physically reverses time for the victim, temporarily freezing them in that moment. This means their body is dragged backward, forced to become a fragile, ordinary human once again. In the very middle of the blackened ruins, completely dissolved by dark poison, Lee Seon sits utterly alone without anyone else, clad only in a loose, oversized hospital gown. Meanwhile, Jongbin specifically reminds Wonwoo that checking on Sa-young is the top priority right now. He promises to send a formal apology to the Pado Guild and Lon at a later time. Besides, since he just got back from handling another matter, he is not fully aware of the situation in the lobby yet. He asks everyone to explain what exactly happened here. Looking quite awkward, he scratches his face while explaining that the auction had only just ended. And, well, how should he put it? Hunters started brawling with each other over the bidding of that spear. That is why the lobby ended up in this complete mess. So, is there anything else to say? Jisoo also chimes in to explain that their guild leader was actually the one who won the bid for the spear. Hearing this, Wonwoo awkwardly replies, asking if she really had to say that out loud. His attitude immediately makes her yell in frustration. The actual owner is unconscious right now, she argues. If he keeps spacing out, they could easily lose the item, so they must speak up first. Jongbin does not know how to respond properly, so he simply gives a forced reply. He nods, saying that is enough for now, and thanks them both. Putting on his walkie-talkie, he makes a proposal to everyone. Normally, Hong Young should have stayed in the city a bit longer before starting his work, but for his own safety, they will be taking him up the mountain immediately. Also, he asks if Wonwoo can deactivate the defensive wall so he can call the transport staff over. Before anyone can move, Hong Young suddenly runs over to stop them, shouting to ask who gave them permission to decide, because he does not want to leave yet. Seeing him rush over, Yoongbin snaps his fingers to dismantle the barrier and explains that this is actually a direct order from the director. Noticing him rushing towards Sa-young, Yoongbin quickly blocks him, telling him to wait since they have not finished their transaction yet. He asks the craftsman to cooperate, and just like that, Hong Young gets dragged away by Jongbin's men. Yeseong screams in anger, demanding they let him go, but Yoongbin sternly commands his men to take him away. But Hong Young keeps pleading, insisting that he is telling the truth and cannot work without that item. After Sa-young is loaded onto the stretcher, Jongbin turns back and bows to Wonwoo, offering his sincere apologies and promising to take full responsibility. Wonwoo does not blame him at all. Since it already happened, there is no helping it. He knows it was not intentional, so he invites him to drop by the guild whenever he is free. That works. He then asks if they are taking him to the SW Guild, which Jongbin quickly confirms, since Nam Woojin is the one who understands Sa-young's condition best. Wonwoo ultimately asks for his help. He asks them to take good care of Sa-young, and Jongbin bows sincerely, promising to do so before taking his leave. Jisoo is highly displeased with Wonwoo's handling of the situation and complains about him letting it slide so easily. Their guild leader literally fainted, and they almost lost their own heads. Feeling a headache coming on, Wonwoo still patiently explains it to her. He tells her to calm down because it was merely an accident. Sa-young will easily squeeze compensation out of the Awakened Management Bureau himself, so they should just head back. Later, Wonwoo cheerfully tells the secretary, Jae, that it is time to go. Jae hesitates before politely thanking him, noting his kindness in wanting to drop him off. Wonwoo offers to drive Jae back to the guild since they have a car, but Jae politely declines. However, Jisoo pushes him forward anyway. Even while being pushed away by her, Jae keeps his eyes fixed on Sa-young. He still feels deeply uneasy, leaving Sa-young alone with Jongbin's people. Since Wan Wu was thoughtful enough to prepare an umbrella for him, Jae expresses his gratitude after stepping out of the car. Thanking them for the umbrella, Jae offers a warm smile as he bids farewell to the driver. Wan Wu bids the secretary a safe trip, acknowledging his hard work for accompanying Sa-young today. The two do not drive off immediately, choosing to watch him walk away. Shortly after, Jisoo brings up her curiosity and questions Wan Wu. She mentions that since both the vice leader and the leader remain silent, she decided to stay quiet for the time being. Confused, Wan Wu asks what she means. Watching Jae's receding figure, she asks who he really is, noting that she has never seen anyone like him, not even in their own guild's secretarial team. Wan Wu does not quite understand her point, so he simply says that everything Sa-young does has a solid reason behind it. Jisoo reluctantly accepts this explanation, admitting that he does not seem like a bad person. To herself, she notes that even though his face was hidden behind a respirator mask, his hands were stark white, and his gaze never wavered from the guild leader until Sa-young was completely out of sight. In the next scene, Jae's arm holding the umbrella begins to tremble violently, forcing him to immediately steady it with his other hand. Jae freezes for a few seconds upon hearing his phone ring. Checking the screen, he finds a text from Sa-young saying that he is doing fine. Looking at the text, Jae suddenly recalls a past conversation. He remembers overhearing Honeybee telling Jungbin something crucial. Right before the fight broke out, she had accidentally overheard those two arguing. It was right around the time Hong Yung threw some powder and vanished. More importantly, they seemed to be arguing about Jae. He looked surprised and replied that it was about Duya, after which she recounted what she had overheard when Guman was talking to Saon. Not only did he sit idle, but he also deliberately buried all information about Jae. What was his actual reason for doing that? He replied in a very calm voice. What cover-up? It was simply because his own strength was far too weak. He was smart enough to figure out Saon's true motive. Fine. Let's just say his strength was lacking, but he had actually given it some serious thought. He wanted Jae to stay dead forever and hoped Jae would never show up again, right? At that point, he hesitantly spoke of Jae. Everything Honeybee knew, she passed on to Jongbin. They had just finished speaking when that absolute mess came crashing down on them. Back in reality, Dai kept staring at the phone in his hand, murmuring silently to himself. It seemed Lisa John did not have a very good impression of Jae. Suddenly, an image flashed in Dai's head of San wrapping his arms around him from behind, nuzzling against his back and leaving him lost in thought. Back when he was still active as Jae, he had never met anyone quite like Lisa John, so he could not understand why the guy hated him so much. Yet, in those fragmented pieces of memory he had seen before, Lisa, John, and Jae looked incredibly close to one another. He wondered if Lisa John was truly doing all right at this moment. While he was still semi-conscious, a blurry memory of someone gently touching his face and offering comfort drifted into his mind, telling him it was okay and that they would before San suddenly snapped awake, sat upright, and ripped his gloves off. Watching Saon move so frantically, Nam Woojin sneered sarcastically. Waking up and immediately breaking things? Why not just smash my entire place to pieces while he was at it? Upon hearing that remark, Lisa John immediately shot him an incredibly freezing glare. This was actually the research lab of Nam Woojin, located in the basement of the Shua Guild, where Lisa John had been brought for first aid after passing out at the artisan exhibition. He had also administered the poison that Nam Woojin provided, and now that the patient was awake, he was quick to demand payment. He would have to pay a hefty price for barging into the lab and stealing his bed, a condition he happily agreed to. Of course, he replied, while Jongbin stepped in to reassure San, telling him not to worry, since it was completely safe there. He wondered how much San could actually remember before passing out, as Jae's face and words suddenly flashed before his eyes again. Whispering San's name, he reached for his phone to check it, typing out a quick message saying that he was still doing fine. He waited in silence for a reply, and when Jae did not answer the text, Saon clutched his head with a frustrated sigh, whispering to himself, why was Jae not texting back? Noticing that his patient was completely distracted, Nam Woo Jin clapped his hands loudly, teasing Saon for waking up only to smash expensive equipment and immediately start checking his phone, assuming those urgent messages were finally taken care of. He asked if they could finally sit down and have a real talk, as Saon ripped the IV line right out of his arm. Nam Woo Jin gasped in panic, asking if he had any idea how expensive that was. Slightly annoyed, Saon simply told him to send over the bill, angrily demanding to know who gave him permission to hook those damn useless things up to him anyway. Despite his annoyance, Nam Woojin managed a fake laugh, explaining that he had no choice after Jongbin suddenly barged in carrying him. He admitted he was scared to death and asked him to spare a thought for his fragile heart, before asking how his body was feeling. He wondered if the medicine had sped up his recovery, to which Soun gave a reluctant nod, muttering that he was fine. A moment later, Nam Woojin turned serious, telling Soun he was lucky and promising to send any newly gathered poison over to Pado in the future. It was clear that once a hunter awakened and received the system's power, any previous injuries would be completely healed, naturally. In Seon's case, the gap between his pre- and post-awakening states was exceptionally massive. He mused whether the awakening rank and the level of physical recovery were directly proportional. Hating when others pried too deeply into his personal business, Soun snapped, warning Nam Woojin not to cross the line. Wanting to avoid any unnecessary trouble, Nam Woojin sighed and apologized for being rude, just as Jongbin decided to chime into their conversation. For now, the HB Guild had agreed to take care of the remaining hunters, and everyone had already returned to their respective bases. San suddenly asked about a certain person, wondering if Bei had returned too, to which Jongbin gave an honest nod. Curious about what happened, San asked if the man had brought up that specific matter with him, leaving Jongbin completely blank and utterly confused. Confused, Jongbin asked what he meant, but Soun simply pulled down his blanket, noting that the man probably lacked the peace of mind to speak to him then. He added that he had sent a message warning that he would repay this debt twofold. Jongbin replied honestly that this was the very first time he was hearing about such a warning. However, he was still fully prepared for whatever consequences might come, admitting that his own sheer carelessness caused the mess, earning a rare and genuine nod of approval from San. Admitting that he really liked how quickly they understood one another, San demanded a complete, step-by-step breakdown of the private conversation between him and Gumin. Eui-jae stares at Sa-young's text, which simply says he is doing fine. He waits for a follow-up, but nothing comes. He realizes that since that text, Sa-young hasn't contacted him at all. Yeah, right, like he's actually fine. Tired of waiting, Eui-jae puts his phone down. Yet, seconds later, worry for Sa-young creeps back in, and he mutters to himself, even if Sa-young fails to wake up, there is no way this country would let the truth slip out. They won't let the truth slip. After all, to the public, those who hold real power must always appear completely unbreakable. In other words, that text was clearly meant to cover up Sa-young's actual condition. This means someone else has likely been sending messages on his behalf. Thinking this over, Eui-jae hesitantly picks up his phone again. Should he try sending a reply? After debating with himself, he sighs, puts the phone back down, and runs a hand through his hair. Right then, the door bursts open with a loud greeting. Seeing who just walked in, Eui-jae is completely caught off guard. Seeing Eui-jae's cold glare, Min-ji nervously wonders if he picked a bad time, quickly speaking up in a flustered voice. Do you remember when you went to the artisan exhibition, and I took your grandmother to the hospital? I meant to report back right away, but things got so incredibly busy that I'm running a bit late. Hearing this, Eui-jae suddenly remembers the situation and panics. His face instantly darkens as panic completely washes over him, and he screams internally. Damn it, no matter how distracted he is, how could he possibly forget about his own grandmother's hospital visit? He must be completely losing his mind. As Eui-jae stays dead silent, Min-ji starts trembling with anxiety and nervously asks if he can finally give his report. Finally, Eui-jae speaks up, asking how she is doing. Min-ji pulls out some medical documents and hands them over with both hands. Here is the copy of her diagnosis and prescription, sir. The hospital's diagnosis shows her knee hasn't gotten any worse. They said that with consistent medication, it will definitely improve. Eui-jae flips through the pages as Min-ji explains. Thank you, Eui-jae says. Min-jae smiles warmly, replying it's nothing, as Eui-jae focuses entirely on reading through the medical documents. Once finished, Eui-jae tries to ask about Sa-young casually. Oh, by the way, how is he? Min-gi looks completely puzzled, asking Sa-who. Realizing his slip-up, Eui-jae curses himself internally. Damn it. He quickly pivots, trying to sound as casual as possible. I mean Lee Sa-young, I haven't heard from him lately, and he hasn't assigned me any personal tasks, so I was just curious. Min-gi scratches his head, smiling awkwardly. Oh, you mean the guild leader? The way you said it sounded so unfamiliar. It took me a second to process. Honestly, I'm not too sure either, sir. Disappointed by the lack of information, Eui-jae grumbles internally that the guy is completely useless. He should have known better than to ask. But to his surprise, Min-ji is so painfully earnest that he pulls out his phone to call Sa-young. Well, our guild leader has always been a lone wolf, so that's probably why. I wonder if he even came into the office today. Let me check. Eui-jae freezes on the spot, stammering. Wait, you're actually calling him right now? Fortunately, instead of calling, Min-ji opens up the Pato Guild's blind app. The screen displays a clear warning to post politely or risk deletion without prior notice. He quickly reassures Eui-jae that he's not actually calling. Oh, definitely not. We have our own blind community board. Normally, whenever the guild leader shows up, the secretaries post an alert so we can all be on guard. Do you want to see? Eui-jae steps closer, watching as Min-gi scrolls through the app. Min-ji is visibly excited, enthusiastically showing Eui-jae around the app and explaining how everything works. Since my security clearance is pretty high, I can read almost all of the posts on here. Curious about how secure this is, Eui-jae asks if he's even allowed to show this to an outsider. Min-gi shrugs and honestly admits it is mostly just staff gossiping about the daily cafeteria menu or bad-mouthing the guild leader. Right then, Eui-jae spots a post by an anonymous user asking what exactly went down at the artisan exhibition this time. Underneath, someone else replies that nobody knows. Ever since that exhibition, Lee Sa-young hasn't shown his face at work. And since that place is his personal playground, nobody can dig up any info. That hangover soup addict said he has no idea. And even Ju said no comment, which is driving me absolutely insane with curiosity. Eui-jae notices there are 10 comments on the thread. Reading through them, a sudden wave of surprise washes over him. Even on the guild's private board, there is absolutely no detailed information regarding Sa-young's condition. Intrigued, Eui-jae keeps reading. He actually broke the exhibition's shoulder armor that day, yet no one has reached out demanding compensation. It's giving me bad vibes. Are you on the secretarial team? Is Lee Sa-young seriously still not coming to work? I really need to talk to him. Apparently, the guild leader is still sending instructions via email, but he's physically MIA. These comments spark a troubling thought in Eui-jae. If Sa-young is not actually showing up but emails are still being sent, someone else must be handling them in his place. Is he still unconscious? Maybe it's time to pay a personal visit and see what's actually going on. Mid-thought, a sudden buzz from the phone makes Gozo speak up in a tense voice. Wait, hold on. The text they just received is a direct warning. On +82, Channel 1, Dong-bin uses a loudspeaker, asking everyone to keep the chat logs strictly confidential. They plead with Lord Hong-young, promising not to hold him responsible for anything if he will just confirm he is still alive. Even a simple dot in the chat would do. But seeing Dong-bin send this desperate message raises quite a few questions for Jae. Did Dong-bin seriously waste a precious loudspeaker system just to check if Hong-young was still breathing? After all, wasn't Hong-young wrapped up like a kimbap by federal agents and dragged away from the Craftsman exhibition? Jae decides to ignore this notification, pretending he knows absolutely nothing about it. He even imagines Hong-young crying while being carried away by 3 people. Meanwhile, Gozo finishes reading the text and gasps in absolute shock. This is insane, Gozo exclaims. What if he actually got kidnapped? If that is true, the whole country is going to end up in chaos. This is a major disaster. Jae hates hearing this kind of talk, silently grumbling to himself. He wishes Gozo would shut his mouth before it becomes reality. Gozo, meanwhile, keeps rambling, wondering if anyone checked the local fried chicken joints. Maybe he just craved chicken and sneaked out. Right then, Jae is caught off guard as his own phone buzzes with an incoming text. He reads the message with a deep frown, thoroughly annoyed by whoever sent it. The sender even dares to set some conditions. The text warns Jae that he must absolutely not show that he knows how Hong-young escaped while being transported to Mount Bukansan. His current whereabouts remain unknown. Most of the Awakened Management Bureau's personnel are expected to deploy immediately to search for and protect the missing target. He is urged to call back immediately. A second later, the system alerts Jae that his poker face trade has been activated. Immediately after, Jae politely hands the phone back, thanking Gozo for letting him take a quick look. But it looks like you have a message too. Confused, Gozo asks Jae a text. What could it be? The moment Gozo reads the text, his face twists in pure terror. He frantically types a reply while trying to say goodbye. He apologizes, saying he has to leave immediately. Jae plays dumb, asking if it is urgent. As Gozo starts bolting away, he yells back that it is a military secret he cannot share, promising to return next time with the vice leader. Jae watches Gozo's retreating figure, silently reflecting on how tough everyone seems to have it these days. But as he ponders why Hong-young suddenly managed to escape, A sudden chicken cluck loudly cuts off his train of thought. Recognizing that familiar sound, his face instantly darkens with absolute dread. Soon enough, the owner of the voice chimes in to apologize. "Excuse me, could I ask you a quick question? I am looking for something quite urgently right now. If I do not find it, I am dead meat." As the newcomer approaches, dark clouds and a sudden storm gather right over Jae's head. Pale as a ghost, he turns around, silently begging that it isn't who he thinks it is. "Please, no." Just then, a sudden flash of lightning illuminates Hong Young's face in the dark night. He calmly asks if Jae has seen a round mana stone that looks just like a beautiful chicken egg yolk. Baffled by everything, Jae mutters to himself. Back when he was still an active hunter, there surely were not this many eccentric people running around. Were there? Why does every hunter he meets lately seem to have a loose screw? Out of all of them, this kid is definitely a lost cause. If he reports the guy now, dealing with the aftermath will be a massive headache. It is better to just hand over the mana stone and get rid of him quickly. Having no choice, Jae gestures for him to come inside to talk. Once indoors, Hong Young looks around curiously and asks, "Secretary Kim, do you work 2 jobs? Why are you at a hangover soup restaurant at this hour?" Jae reluctantly admits to working part-time, telling him to close the door. Hong Young then gives him a big thumbs up with a bright smile. He praises Jae, saying he works so hard and is truly a model citizen. Absolutely wonderful. Jae feels completely hopeless looking at Hong Young's naive attitude, thinking this guy must be incredibly gullible to buy that. Curious about how the guy tracked him down, Jae asks how he managed to find this place. "Did you plant a tracking device on me?" Flustered, Hong Young looks at his pet chicken and explains that his beloved bird found Secretary Kim, since it was created from the mana stone of a memory-consuming monster. It is exceptionally good at tracking people down. Plus, it has a soul connection with him, making communication easy. Jae stares at the chicken, whispering to himself. Who would have thought the chicken he held onto so tightly during the exhibition would return to him like this? Still needing clarification, Jae says he gets that the pet chicken guided him here, but asks how he escaped the bureau. "How did you manage to shake off the management bureau?" Being a very straightforward guy, Hong Young honestly confesses. Did they really think his eyes would roll back in madness just from seeing that mana stone? He only escaped by keeping his unyielding focus on that crystal. Besides, Jung-bin wasn't even there then. Finding it hard to believe, Eui-jae asked if Jung-bin was truly gone. The youth gently placed the chicken on the table and answered frankly that he hadn't seen him since the artisan exhibition. However, he did receive a message from him, saying there was some urgent business to settle with Lisa John. Eui-jae hesitated as he approached the other, asking if the guild leader had run into some sort of trouble. Was the leader doing all right? The youth responded innocently, asking if Eui-jae did not know. At that moment, Eui-jae realized he had made a major slip-up and panicked inwardly. Oh, crap. He quickly scrambled to fabricate a plausible excuse to cover up his slip of the tongue. He explained that ever since the artisan exhibition, their guild leader had refused to show up for work, only sending instructions via email, which made everyone quite curious. Fortunately, Ye-sung was a simple-minded guy, readily accepting the explanation as completely understandable. He added that it was no big deal, mentioning they had gone to some dungeon together after talking about the end of the world. They seemed to have uncovered some sort of clue, and hearing this made Eui-jae increasingly anxious to know what happened next. Just as he said that, a sudden knock echoed at the door, making both of them turn toward the entrance in surprise. Eui-jae signaled Ye-sung to stay quiet and slowly crept toward the door, wondering who could be visiting at this late hour. A second later, the person outside finally spoke up, politely asking if anyone was inside. Recognizing the familiar voice, Eui-jae let his guard down. He guessed it was Ga-yoon pacing back and forth outside, mumbling to herself, and wondering if he had already gone to sleep. Eui-jae wanted to open the door, but turning back, he looked at Ye-sung and had second thoughts. If not for this awkward situation, he would have let her in immediately. But why did she have to show up right now? He quickly winked to get his attention. He silently gestured, asking if he also knew the person standing outside. Ye-sung immediately nodded, leaving Eui-jae completely baffled as he grumbled inwardly about the absurd situation. Was this some sort of regular gathering for awakened ones? And did everyone somehow know each other? Damn it. To make matters worse, Ye-sung suddenly whispered in his ear, admitting he thought she came for him instead of Jung-bin, though it seemed he was wrong. He then asked if Eui-jae also knew the girl. Eui-jae scratched his head with a sigh, keeping it a secret as he formulated a quick plan. He asked if they could enter the pocket dimension Ye-sung used to kidnap him before, near that tiled roof house. Yi-sung quickly pulled out an invisibility cloak from his subspace, grumbling that Eui-jae was far too tight-lipped, but explained it was impossible right now. It was a delicate space that required some maintenance and cool-down time after a single use before being deployed again. After putting on the cloak, Ye-sung excitedly promised to stay absolutely quiet and urged Eui-jae to go out and meet her. Eui-jae quickly stepped out and opened the door, gesturing for her to be quiet as Ga-yoon greeted him happily. Eui-jae told her to give him a second, which she did, as he pulled out his phone and tapped rapidly. A moment later, he showed her the screen. She was taken aback by the text telling her to call him Secretary Kim because someone else was there. Catching on, Ga-yoon coughed slightly and apologized for suddenly dropping by so late at night. Playing along, Eui-jae assured her it was fine and asked what brought her here at this hour. In response, she also began typing quickly on her phone screen. After a moment, Eui-jae saw her message, stating she had something she absolutely needed to tell him today. She explained that for the past few months, dungeons had started appearing where the environment suddenly mutated. It wasn't a natural change over time, but rather being completely covered in a white ash identical to what she once saw. She had seen it in a memory fragment, along with entirely different white monsters they had never encountered before. Her guild leader, Nam Woon, believed these dungeons had been invaded by another dimension, so he called it the dungeon erosion phenomenon. As for the apocalypse, only a small number of awakened ones were currently aware of it. Furthermore, because the erosion did not happen frequently, they were conducting the investigation into this phenomenon in strict secrecy. She was tasked with comparing the world within the memory fragments with the eroded dungeons. During that process, she had tried comparing what she saw with their current world. Since he had seen it too, he knew the world and the memory fragments and their own world were both similar and yet entirely different. Through her observations, she discovered a crucial branching point where the two worlds began to diverge completely, noting that in the memory fragment world, the West Sea Fisher never even appeared. After reviewing the information, Eui-jae frowned in deep thought, wondering if this dungeon erosion phenomenon had really started months ago. And if so, could it be that the eroded dungeon phenomenon is not just morphing to look like a ruined world, but is actually connecting directly to that very same apocalyptic space? And if it has something to do with the West Sea Rift, he has no choice but to go and check it out in person. To verify this, Jae asks Gaeul if he can enter an eroded dungeon to take a look, saying any dungeon will do, and she completely agrees with his suggestion. She tells him that an eroded dungeon just appeared recently, located right in the Jongno 3rd Street area. A few minutes later, they suddenly hear a loud sneeze, making Eui-jae halt in his tracks as Gaeul asks in surprise who could possibly be there. Eui-jae turns back with an annoyed look and grumbles that someone had promised to stay absolutely quiet. A second later, he answers that it is Hong Ye-seong, and just hearing his name immediately makes Gaeul feel incredibly excited. She asks why Ye-seong is there, but Eui-jae reluctantly sighs that it is a long story. Eager to meet him, she excitedly suggests that even though she has no idea why he is here, this is actually a great chance to ask him for help. She explains she learned how to handle him from Jung Bin, but Eui-jae silently mocks the idea of relying on that complete idiot. According to Jae's findings, dungeons are mysterious spaces that began appearing scattered all over the place after the rift first opened. The bizarre plants and monsters found deep inside are species that simply do not exist anywhere on Earth. And if hunters fail to clear out these beasts regularly, their rapidly surging numbers will trigger a massive dungeon overload, causing them to pour directly out of the rift. Because of this constant danger, any unnecessary dungeons are immediately sealed shut. Meanwhile, highly profitable dungeons that yield valuable monster byproducts are managed directly by the government or powerful guilds, and the underground dungeon at Jongno 3rd Street is exactly one of those cases. It was originally owned by the government, but ownership was later transferred to the prestigious Pato Guild. Ye-seong and his pet chicken, Coco, quickly sneak into the guild and knock the guard completely unconscious. Seeing the guard out cold on the floor, he loudly praises his pet, calling Coco his absolute #1 companion for a job well done. Ye-seong pulls out a sleek metallic sphere and chuckles as he presses the button, saying he built this device specifically for situations like this. He boasts that he has wanted to try this for ages. And in a flash, the small sphere splits in half. The device flashes brightly in midair, leaving both Eui-jae and Gaeul completely dazed as the lights suddenly cut out. He immediately starts bragging about his genius, asking if he is not the coolest, but she looks incredibly worried and asks if his actions are truly safe. Left with no choice, Eui-jae sighs that he already expected this chaos the moment he agreed to bring that guy along. Remembering the crazy stunts Ye-seong pulled in the past, Eui-jae groans, and honestly, who could blame him? That guy is such a lunatic that he once dared to cause a massive scene right in the middle of a prestigious exhibition. After shaking off his bodyguards to make a run for it, he suddenly shouted in the middle of the auction to halt the bidding. He successfully lost his guards, leaving them screaming in frustration, and just thinking about his crazy history makes Eui-jae's head hurt. Eui-jae knows for a fact that if this guy is left completely unsupervised, he will definitely end up running wild with pure, chaotic excitement. Talk about a double-edged sword. Having this guy on your side is highly useful but still incredibly exhausting. Shaking his head, he turns his attention back to Gaeul and warmly praises her efforts. He says that, thanks to her clever coaxing, they managed to get here without wasting any precious time. Flushed with embarrassment, she scratches her head and says it was nothing, as she simply learned the trick from Jung Bin, a method that revolves around showering someone with non-stop compliments and triggering their curiosity. Using that exact tactic, she had showered Ye-seong with highly exaggerated compliments. She called him Korea's greatest artisan and begged for his help with the eroded dungeon, calling him an absolute genius and the best craftsman in the world. Completely won over, he smirked and asked who was calling for the greatest craftsman on the entire planet. Gaeul also made sure to thank Coco, and the little chicken quickly trotted over to her in response. Spotting the device in her hand, Jae immediately recognizes it as an official Rift management card before Gaeul steps up to swipe it at the terminal. Once verified, the heavy dungeon gates slowly creak open. Feeling highly anxious, she firmly warns them that they will only check the entrance area where the erosion is occurring and then leave immediately, which Jae agrees to. While Ye-seong eagerly urges them to hurry up, he tells them to move because he has always wanted to see an eroded dungeon with his own eyes. Before stepping inside, Eui-jae notices cold sweat on Gaeul's face and gently asks if this is her first time entering a dungeon. He points out she looks tense and shouldn't push herself, causing her to turn around and sheepishly explain her situation. She quickly clarifies that she did enter a dungeon once during her official training at the Awakened Management Bureau, but stepping into one like this is truly her very first time. She explains that Uncle Jung Bin and the others had always cared about her deeply. Everyone told her to focus on school and wait until she was an adult to explore dungeons, warning her to keep her rank 5 hunter status a secret until then. Hearing this, Ye-seong agrees she definitely shouldn't go inside. Exactly. Why on earth would a kid go into a dungeon? At your age, you should be busy playing. And besides, children really shouldn't be fighting. Eui-jae's heart beats faster from the mounting tension, and deep down, he completely agrees with him. Yes, things are very different now compared to the old days. This is a world where protecting minors is a given. Torn between wanting her to come and wanting her safe, a look of conflict crosses his face as he sighs. Since it is his first time going inside, Ye-seong asks Ga-eun if there are actually monsters in there, and she answers with a hesitant shrug. She thinks there are, and worrying about Eui-jae's safety, Ye-seong turns to ask if the secretary even knows how to fight at all. Eui-jae casually replies that he knows just enough to get by, prompting Ye-seong to ask about his choice of weapon. When asked if he uses a sword, Eui-jae stays silent, silently reminding himself that his actual weapon of choice is a spear. But seeing the other man lay out several weapons, he hesitates and says he will just use whatever he can get his hands on. He claims it does not really matter to him, and hearing this, Ye-seong keeps pulling out weapons while questioning if that is true. That makes it even better, but seeing how carelessly he treats them, Ga-eun steps in to ask if throwing them down like that is safe. After all, these are valuable weapons, but Ye-seong simply smiles, waving it off and saying it is completely fine. He claims a quick touch-up with a whetstone will fix them right up, then tells the secretary to pick whatever he likes. In the end, Eui-jae casually grabs a long wooden staff, saying, "This is enough," but Ye-seong immediately objects, pointing out there are far better options. Sticking firmly to his choice, Eui-jae says this feels most comfortable, then asks if Ye-seong actually has any combat experience himself. Shoving his pet chicken forward with a bright grin, Ye-seong proudly boasts that he already has his trusty pet chicken right here. Eui-jae stands completely frozen, utterly speechless at such a naive and ridiculous response. Is he seriously planning to let that tiny, cute, and completely malnourished chick do the fighting? Seeing that reaction, Ye-seong starts looking pretty flustered. What is with that look of utter contempt on his face? His pet chicken is actually a great fighter, and it can even breathe fire on command. On command, The little chicken immediately spits out a blast of fire, leaving Eui-jae staring in absolute, deadpan disbelief. Shaking it off, Eui-jae raises his voice to check on everyone one last time, asking if they are fully prepared to go. Ga-yoon and Ye-sung nod in unison, and to ensure everyone remains safe, Eui-jae is the first one to step into the dungeon. Ye-sung brings up the rear, and once inside, Eui-jae looks around and wonders if this truly is the erosion dungeon. White ash drifts down around them, falling continuously like snow. A second later, he is stunned when a status window abruptly pops up before him, announcing that he has completed the requirements to unlock a hidden title. The locked title has officially been unsealed, congratulating him on successfully reclaiming it. The title is Solitary Conqueror, and the system warns that the dungeon is reacting and beginning to restructure itself. Right after the alert, the ground beneath them violently trembles. Talk about bad timing, sending everyone into a state of panic. As the earth splits, he quickly grabs Ga-yoon's hand and yells for the other two to hold on to him immediately. A massive bolt of lightning strikes Eui-jae directly, and meanwhile, Sa-on and Dongbin are exploring deep inside the dungeon. Seeing Sa-on standing completely still, Dongbin approaches to ask if he found anything, but he simply replies that he has not. Noticing the massive vortex swirling above them, Dongbin realizes Sa-on has been staring at the chaotic sky this entire time. He points out how strange it is that black holes are completely invisible from inside the rift compared to the outside world, suggesting they move to another sector. Dongbin stops as Sa-on spots something unusual, his brow furrowing in deep confusion. Thinking it might be their backup, Sa-on asks if he called for support, but Dongbin immediately denies it. He confirms that no one else was sent, as this erosion dungeon investigation was strictly assigned to just the two of them. But as the sky above suddenly begins to warp, anxiety grips him as he wonders why the quiet air is turning so volatile. Pulling off his mask, Sa-on urgently asks if there has ever been a record of such a sudden, violent mutation in this type of dungeon. Dongbin can only share what little information he actually knows. He admits there is absolutely no record of this happening in past reports, quickly pulling up his status window to analyze what is going wrong. Since this sector is still uncharted, anomalies are expected, but they have not even found a single clue yet to explain it. Sa-on pulls up his own screen, only to receive a chilling notification. The dungeon is actively reacting to a title and restructuring itself, unleashing a barrage of lightning that leaves them panicking and screaming what is happening. The sky turns pitch black, and once the lightning finally settles, Dongbin lies trembling on the hard ground. Ugh, he groans, muttering to himself about what the hell just happened. Can an already open dungeon actually be restructured? Yungbin wonders to himself while clutching his splitting, agonizing headache. Going solo in a dungeon with zero prior intel is basically a suicide mission. Right now, he needs to regroup with Lee Sa-young immediately. He quickly opens his eyes to look around, calling out for Sa-young, but instead of his friend, Yungbin only sees Ga-eul and Ye-seong nearby. He collapses face down, groaning in pure misery and cursing out loud. Seriously, what the hell just happened? Completely baffled, Jungbin raises his voice to call out for them, shouting for Ye-seong and Ga-eul. Elsewhere, Eui-jae covers Sa-young's mouth to keep him quiet while his own heart pounds like a wild, frantic drum. Jae senses something familiar as the damp, heavy air of this place slowly fills his lungs. This is the signature, completely odorless air of a silent rift. But in a strange way, that actually works in his favor. Thanks to this unique environment, any corpses trapped inside the rift are preserved and never rot. It means he will easily recognize his allies among the preserved bodies. Fortunately, his own physical condition is still in top shape. In a place like this, his own physical strength is the only thing he can truly rely on. It is time to face today's hell. He opens his eyes, looking around in utter confusion. Spotting Ga-eul's hat and a nearby staff, he immediately springs to his feet. Panic surges through him as he recognizes it. Isn't that the exact same hat Ga-eul always wears on her head? And that staff next to it is the weapon Ye-seong gave him. He steps over to grab it, murmuring under his breath, "This isn't a rift at all. He's actually inside the underground dungeon of Jongno 3rd Street." With absolutely no signs of humans around, Eui-jae activates his tracking eye skill through the system, desperately wondering where on earth Ga-eul and Ye-seong could have gone. Where could they be? Driven by sheer urgency to find his allies, he bolts forward like a speeding bullet. Moments later, a roaring beast blockades his path and viciously lunges at him. Eui-jae immediately leaps high into the air to launch a swift counter-strike. Jae unleashes a barrage of heavy blows directly to the monster's head, putting it down in mere seconds. Mid-clash, a strange flash catches his eye from a distance. Squinting, he realizes it is a burst of fire. Could that be Sa Young's signature flame? But why on earth would that kid be here? Talk about terrible luck. How did they manage to enter the exact same dangerous dungeon that Sa Young and Young Bin had already gone into earlier? He recalls Yesong mentioning earlier that Sa Young and Jung Bin had entered a dungeon together. Their past conversation flashes through his mind. He remembers asking why Jung Bin was nowhere to be found. At the time, Ye Seong honestly replied that Jung Bin had vanished completely after the artisan exhibition ended. But he did send a quick message, mentioning some urgent business to sort out with Sa Young, so it did not seem like a big deal. Apparently, they were rambling about some impending apocalypse before diving straight into a random dungeon together. Back in the present, seeing 4 distinct sparks of energy helps Eui-jae connect the dots. 2 of those belong to Ga Yul and Ye Seong. That golden weak-colored spark must be Jung Bin's. But that leaves 1 more. Who does that belong to? Damn it. He has no clue how things got this messy. But finding Sa Young is his absolute top priority right now. Meanwhile, Sa Young sits slumped against a wall, thoroughly frustrated that absolutely nothing is going his way. Jung Bin will find his own way here eventually. Damn it. Passing out for a bit should not be such a big deal. It is just annoying that Jung Bin dragged him to Nam Woo-jin's place, leaving him completely unable to do anything else. And thanks to that guy, he is now stuck patrolling this massive, dangerous eroded dungeon in the first place. That nosy bastard Nam Woo-jin will dig up every single detail if he catches a scent, which is why he hates being indebted to him. He absolutely hates getting tangled up with that doctor, so he agreed to this dungeon patrol just to pay him back. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps catches his attention. Sa Young stands up, secretly hoping it might be Eui-jae, even though he knows it is highly unlikely. There is no way that is possible. How could Eui-jae be inside this dungeon? But as the figure comes into view, he gasps in shock. He shouts Eui-jae's name in disbelief. Seeing Sa Young safe, Eui-jae tosses the staff aside and immediately asks if he is okay. Thinking he must be dreaming, Sa Young reaches out to touch his face, completely flustered as he lets out a startled cry. Eui-jae quickly tries to calm him down, gently explaining that it is really him. This completely unexpected rescue leaves Sa Young in absolute, stunned disbelief. Countless questions run wild in his head, wondering how on earth Eui-jae even managed to enter this place. He wants to ask if Eui-jae knows how dangerous this place is, but Eui-jae just scolds him, while Sa Young can only wonder why he is still asking if he is alright. Eui-jae asks with worry, reminding him that he literally just fainted. He demands to know why Sa Young would run straight into a godforsaken dungeon after waking up. Sa Young's mind goes completely blank as old memories suddenly rush back. Still, the hand cupping Sean's face feels incredibly warm, and that voice constantly asking if he is okay is far too familiar. "Found you, Sean," suddenly cries out, the words slipping from his lips unconsciously. But Jae quickly covers Sean's mouth, wrapping his other arm around him while whispering to just wait a second. Hearing no sound from outside, Sean wonders if the monster is finally gone. Since his mouth has been covered for too long, he taps Jae's hand, prompting Jae to let go instantly and narrow his eyes in warning. "What's wrong?" Sean whispers, pleading for Jae not to leave. Jae lets out a confused sigh, only to be met with another desperate plea. "Stay here with me," Sean begs. Jae stays silent, casting a quick glance toward the dark corridor outside. Once he confirms the monster is no longer tracking them, Jae smiles and promises it will all be over soon. Still feeling completely unsafe, Sean clings tightly to Jae's shirt, complaining bitterly to himself. Normally, anyone else would have made a cheap excuse like checking the perimeter or getting fresh air, trying their best to hide their intense anxiety, but Jae simply refuses to do that. Did he really think putting on a calm face would hide how pale he actually was? Jae claims he is fine and will be right back. What exactly was he so afraid of? Frankly, this stubborn side of Jae's personality drives Sean absolutely crazy. That completely groundless confidence and his reckless habit of diving headfirst into danger without ever looking back. It is a terrible habit born from everyone constantly praising him as a hero, pushing him to sacrifice himself for their sake, feeding him lines about how those with great power must save everyone, and all that kind of nonsense. They all know Jae is exactly the type of person who can never ignore a hand reaching out for help. Even when his own life is directly on the line, Jae will keep burning himself to the ground, stubbornly pushing forward. So, if anyone actually wants to stop him from committing these foolish acts of sacrifice, someone needs to step up and turn themselves into a solid, unbreakable chain to keep him anchored in place. With that thought firmly in mind, Sean softly calls out Jae's name. Sean collapses directly into his arms, whimpering that it hurts so much. In his mind, he knows this performance is the perfect chain for Jae, a man who always softens up for fragile souls. Knowing all too well about Sean's chronic condition, Jae panics, instantly asking if he is really in pain. Sean deliberately acts weak in front of Jae, complaining that he is also feeling quite dizzy. Hearing another strange noise outside, a wave of tension returns. Jae surveys the area, quickly running through his own knowledge to analyze the situation. The beast roaming outside is a Sasquatch, more commonly known as the legendary Bigfoot. This legendary cryptid from Western folklore is typically described as a massive, hairy primate that dwells deep in the forest. Although it is not considered an incredibly high-threat class of monster, Jae still wants to take it down first, so it does not wander toward Hong-young and Yoon. But before heading out, Jae gently grabs Sean's face. Turning Sean's head from side to side, Jae wonders if this guy has gotten a single moment of proper rest since the artisan exhibition ended. He looks absolutely exhausted, like someone facing severe sleep deprivation. Finally, Jae directly asks Sean about the text message. Jae asks if the message saying he was fine was sent by Sean himself, and Sean quickly nods to confirm it. Sean confirms he sent it, asking why Jae is bringing it up, prompting a highly skeptical Jae to ask why he is in pain now. Jae recalls that Jong Bin had already taken him to get healed. Sean rubs his aching temple, admitting that he did receive treatment, but Sean attributes the sudden pain to the dungeon's current restructuring, claiming a short rest will make him feel much better. Sean begs Jae to just stay, promising they can head out together once he recovers, since Jae wants to get out anyway, and Sean still needs to locate Jong Bin. Jae pretends to be completely clueless, asking in feigned shock if Jong Bin is actually inside this dungeon too. Jae closes his eyes, recalling the 4 distinct flames he witnessed earlier, and begins analyzing the situation. That means the owner of the flame he glimpsed earlier was indeed Jong Bin. Knowing his strength, Jae realizes Jong Bin is more than capable of handling that Sasquatch alone. Once he confirms the 4th presence is indeed Jong Bin, Jae lets out a quiet sigh of relief. He decides to stay put, letting Sean lean against him, as he warns that he cannot afford to wait around for too long. If Sean rests too long, Jae threatens to just carry him. Sean closes his eyes with a soft nod, then quietly prompts Jae. Jae tenses up, asking what is wrong as Sean leans in to whisper that something feels incredibly off about this entire situation. Opening his eyes, Sean directly asks Jae how he even managed to enter the dungeon and what exactly he is doing here. Sean points out that this gate is not some place that lets anyone inside just for flashing a hunter license. Jae remains outwardly silent, but internally, his anxiety is skyrocketing. Oh crap, Jae thinks, sweating as Sean continues to lean heavily against him. Sean points out that even though this gate manager does not belong to his guild, they are still Rift Bureau employees who would never handle security in such a careless manner. Jae grimly recalls the manager lying unconscious on the floor, knowing that official security has already been taken down by Hong Young's elite fighter. Za-young continues to probe him, questioning why someone who spends all day busy running a business would ever bother setting foot inside a mediocre dungeon like this. Eui-jae turns his face away to avoid the question, muttering that business has been pretty slow lately. Za-young replies with a mocking tone, teasingly asking if the secretary actually came here to mine mana stones because he did not receive his daily wages. That leaves Eui-jae too annoyed to reply, so he just looks down to rest his head in silence. Eui-jae sighs, knowing the guy is about to start mocking him again, so he prepares himself mentally to keep from losing his temper under the coming sarcasm. Za-young then asks who he came here with, which annoys Eui-jae so much that a vein practically pops on his forehead. Constantly picking the exact questions that a person absolutely cannot answer is honestly a special kind of talent. A highly annoying talent, at that. Suddenly, Za-young leans in and whispers directly into Eui-jae's ear. He points out that the bookworm, Nam Woo-jin, would never personally come here, asking if that bastard was the one who sent him. Did he ask you to investigate this place? Za-young asks, prompting an irritated Eui-jae to push him away while grumbling internally. Eui-jae thinks that bringing up Nam Woo-jin is completely off mark, but suddenly, a bright flash catches his eye as a system notification appears. System check, complete the restructuring of the dungeon, is now fully finished. The restructured dungeon is elevated to a brand new level, upgrading the Jongno 3ga underground area to a staggering S+ rank, leaving Eui-jae completely stunned. S+ rank, Eui-jae wonders, picturing Hong Ye-sung, Due to the existence of an exceptionally outstanding hunter like Hong-Ye-sung, people only hypothesized that an awakened tier higher than S rank might exist, but a dungeon above S rank had never actually appeared before. Or could it be that he is just out of the loop because he was trapped in the West Sea Rift for 8 long years? Sa-young notes this is a total first, prompting Eui-jae to glance over and assess his reaction. Realizing this is Sa-young's first time experiencing it too, Eui-jae gets caught in a whirlpool of his own conflicting emotions. A dungeon rank suddenly shifting the moment he steps inside like this. It marks the second time this has occurred since his return from the West Sea Rift. It feels as if the dungeon was waiting, changing its structure solely because of him. He quickly slaps his own cheeks to snap out of it, telling himself that now is not the time to drown in negative thoughts. Eui-jae turns back to Sa-young and extends his hand, asking if he has any documents on this dungeon, to which Sa-young answers honestly. He admits he has some older files, but they are all based on data extracted long before the dungeon was eroded. They are likely completely useless by now anyway. In this freezing winter weather, as ruined structures begin to manifest alongside the sudden dungeon restructuring, Sa-young highly doubts that their old data will be of any use. Even the towering high-rises look eerily abandoned, leaving them with no choice but to treat this as an entirely new dungeon where they must gather information as they go. Eui-jae falls into deep thought for a moment. Both the eroded dungeon and this newly restructured one look identical to the West Sea Rift, a chilling truth that he alone knows. Endless questions flood his mind. What connection could there possibly be between dungeon erosion and the West Sea Rift? Sa-young calls out and presses close to Eui-jae, asking if he has some self-harming habit, earning an annoyed glare in return. Eui-jae snaps back, asking what nonsense he is spewing now, and if his own habit is just talking garbage. Sa-young lightly brushes Eui-jae's face, teasingly replying that his actual behavior clearly shows a strong tendency towards self-inflicted torture. Sa-young then delivers a serious warning, telling him to try doing that again, even though hitting people is not really his style. But he can still happily make an exception, which makes Eui-jae snap, cursing and asking if Sa-young is still feeling pain. He irritably asks if the pain is in his brain instead, before they both stand up, and he suggests moving on since Sa-young's mouth is clearly working fine. Eui-jae pinches Sa-young's arm as they prepare to move, making the other guy yelp in pain. Sa-young quickly relents but still questions if there is truly any need to rush so much. While Eui-jae picks up his walking stick, he explains that since Sa-young and the others came with Jung-bin, they ought to regroup with that side as quickly as possible. Sa-young continues to argue, pointing out that they still need to assess the layout of this newly restructured dungeon first. He suggests moving slowly and carefully, adding that Jung-bin is far from weak and can easily hold his own. Eui-jae just looks at him, silent, since he never actually doubted Jung-bin's strength in the first place. What actually worries him is the reckless nature of the other two, leaving him completely speechless. He has no idea if Hong-Ye-sung and Yoon Ga-yeol can hold out, but mentioning their names now would require far too much explaining. Even though his mental image of Hong-Ye-sung is rather bizarre, being eccentric and actually surviving are two very different things. Sa-young gently lifts a few strands of his hair, teasingly asking if he honestly believes a simple hood is enough to cover up a face as beautiful as his. Are you just going to let Jung-bin find out your secret? Jae turns away with a pout. Every single word from him hits a sore spot, making him even more irritating. He decides to slay the dungeon boss before meeting up. Sa-hyun flashes a knowing smile. Now he finally understands. He points out Jae's impulsive past, noting how he once charged headfirst, right toward the Rift boss. Annoyed, Jae pokes Sa-hyun with a stick, calling him a brat. Sa-hyun quickly deflects, saying they should move. Sa-hyun offers to share his gas mask. Walking behind, Jae subtly asks if Sa-hyun was sick before awakening. Sa-hyun indifferently says who knows. Jae glares at him, complaining that the answer is way too vague. This obviously means he does not want to talk. Sa-hyun turns around to tease that Jae's brain is working overtime. Jae grumbles that being this annoying is a talent, while Sa-hyun smirks with absolute pride. Sa-hyun smugly claims it is a secret. Jae sighs in disappointment, but Sa-hyun's next words make him freeze. He points out that Jae is also hiding secrets. Still smiling, Sa-hyun says it does not matter if Jae lies. Besides, if anyone is capable of uncovering Sa-hyun's secrets, it is definitely Jae. He insists that Jae must do so. Jae reflects on how one lie only leads to another. What will this pile of deception lead to? Despite gaining the trust of countless people after his awakening, to a liar like him, the trust that Lee Se-oh-jun placed in him felt like something else entirely. Behind Jae's calm face lies a storm of deep thoughts. It is not like the fake, fabricated trust offered by others, but something shining so brilliantly that he wants to uncover its true nature. Just as his thoughts drift away, monsters suddenly swarm out from the city. Jae and Seo-hyun quickly brace for battle. Jae swings his staff, targeting the monster's neural control center. Seo-hyun follows Jae, amazed by his terrifying power. He grins, saying they make a pretty good team. He can sense Jae's anxiety, but reassures him that this dungeon is packed with elite S-class awakeners. Jae stays silent in dread. Seo-hyun has no idea that this is actually the biggest problem. Pure worry fills Jae's eyes. South Korea only has 8 S-class hunters, yet 5 of them are here. Having more than half of the nation's S-class powerhouses gathered in one dungeon is highly suspicious. Elsewhere, Jongbin spots Ga-yoon and immediately calls out to check on her. He asks if they are hurt. Emerging from the rubble, she says she is fine and asks how he is. Jongbin reassures her he is fine and asks about her dizziness. Limping forward, she replies that she feels much better. She thanks him for caring, while Jongbin flashes a polite smile. His mind is actually racing. Hearing that Hong Yo-sung had escaped made his head spin, wanting nothing more than to run away. Leaving the hunt to a small miracle, let them enter the dungeon, recalling Ga-yoon's prediction. Just a few months ago, Ga-yoon foretold that the apocalypse was coming. With the world finally stabilizing, Director Ham Seo-jong of the Awakener Bureau was highly skeptical of her warning. Hearing this prophecy first, he assumed her vision was just a side effect of awakening. Yet, bizarre activities on the snowy mountains quickly began to back up her claims. Corrupted dungeons began popping up one by one. Even the Prometheus faction, silent since Lee Seo-jun awakened, suddenly became active. To prevent mass panic about the apocalypse, Director Seo-jong kept information tight as soon as the first corrupted dungeon was confirmed. Director Ham Seo-jong chose to share this grim reality with only a select few. Restricted to the top 10, the dark secrets of the story slowly unraveled. Squads took turns clearing these corrupted dungeons. Normally, Wee-gyu or Han-yi should have taken this mission. However, Namwoo claimed to have an emergency, pushing Jongbin and Eon into this place instead. Jongbin drops to the ground. From sudden mutations to S+ rank dungeons, plus the arrival of Hong Yo-sung and Ga-yoon. Stroking his chin, he wonders if Namwoo foresaw all of this and intentionally sent him and Eon. Standing nearby, Ga-yoon calls out, asking if he is really doing okay. Jongbin snaps his head toward her, quickly reassuring her, before jumping at the mention of Hong Yo-sung. Clearing his throat, Jongbin asked gently, but his murderous gaze made Ye Seong quickly hide. Before this, I heard rumors that you had suddenly disappeared, sending the entire management bureau into complete chaos. Why are you in this eroded dungeon now? Besides, why are you two together? I want a proper explanation from start to finish. Yungbin let out a heavy sigh while Ye Seong looked back over his shoulder. Silence won't save you now. We have already investigated these eroded dungeons many times in the past, but a case where a dungeon is restructured and upgraded like this is a first even for me, he muttered, approaching Ye Seong with cold intent. Restructuring was completely unprecedented to begin with, when suddenly, a giant arm manifested in front of the three. Eui-jae kept poking forward with his staff. He glanced around anxiously. Massive monsters stood before Eui-jae, daring him to fight. Initially, the only things that rushed forward to attack were swirling white ashes. Then, they gathered, forming a massive golem. As time slipped by, the monsters began to shift and mutate. They became identical to the beasts he had seen at the West Sea Rift. Eui-jae stared at them, wondering if this was a glitch from the dungeon restructuring process. Or, did the dungeon mutate as a direct response to his own title? Slinging his staff, Eui-jae suggested they retreat. Sa-young refused instantly, stating Eui-jae was making him wonder what on earth he was thinking. He demanded to know where Eui-jae got the confidence to be so reckless, asking if he had ignored everything. Eui-jae tried to explain, claiming he had listened and made a perfectly rational choice. But Sa-young yanked him along anyway, scoffing at his logic and telling him to take off that hoodie first. Eui-jae recalled how clingy Sa-young had been when they first crossed paths in that pile of ruins. Back then, he kept whining for a piggyback. He even claimed to be dizzy, cheering Eui-jae on from the sidelines and saying how amazing he was. With a blank face, Eui-jae realized that sweet act only lasted until the kid got annoyed. Exasperated, Eui-jae shook off Sa-young's persistent grip. Eui-jae asked if something else was bothering him, but Sa-young just smiled, claiming he was only curious. Honestly, Sa-young hits the nail on the head here. calling out how Eui-jae always shoulders everything alone. That way of thinking is really not healthy at all. Isn't it time you realize that? Eui-jae ignored him and looked away, annoying Sa-young, who demanded they finish this talk before moving on. We still have plenty of free time anyway, Eui-jae retorted, lifting his chin dismissively. Eui-jae agreed to listen, but Sa-young's sudden question about his profession left him completely dazed. When pressed further, Eui-jae replied that he was currently working part-time at a hangover soup restaurant. Sa-young then asked if Eui-jae knew his job. Eui-jae guessed hunter, causing Sa-young to beam with a bright smile. He then asked who should fight the boss between a professional hunter and a soup shop part-timer. Eui-jae asked if he was teasing him, which Sa-young denied, though Eui-jae found his words increasingly nonsensical. Sa-young admitted he did not want to have this kind of childish conversation either, but since a certain someone kept acting like they were all alone, he felt forced to do so. Sa-young grabbed Eui-jae's hand holding the staff. Leaning in, he insisted that Jung-bin could hold his own in this dungeon. He also claimed to be a pretty good fighter himself, his expression turning slightly sad. Can you believe that two S-class hunters are actually sitting back while a soup shop part-timer risks it all? He told Eui-jae to stop rushing to fight the boss alone, causing him to freeze slightly at those words. Eui-jae wondered if Sa-young had noticed his trembling hands earlier, even though his anxiety had already faded. He stared at Sa-young, realizing his calm was all thanks to this boy, who was now turning serious. Sa-young recalled how Eui-jae once mentioned wanting to live a peaceful life, the memory bringing him regret. He regretted not asking for the reason back then. Eui-jae wanted to settle things quietly, but Sa-young pointed out how his actions completely contradicted that peaceful dream. He questioned Eui-jae's true motives, his words sounding almost like an intense interrogation. Does Ji really want to live a peaceful life? All those painful memories rush back into his mind. He clearly remembers making that promise to someone in the past. Because his memories are completely clouded by a thick fog, he cannot remember who that person actually was, but he is still certain about one thing. Ji speaks up and says he does not know, leaving Sa-on thoroughly confused by his words. Ji fires back against the interrogation, pointing out that Sa-on is misunderstanding because living in peace and saving people are completely different matters. Ji is no longer conflicted in his mind about why he has to save people or why he must make sacrifices. He threw those doubts away a long time ago, firmly believing that saving a life never requires any explanation. Recent events have given Ji a lot to think about. Living peacefully was a deep wish someone once wanted him to achieve, but saving people is something he can actually do right now. Nothing is more foolish than letting the people he wants to save slip away just because of calculating gains and losses. And his tone grows incredibly serious. He already told him that this decision was made with absolute reason, and he is the one who should take full responsibility for handling this dungeon. Ji completely understands Jung-bin's unique abilities. Just as Ji mentioned, Jung-bin is terrible at dealing with monsters and cannot help at all. Ji then looks at Sa-on, noting that his own power is mostly poison-based. Judging by these monsters, the dungeon boss is likely a golem, and Ji wonders if Sa-on can actually melt it down. Ji lays down some cold, hard facts, noting that even if Sa-on could melt it, they are dealing with an S+ rank boss. It would take way too long to melt, so it would actually be faster for the two of them to just charge in and smash it to pieces. Ji points at him in sheer annoyance, explaining that his goal in meeting up with Jung-bin is to rescue other people. He is going to save them, which makes Sa-on highly irritated as he demands to know who else actually entered the dungeon. Ji simply answers that Ye-young and another person are inside, causing Sa-on to absolutely lose his temper over that guy being there. When asked about the other person, Ji explains he only came for the magic stones, while Ye-young looks completely innocent, begging for them. Sa-on is practically burning with jealousy, begging Ji to just throw that literal garbage to him and cut ties with that annoying guy once and for all. Ji is left completely speechless, explaining that he wanted to do exactly that, but crazy circumstances got in the way. It is clear that mentioning Ye-young always makes Sa-on furious, so Ji gently pokes him to calm him down and lighten the heavy mood. Ji teases him, telling him that if he is really worried, he should just admit it directly. He warns him not to act so rude, fully expecting Sa-on to call him crazy or completely blind for saying it. That usually clears the air, but sudden silence falls over them, making Ji feel a bit cautious about his surroundings. Sa-on smirks and asks if it is really that surprising for him to be worried about Ji's safety. He unleashes an overwhelming wave of bloodlust, asking Ji what he would do if he had been waiting for him all this time. Ji looks at him blankly like a lost rabbit, And just as he opens his mouth to speak, things suddenly go completely south as a massive explosion thunders in the distance, prompting Ji to instantly throw his arms around Sa. Ji stares toward the smoke, realizing that the blast came directly from where Jong Bin's group is stationed. Over at the battle, Ye Young is desperately holding up his shield and screams at Ga Yun, asking if Jong Bin is still unconscious. She cries out in panic that he still has not opened his eyes, while a giant hand threatens to crush Ye Young, who is praying for a savior. Neither his body nor his shield can hold out any longer when Saolon suddenly appears, taking Ye Young completely by surprise. Ye Young wonders what the hell is happening and what is wrong with Jong Bin, feeling absolute relief at finding a literal lifeline. Jong Bin got wrecked, trying to protect them, so Ye Young begs Saon to use his potions to save his life immediately. Saon complains while pulling out his gear, muttering that anyone daring to enter this dungeon should at least carry some backup potions. Saon hands over the needle to inject Jong Bin, and as Ga Yun bows in gratitude, Ye Young gets massive goosebumps looking at the syringe. Ye Young insists he is fine because he absolutely hates needles, but his knees go weak anyway as he wonders where Saon is heading. Ye Young warns him not to use poison on the golems, because even his own shield cannot block Saon's toxic fumes. Saon coldly retorts that he will just smash them instead, which only makes Ye Young scream in sheer frustration. Ye Young calls that a stupid idea, but suddenly, the monster's giant stone hand shatters into pieces, shaking the ground and leaving him completely stunned. It is an incredibly awesome sight as Ji swiftly dashes across the monster's arm, leaving it heavily damaged. Gripping his weapon, Ji leaps to destroy the remaining arm, making the others wonder how that is even possible. Suddenly, a stone golem swings its massive arm to crush Ji, but he dodges the blow with lightning reflexes and charges straight ahead. Ji swiftly vaults off the monster's body to land safely, while San and Ye Young stand completely frozen in absolute shock. Suddenly, a thin black aura wraps tightly around San, causing him to scream in rage for someone to take it off. Yesung shivers like a leaf behind his shield, begging her to stop. If he gets hit by one more of her toxic attacks, he is definitely going down. At that point, the entire team will get wiped out, so he begs her for mercy. Annoyed, San just gives him a sharp, fierce glare. When asked if Yesung has a spear with him, Yesung stares back in surprise, wondering what spear she is talking about. Seon urgently demands her weapon back, triggering Yesung to suddenly recall something and gasp, wondering if she means the legendary giant god spear. Yesung asks how that belongs to her, but Seon calmly points out that she was the one who won it at the auction. Yesung asks if she wants her money right now, snapping his fingers to summon the spear with an irritated sigh, telling her to just take it. It is not like money is useful right now anyway. Yesung suggests that besides using poison, she should try doing something useful, even offering her a bomb. Saon calmly declines, saying she does not need it. As Yesung watches her step toward the massive monster, he cannot help but call out. Yesung nervously asks what she is doing and if she even knows how to handle a spear, but San casually replies that she has no idea. She gets into stance, preparing to throw the spear. Deep down, San only wants to rush forward and stand by his side in battle, but under these circumstances, even if she joins the fight, she knows she might not be of any real help to him. Biting her lip in helpless frustration, San puts all her faith in Ji. As she throws the spear with everything she has, her only wish is to become someone who can truly support him, sometimes acting as the chains that bind him, and other times becoming the wild, raging wind that stirs up the stormy seas. She shouts for him to catch it. Ji looks back in utter surprise, and, in that split second, he recalls a previous conversation they shared. She had asked if he truly wanted a peaceful life. Pondering this question, Ji leaps forward with incredible speed, dashing straight toward the flying spear. With countless thoughts racing through his mind, he tracks the weapon's trajectory. Truth be told, he does not even have an answer to that question. After all, no one has ever taught him how to live a quiet, peaceful life. Even his unique trait, which allows him to master any task instantly, is completely useless when it comes to finding true peace. As memories flash through Ji's mind, he remembers how hard he tried to build the quietest, most ordinary life he possibly could. Part of it was the heavy guilt of being the sole survivor, constantly tormented by the fact that he could not bring back any of his comrades who fought beside him. Above all else, he simply did not want to disrupt this hard-won peace, a peaceful world that so many others had dreamed of and died for. Deep within those memories, the image of him lying in the ruins, when the rift first opened, becomes painfully vivid. Ever since he woke up, the world has felt entirely empty. He had absolutely nothing he wanted to do, slowly drifting deeper and deeper into a silent, endless void of aimlessness. It felt like drowning deep underwater, so he simply chose to close his eyes and block out the rest of the world. The old world he used to belong to has faded into a blur. Everything familiar has vanished entirely, replaced by strange, unfamiliar things filling his sight. In this strange world, he has no home to return to, and no place to finally rest his head. Simply surviving each passing day has become an incredibly exhausting chore. Every single moment feels completely alien and agonizing. No matter how desperately he wishes he could escape this reality, even when he tries to lose himself in deep thought, the image of the rift keeps flashing before his eyes, making it almost impossible to focus on anything else for very long. He feels like an utterly lost soul. Yet, the moment his fingers wrap tightly around the shaft of the spear, everything shifts. But it is only during intense moments like this, seizing the perfect opening, Ji leaps high and hurls the spear at the beast. Only now does he truly feel alive, as his S+ rank muscle reinforcement activates. System notifications flash rapidly in the air, confirming that his S+ rank dexterous hand attribute has been successfully activated. His S+ rank omniscient eye attribute triggers as his allies watch from below. He realizes he finally has people he needs to protect. Seeing Sound looking up at him with deep worry in her eyes, Ji hardens his resolve. There are people waiting for him to return safely. Realizing this, Ji lets out a genuine smile and drives the spear straight down. A sudden, colossal explosion rocks the area, sending rocks and debris flying in every direction. Yesung panics behind his shield, while Sound watches the dust settle. Gayun holds her breath, silently wondering if the battle is finally over. She is completely stunned by the sight. Right before their eyes, the colossal golem crashes heavily to the ground. Ji slides down from the giant monster and immediately asks Han if everyone is all right or if anyone got hurt. Just getting back from his scouting duty, Yesung coughs up blood, turns pale, and points at Ji to question him. Yesung exclaims that they should be the ones asking that, telling Ji not to steal their lines. Yesung paces around Ji, inspecting him from head to toe for any injuries. But there are no broken bones to be found. There are no scratches or cuts at all. He remarks how solid Ji is, wondering if he might have internal injuries instead. Honestly, the secretary was the one who really needed to be asked if he was okay. He quickly reassured everyone that he was completely fine. After checking that Jae was safe, Hong Ye-song pointed at the weapon, asking how the spear felt. Eui-jae casually replied that it was great and fit his hand perfectly. Hearing the praise, the magic craftsman proudly bragged that it was, of course, a masterpiece made entirely by his own hands. Honestly, when he first heard Lee Sa-young had won it at the auction, he had been pretty worried about what would happen to it. At that moment, Eui-jae noticed the man next to him. Lee Sa-young was quietly staring at him with an intense gaze, leaving Eui-jae to wonder if Sa-young was mad. Did he leave Sa-young behind with Yoon Ga-yul and Hong Ye-seong to go off on his own, causing this cold attitude? Glancing over, Eui-jae resolved that even if he faced a harsh interrogation, he would never regret going to take down that S+ rank golem. It was simply what had to be done. Without his intervention, everyone there would have ended up dead. Still, a massive internal dilemma plagued Eui-jae as he struggled to figure out how to explain things to Sa-young. Even if Sa-young already knew about his hidden powers, an ordinary awakened effortlessly crushing an S+ rank boss monster, without taking a single scratch, was definitely not something that could be brushed off as normal. Eui-jae was in a complete mess, completely unsure of how to handle the situation. He debated whether to spin another lie, perhaps blaming the power of the weapon Ye-seong made, all while wondering what was actually going through the mind of Sa-young. Sa-young continued to stare in total silence, his expression completely unreadable. Eui-jae was left completely shocked and confused when he heard Sa-young break the heavy silence, suddenly declaring that he was actually doing perfectly fine. It turned out Eui-jae had completely overthought the entire situation, as Sa-young was simply late in answering the earlier question about his well-being. Handing the weapon back, Eui-jae told him the spear worked wonders and belonged to him anyway, which caught Sa-young completely off guard. Sa-young blurted out, in disbelief, only for Eui-jae to calmly point out that the spear had been his from the very beginning. Left completely bewildered, Sa-young recalled how Eui-jae had gone to such extreme lengths at the artisan exhibition, causing all sorts of trouble just to get this spear, even while bound by the restricting chains of Jung-bin and on the verge of death. Realizing the goal was not just to snag an S+ rank weapon, Sa-young silently questioned who Eui-jae truly was beneath his mysterious facade. Meanwhile, Ye-seong slumped back to catch his breath, letting out a weary sigh. He muttered that they had actually made it out alive, complaining that it was absolutely exhausting. Eui-jae walked over to Yoon Ga-yeol, checking on the current condition of young Ben. She explained that while the situation was extremely critical earlier, the S-rank potion from the Pado Guild leader helped stabilize him, and he was currently just resting until he woke up. Out of nowhere, Sa-young spoke up, asking if Eui-jae had left him behind with the group specifically for that purpose. As Sa-young looked at him with that expression, Eui-jae could only cast a silent glance, holding back what he truly thought. The real reason he had abandoned Sa-young was to hide his true combat strength, but telling the truth would definitely cause far too much confusion. Dodging the question, Eui-jae claimed he left him behind because of complete trust in the ability of Sa-young to protect the others, praising him for a job well done. Instead of letting it go, Sa-young dramatically added fuel to the fire, acting hurt that he was abandoned under the guise of trust. He bitterly complained about not being needed at all, admitting he had been foolish enough to wonder if their entire connection was actually just that shallow and superficial. Sa-young admitted he had even started questioning whether his own abilities were simply lacking. He claimed his pride had taken a massive hit, prompting Eui-jae to mutter under his breath about the utter absurdity of the complaints from Sa-young. When Sa-young warned him never to do it again, Eui-jae stubbornly asked what the guild leader would even do to him, prompting Sa-young to pause and think. Admitting he had no clue, Sa-young simply reiterated that it would be in the best interest of Eui-jae to make sure there was no next time. Sa-young then patted the empty space right next to him, suggesting they drop the subject, which drew a highly critical look from Eui-jae. Wondering if Sa-young was seriously inviting him to sit down, Eui-jae ignored the gesture and tried to walk away, only to be immediately yanked back. The mood suddenly shifted to dead serious, as Sa-young turned his sharp attention toward the other two intruders. Sa-young pointedly asked what had brought them all the way inside, reminding them both that this dungeon was strictly the private property of the Pado Guild. When Ye-seong tried to play completely dumb, Sa-young immediately shut him down with a stern warning, scolding him to cut the absolute nonsense. Sa-young threatened to take them to court for illegal trespassing if they did not start speaking the honest truth. Sitting nearby, Eui-jae was internally shocked, wondering if such a bizarre modern law actually existed in this era. Yoon Ga-yeol cowered in repentance as she looked at the slumped Ye-seong, quickly apologizing while Sa-young found the whole display rather amusing. Sa-young teased that the magic craftsman suddenly played dead the second the law was mentioned, though Yoon Ga-yeol quickly and honestly confessed their real motive. She admitted they had snuck in to conduct an urgent investigation regarding an encroaching dungeon. Since this dungeon was the closest option she knew about, she bowed her head in regret and offered a sincere apology for trespassing so recklessly. Sa-young gently advised them that regardless of how urgent their business was, proper official procedures always had to be followed first. He points out she should have learned those basic rules already, and Ga-yeol can only stammer in agreement. Realizing exactly what she is hinting at, Sa-young asks if that talented director Ham Sok-jung already wrote her a confirmation note. Since the matter is apparently so urgent, he demands she hand it over, while Eui-jae silently watches from beside him, thinking the scolding might be a bit too harsh. This only makes her mumble more quietly, but Eui-jae quickly changes the subject by reaching out to touch Sa-young's lip. Eui-jae asks what happened to his lip, wondering if a fragment hit him, before Sa-young quickly grabs his hand in complete panic. Sa-young gets irritated and pulls an antidote from his inventory, demanding to know why Eui-jae acted so recklessly, while Eui-jae stands there completely bewildered, wondering what is going on. Eui-jae watches as Sa-young pours a purple potion over the hand that touched him, followed quickly by a blue one. Eui-jae looks thoroughly annoyed as he questions why his simple, good-natured act of wiping off some blood had to turn into such a dramatic ordeal. In a sudden burst of frustration, Sa-young yells out that Eui-jae almost died the last time. He demands to know if Eui-jae has not learned his lesson, leaving Eui-jae silent and annoyed because he already told him he was fine. Feeling his own frustration rise to a boiling point, Eui-jae finally snaps and unleashes a furious tirade directly at Sa-young. He insists he is completely fine and demands to know if Sa-young is even listening to a single word he says. He mutters about how incredibly careless the guy is, wishing he would at least pretend to listen for once while silently calling him a brat. He fumes over Sa-young's ridiculous suspicion, wondering if he literally has to drink a cup of blood just to get the guy to believe him. Suddenly, Sa-young reaches out to cover Eui-jae's eyes, prompting a confused shout as Sa-young simply tries to help him calm his racing mind. He softly explains that he only blocked his vision because Eui-jae seemed to be overthinking things and letting his mind run wild. Eui-jae tells Sa-young to take his hand away and stop overdoing it, but Sa-young gently responds that he knows, urging him to calm down, reminding him that it has been a long time since his last monster fight. Eui-jae takes a deep breath to push his anger back down, sensing the tension slowly drain from the air. Sa-young offers a small smile and praises him for finally relaxing, watching them act lovey-dovey right in front of her honestly. Can these two get a room? Ga-yeol is just glad they did not start fighting. Suddenly, a strange light flashing from inside the defeated golem catches her attention, prompting her to tell them to wait for her. Sa-young starts to accuse her of trying to change the subject, but she quickly runs off, yelling that this is actually extremely important. She begs them to wait a moment, and as Eui-jae stands up to follow her out of worry, Sa-young quickly blocks his path. Sa-young demands to know where he is going, prompting an anxious reply that Ga-yeol is heading straight toward the golems all by herself. As Ga-yeol rushes closer to the dead golem, Sa-young remains worried but firmly keeps Eui-jae from moving. He points out that the core is completely destroyed, beyond any hope of revival, and there are absolutely no signs of other monsters nearby. Since the dungeon boss is dead, the area is safe enough for her to go alone, without facing any real danger. He concludes that they still have to finish their investigation of this dungeon regardless. There must be a specific reason why this place was suddenly restructured. After explaining his reasoning, Sa-young suddenly leans into Eui-jae, telling him to just stay obediently right by his side. Hearing those words, Eui-jae freezes, knowing that being left behind once was already more than enough for him. Whenever Sa-young acts this way, Eui-jae cannot help but feel a strange, deep sense of familiarity. His actions remind him of a certain child. But before he can finish that thought, Ga-yeol suddenly screams in excitement, startling Eui-jae. She holds up a glowing stone, announcing she found a fragment, leaving Eui-jae to wonder how something that only appeared in her dreams is here. It makes no sense for a fragment from another world to suddenly show up inside the boss of a restructured dungeon. Ga-yeol asks if she can stay up there for a bit longer to inspect the area. Eui-jae tells her to go ahead but warns her to leave before the boss respawns, which she readily promises to do safely. Noticing Eui-jae staring intensely at him, Sa-young asks what is wrong while Eui-jae remains lost in deep thought. Since rankers share information about the apocalypse, Eui-jae figures Sa-young might know something useful about these mysterious fragments. He hesitantly asks if Sa-young has any idea what kind of item Ga-yeol was holding just now. Hearing her name causes Sa-young's face to darken with jealousy, and Eui-jae immediately realizes the guy is having another tantrum. He scowls and points out that he only learned her face and name today. He grumbles about how naturally Eui-jae uses her name, accusing them of being close, which Eui-jae quickly denies. Smiling at his whining, Eui-jae gently pats Sa-young's head as Sa-young grumpily asks if he should even believe that. Eui-jae tries to comfort the grumpy man, telling him to just trust him since they are much closer than he and Ga-yeol. Do-yeon blocks Seo-jun's view, gritting his teeth in frustration as he tries to argue back. It makes no sense how someone who just sits around gets so much handed to him. Feeling completely helpless, he asks if Seo-jun actually knows what that glowing object she was holding earlier was. Seo-jun shrugs, pretending not to know, and answers that he might have heard of it before but simply cannot remember. Claiming he has no clue, Seo-jun gives up, while Do-yeon glares at him. How could a guy who holds grudges and remembers the smallest details claim to forget something so incredibly important? Do-yeon realizes that with this stubborn attitude, pressing him any further will not yield a proper answer anyway. He decides to let it go and just ask Yuna about it later. As Do-yeon rubs his temple in frustration, Seo-jun speaks up, reminding him that he already explained things earlier. Seo-jun replies that Do-yeon does not need to know everything, because possessing that kind of knowledge means having to take full responsibility for it. This only makes Do-yeon's expression darken further, prompting him to ask Seo-jun in return if he is actually ready to carry such a heavy burden. Seo-jun firmly grabs Do-yeon's hand, making him gasp, and when asked if he is truly prepared, Seo-jun calmly replies that of course he is. His hand gently caresses each knuckle on the back of Do-yeon's hand, almost as if trying to memorize the feeling. As he replies, Seo-jun explains that he finished preparing a long time ago and is now merely waiting for the day he must bear that responsibility, having waited for so long. Touching Do-yeon's fingers one by one, Seo-jun tells him that he can act as selfishly as he wants from now on. This catches Eui-jae completely off guard, making him feel incredibly annoyed and scowling. Your severe lack of trust in humanity Probably needs extreme shock therapy to be cured. Ye-sung grumbles. He claims that one day, he will go crazy, collect Eui-jae's blood, and drink it all just to show he can survive it. Eui-jae walks away to inspect the area. Any more talk with this brat will only give him a massive headache. So before Ga-yeol finishes checking the golems, he decides to go check on Jung-bin. Yi-sung notices him and smirks. Hey, Mr. Secretary, is your little lover's quarrel finally over? Under his teasing, Eui-jae gets even more annoyed. He warns that he is currently holding a giant spear, prompting Ye-sung, who knows he crossed the line, to reply honestly. I was only asking out of the kindness of my heart, Ye-sung says. Besides, you two were totally flirting and bickering right in front of me. Eui-jae curses under his breath. Are you blind or something to think that was flirting? He pulls out a magic stone, making Ye-sung's jaw drop as his eyes widen. Now, he looks exactly like an obedient puppy staring at the magic stone. Let's finish our trade with this, Eui-jae says, and stop coming to find me in the middle of the night. Ye-sung eagerly reaches out with both hands, but before he can touch it, Eui-jae snatches it back, making him whine. Why did you take it back? Eui-jae frowns and retorts, I never actually handed it to you, so it doesn't count. Do one more favor for me first. Eui-jae explains, leaving Ye-sung visibly annoyed. What is it now? Glancing over at Sa-young in the distance, Eui-jae whispers to him. He wants a custom mask made in exchange for this magic stone. Eui-jae describes the exact design. He wants a type of mask that completely covers his entire face. It must have a voice-altering function, without blocking his breathing or vision. He also requests that the design shouldn't be too flashy. Hearing this, Ye-sung looks completely dumbfounded. Wait, isn't that just a mask meant to bring Jae back into the spotlight? Are you planning on bringing Jae back? Immediately, the atmosphere between them turns incredibly awkward. Sweating nervously, Eui-jae realizes the kid is finally connecting the dots. Ye-sung starts wondering, wait, does this actually count as a breach of the contract we signed? But I didn't dig into your personal information on purpose, Ye-sung says. I just figured it out on my own, so it shouldn't count as a breach. Do you have any idea how hard I've tried not to care about your real identity? Eui-jae is completely bewildered. How did this kid even find out? He feels like he is floating in a vast, empty space. Ye-sung looks at him with eager eyes, promising. Anyway, making a mask like that will be a total piece of cake. He replies arrogantly, since I did not break the contract. Hand over that magic stone already. Making things difficult for him like this, we can pretty much assume he knows everything anyway. I can make those 3 masks incredibly fast. It will only take about a week. Once they are finished, I will have Coco deliver them to you right away. While Ye-sung was doing his absolute best to win some trust, Sa-young remained completely expressionless, only casting a quiet glance at him. Ultimately, Eui-jae sighs. He gives in. After all, he already made a promise, so there is really no backing out now. He quickly hands the magic stone to the ecstatic Ye-sung, who is cheering like crazy, and tries to reassure himself. Surely the guy won't be randomly showing up at his hangover soup shop anymore, right? Ye-sung dashes off and shouts out, hey, little Ga-yeol, are there any magic stones over on your side? A massive boss like that has to drop something valuable. Let me just head over and search for it myself. It is faster. Ga-yeol quickly runs over to Sa-young, telling him to come over and take a look at this strange fragment right away. She honestly admits that even in all the encroaching dungeons that have appeared up until now, she has never once heard of any kind of fragment showing up like this. Today marked the first time a fragment had ever been found outside of a dream. Ga-yeol babbles on about how this dungeon differs from all the other ones, but then she suddenly stops in her tracks, startled by a sudden realization. She quickly urges Eui-jae, telling him that since the dungeon is far too dangerous, they should head outside before discussing it further. Eui-jae can tell that Ga-yeol has also realized she is the very reason this dungeon suddenly went through its massive restructuring. Before they leave, Jae discusses a plan with Ga-yeol, warning her that the Awakened Management Bureau will definitely interrogate them the moment they step outside. They need to align their stories right now, and as for Jung-bin, she should explain everything to him once he finally regains consciousness. Curious, she asks what she should tell them, while Eui-jae quickly pulls his hood up to keep his true identity completely hidden. He tells her to simply say that Jae has returned, which makes Sa-young smile with immense joy from a distance upon hearing the news. Nearby, Ye-seong is straining every muscle to carry the unconscious Jung-bin, grunting about how incredibly heavy the man is. He groans, calling out to Lee Sa-young to ask if he could just help carry his senior instead. Sa-young looks back, coldly stating that if he wants to see Jung-bin die in his hands, he can go ahead and ask. Ye-sung can only curse him, prompting Jae to offer help. Jae offers to carry him, but Sa-young quickly steps in and stops him, saying absolutely not. If Jae is the one who carries him out, he will have to face Nam Woo-jin, so he should drop that idea entirely, which makes Jae snap back in annoyance. Jae tells him to stop being so crazy, while Ga-yeol hesitates from a distance, awkwardly calling out to Eui-jae with a question. She agrees that announcing Jae is back is fine, but wonders what he plans to do about the hangover soup restaurant, prompting Jae to speak up. Jae asks how the restaurant is relevant, so Ga-yeol explains that if he returns to active duty as Eui-jae, he will not be able to work there anymore. Eui-jae tells her not to worry, because he will simply do both, reminding her of a crucial detail. He asks if she forgot that humanity's hero, Jae, and the part-time hangover soup restaurant worker, Cha Eui-jae, are supposed to be two entirely different people. After all, in this era where hunters are booming, awakeners holding down multiple, completely different side jobs have become a common sight everywhere. They do everything from modeling and acting, to even running dungeon ASMR channels on YouTube. So, the #1 hunter working 2 jobs is perfectly in line with the times. As a hospital table nearby sits overflowing with get-well gifts, Yoongbin tries his best to process everything he has just heard. In summarizing all the crazy details he has been told so far, his mind conjures a clear picture of Ga-yeol bravely stepping into the eroded dungeon to search for a fragment. Then there is Ye-sung, who had suddenly gone missing earlier, joining Ga-yeol inside that very same dungeon for some completely unknown reason. After that, the dungeon underwent a sudden, mysterious restructuring, and that was when the two of them ended up crossing paths with him. To sum it up, while he was knocked unconscious trying to protect everyone from the dungeon boss, Jae suddenly materialized and took care of that massive golem. Skeptical, Yoongbin asks if it really took just one blow, and Ye-seong enthusiastically chimes in to confirm that is exactly what happened. When asked if Jae personally requested to deliver the message of his return, Ye-seong nods with absolute certainty, praising the man's sharp comprehension. Ye-seong goes on to say that Jae is terrifyingly strong, easily piercing through that massive golem with just a single strike, as expected of rank 1. Jung-bin groans in disbelief, wondering if he is seriously expected to believe such a wild story, while Ye-seong fakes some tears. Ye-seong acts hurt, claiming he is telling the absolute truth, which prompts Jung-bin to ask how the news of his fainting even leaked out. Ye-seong honestly tells him that it was posted in the Rankers group chat, though it was mostly confined to Channel 1. All the massive get-well gifts piled around came from top-tier organizations like the HB, PADO, and SAMR guilds. He casually points out that in a major tech and information powerhouse like Korea, keeping secrets from leaking is pretty much an impossible task. He then offers to call a nurse for the stressed-out civil servant. Yoongbin sighs, realizing that since he is resting in the Saewon Guild's private ward, investigators will arrive soon to take a statement he can't even remember. His absolute last memory is taking the devastating attack of the dungeon boss head-on, followed by a blinding pain that felt like his entire body was shattering. But Jae, appearing at that exact split second, still feels highly suspicious to him, so he taps his phone screen while questioning Ye-seong further. He sternly warns Ye-seong not to lay a single finger on any of the get-well gifts, because they must be returned for security reasons, making an exception only for items sent by the Bureau. He tells him he is free to eat those ones. Ye-seong gasps in shock, mockingly calling him outdated for still trying to filter out hospital gifts based on where they came from. Jung-bin does not even deny it, dryly advising Ye-seong never to seek a career as a civil servant. He describes it as a brutal job, where he has to use his own broken, battered body just to clean up after Ye-seong's constant messes. Sensing the sarcasm, Ye-seong asks if he was just insulted, and Jung-bin simply agrees, noting that his companion is getting much sharper. Woo-jin steps into the room and remarks that since he is chatting so energetically, he must be feeling completely fine now. What a massive relief, because they had absolutely no idea how terrifying it was to see a practically lifeless body being carried back. Yoongbin politely greets Woo-jin, advising him to stay still because he still needs plenty of rest despite his healing treatment being complete. He notes that without those dark chains, even his own recovery abilities would have struggled to patch him up. Woo-jin wears a serious look, explaining that after reviewing the official report sent by Sa-young, he simply could not ignore the situation. He raises his voice in absolute disbelief, a sudden dungeon restructuring out of nowhere inside an eroded zone, forcing the hazard level to spike all the way to S+. Woo-jin questions him back. He asks if they still have no clue what triggered the sudden restructuring. but Jung Bin calmly admits that they are completely in the dark. Ye Xiong casually blurts out that the whole mess was apparently Jae's doing, which completely shocks Wu Jin. Though Ye Xiong just acts completely clueless about the weight of his words, he explains that Jae told him the restructure seemed connected to his own presence. Though the exact reason remains a mystery, carefully tailoring his words to play along just as Jae had instructed. Until the exact cause is discovered, Jae plans to keep a low profile, staying completely out of sight unless a real emergency demands his presence. He was told to stick strictly to that script, warning that Jae would only step in silently from the shadows. Exactly as he did during this recent dungeon run. Wu Jin murmurs in deep thought, meaning Jae really has returned. It was not some phantom system glitch, but solid proof that Jae survived the deadly West Sea Rift and finally made it back alive. Wu Jin quickly prepares to leave the room, promising to handle the complicated situation surrounding Ham Seokjong himself. He warns the patient to forget about leaving his hospital bed until his right arm is completely healed. After giving his thanks, Jung Bin suddenly turns to Ye Xiong, though the craftsman looks incredibly awkward and hesitant. Flashing back to Jae's old self, he cannot help but blurt out to ask how Jae is doing and if he is alright. He asks if Jae was injured, but the scene cuts to Eui-jae sweeping up when a guest suddenly arrives with a bag full of pastries to greet him. Min-gi excitedly presents the gift, explaining that he bought the treats during his recent business trip down to Daejeon. He picked up some local bread for Eui-jae, prompting a surprised question about whether he actually went to Daejeon. He shyly explains that since he previously heard Ye Xiong talking about wanting to eat bread from a famous bakery in Daejeon, he thought the escapee might have headed straight there after getting out. So he went all that way, boasting about how incredibly delicious the bread tasted, though Eui-jae cannot help but find his search efforts a bit suspicious. It looks like he visited the city to go on a food tour rather than actually tracking down a missing person. Min-gi adds that Eui-jae should feel free to order him around for any chores, though the request only makes Eui-jae feel awkward as he politely declines. Eui-jae insists he has no needs, but the passionate subordinate quickly pushes back, claiming that kind of humble attitude is simply not allowed. He explains that on Sa Young's strict orders, the primary combat support unit of the Pado Guild has been assigned to shadow Eui-jae as his personal security detail. Min-gi babbles on, reassuring Jae that there is absolutely no reason to look so incredibly shocked. Despite their formidable title as a combat squad, they basically operate as a glorified errand crew, directly answering to the guild leader. They execute any task thrown their way, including working tirelessly behind the scenes to keep loose-lipped hunters from leaking sensitive information. Jae quietly ponders the errand boy remark, while Min-gi explains that the official Awakened Management Bureau has absolutely no intention of publicizing Jae's sudden return. Eroded dungeons are already kept strictly hidden from the public, and a massive restructuring event like this is a completely unprecedented anomaly on a global scale. Min-gi rubs his chin thoughtfully. While claiming a world-first title usually brings prestige, this particular event is far from a celebration. Even for a country deeply obsessed with global rankings and competitive hierarchy, being the very first to host such an unpredictable disaster is not something to brag about. Thinking back to the grim past, he warns that making this news public would only trigger widespread and uncontrollable chaos. Citizens would plunge straight back into terror, constantly looking over their shoulders and wondering if another sudden collapse is just around the corner. The Bureau is determined to prevent that kind of mass anxiety from spreading through the streets. A Rank 5 rift suddenly popped up right inside the temporary registration center of the district. After all, having an active rift manifest inside a crowded civilian registration center was already an entirely unprecedented disaster. As those dark thoughts settle in, his expression grows heavy while he quietly analyzes the situation. But after taking some time to really analyze the timeline of events, he managed to piece together a few startling clues. He notes that while the media keeps repeating that a dungeon restructuring has never happened before, the reality is quite different. He drops a bombshell that leaves Jae completely frozen, claiming that a nearly identical phenomenon has actually played out in the past. That stunning revelation leaves Jae speechless, as his companion points out that Jae was the one who personally survived it. Min-gi bows with his hand over his heart, politely apologizing for bringing up such an intrusive and sensitive topic out of nowhere. He reminds Jae that while the infamous West Sea Rift was initially classified as a minor Rank 5 threat, reports show it instantly spiked to a catastrophic Rank 1 the moment Jae's team stepped inside. Minji strokes his chin in quiet contemplation. Even though the West Sea Rift has been growing larger as time passes, Minji asks if Eui-jae does not find this sudden change in its grade to be incredibly similar to the way an eroded dungeon undergoes a complete restructuring. Eui-jae freezes. A sudden realization flashes through his mind. The restructuring phenomenon that occurs in an eroded dungeon indeed shares a striking similarity with the grade upgrade of the West Sea Rift, especially since the new level of the Jongno 3-ga underground dungeon after its restructuring is now an S+ rank. Both of those strange incidents took place the very moment he stepped inside. It was as if they were waiting for that exact moment, leaving his throat tight with anxiety. Even if he wants to ignore it, he cannot deny the chilling truth that all of these strange anomalies are somehow directly connected to him. After making up his mind, Eui-jae speaks up, asking if he could take a look at the files regarding the Jongno 3-ga underground dungeon. Or, if possible, he asks to enter it once more to investigate, but Minji immediately crosses his arms in a firm gesture of refusal. That is impossible. He warns that Eui-jae going back in there directly is completely out of the question. The guild leader would undoubtedly oppose it, but Minji pulls a thin folder from his dimensional inventory, explaining that just reading the files is perfectly fine. In fact, that is one of the main reasons for his visit today. So Minji tells him to wait a moment as he hands the file over. He introduces it as the official investigation report on the Jongno 3-ga underground dungeon after its complete restructuring. Mingi notes that their vice guild leader Bei Wanwu personally investigated the site, so the information is highly reliable, and Eui-jae can take his time reading. Eui-jae takes the folder and quickly flips through the pages, finding several notes detailing various issues regarding the rifts. Before the erosion, this dungeon was actually a highly lucrative spot, famous for dropping essential ingredients for potion crafting. The abnormal erosion began to appear about 1 month ago, and Eui-jae stops on a page where 2 identical photos are pinned together. A strange discovery. The notes explain that once the white ash covering the restructured dungeon was swept aside, they discovered shattered Korean signs scattered all over the place, causing Eui-jae's face to darken instantly, as he vividly recalls seeing almost identical Korean signs back in the West Sea Rift. Noticing that Eui-jae has finished reading, Minji speaks up, promising that if any new information comes up, he will deliver it immediately, adding that Eui-jae can freely order him to do absolutely anything. Hearing this, Eui-jae does not hesitate to ask if Minji could look into other eroded dungeons for him, prompting the younger man to shrug his shoulders and boast with absolute pride. Minji confidently declares that infiltration, investigation, and information manipulation are his main specialties, causing Eui-jae to pause thoughtfully, repeating the words, investigating information. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decides to test the waters, asking that if information gathering is indeed his specialty, could he perhaps help find a specific person? Minji asks if he wants to locate someone, and Eui-jae nods, noting that the target might already be dead by now. The young man immediately pulls out a tablet and stylus to take notes, joking that Eui-jae is putting his skills to work remarkably fast. He teases that Eui-jae certainly knows how to utilize others, but confirms that as long as there is clear information and direct instructions, the search is absolutely possible. But then, Minji offers a gentle warning. Specifically, if the person in question died on the exact day the rift opened, it might be a bit difficult. Since society was completely paralyzed back then, there are still countless unidentified bodies of victims who perished on that fateful day, making it incredibly hard to track them down even now. Eui-jae lowers his head in deep thought, explaining that the person did not die on that day, but rather about 3 years after the disaster first struck. It is highly likely they passed away after that period, specifically right after the catastrophic West Sea Rift incident. Minji pauses mid-note, looking up to ask with a hint of suspicion if Eui-jae is absolutely certain the target is actually dead. Did Eui-jae personally confirm it? Minji asks, causing the hunter's expression to turn distant and uncertain. Eui-jae admits that he cannot say for certain, but simply believes the person is gone, prompting Mingi to resume writing, while noting that the target's true survival status remains entirely unconfirmed for now. For now, he will record the status as unknown. Mingi then asks if Eui-jae can provide some basic personal information along with a clear physical description of the target. He presses for details like their name, age, and appearance. But Eui-jae hesitates before confessing that he knows neither their name nor what their face actually looked like. The boy merely recalls they seemed a bit younger than him, leaving Mingi shocked that Eui-jae does not even know their exact age. Eui-jae simply nods, a silent confirmation. Minji frowns in sheer disbelief, admitting it might sound a bit rude, but gently asks what exactly Eui-jae does know about the person, only to be met with complete silence. Refusing to give up, Min-ji quickly explains that he is not blaming Eui-jae at all, but merely needs some details to gather proper information. He suggests a few starting points, such as where the person used to live or which school they might have graduated from. Seeing Eui-jae remain silent, Min-gi gently coaxes him to share even the smallest clue, absolutely anything that he can recall to begin the investigation. After a long moment of contemplation, Eui-jae reveals that the person was a child he once saved from the Manhwa rift. That boy was the sole survivor to emerge from that disaster, his mind drifting back to the scene as he prepares to share more. Because toxins covered his entire body, the boy's physical form was ruined, and his vocal cords were destroyed from inhaling the miasma. The only sense that still worked was his hearing. Since the boy's body was completely unable to move, proper communication was utterly impossible, and every single thing that could be used to verify his identity had already melted away inside the toxic zones. That was exactly why Eui-jae could not get any information about him. After saving the child from the ruins, Eui-jae immediately rushed him to the hospital, where regular treatments helped him improve significantly, though he was still far from being fully recovered. As he spoke, Eui-jae's voice grew heavier and heavier. The boy had to receive regular treatments with antidote medicine. But since Eui-jae failed to return from the West Sea Rift, the supply of ingredients for the antidote was surely cut off, making Eui-jae's chest tighten with guilt. That child, who likely passed away quietly because of Eui-jae's absence, had always occupied a painful corner of his heart. After sharing this, Eui-jae felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing things ended up like this only because he had vanished into a rift for 8 long years. From start to finish, Min-gi just listened in silence. Then Min-ji spoke up, saying he only wanted to confirm something and hoped Eui-jae would not take offense. Min-ji asked if Eui-jae had tried requesting help from a hunter private detective agency, to which Eui-jae honestly replied that he went there, but got kicked out the moment he stated his conditions. Eui-jae understood why they did it, leaving Min-ji highly doubtful as he asked what about requesting the boy's medical records. Min-ji thought the records might still be at the hospital if it was 8 years ago, but Eui-jae explained he had already tried that, but it was impossible to obtain them, unless the requester was the patient himself, a family member, or a legal guardian. If it were Jae, they might have made an exception, but Cha Eui-jae was not publicly known as Jae, prompting him to sigh. Besides, Eui-jae had not gone through the official admission procedures when he hospitalized the boy, leaving Min-ji utterly shocked. Eui-jae sheepishly explained that he made a deal with the hospital, allowing him to sneak the boy in under Jae's name. Min-ji stood there frozen with his mouth wide open, prompting Eui-jae to shrug and explain that back then, patients facing certain death were usually turned away by hospitals. Due to the massive number of monster victims, both medical staff and hospital rooms were in extremely short supply. Eui-jae added further, most people believed that instead of wasting time trying to save a dying soul, they should focus on rescuing dozens of others. This was especially true for hunter hospitals, and Min-ji nodded in agreement, noting that since Eui-jae had admitted the boy under Jae's name, his very existence had to be kept completely hidden. Otherwise, there was a very high chance the boy would have become Eui-jae's major weakness. Honestly, since there were so few clues, Min-ji could not guarantee he would successfully find him. However, his attitude quickly shifted as he confidently reached his hand out with a bright smile. First, he promised to completely tear that hospital apart to find clues, telling Eui-jae to leave it to him before cheerfully asking where the facility was located. Eui-jae was left utterly speechless by how terrifyingly confident Min-ji was, considering they were discussing something highly illegal. Still, Eui-jae reached out to shake his hand while sharing that although it started as a small private clinic, he heard it had recently been upgraded to the National Hunter Hospital. Min-gi suddenly froze, repeating the name of the National Hunter Hospital. He instantly wanted to pull his hand back, but Jae quickly activated his physical strengthening skill, locking his grip tight. As the skill flared, Min-ji stammered at how incredibly strong his grip was, but Eui-jae only squeezed even harder. Claiming he was just giving an enthusiastic handshake, Eui-jae made Min-ji cry out in pain, cold sweat dripping down the informant's face. Min-gi desperately tried to explain, asking if Eui-jae realized that the National Hunter Hospital was not only deeply connected to the management bureaus and 3 major guilds, but also linked to almost every other guild nationwide. Was he listening? Jae maintained a pleasant smile, noting that the hospital seemed to have grown quite impressively over the last 8 years, making Min-ji turn pale. Min-gi asked if he also knew the security there, was ridiculously tight, and Eui-jae nodded, saying he knew now. Finally, Eui-jae let go of Min-ji's hand, leaving him to slump onto the floor, as he gloomily promised to do his best. Eui-jae offered a bright smile and thanked him, as Min-gi stood up to put his tablet away into his inventory. Min-ji warned that the task might take some time, but Eui-jae waved it off, saying he was already quite used to waiting. He added that if Eui-jae ever needed to act under Jae's identity, he must contact him or the guild leader first. He offered to help with anything else Eui-jae needed, prompting Eui-jae to look at him with deep suspicion and ask why. Min-ji laughed and said it was naturally to support him, though Eui-jae still could not help but feel suspicious. After all, the contract between him and Lee Sa-young was made when the guild leader still had no idea he and Jae were the same person. Now that they knew his real identity, they had more than enough leverage to demand absolutely anything from him in exchange for silence. Yet, they had done nothing of the sort. Lost in thought, Eui-jae suddenly asks why they are so willing to help him to this extreme extent, especially since it was never part of their contract terms. Ming-ji awkwardly pushes up his glasses, admitting he is not even sure himself before flashing a warm, reassuring smile to calm the nervous hunter. But he wonders if Eui-jae has ever considered that his past good deeds are finally coming back to reward him now. Eui-jae stands completely frozen in shock, as Ming-gi softly explains that, while he might not view his past actions as good deeds, to someone out there, they were nothing short of absolute salvation. Meanwhile, inside the interrogation room, Ye-sung angrily slams his hands down, shouting that he already told them he has no idea who that person is. He gestures wildly in pure frustration, complaining that he could not possibly see a face behind a mask, yet they keep making him repeat the same sentence over and over. The hunter sitting opposite him looks deeply awkward, questioning how Ye-sung can be so absolutely sure it was the legendary Jae without actually seeing his face. Ye-sung scowls in clear contempt, pointing out that they already know Jae's account recently connected to Channel 1, proving he is alive. That connection confirmed his survival to the world, and even the Hunter Association's own director has personally certified that Jae is indeed still alive. He thumps his chest in pure indignation, demanding to know who else that person could possibly be. He asks who else could shatter an S+ rank golem with a single strike, while wearing a mask, and claiming the name of Jae. How could he not believe it? He admits that in his final moments, he truly believed a savior had descended from the heavens to rescue him right as he was about to draw his last breath. But the interrogator keeps pressing, demanding to know why Ye-sung chose to run away after the rescue. Ye-sung rolls his eyes in utter boredom, sighing that destiny was simply calling his name and there was nothing else to it. On the surveillance monitor, he throws a massive tantrum on the floor, whining about when they will finally release him because he has to get back to work. He claims he just had a brilliant design idea in his head, threatening that they will have to take full responsibility if his creative spark dies out. He asks if they can even handle the loss, just as a middle-aged man suddenly opens the door and walks into the observation room. The newcomer remarks on how unusual it is to see so many powerful and elusive figures gathered together in one place. The hunter on duty jumps up in sheer panic as he recognizes the legendary guild leader, Song Jo-hyun, standing right behind him. The startled hunter asks why the legendary figure has arrived, but Jo-hyun simply waves his hand, mentioning he only entered after getting direct permission from their director. Jo-hyun slowly shifts his sharp gaze down toward the interrogation monitors. Even though he only heard a brief summary of the situation, another screen shows Sa-young sitting on a metal chair, with his arms crossed tightly. With his legs crossed and eyes closed, Jo-hyun curls his lips into a smirk, bringing up the rumor of Jae's sudden return. Suddenly, Sa-young snaps his eyes open, staring directly into the surveillance camera in the interrogation room. Jo-hyun, the formidable leader of the Samurai Guild, lets out a hearty laugh as he expresses his excitement. He rushed over the moment he heard his old comrade Eui-jae returned from the dead. He asks how anyone could expect him not to rush over immediately after hearing such unbelievable news. The monitoring hunter laughs dryly, feeling uneasy because Eui-jae's return was supposed to be a highly classified secret with only a few people in the association knowing. He quietly wonders how on earth a guild leader managed to catch wind of this so quickly. Jo-hyun stands in silence waiting for an answer, but the tense hunter clearly wants to keep his mouth shut. The guild leader offers a nod of approval, praising the young hunter's sharp vigilance and professional boundary, but he gently tells him to relax, assuring the hunter that he already knows the very people who leaked the information. As Jo-hyun gently fiddles with his cane, he stares directly at the young hunter, admitting he has not heard the full details and wants to get some more information. He tells him to calm down, urging him to share whatever details he can gather. The hunter suddenly feels a wave of confusion, wondering why he was even trying to keep secrets from Jo-hyun. After all, this man is the legendary guildmaster who even spoke in the official documentary about Eui-jae. Following a brief hesitation, the hunter stands tall and agrees to cooperate. He nods respectfully and asks exactly what the guild leader wants to find out. Jo-hyun nods and asks for confirmation on Eui-jae's return, wanting to know if the legend personally appeared to declare it, and if anyone actually saw him alive. The hunter confirms the rumor, explaining that this was the exact report delivered by team leader Jung Bin. However, even Jung Bin did not see Jae face to face and only heard the story from Ye Sung. This leaves Jo Yoon curious about Jung Bin's current location. He reveals that Jung Bin is currently recovering at Seoul Guild, prompting Jo Hyun to continue probing further. He asks to meet Ye Sung privately, but before the hesitant hunter can finish explaining why that might be difficult, Jo Hyun twists his cane, and the hunter's eyes suddenly gloss over as he robotically agrees to the request. A sudden, deafening crash from the monitors breaks the hypnotic trance, sending the panicked hunter rushing over to check the screens. What is going on? Everything remains normal except the security monitor on Lee San's side. He apparently just kicked over the table in front of him. The hunter scratched his head with a heavy sigh, wondering why Lee San was actually being so quiet today. It turned out he was just starting. Jo Hwai-an clicked his tongue, muttering that Lee San was throwing another fit. The subordinate flusteredly apologized to Jo Shui-an, mentioning he had to leave first. The hunter waved his hand, telling him it was fine. He told him to go quickly and stop the kid before he caused real trouble. The flustered hunter bowed, thanking him for being so understanding. Jo Hwai-an gave a meaningful smirk as he watched the young man run off, before quickly darting his eyes back toward the screen. Lee San sat cross-legged on the metal chair, a mocking smirk plastered on his face. His lips moved, silently muttering a few highly provocative words. Telling him not to dig around, Jo Hwai-an fiercely gritted his teeth, calling him an incredibly impudent brat. He whipped around, pulled a cell phone out of his pocket, and made a call. The moment the line connected, his face darkened instantly. He introduced himself as Song Ji-hyun, stating he would arrange to meet as soon as possible. Down the long corridor, Dong Bin hurried along with his arm in a plaster cast. Just then, a nearby door suddenly swung wide open. A female hunter holding a cup of water walked out, asking team leader Dong Bin if he was back and how his health was. He gave a reassuring nod, saying it had been a while and asking if everyone was okay, promising he would make a quick recovery. With that said, Dong Bin continued to stride forward at a rapid pace. Before long, he reached the subterranean basement level designed specifically for special interrogations, where he tapped his official hunter identity card against the scanner. The dry, robotic voice of the security system announced that authorization was complete for S-Class hunter Dong Bin from the Awakened Management Bureau. The system welcomed him to the facility, but a cold sweat broke out on his face as a terrible bad premonition washed over him. Dong Bin stared intensely at the room at the end of the hallway. Deep inside the Awakened Management Bureau, there were highly secure holding cells and interrogation rooms built specifically for detaining and questioning Awakened who committed serious crimes. The heavy door slid open as he swallowed hard. He had originally instructed his subordinates to simply invite Lee San and Hong Ye-sung over to the interrogation room, but he had clearly instructed them to only ask basic questions before letting them go. Yet, up until this very moment, not a single person had reported back to him. If they were still being held here, even after his hospital discharge, it was a disaster. The moment he stepped inside, the first thing he saw was Lee San's incredibly annoyed face. Dong Bin turned pale as a sheet, forcing a bitter smile. He was completely doomed, wishing things were chaotic like usual instead of this terrifying silence. This heavy silence only amplified his growing unease. Pointing back toward the exit, he apologized deeply to Lee San for arriving so late. He urged Lee San that they needed to leave this place immediately. He promised to arrange a visit to Pado later to apologize properly. But Lee San simply gestured for him to come closer, instantly sparking Dong Bin's curiosity. Wondering what was wrong, Dong Bin leaned in as Lee San whispered that he could no longer feel Hong Ye-sung's signature energy since yesterday. Dong Bin gasped in absolute shock. How was that possible when Hong Ye-sung was supposed to be sent to the artisan village right after questioning? Asking if the man was still here, Lee San stood up and gave Dong Bin a highly meaningful pat on the shoulder. He told him that Ye-sung was here but now gone, warning them to manage their department better, leaving Dong Bin frowning in sudden realization. Dong Bin immediately rushed over to another tightly locked room, where 2 armed hunters were currently standing on extremely strict guard duty. As soon as they saw him, both of them bowed and greeted the team leader, but Dongbin only stared back with deep suspicion. Why were the escorts who were assigned to transfer Hong Ye-sung still standing directly outside this detention room? He demanded to know why they were standing here, since no criminal awakened was supposed to be locked up inside. Dongbin's gaze turned incredibly sharp as he pointed out that he received no reports from them and certainly had never issued such an order himself. Asking who authorized them to stand guard there, he got no response. As the hunters stared forward with completely expressionless faces, he ordered them to open the door immediately, but his command was met with nothing but dead silence. Suddenly, both guards lunged straight at him, forcing Dongbin to quickly spin around and unleash a devastating kick at them. The 2 hunters were sent crashing directly into the door, and the massive impact caused it to shatter and fly into the room. Yi-sung was scared half to death, screaming in shock about what just happened. As Dongbin turned to ask if he was the one locked up, artisan Hong Ye-sung was tightly bound to a chair with iron chains, bursting into tears the moment he laid eyes on Dongbin. He tearfully begged the civil servant to rescue him, while Dongbin's face darkened as he glared at the fallen hunters. Hong Ye-sung was supposed to be escorted to the artisan village at Mount Bukan a long time ago. Why is he still kept here? His voice went completely cold, demanding to know who gave the orders. Suddenly, the fallen hunter's head twisted unnaturally as his mouth stretched into a bizarre smile. Dongbin carefully warns Hong Yung to step back as far as possible. Hong Yung asks back in utter confusion while still tied tightly to the chair. Dongbin points out his legs still work, just as the creepy hunter stands up, bizarre black spikes erupting from his body. Dongbin clicks his tongue. He was only gone for a moment, and everything already went to absolute hell. It looks like he owes Sajan another huge favor. Meanwhile, Hong Yung watches the horrific transformation, stuttering in absolute terror. Why do they look like that? Aren't they hunters from the association? Dongbin narrows his eyes, highly alert to the danger. He isn't entirely sure yet. They could be imposters, body doubles, or even worse, some dark force might be pulling the strings behind the scenes, controlling his own subordinates. Whatever the case is, they must investigate. But first, those creepy spiky monsters are charging straight at them. Dongbin looks at them with pure sarcasm. It seems these guys are seriously underestimating him. High up against the clear blue sky, the massive Pato building stands tall. Inside, Sajan lies completely flat on a long sofa, wearing an eye patch. His hands are neatly folded over his stomach when the room's door suddenly bursts open. Wu suddenly appears, excitedly announcing that Dongbin has finally sent over the latest mission update. Receiving no response, Wu anxiously approaches the sofa to check on him. He asks if his eye is acting up and causing pain again. Sajan slowly replies that he's perfectly fine, but Wu remains deeply concerned, asking if he took his medicine or if he should call President Nam Wen. Sajan waves him off, telling him to just report the mission first, leaving Wu with no choice but to sigh. Unbelievable. Fine. Here is the report. Wu scrolls through his tablet, slowly reading out the crucial details. First of all, Dongbin sent his gratitude, stating he successfully rescued Hong Yung, all because of Sajan's help. Reading this, Wu can easily picture a cheerful Hong Yung posing and smiling. Now that Hong Yung is safe, Wu continues reporting in a steady voice. But as he reads about the holding cell deep in the basement, some shocking news catches his attention. He gasps in sudden shock. What on earth is this? The kidnappers were actually puppets wearing the outer skins of Dongbin's own subordinates. Hearing this, Sajan immediately sits straight up, pulling his eye patch up to his forehead with a deep frown. Wu hurriedly hands the tablet over, stuttering that he isn't lying as it's all written right there. Sajan takes it, his frown deepening with every line. Wu points out that the document even says those puppet imposters suddenly shot black spikes to attack Dongbin out of nowhere. After neutralizing those strange things, Dongbin's team immediately sent them over to Ho for proper analysis. The results show the internal organs didn't belong to the victims, but the outer skins definitely belonged to the actual subordinates. Wu can't help but rub his chin, muttering about how completely absurd and illogical this entire situation sounds. Does that mean those employees are already dead? Sajan coldly replies that it seems highly likely. Suddenly, the surrounding air pressure drops, his eyes turning ice cold. It seems Prometheus took advantage of their busy schedule to step up their secret operations. Tell the little miracle to double-check every single suspicious location. Once they confirm their exact coordinates, he will personally make a trip out there. Elsewhere, a hand wearing a pink glove gently turns off the faucet. Jae casts a serious look toward the door. He recalls his meeting with Hong Young, who proudly gave a thumbs up, claiming making those masks would be a piece of cake. He promised they would be done in a single week, and they would deliver them together. Jae feels deeply annoyed, muttering that the kid was just full of hot air, after all. Frustrated, he rips off his gloves and slams them down next to the sink. What is the point of letting everyone know Jae is back, if he cannot even operate without his mask? Suddenly, Jae's mood dampens as he wonders why Sejong has not contacted him yet. Is the association still holding him, or did something else happen to him? Sighing, he rolls up his sleeves and steps out of the kitchen. He is incredibly curious about the fragment Ga-yoon picked up. Since the kid won't come find him, where is he supposed to go to dig up any useful information? Surely he shouldn't actively seek him out himself. Just then, a strange noise outside catches his attention, sending a sudden, familiar cold shiver down his spine. Jae vividly remembers that spine-chilling sensation when he first met Hong Young that night. Back then, the kid had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, asking if he could inquire about a certain item he was urgently searching for. Jae rushes over without hesitation and swings the door open, but to his surprise, there's absolutely no one in front of him. However, looking to his right, a very familiar figure catches his eye. Sejong. Their eyes lock, and Jae completely freezes in place. Regaining his composure, he is left absolutely speechless. His expression remains blank, but a massive question mark pops up in his mind. After hesitating, Jae squats down next to him, asking what happened to put him in this state, though Sejong stubbornly denies anything is wrong. Jae sighs deeply. How can he say he is fine like this? He gets up, offering a hand to help Sejong. Stand up. Staying like that will ruin your knees. Sajin remains silent for a moment before slowly reaching out. Jae urges him on impatiently. Hurry up. I still need to close up the shop. Just as the words leave his mouth, Sejong grabs Jae's wrist and pulls him close, making him lose his balance and crash right into Sejong's lap. Looking up in sheer confusion, Jae wonders why Sejong dragged him down into a sudden hug instead of just standing up. Jae squirms around to break free while closely examining Sejong. What on earth is wrong with you out of nowhere? Where does it hurt? Jae worries if his friend got injured, though there is no scent of blood or obvious signs of internal damage. Sejong shakes his head. I am fine. Jae scolds him, asking if he expects to be let off so easily, before telling him to stand up. Why are you curled up in a corner looking so miserable anyway? Still, Jae lets out a quiet sigh of relief in his heart. Knowing Sejong is perfectly fine brings peace of mind, but instead of letting go, the stubborn kid only squeezes Jae tighter. He pulls Jae deeper into his embrace. Please just let me hold you like this for a little while. Jae is completely speechless. What does he mean? Keep still. Yet, he ultimately lets Sejong rest against him before looking up to ask, Alright, now tell me why on earth you are crouching outside someone else's shop at this ungodly hour. If you were already here, you should have at least knocked to let me know. Jae cannot help but remember the past. Not long ago, he was a crazy, arrogant brat who would pound on the door like a madman every single visit. Talk about a massive shift. When did the boundaries between them even blur this much? If this had been the past, Jae would have kicked him straight into the trash pile. Sejong whispers quietly through his gas mask, just a hunch. Pausing, Sejong looks up to meet Jae's eyes, saying that if he just sat here, Jae would eventually feel his presence and come out. And look, it actually worked. Jae looks startled as his heart skips a beat. Quickly averting his gaze, he tries to change the subject to hide his flustered state. How long has it been since we escaped that eroded dungeon, and yet you only show up to see me today? Jae's voice carries a hint of complaint, saying he expected the kid to rush over immediately and ask a million questions. Sejong explains that the association kept them tied up under the pretense of aiding an investigation, which was totally out of his control. Jae is shocked. An investigation? Sejong grumbles about making up excuses, claiming he never saw a certain VIP. But no matter how much I talked, who would ever believe such a poorly made-up story? Jae understands his predicament. With so many unprecedented incidents happening back to back, things were bound to get messy. The association would definitely pressure Sejong and the others, trying every trick in the book to squeeze out any information. Jae curiously asks if Hong Young and Gaeun also faced interrogation. Sejong admits that Gaeun got a pass due to her stressful 12th grade final exams, but others were not so lucky. As for Hong Young, he had to go through the same routine and ran into some annoying trouble afterward. Jae cannot help but sigh, noting that the Awakened Association's operating methods really have not changed at all. Sejong remains silent this time. Jae stares back at him, noticing just how utterly exhausted the young man looks. Jae gently reaches out and pats Sejong's head, wondering if the kid can even hold on at this rate. Sejong meekly rubs his head against Jae's hand, whispering that he is fine and has already settled one major issue thanks to him. Dongbin got discharged from the hospital safely. On top of that, those association folks value their own lives too much to dare come back and bother us anytime soon. Jae is surprised. Dongbin is already out? Is he completely recovered? Sejong casually replies that aside from a cast on his arm, the man is still running around perfectly fine. Suddenly, Jae snatches the mask off Sejong's face, making the younger boy frown in sheer annoyance. What are you doing? Jae waves the mask playfully, teasing him to take off the gas mask when speaking to his elders. Unable to argue, Sejong leans back against the wall in a huff, though he still wraps his arms firmly around Jae's waist. Jae scowls. How many times must I tell you that your poison does not affect me? Stop worrying, I am completely fine. Sejong merely pouts, mockingly asking if he is really that special. Does Master Jae possess some S-rank detoxification skill or what? Striking a nerve, Jae falls silent as Sejong eyes him with intense suspicion. If that is true, why did you cough up blood back then? Jae weakly explains that his trade probably glitched because it was his first time encountering that type of poison. Sejong snaps back in disbelief. And you honestly expect me to buy such a ridiculous excuse? What kind of trait just stops working? Doesn't that sound completely absurd to you? But Jae insists he is telling the absolute truth. After sitting together, Jae finally gets up and asks if they really need to put on this whole show right in front of the shop. They can just talk inside. But Sejong merely scowls back with stubborn defiance. What is wrong with wanting a little fresh air? Eui-jae immediately tells him to stop talking nonsense, putting his hands on his hips to urge him up. He tells him that is enough fooling around and to hurry. Sejong chuckles, nodding. Since someone values closing up the shop more than his company, Sejong sighs that he has to let him go. Eui-jae turns back inside without a second thought. Holding his head, Eui-jae feels completely baffled. Why on earth did he feel a strange spark of joy when Sejong teased him like that? He is losing his mind. He tries to focus on closing up, but Sejong suddenly calls out Jae, making him freeze. Jae-wee. Jae slowly turns around as Sejong continues to whisper his name backward. Eui-jae. Suddenly, Sejong smirks with a faint smile. He admits he was always curious about why Jae chose that specific hunter name in the past. Now, he finally understands. He asks if he just reversed his own name to make it, looking thoroughly satisfied. He wanted to ask that for a long time, so today he came to confirm it himself because he can do it on his own now. Sejong decides not to step inside, slowly pulling the shop door shut instead. Right before it closes completely, a subtle, knowing smile plays on his lips once more. He whispers the parting words he always wanted to say, wishing him a good night. The simple phrase leaves Jae utterly frozen in place. The phone vibrating in his pocket finally snaps him out of his daze. Jae pulls out his phone to see a text message on his screen from an unknown number, introducing himself as Selinki. He claims to have found some information and plans to visit the shop tomorrow. Jae glances at the register screen to read the total. That will be 60,000 won. Team leader Han hands over his card, casually asking how his grandmother has been doing lately. Eui-jae looks taken aback, so Honeybee reminds him about the notice he pasted on the front door the other day. She mentions the note he pasted, which stated the shop would close during the artisan exhibition, so he could take his grandmother to the hospital. He finally remembers that she is talking about the fake notice he put up on the day of the exhibition. Swiping Honeybee's card, Eui-jae replies that her health has stabilized. Hearing this, she beams with joy, glad to know things are fine. He is glad but wonders why she suddenly brought up his grandmother's health. Honeybee whispers behind her hand, letting him know that her guild is currently signing a major contract with a pharmaceutical company. Team leader Han quickly calls her name to warn her. Pouting, she argues that the deal is basically finalized, so there is no need for secrets. The news will spread in a few days anyway. Han sighs, wishing she would keep a secret for just a little longer. Besides, this place is always packed with passing hunters. Honeybee simply shrugs. She points out the shop is closing, and they are the last customers, teasing that he is just worrying over absolutely nothing. She suggests that if the part-timer does not mind, he should buy some of that company's stock, because it is guaranteed to skyrocket. It is a massive deal. Team leader Han has no way to stop her, only shaking his head in complete disbelief. Honeybee pockets her card and waves goodbye to Eui-jae, sincerely hoping that earning a profit from this stock will help reduce the burden of his grandmother's hospital bills. She says her farewell. Team leader Han bows slightly, pressing his hands together to beg him to stay quiet. He begs him to keep it a secret. Jae rubs the back of his neck, feeling a bit awkward. Did she deliberately leak top-secret info just to help him with the hospital bills? He feels a sudden wave of genuine gratitude. Suddenly, a familiar voice behind him speaks up, commenting on how incredibly useful that leaked information is. This hangover soup shop really is a legendary goldmine for crucial hunter secrets. And whipping around on pure instinct, Eui-jae clenches his fist to strike, but upon recognizing the person behind him, Eui-jae pulls back his sudden punch. Minji trembles and quickly raises both hands in surrender, praising his quick reflexes while offering a highly nervous, polite greeting. Eui-jae lowers his fist, warning him not to jump out like that again if he wants to stay in one piece. He nods frantically, blabbering that only Eui-jae's incredibly vast, ocean-like mercy and absolute tolerance spared his fragile little life this time. He promises to be extremely careful from now on. Once he calms his nerves, Minji pulls a small round object from a storage box. He tells Eui-jae to wait a moment before they discuss his findings, needing to set up something first. Squeezing the object hard, a thick white mist instantly fills the air. Eui-jae waves his hand through it with curiosity. Mingi explains that, while nobody is likely spying on the shop at this hour, taking precautions is always necessary. He stresses that safety comes first, since what he is about to reveal is incredibly crucial. Eui-jae casts a heavily judgmental look. He mutters that the resident miracle worker certainly knows how to handle potential eavesdroppers, given his own professional background. Minji grins shamelessly, fully agreeing with the comment. Eui-jae rolls his eyes, finally dropping the light-hearted teasing. He demands to hear the useful information he gathered. Scratching his head guiltily, Minji offers to get straight to the point. I already searched the entire national hospital but found absolutely no records of him, Minji explains, leaving Eui-jae utterly stunned. Wait, what? Mingi confirms once more that the national hospital has absolutely no records matching the patient Eui-jae mentioned. It is suspiciously clean. Minji dug through every single hospital archive, but the strange part is that records of previous patients are still fully intact. Only the files on the young boy Eui-jae entrusted to the hospital are completely gone without a trace. Eui-jae frowns slightly, lost in deep thought. Back then, the country was in complete chaos. Could the records have simply been lost? He wonders if the hospital was just negligent and failed to record the boy's case from the very beginning. Minji immediately dismisses this. How is that possible? Think about it. Since Eui-jae requested it, they focused entirely on treating that kid. Because of that case, their ordinary hospital was able to develop various antidotes. Plus, they received massive funding from Jae. No matter the format, they definitely should have left some records behind. Especially in places where large sums of money are changing hands, traces are always left behind. Mengi asserts this with absolute confidence. For it to be so clean that even I cannot find anything, there is only one possibility. Someone deliberately wiped out every single hospital record of that boy, erasing them without a single trace. It is as if he never even existed. Hearing this, Jae clenches his fists. Who would do such a thing, and why? What was the true identity of the child he saved back then? Minji rubs his chin thoughtfully. Of course, I cannot guess the reason why, but there is definitely a hidden story here. Everything was wiped so clean, it makes me wonder if it was really necessary to go to such extreme lengths just to cover it up. He shivers with excitement as he continues speaking. Even in this day and age, individuals or organizations capable of manipulating information on such a massive and thorough scale are incredibly rare. Plus, Eui-jae was the one who personally sent the boy there. If it were me, you couldn't pay me to touch him. Eui-jae asks out of curiosity. So, according to what the little miracle just said, who exactly are these rare individuals or organizations capable of manipulating information on such a grand scale? At that moment, Minji pulls out his tablet. He taps and scrolls on the screen for a moment before concluding that to clean up everything so thoroughly, it would require at least the Awakened Management Bureau or one of the top 3 guilds to even stand a chance. And on an individual level, only Mackerel would have the power to pull this off. Hearing that name, Jae frowns. Mackerel? He feels like he heard that name briefly during the Magic Stone incident. Minji speaks up, cutting through Eui-jae's train of thought. Let's look at it this way. I can confidently assure you once again that covering up tracks so flawlessly is incredibly rare, whether it is done by a major organization or an individual, especially since the target location is the Hunter National Hospital. After a few quick taps, The tablet screen lights up. First, the images of 4 distinct organizational emblems appear. Min-gi begins to explain. Unless the Awakened Management Bureau stepped in directly, or one of Korea's top 3 guilds, like Pado, Samra, or Siwon, got involved. Oh, and if we are stretching the criteria a bit, the HB Guild could also be considered a suspect. Then, the screen changes to show an image of a splashing mackerel. If we look at individuals, other than Korea's #1 info broker, Mackerel, absolutely no one else has the capability to pull off such a job. Even though that guy is rooted in the Noryangjin fish market, every piece of info he sells is incredibly useful. But as Min-gi motions, the screen changes once again. His ultimate rule is to only work on jobs that bring in serious money. So why on earth would he personally jump into an information cover-up that offers him absolutely zero profit? Eui-jae looks at the images before him with a deeply judgmental expression. What is with these goofy illustrations he is showing? Is he seriously messing with me? Min-gi's expression suddenly turns serious. But even if Mackerel really did do it, that automatically means someone else must have definitely been pulling his strings from behind the scenes. He speculates, saying that thinking about this scenario reminds him of another issue. Back then, research on awakened individuals was barely making any progress at all. If your description of him is accurate, that young boy would have possessed some highly distinct and obvious characteristics compared to any normal person. And since you left him at a hospital, wouldn't he make an incredibly ideal target to be labeled as a test subject? Those next words make Eui-jae tightly purse his lips. So, if Mackerel really did cover up that information, he likely did it under the direct orders of people desperately looking for a test subject like that boy. Recalling those terrifying times from the past, Eui-jae realizes the little miracle is absolutely right. Those who were sucked into the rifts, or ordinary people wounded by monsters back when knowledge about awakened beings was still completely vague and mysterious. They made the most perfect test subjects. Besides, the country was going through a period of massive chaos back then, with public security being practically non-existent at the time. If anyone showed unique traits related to the rifts, kidnapping them to use as experimental subjects would have been incredibly easy. Eui-jae slowly speaks up. He asks what the chances are that Prometheus is the one who kidnapped them. Min-gi freezes in surprise, stammering in confusion to ask what Eui-jae just said. Wait, how does the important guest know about Prometheus? It is supposed to be a top-secret classified file. Min-gi remembers the guild leader only mentioned the drug's existence. But Eui-jae demands an answer with a piercingly cold stare. Eui-jae demands he answer the question first. Facing those sharp, chilling eyes, Min-gi gulps and slowly opens his mouth to speak. Though he has no idea how Eui-jae learned that name, Min-gi explains there are strict reasons why he cannot speak it aloud. But if Eui-jae believes they are behind the abduction, then the person he is searching for is almost certainly dead. For a split second, Eui-jae's heart skips a heavy beat. Yet Min-gi's voice remains completely flat and calm. He warns that the following details are classified, only sharing them because Eui-jae is considered an extremely important VIP guest. Holding up 3 fingers, Min-gi lists the major groups currently hunting Prometheus in Korea: the Awakened Management Bureau, the Pado Guild, and the Siwon Guild. Sharing a common goal, these 3 factions have constantly worked hand in hand to track down the drug line and trace Prometheus. Min-gi also makes sure to point out a crucial detail. Of course, ever since the legendary hunter Jae suddenly reappeared, the Bureau temporarily backed off, deeming his capture a far more urgent matter. The Pado Guild had also paused their efforts, only resuming the investigation very recently. Min-gi explains that in order to manufacture artificial awakened humans, Prometheus has been actively distributing dangerous drugs nationwide to fuel their twisted, inhumane laboratory experiments. So far, not a single test subject has ever survived the process. 0 success. At this point, Min-gi's voice tightens with a sudden wave of heavy emotion. According to their deep investigations, every single victim abducted for these cruel laboratory experiments ended up dead, leaving absolutely 0 survivors behind. Eui-jae's expression hardens with a terrifyingly cold stare. Just then, Min-gi's phone suddenly rings, breaking the heavy tension. He politely bows to apologize for the interruption, asking Eui-jae to wait for just a brief moment. Answering the call, Min-gi holds the phone to his ear, identifying himself as the Little Miracle and asking what the issue is. On the other end, Vice Guild leader Won-woo calmly issues instructions, telling him that a new address is about to be sent over. Won-woo wants Min-gi to check the area to see if there is a hidden facility or if any secrets are buried in the basement. Min-gi nods along in agreement. Minji acknowledges the order, while Won-woo adds that the specific location was provided directly by Jung-bin. Suspecting a strong connection to Prometheus, Won-woo commands him to sweep the entire target area with absolute care. Hearing that name, Minji instantly flinches as a cold shiver runs down his spine. He slowly glances over to find Jae staring right at him with wide, intensely curious eyes. Sighing in distress, Minji complains to his boss that whenever the vice guild leader assigns a mission, his final closing words always seem to drag him into serious trouble. It happens every single time, leaving Won-woo on the line deeply confused. The boss asks him to repeat that, but a pale-faced Minji simply sighs in defeat and frantically starts rejecting Eui-jae's silent request. He insists that even for a VIP guest, tagging along is out of the question, while Jae simply flashes a friendly smile. Shaking his head firmly, Minji declares that no matter what kind of cute face Eui-jae makes, it is absolutely a no-go. Saying nothing, Eui-jae suddenly raises his hand and delivers a heavy, surprising high-five right to Minji's raised palm before he can pull back. That unwavering smile sends a visible shiver down Minji's spine as Eui-jae asks why he is rejecting before even hearing the request. The heavy impact leaves Minji's hand completely numb, forcing tears of sheer frustration to well up. He complains that Eui-jae is obviously trying to force his way into the upcoming investigation, acting exactly like their chaotic guild leader during his absolute craziest phase. Glancing over, Mingi mutters that this stubborn VIP guest seriously needs a major attitude adjustment and a proper reality check. Eui-jae stares back in disbelief at who is adjusting whom, prompting a stuttering Minji to claim it is purely hypothetical. He declares that even if Eui-jae were the legendary hunter Jae, he still would not allow it, earning an immediate, sharp glare. Eui-jae demands to know why. Minji pushes up his glasses, declaring it is simply because he is a VIP guest. Placing a hand on his chest, he passionately explains that this is a matter of professional pride and hunter honor. As a rank 36 hunter, specializing in stealth and infiltration, he takes pride in his skills, even if he occasionally has to double as a reluctant tour guide. He asks Eui-jae if he has ever seen a guide reckless enough to drag a valuable client into a completely unsecured danger zone. Stepping closer, Minji points a lecturing finger at him to continue his long speech, stating that there are a few crucial rules Eui-jae desperately needs to understand. He insists that before heading anywhere, a hunter must thoroughly assess the situation and guarantee safety before taking any action. He acknowledges that this VIP guest is indeed undeniably powerful, but Eui-jae cannot simply rely on brute strength to plunge headfirst into danger, prompting the legendary hunter to scoff quietly at the very concept of safety from his old era. Every time Eui-jae charges in, he cleans up everything in the blink of an eye. Why make things so complicated with useless procedures? Minji asks, pushing up his glasses. I know you have never done this before, but starting right now, you absolutely must follow the protocol. Want to know why? Your face says it all. You have no clue. The Pato Guild and I will assess the situation and secure the area first, and only then can you do whatever you want. If you mess up the order, how on earth am I supposed to do my job? Eui-jae tries to speak up, but Minji immediately cuts him off, telling our very important guest to take any complaints straight to the guild leader. The guild leader is definitely going to agree with me anyway. No doubt about it. Eui-jae secretly rolls his eyes, thinking that annoying brat Sa-young would actually prefer working alone. Meanwhile, Minji rubs his nose, looking dead serious, as if sharing some absolute truth. Just so you know, even the guild leader had to go through this exact same mind reformation course. So think about it. Why did Sa-young bother recruiting me if there was going to be nothing for me to do? I had to prove my importance to him through that training. It is basically a crash course on how to squeeze every bit of value out of a new recruit. He is just the type of person who loves creating more work for himself. Eui-jae stares at Minji in silence, his expression slowly shifting to pure pity. So the reason Sa-young torments him so much is because he dug his own grave? His phone vibrates again, and he checks it immediately. The vice guild leader sent the address, so I have to run. I will visit you again next time. Just as Minji turns to leave, Eui-jae quickly stops him, telling him to wait a moment. Minji stops and asks if there is something else. Eui-jae carefully instructs him to gather all info on Prometheus, including their addresses, and send it over once the investigation is finished. Mingi sighs, asking if this has to be kept secret from the guild leader. Eui-jae flashes a smile and gives a slight nod. With nothing else to say, Minji quickly departs. All right, see you later then. Silence returns to the small shop, and Eui-jae's shoulders suddenly look incredibly heavy. Holding his head in his hands, his thoughts sink. Even though he knows chasing after the trail of a dead person is completely meaningless, he simply cannot bring himself to stop because of that child. Watch closely in the dark night. A green lighter sparks to life. Outside on the street, a bustling crowd passes by. In stark contrast, Eui-jae sits all alone on the stairs, his face completely hidden behind a mask. The surrounding darkness seems to swallow his solitary, small figure whole, with only the faint glow from the lighter in his hand. Suddenly, a hunter appears right beside him, saying he finally found Eui-jae, who just looks over indifferently. Eui-jae asks if he is being summoned. The hunter nods, confirming it, and Eui-jae coldly tells him to report that he will be there shortly. The hunter panics slightly, stammering that it is an extremely urgent matter. So, he was ordered to bring him over immediately. In a cold voice, Eui-jae demands to know who ordered this. The hunter stammers out that it was Hunter Song, leaving Eui-jae to sigh and stand up without another word. Grabbing the railing, he takes slow steps down. Eui-jae flatly bids him goodbye, thanking him for delivering the message. He tells the hunter to get back to work, but the moment he brushes past, the hunter suddenly frowns and quickly covers his mouth. Even after walking quite a distance, Eui-jae can still hear the hunter's terrified whisper, mentioning the smell of blood. He keeps quiet, pretending not to notice. It has already been 3 years since Eui-jae was hailed as a legendary hero right after awakening. His back looks incredibly lonely and exhausted. Looking back now, it seems he was already completely drained of all energy at that point. As Eui-jae walks down the hallway alone, a familiar voice suddenly echoes, making him instinctively turn around. Calling out his name, a middle-aged woman stands at the other end. She opens her arms wide with a bright, warm smile on her face. Eui-jae quickly runs over, his voice filled with genuine joy as he asks what brings her here. But suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks. If he gets too close, she will definitely smell the blood. Despite his hesitation, his aunt does not hesitate for a second, stepping forward to wrap him in a warm hug. Gently patting his shoulder, she comforts him, saying she only called his name because she knew nobody else was around. Always worrying about nothing, she teases. She notes that they barely spent any time apart, yet he has already grown so much and gotten even taller. He awkwardly replies that he did grow a bit. His aunt playfully scolds him, saying she is just thrilled to see him grow like a weed. She mentions how incredibly busy he has been lately. Eui-jae sheepishly admits that since she moved to the Incheon branch, they rarely get to see each other. Remembering something, he asks what brought her to the headquarters. She just bursts into a warm, gentle laugh. Sa-young called her to stop by for a moment, saying there was something to discuss. But right after, her eyes fill with deep worry. She asks if he is hurt anywhere, if he is sleeping well, and if he is eating proper meals. She mentions reading the news about him constantly traveling all over the country. Behind his mask, Eui-jae offers a soft smile and gently reassures her that he is perfectly fine. Reaching up to gently caress his cheek, she sighs and grumbles that there really should be a limit to how hard they work a kid. Other kids his age have barely even turned 20. With that, his aunt clicks her tongue. Maybe she should talk to the director about transferring back to headquarters, because leaving him all alone like this makes her worry too much. Jae quickly reassures her. Why would she even think about going back? Incheon is bound to be much more comfortable, and he is honestly doing just fine. Right as he finishes speaking, the watch on his wrist suddenly vibrates. Jae looks down at the notification and excuses himself. He apologizes to his aunt, wishing he could chat more, but he has to run. She frowns, asking where he is headed this time. Jae replies that it is Namyu. It is pretty close by. His aunt looks at Jae with anxious eyes, her lips parting to say more, but he moves even faster. Jae gently squeezes her hand to comfort her, insisting he is truly fine, before diving into a swarm of beasts all by himself. He is doing fine. His white scarf is already stained crimson with monster blood as giant predatory birds keep crashing to the ground. Or rather, he has no choice but to be fine. After endless rounds of non-stop fighting, Jae finally lands back on the ground. A single stray droplet of blood falls from above, splattering into a tiny crimson circle on the cold, hard ground. His assigned mission is simple: stand guard and wipe out monsters until the rescue team finishes evacuating everyone. Up in the sky, a red flare suddenly shoots up. Jae looks up at it. Once the rescue is complete, his job is to handle the Rift boss. That evening, Jae sits alone on a boulder, silently watching the noisy crowd gathered in front of him. Jae grows pensive. Lately, his temporary amnesia has been getting worse. And these blackouts are happening much more frequently. Sometimes he snaps back to reality only to find himself already standing outside the rift. He wonders if it is just an adrenaline rush blowing his mind. He pats his body down to check, but his limbs move normally, and there are no major wounds to speak of. Well, he figures this is still a win. Suddenly, a noise from behind catches Jae's attention as a heated argument breaks out nearby. See? He told them that the moment Jae arrived, this whole place would be cleared out in an instant. Another hunter protests, arguing that their team could have easily cleared this dungeon on their own, making the guy who met Jae on the stairs snap back in frustration. He asks the idiot if he has a spare life lying around, pointing directly at the guy who dared to question him. He reminds him that Sung Min's broken arm still hasn't healed yet, and if he had been any unluckier, he might have lost it entirely. He never wants to witness something like that ever again. While Jae stands quietly by a tree, taking in every single word. No matter how hard they try or push their limits, ordinary hunters like them can never compare to a true hero. Besides, with Jae on the field, is there really any need to put their lives on the line against a dungeon boss? The bickering shows no signs of stopping. Everyone has their own role to play, so he tells him to shut his mouth and just be grateful, because he will definitely thank him for this later on. Jae finally decides he has heard enough and turns away. Jae looks down at the dry leaves beneath his feet and reflects on how his awakened senses have amplified, leaving him unsure if it is a blessing or a curse. As a result, he is constantly forced to overhear things he would much rather ignore. To him, saving lives is a duty he must carry out without question. He has never hesitated or thought about backing down even once. Yet as he pulls off his mask, his tired face looks up at the sky, completely exhausted by having to face this constant, draining situation. His sincere intentions and every single act of goodwill are treated as a given by everyone else, making it impossible for him to escape the overwhelming exhaustion that steadily blankets his mind. The watch on Jae's wrist vibrates once more, and a bitter, self-deprecating thought crosses his mind, because nothing in this world should ever be taken for granted. In the quiet night, Jae stands alone on the stairs, reflecting on his life. In that silent moment, a heavy realization keeps echoing in his mind, reminding him that nothing in this world is ever guaranteed. So, why does he always have to be the one taking the fall? Suddenly, Jae slaps his own face a few times to clear those dark thoughts. Once he pulls his emotions back together, he lowers his hands and lets out a heavy sigh, quietly gazing up at the deep night sky. He whispers to himself that, honestly, this is something he will probably never get used to, not even in a lifetime. Just as he is about to put his mask back on, a sound from below catches his ear, and leaning over, Jae spots him standing on the lower floor. Hearing someone call his name, Dongbin flinches in sudden surprise. Realizing who it is, Dongbin tries to stay calm and replies, noting that since there was no sound, he had no idea Jae was up there. Apologizing for the disturbance, Dongbin smiles brightly while putting out his cigarette in a small box, though Jae is quite curious as to what he is actually doing here. He explains he just got some free time, so he is taking a quick break. Hearing this, Jae asks why he doesn't just rest comfortably in the break room, making Dongbin lower his head and stammer guiltily. He mumbles that the break room is a bit, well, before quickly coming up with a friendly, highly convincing excuse to keep his secrets safe. Ji-woo simply explained that others needed the rest more, so he willingly gave up his room to them. Ji-woo understood his situation completely, while Dongbin just smiled and mentioned how inconvenient it must be for him. Leaning on the balcony railing with his head resting on his hand, Ji-woo quietly reflected on how 3 years had already passed since the rifts first appeared. While Ji-woo handled the dungeons and rifts, Dongbin did not have it any easier. Dongbin had to handle various cases involving dangerous awakened criminals across the entire nation, while Ji-woo kept a close eye on the red alert hazard zones. On the surface, South Korea seemed to have regained its peace, but the rising number of monsters, active dungeons, and rifts still vastly outnumbered the active hunters available to deal with them. On top of that, looking back at the chaotic battles in the streets, crimes involving dangerous awakened individuals were happening far more frequently than ever before. This left the association in a constant state of severe manpower shortage, as even the once pure white streets were now stained red with blood. To Ji-woo, the quiet and calm Dongbin was a highly capable partner. Most of the first-generation awakened hunters had already died while fighting off monsters, and those lucky enough to survive had lost their combat abilities entirely. It was no exaggeration to say that Dongbin was currently the only hunter in the entire country capable of arresting these awakened criminals. Just then, Dongbin walked up to Jiwoo's floor and casually asked if he had just finished taking a shower. Jiwoo explained that he was covered in too much blood, and leaving it like that would prevent him from boarding the helicopter later. Approaching him while offering a pack of cigarettes, Dongbin asked if Jiwoo was already leaving again, where he was heading this time, and if he wanted a smoke. Jiwoo politely declined, stating that he did not smoke and had heard reports of a new rift appearing in Manhwa. He added that he was still waiting for the mission briefing, which made Dongbin a bit worried about how quickly he jumped back into work. Dongbin noted that Jiwoo worked too hard and should rest before going out again, but Jiwoo maintained his usual calm composure. Jiwoo shrugged it off since they were so short-staffed, then asked if Dongbin had any other plans for the day. Dongbin smiled playfully and pointed to his earpiece, explaining that while his interrogation schedule was fully booked for the day, a sudden emergency summons would still force him to pack up and go. Suddenly, the communication device on Jiwoo's wrist began to vibrate, startling even Dongbin. Dongbin's face instantly turned pale as he quickly apologized in a panicked voice, regretting his bad timing. Jiwoo waved his hand to reassure him, mentioning that his helicopter had arrived before telling him to get some rest. Dongbin reached out to stop his hurried departure. Before he could call out, a subordinate rushed up to deliver urgent news to Dongbin, warning that one of the detained hunters was starting a massive riot. Jiwoo let out a helpless sigh, noting that they were both equally busy now, before turning around to wave goodbye and depart. Shortly after, the helicopter landed on a rooftop helipad near the critical rift zone in Manhwa. As Jiwoo steps down, an officer rushed over to greet him, expressing relief that the hunter had finally arrived. He offered to immediately brief him on the situation of the nearby rift. Jiwoo stopped him, explaining that he only wanted to know the current active status outside of the brief they sent, since he already knew this absorption-type rift had completely swallowed up the surrounding buildings. He requested a direct and specific update on the current crisis at hand. The officer understood and quickly started his report. He explained that they had previously sent a rescue team inside the rift, but they had to withdraw immediately because the entire interior was blanketed in deadly poison, making the situation incredibly severe. Jiwoo could hardly believe his ears, prompting the officer to quickly lead the way while confirming the poison threat. Anyone who ventured into the rift encountered the toxin almost immediately, prompting the officer to guide Jiwoo over to the temporary medical tents set up nearby. Everyone around them was moving in a frantic hurry. Jiwoo pulled back the curtain of a brightly lit tent, freezing in place at the site inside. The tent was filled with poisoned victims whose skin had turned completely purple, with some writhing and trembling on the ground in pure agony as painful groans constantly echoed through the air. Spotting him, the medical staff began to whisper in relief, believing they were finally saved now that Jiwoo had arrived. Jiwoo quickly realized things were dire, noting the situation was far worse than he had anticipated as he stared helplessly at the suffering victims. The officer admitted they believed there were no longer any survivors left inside. Since even highly trained hunters could not resist the deadly poison, the officer suggested that Jiwoo should focus entirely on taking down the rift boss as quickly as possible. He then pulled out a medicine box and offered some spare antidotes for Jiwoo to carry with him. Although it was not the highest grade, Jiwoo remained silent and simply reached out to take 2 of the bottles. He kept only those 2, telling them to use the remaining stock to treat the injured survivors instead. As Jae gently shakes the potion bottle, a soft light seems to radiate from his body. But there is no time to waste, he has to handle the rift. He turns to leave, casually pulling off his neck wrap, and asks the bystanders outside to take care of the other hunters. Without hesitation, Jae steps into the dark, poison-filled rift. Right then, he immediately regrets not bringing more of those items with him. If he had known it would be this bad inside, he would have accepted everything offered to him. He steps onto the barren ground and moves forward. With a rift in such a terrible state, it seems almost impossible for anyone to survive inside. Only now does he realize the sheer severity of the situation. He is confident his body can easily withstand normal toxins, but with lethal poison surrounding him from every single direction, whether he can survive this is still a massive question mark. The heavy atmosphere wraps tightly around Jae. With every single breath he takes, his body feels a little more weighed down. It is likely the toxic gas rising from the swamp. Realizing the danger, he immediately summons his weapon. Dragging this out is going to be extremely dangerous. He must defeat the rift boss and escape in the absolute shortest time possible. Suddenly, the faint sound of a heartbeat reaches Jae's ears. Reacting instantly, he spins around to investigate where it could possibly be coming from. Gripping his spear tightly, Jae moves forward with extreme caution, knowing he cannot afford to hesitate even for a single second. Jae can feel that someone is still alive. But how could a heartbeat exist in a place so heavily saturated with poison? Jagged ground. Jae frantically digs through rubble, throwing heavy stones aside even though time is running out. He knows his priority should be hunting down the Rift boss. But wait, this scene triggers a painful memory from Jae's past, of a comrade dying in his arms. Even if someone is still breathing, this lethal poison is so potent that they likely won't survive. But why is he still trying? Could he really bear the agony of watching another person die right in his arms again? He quickly lifts a massive stone, letting warm light shine down as a poison-covered hand reaches out, weakly begging for salvation. The survivor reaches out with all his remaining strength, pleading for help. Seeing someone actually alive, Jae's heart skips a major beat. Without hesitation, Jae takes the boy's hand and whispers that everything will be fine. At that moment, he desperately wished this repeated lie of his would actually come true. Pulling the boy close, Jae gently comforts him, assuring the kid that he is safe now. At least this once, he wanted those comforting words to be real. A significant amount of time has passed since that day, but Jae's daily routine remains mostly unchanged. Jae strides down a clean, quiet hospital corridor. He does not even know why he constantly throws himself into brutal battles, emerging drenched in blood. Somewhere along the way, instead of focusing on saving lives, he only cares about killing dungeon bosses and clearing out rifts as fast as humanly possible. System notifications constantly flood his screen, endlessly summoning him and requesting urgent backup over and over again. Yet, amidst this seemingly endless cycle of constant battles and repetitive slaughter, there is one new task Jae has personally added to his daily routine. Now, Jae calmly walks into the brightly lit hospital, gently placing his hand against a clear glass window. From the outside, Jae can see the boy he rescued lying quietly on the hospital bed. The boy he rescued from the rift that day is completely covered in bandages, with only medical machines beeping steadily beside him. A female doctor carrying a large container spots Jae and greets him warmly, noting how long it has been since his last visit. She cheerfully opens the container, thanking him deeply for making the time to stop by despite his incredibly busy schedule. Jae hands over a bag of toxic materials and asks the doctor if the poison he brought this time will be enough. Setting the container aside, she assures him it is plenty, since they even have some left over from his last delivery. Jae also makes sure to ask about their progress, wondering if the research on the antidote is still going well. The doctor happily confirms that everything is running smoothly. Realizing that Jae did not just come here to drop off poison, she asks if he wants to visit the boy today, and Jae immediately nods in agreement. At this point, the doctor excitedly shares that the kid's condition is actually improving, assuring Jae that this progress is entirely thanks to him. It seems the antidote they developed is finally taking effect, allowing the boy to rest peacefully inside his hospital room. For now, the medical team is prioritizing the detoxification process. Only after the poison is completely cleared can they proceed with the next treatment steps. She happily reminds him the kid is finally stable enough that Jae no longer has to keep his distance like he did in the past. She invites Jae to go directly into the room today, reminding him of how he used to only watch the boy through the cold glass window. Still, Jae hesitates, quietly asking if it is truly all right for him to enter, prompting the doctor to gently urge him forward. Why wouldn't we? Our ability to research and develop this antidote right now is entirely thanks to Master G. Yet, the female doctor cannot hide her worry for the boy. Looking through the glass, G likely already saw the truth. The boy is currently barely conscious, only waking up every now and then. But he cannot stay awake for long because we constantly have to inject him with painkillers and heavy sedatives. G immediately voices his doubts, asking if that is truly necessary. The doctor sighs helplessly. If they do not, the boy will keep trying to endure the agony until he faints from the sheer pain. The female doctor gazes into the hospital room. Ever since they first found him unconscious, they have had to keep doing this, even though it breaks their hearts. Until every drop of poison in his body is completely cleared, they must maintain this state for the boy. With other duties waiting, she then excuses herself. His companion offers to wait outside, suggesting that G stay with the boy. G simply replies that he will spend a little time with him and follow shortly after. The female doctor hesitantly replies that she did not mean to rush him at all, telling him he can stay as long as he likes. With that, G pushes open the hospital room door and steps inside, where only the steady hum of medical machines breaks the silence. The boy lies on the bed with steady breathing, no longer looking as weak as before. Ji watches him sleep deeply, unable to believe his eyes. Could a state like this really be considered an improvement? But when remembering how severely poisoned the boy's body was before, to be fair, he actually had to rely on a ventilator back then. Now that the mask is gone, perhaps his condition truly has improved compared to before. Ji pulls up a chair and sits beside the bed, still wondering if saving the boy's life was actually the right thing to do. Back then, the boy painfully clutched his thin shirt, gasping as the poison slowly choked his throat. Even though the boy was the one who begged him to save his life, the price for keeping that fading breath is having his entire body corroded by poison, unable to move a single muscle. Surely, the child had no idea he would have to endure the agonizing feeling of his own body slowly decaying. Ji falls silent, consumed by guilt. According to the doctor, the intense pain is still enough to make the boy black out entirely. Is it really right to just stand by and watch him suffer through this endless torment? Everything this child is forced to suffer is ultimately the result of Ji's own selfishness. At this very moment, a dark and terrifying thought crosses his mind. He wonders if he should have just let this fragile life end back then, but suddenly, the bandaged hand twitches slightly. Startled by the movement, Ji immediately stands up. When the boy's finger gently taps against the blanket, Ji realizes what is happening and leans in close to ask if he is finally awake. Hearing the sound of Ji's voice, his fully bandaged head turns stiffly as his lips tremble, trying to speak but making no sound. Seeing this, a heavy weight finally lifts from Ji's chest. He smiles gently as he sits back down, softly asking the kid when he actually woke up. How does your body feel? Is it hurting a lot? Are you doing okay? Unable to speak, the boy simply tries to lift his hand, but even that tiny motion sends a wave of agonizing pain through his entire body, forcing out a painful groan. Ji worriedly asks if he needs any painkillers, offering to have the doctor inject some more for him. Still unable to answer, the boy simply shakes his head in refusal, leaving Ji completely surprised that he would turn it down. Just spending a brief moment by the boy's side significantly lifts Ji's spirits, washing away the heavy feeling of sinking into a dark, bottomless pit. Now, Ji sits casually resting his chin by the bed, finding the boy's stubborn behavior oddly amusing. The kid certainly knows how to make his opinions clear, especially with that annoyed frown on his face. Ji silently realizes that just by watching the shape of the boy's mouth, he can easily read his exact mood. Ji chuckles softly, remembering how people always say that sickness makes a person incredibly grumpy and hard to please. He wonders if the boy is acting prickly because of the pain, or if he is just naturally stubborn. Then, Ji gently asks if the kid remembers anything. Asking if the kid remembers him as the one who rescued him, Ji is pleased to see a slow, quiet nod. Back then, the boy had weakly reached out to Ji. But if, in the child's memory, the figure holding him tight was mistaken for a parent or relative, it would become a terrible memory, making it best to tell him the truth immediately. Ji continues checking on him, mentioning that the doctor said he still cannot speak, but asks if his fingers can move. The boy slightly wiggles his fingers, signaling to Ji that he can indeed manage that. Satisfied, Ji tells the kid to simply move his fingers, while he tries his absolute best to guess the meaning, happily carrying on this one-sided conversation. After all, Ji is quite talented at hosting a solo show, and his ability to read facial expressions is exceptionally sharp. Wanting the kid to test his limits, Ji asks him to wiggle his finger if he understands everything. The boy remains silent, but he still tried to wiggle his hand. Seeing that tiny movement, Eui-jae felt incredibly pleased and praised him. "Good job," he said. After the quick greeting, Jae introduced himself. "Hey kid, I am Jae." From that day on, Jae frequently visited the hospital room. This was a far cry from his initially confident and grand declaration to fully understand the boy. No matter how hard the child tried to move his fingers, Eui-jae still could not grasp it. Yet, he believed time would eventually resolve this little issue. But whenever Jae arrived late, the boy would sit on his bed and pout. He had to soothe the kid, apologizing for being late, trusting that their bond would grow stronger over time. Hearing this, the boy smirked slightly. Surely, the day would come when Eui-jae could understand what the kid wanted to say with just a tiny twitch of his hand, allowing him to reply. Within the quiet, small room, only Jae's voice echoed gently. "Even if you recover, you will not see my real face," Jae said, "since I am wearing a mask, and even my voice is being altered by it. So do not be too sad about your injured eyes, kid. Just focus on your treatment, and you will heal." He leaned forward and touched the boy's hand, asking if he wanted to feel the mask. "Can you move your arm yet?" Jae carefully pulled back the boy's sleeve, but his entire body stiffened when he saw the dark purple venom stains marking his skin. Jae quickly pulled the sleeve back down to hide the unsightly marks. "This will not do. I cannot let you touch it," Jae apologized, worried that moving his arm around might worsen the injury. Jae quickly turned his face away to dodge the boy's pouty face, promising he could touch the mask once he recovered. Seeing Hyun turn away in frustration, Eui-jae was flustered. "I am telling the truth. I am not lying." He awkwardly tried to soothe him. "Let us pinky promise," Eui-jae said, gently reaching out his little finger to lightly touch the boy's hand. The boy peeked over at him. Seeing no resistance, Eui-jae breathed a sigh of relief and gently held his hand. "If it hurts, just scratch my hand so I will know," he told him. "But do not scratch too hard. I will be fine, but your fingers might break." Suddenly, Jae's watch buzzed, causing him to stiffen. He stood up abruptly, letting go of the boy's hand as his eyes darted to the clock. Only then did Jae realize his sudden movement. "What is wrong? Did I hurt you?" Because he received an urgent summon, Jae explained as the boy desperately grabbed his hand, trying to get him to stay. Though the child was extremely upset, Eui-jae had to go, promising to visit another day. He tried his best to reassure the boy, promising to visit as often as possible. Honestly, Eui-jae did not even know if he could. Seeing the boy's angry pout, Eui-jae sighed internally. "Why did I have to be so honest? I should have just given him a vague answer." Yet, Eui-jae flusteredly apologized, asking the boy to wait a bit as he would return as quickly as possible. The boy quietly opened his deep eyes, staring intently at Eui-jae. He slowly traced a message on his palm, signaling his consent. Knowing the boy agreed, Jae finally relaxed. He gently stroked the boy's face and bid him farewell until next time. Eui-jae quickly defeated his opponent, his body covered in stains from the clash. Upon returning, his assistant greeted him. "Thank you," she said, praising Jae and his team's hard work. While cleaning himself, Jae called to report to his superior. Jae calling in, he spoke, and the voice on the other end inquired if his dungeon was secure. "Yes, it is secure. It is a forest type with useful resources. And both the boss and monsters have been cleared. So, what if we send in an investigation and research team to examine the area, Director?" "That is worth considering," the director replied, but his next words made Jae freeze. "Has something good happened lately?" Seeing Jae's silence, the director added that Jae just seemed unusually cheerful. Eui-jae panicked, wondering if his personal feelings were showing through. "Why is the director asking about this?" Ham Sok-jung quickly stuttered, clarifying that he was not scolding Jae. "I spoke out of turn, did I not? Just forget I said anything," the director added, which Jae politely brushed off. Thanking the director for his concern, Jae was told to rest since today was light. Scratching his head, Eui-jae was stunned. He knew he had changed a tiny bit, but not so much that even the director would notice. Accepting a towel from an aide, Eui-jae thanked him and told him he could head home. "Are you not returning to the association with us?" "No, I have somewhere else to be," Eui-jae replied, wishing him well. The aide left as Eui-jae quickly changed into clean clothes and rushed off. Dae-hyun doesn't care about anything else as he dashes down the hospital corridor. Swiping his card, the lock beeps open to reveal a little boy wrapped in bandages waiting inside. Dae-hyun beams and tells him he's finally here. Seeing him, the boy breaks into a bright smile as Dae-hyun walks over to gently rub his cheek. When asked what he's doing, the little boy responds by wiggling his fingers. Dae-hyun sits down and asks if the kid was waiting for him. "You must have missed me," Dae-hyun says, coaxing the boy who is now pouting in adorable mock anger. He apologizes, explaining he wanted to visit sooner but got swamped with work because of the recent spike in dimensional rifts. Suddenly looking around the room, he leaves the boy confused as he wonders if that security camera on the wall actually records audio. The number of active rifts has been quietly surging lately, but because it is happening so gradually and silently, only a handful of active frontline hunters have actually managed to notice the pattern. Since nothing is officially confirmed yet, Dae-hyun decides to keep it quiet until he can head back to headquarters and discuss the situation with Jong-pil. Snapping out of his thoughts, he notices the boy staring at him, so Dae-hyun quickly makes a funny face and says he missed him too. The boy squeezes Dae-hyun's hand tightly before quickly letting go, prompting the hunter to gently clasp it back. Stroking the boy's hand, Dae-hyun notes that the child's steady breathing and heartbeat are now louder than the beeping hospital monitors. Compared to the days when he lay as still as a corpse, the boy can finally sit up on his own now. Granted, he still relies heavily on complex medical equipment and round-the-clock doctors, but there is absolutely no denying that his physical condition is steadily improving day by day. Watching him sit up brings so much hope, making Dae-hyun certain that the boy will walk again on his own someday soon. Maybe one day he will even be able to write down actual words to express everything he is thinking, to finally step off this hospital bed and walk on his own 2 feet. Dae-hyun truly believes the day the kid finally leaves this hospital ward is coming very soon, and perhaps he might even be able to speak normally again. Ever since becoming a hunter, Dae-hyun has done nothing but struggle just to survive from one day to the next. Yet, without even realizing it, he has started imagining a future he never would have dared to dream of before. It is not about some grand era of world peace, but rather a simple, personal future, prompting Dae-hyun to ask the boy if he has ever been to the ocean. The boy pouts, making Dae-hyun chuckle and insist he is not trying to tease him. He is simply thinking that once the kid is fully recovered, they should definitely take a trip together. He describes Gangneung, a famous South Korean coastal city known for its gorgeous beaches, mentioning some kind of giant squid monster he fought there once, though the details are fuzzy. He had gone there to hunt it down, remembering how beautiful the ocean looked, promising they will visit as soon as the boy is healed. Asking the boy to blink if he wants to go, Dae-hyun watches as the child obediently blinks once, his vacant eyes staring right back at the hunter sitting across from him. Dae-hyun smiles, saying that as men, they must keep their promises. Even if the kid tries to back out later, Dae-hyun jokes that he will drag him along anyway, earning a soft sigh from the boy. The boy beams at those words. Yet, beneath this peaceful moment, the ultimate question still remains. What is the true origin of these rifts? Where do the dungeons lead? Where do the monsters come from? And what is the system that suddenly granted itself the power to choose humanity and bestow such godlike strength on them? Dae-hyun keeps searching for the answers to these endless questions. He has been living in such utter chaos that it is getting impossible to judge right from wrong anymore. Yet, amidst this ever-shifting world, there is still one constant presence waiting for him, making this hospital room the only place he can truly call home. Watching the boy drift off to sleep, Dae-hyun marvels at how this child somehow feels like his guiding light. The kid keeps reminding him that he is on the right path, proving what happens when 2 lonely souls finally find each other. They become absolutely irreplaceable to one another, carving out a space in each other's hearts that nobody else could ever fill. Looking at the sleeping boy, Dae-hyun whispers that saving him was the single greatest achievement of his entire life. Gently stroking the boy's face one last time, Dae-hyun heads out into the hallway, where the waiting doctor greets him warmly. She explains she has been waiting to discuss important details regarding the antidote and the boy's overall medical progress. Just then, his phone starts buzzing, leaving him momentarily flustered as he asks her to give him a brief second. The text is from Jong-pil, asking if they can meet up tonight and requesting a reply if Dae-hyun has some free time. Staring at the screen, a sudden wave of unease washes over him as he wonders why Jong-pil wants to meet so urgently. Actually, this works out well, since he has been meaning to discuss those strange rifts with Jong-pil anyway. Turning back to the doctor, Dae-hyun explains his schedule is extremely tight and asks for a quick summary, prompting Dr. An to understand and immediately get straight to the point. Nodding in agreement, she goes on to present a highly detailed report on Do-sun's current medical condition. The recovery process for the young boy is going remarkably well. While he still requires periodic antidote injections, the detoxification process is almost entirely finished, and the medical team plans to transition directly into studying how to repair his severely damaged body. Jin still has some doubts, so he asks Dr. Aeon directly. He asks if the boy will ever walk again, but the doctor can only offer an uncertain sigh, admitting she thinks it might be possible. As for his damaged eyes and ruined vocal cords, they really cannot be certain about anything, though they promise to do their absolute best. On top of that, Dr. Aeon cannot help but ask why he intends to keep calling him the boy forever. Caught completely off guard by the question, Jin stammers out a confused reply before she quickly clarifies her meaning to him. Since they still do not know his name, and the child currently cannot write or speak, she explains that they need a way to address him. Tracking down his family is almost an impossible task, but since Jin was the one who rescued him and brought him here, she has an idea. She suggests that Jin should simply give the boy a name himself, leaving him utterly bewildered as he tries to process the strange request. Jin asks if she is seriously suggesting he name the boy, and Aeon gives a natural nod. She believes the child would love it, but Jin stands there in a state of awkward confusion, unable to find his words before finally muttering that he does not think it is necessary. After all, the boy already has his own name, and there will come a time when he can finally say it himself. Dr. Aeon is not nearly as optimistic as Jin, gently reminding him of the worst-case scenario where the boy might never speak again. Jin flinches in utter disbelief, and knowing she can no longer hide the boy's actual condition, Dr. Aeon speaks with a heavy sigh. She quickly adds that she did not mean any harm. It is just that she cannot guarantee his vocal cords will ever heal, and they cannot rule out the possibility that the massive shock wiped his memory of how to write. Hearing this, Jin turns back to look at the soundly sleeping Do-won with a heavy, troubled heart, completely lost in his own thoughts. A moment later, he shrugs and tells her directly that if that day ever comes, he will step up and choose a name himself. Later that night at the police station, Dr. Aeon's warnings about the boy's grim future continue to echo inside his head. The doctor's chilling warning about how his vocal cords might never heal and how the massive trauma might have wiped his ability to write loops continuously in his thoughts. He looks down anxiously, reflecting on the grim situation. The doctor is right to worry, because the fact that the boy even survived this long is a massive miracle. Even with a lifetime of expensive medical care, there is still a massive chance his vocal cords will ever fully recover, and his eyes may have permanently lost their light. If only the boy could eventually tell him his real name. But what if he truly never can? Perhaps he should start brainstorming some backup names. But just then, Jong Bin walks over with a loud greeting, asking if he waited long. Jin replies softly as the other man bows deeply, offering an immediate apology for keeping him waiting. Jong Bin apologizes profusely, saying he was the one who scheduled the meeting yet still arrived late. Jin easily brushes off the apology, joking that he looks like he just got back from chasing a criminal, and asks what kind of chaotic case kept him busy this time. Jong Bin explains that he was tracking down a star attribute awakened who was using their powers to threaten ordinary civilians. A few minutes later, Jin pats the concrete step to invite him to sit down, before turning to ask about the real purpose of this meeting. When Jin asks why he requested this urgent face-to-face meeting, a slightly flustered Jong Bin quickly sits down right next to him to get straight to the point. He asks if Jin has seen the latest reports regarding a massive dungeon rift that recently opened up along the west coast. Jin honestly replies that he did see it listed as a standard rank 5 rift. He assumed the Incheon branch could easily handle it themselves, but before he can finish his sentence, Jong Bin cuts him off. That should have been the case. But since this particular rift appeared out at sea, the highly capable hunters they sent inside have completely vanished without a single trace. With a look of sheer disbelief, Jin asks exactly when they entered the dungeon, prompting Jong Bin to quickly lay out the detailed timeline of the situation. It has been 18 days already. By the 14th day, the Incheon branch sent in a heavy backup support team, but those additional reinforcements also lost contact immediately, leaving Jin to silently analyze the grave situation on his own. For a rank 5 rift, any decently sized team should easily be able to clear the entire dungeon in less than a week. Even with unexpected accidents, a dungeon raid dragging on for more than a single week is an incredibly rare occurrence. But with this raid stretching to 18 days, there is undoubtedly something highly unusual about the Incheon rift, causing Jin to immediately ask about his aunt. Fearing she might be inside, Jin asks if she went in, but Jong Bin quickly reassures him that Hunter Park Jian has not entered yet. As one of the top managers at the Incheon branch, she is responsible for supervising the operations from the outside. Jong Bin warns that his aunt might soon have no other choice, but before he can finish, Jin cuts him off with a quiet thank you for sharing this crucial information. Thanks to that, Jae manages to prepare a few things beforehand. Feeling like he failed his mission, Dong Bin sadly shoulders the blame. Dong Bin apologizes. Jae rests his hand under his chin, scolding him. Jae tells his assistant to stop moping and help think of a name instead. Looking completely lost, Dong Bin asks whose name, and Jae replies in a low voice. A boy's name, Jae says. He asks how Jae could plan for a kid so early at his age. Jae flinches in shock, glaring back at him. Since Jae stays quiet, Dong Bin just keeps rambling on. Dong Bin goes on about rumors of Jae constantly sneaking off to a certain place, adding that if they are truly in love, he would never stand in their way. Extremely flustered, Jae cuts Dong Bin off right there, demanding to know what kind of absolute nonsense he is rambling about. Dong Bin refuses to shut up, and even threatens to spread the gossip further. He insists on telling Hunter Park Jian, leaving Jae with no choice but to physically silence him before heading to the director's office. Lost in thought, life has a cruel way of letting happy moments vanish in a flash, while tragedy strikes when least expected, and trust me, it is about to hit hard. Jae lets out a heavy, weary sigh before knocking gently on Sok Dong's office door. With no response from inside, Jae opens the door and enters. Sok-dong looks up and warmly invites him to come over and sit down. Jae sits down and immediately flips through the papers, his eyes freezing on a file. It is the profile of Class A Hunter Park Jian from the Incheon branch, 45 years old, currently listed as missing. Unconsciously, Jae tightens his grip on the file, whispering that his aunt has finally stepped inside that place. He admits it was bound to happen eventually, especially since the rift opened right next to the Incheon branch, leaving her with no other choice. Director Sok-dong quietly agrees with him. Tossing the files back onto the desk, Jae tells her that headquarters has already sent a team of reinforcements to the site. Sok-dong softly replies that she heard the news, but Jae delivers a devastating piece of information, noting that not a single soul has returned. She lowers her eyes and confirms that she is already aware. A moment later, Jae looks at her and asks if she is doing all right. Sensing some hidden motive, Sok-dong questions if he is trying to test her. Jae flatly admits it, giving up on the act. Sok-dong removes her glasses and rubs her temples in absolute exhaustion. Jae bows his head, overwhelmed by heavy thoughts. The words, "currently missing," flash through his mind, forcing him to ask why she felt the need to go this far. She could have just ordered him directly from the start, telling him he was the final shield because she had nobody else left. Telling him to simply enter the rift and die would at least be honest, leaving Sok-dong completely speechless. Still, Jae locks eyes with her, waiting for a proper explanation. Receiving no answer, Jae looks back at the papers, wishing he had gone to see his aunt first. If only he could have shared some casual chatter with her. Then the moment he saw the red stamp on her photo, he might have been able to stop this. When exactly did everything start spiraling out of control? Knowing that spoken words can never be taken back, Jae rushes over to the hospital to visit Doo-jun. Standing outside the intensive care unit, a wave of hesitation washes over him. He wonders if he should tell the kid about his plan to enter the rift. Then again, entering rifts is like a daily routine to him. There is no point in mentioning it, especially since he expects to be back shortly. He will just rescue the survivors, eliminate the rift boss, and bring a clean end to everything. It should be just like any other raid, and if anything goes wrong, he might as well die inside the rift. A sudden rustling sound from inside snaps Jae out of his thoughts, prompting him to peer through the glass with wide eyes. Jae bursts through the door. Seeing Doo-jun trembling as he tries to sit up, Jae yells in panic, demanding to know what he is doing. Ignoring him entirely, Doo-jun violently tears the IV line from his arm. Jae rushes forward, shouting out in absolute panic. He demands to know why, but Doo-jun just bows his head and breaks down sobbing. Moments later, Doo-jun tightly grips Jae's sleeve to comfort him, so Jae gently wraps his arms around the boy. Feeling Doo-jun's heart racing wildly against his chest, Jae cannot bring himself to let go, holding him close for a long time.